I suffered brain death and became a vegetable. The doctors said I would never wake up. But my sister insisted on taking care of me for 5 years. Now my soul is returning, and I am about to wake up. But my sister wants to commit suicide with my body. During the 5 years as a vegetable, my soul arrived in a desolate world. In this desolate world, people from various races in the universe who are in a coma have their souls drawn here. As long as you make achievements in this desolate world, you can return to your hometown. Over 100 years, I personally founded an organization called the Earth Fellow Association. It shelters strong souls from Earth. After 100 years of fighting and killing, I unexpectedly became the strongest in this desolate world. I was even hailed as the Universal General by the various races. As for the other members of the Earth Fellow Association, some died in the desolate world. Some have already returned to Earth early, while some are still in the desolate world. Now that I have returned, I look at the azure planet below. My soul joyfully flew down. Following my senses, I arrived at the First People's Hospital in Furong City. Looking at my body lying on the hospital bed, I was somewhat shocked. After so many years, my body is still intact. Who has been taking care of me? Is it my sister? The next moment, my soul was uncontrollably pulled into my body, officially starting the fusion. At this moment, a thin and shabbily dressed girl entered the ward. The doctor said you will never wake up, but I believe you will definitely wake up. Miao Xingyu held a towel and diligently helped Miao Chen wipe her body every day to prevent bed sores. You are the pride of our family, our village, the only one who could get into the dance high school. You are destined to go to the dance university in the future, becoming a great dancer. You are the pride, the born dancer. I can't compare. I can only get into a regular liberal arts university. Our family will have to rely on you. You must wake up. He repeated his words, trying to wake up his vegetative state brother every day. Perhaps after 5 years of perseverance, it finally worked. At that moment, the eyelashes of Miao Chen on the sickbed suddenly moved, but Miao Xingyu did not see it. At this time, the attending doctor approached and examined Miao Ji's body. Suddenly sat down and started talking to Miao Xingyu. It's been 5 years, I have gone from an intern to an attending doctor. I have been in charge of your brother for these 5 years. You have almost treated this hospital ward as your home. But there's something I don't know if I should say. Miao Xingyu humbly said, Dr. Zhang, please go ahead. Dr. Zhang sighed and said, give up, stop the treatment. Your brother has been brain dead for 5 years. It's meaningless to continue. There's no point in treating him, and the hospital expenses are quite a burden, costing hundreds of yuan every day. If you had given up on your brother these years, you wouldn't be 20 years old and weighing only 60 pounds. You would live a much better life, at least much better than now. Even though you are studying liberal arts in college, not martial arts, you are very smart and hardworking. Your future is promising. People should look forward and strive to live, rather than persisting for meaningless things. Look, you already owe 50,000 yuan for this hospitalization. The hospital has sympathy for you and your brother, but it's not good to keep owing. Leave the hospital, stop the treatment. After Dr. Zhang finished speaking, he seemed to have used up all his strength. He felt guilty and was somewhat afraid to look at Miao Xingyu. Miao Xingyu smiled and said, I'm really sorry. I'll quickly gather 50,000 yuan. You can rest assured and start gathering now. Director Zhang called out to Xingyu, but she was almost gone. He didn't know what method this girl would use to gather money. He just got up, looked at the bed, and sighed as Miao Chen lay motionless. What a tragedy. Miao Xingyu ran out of the hospital. While running and crying, she said, Brother, don't worry. I will definitely cure you. I will. Mom and Dad left us the last house. I'll go sell it now. I will definitely make you better. At the same time, as my original spirit entered my body, in the skies around the world, many places suddenly saw colorful auspicious clouds, with countless lightning bolts darting through the clouds. All the strong individuals on the entire planet suddenly looked up in horror at the strange sounds in the sky at this moment. A strong individual has emerged, and with it, the colorful auspicious clouds. Which strong individual has emerged to cause such colorful auspicious clouds? I faintly heard the roar of the divine dragon, and I saw the battlefield of the Azura. Within the colorful auspicious clouds, a scene flashed by, with someone facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Is he the Azura? Quickly, make an urgent report. A strong individual has emerged worldwide. Who is he? At the same time, within a certain castle in Europe, the powerful Chinese descendant, Jack Ma, in Europe, suddenly received a sensation and flew up to the sky, standing under the colorful auspicious clouds. He reached out to touch the auspicious clouds, closed his eyes to carefully feel, and within the stone sea, he saw countless demons displaying astonishing skills. There are 5 large characters on the flag, Earth Unity Gathering. He saw the mighty army and horses before him. A man holding a red-tasseled spear said he was fighting for the human race, fighting for the Earth. The scene suddenly stopped. Jack Ma cried like rain. Chairman, Supreme General of the Universe, the Supreme General of the Universe has returned. It's the chairman has returned. The chairman of our Earth Unity Association, the original God, has returned. Tai Huang has returned to Earth. He's back. Chairman, do you still remember me? That astonishing day. We faced countless demons with you. I was so scared back then. I am a soldier behind you. Do you remember me? I was so scared when I first saw the demon in Taiwan that I wet my pants. You asked me to stand at the back, not to embarrass the Earth Compatriots Association. Chairman, do you still remember me? 4 years ago, I suddenly returned to Earth because of my experience in Taiwan and my experience in 2 lifetimes. In these 4 years, I have become a grandmaster and a prominent figure in Europe. Over these years, I have been searching for your family. I wanted to take care of them, but you didn't leave any information. I feel guilty. Chairman Jack Ma stood on the 9th heaven, crying bitterly like a child. He is trying to sense more information from the auspicious clouds, slowly locking his breath and senses towards the east. At this moment, Jack Ma's phone rang. It was a WeChat group named Taiwan Comrades. The WeChat group consists of a total of 30 people, all of whom have experienced soul projection. Friends who joined the Earth Compatriots Association in Taiwan and fought side by side. After their souls returned, they reconnected on Earth. At this moment, the Taiwan Comrades group exploded. The chairman has returned. Comrades, our backbone is back. Huaxia Furong City. I sense the breath of the chairman that I will never forget. I'm heading to Furong City. As long as I get close to the chairman within 100 miles, I will definitely sense his presence. Brothers and comrades, in the past, we suddenly arrived in Taiwan, facing hunger, cold, and the constant risk of death. In the death of the wasteland, our primordial spirit will die forever. In the most lonely and helpless moments, we found a home in the wasteland. Earth Fellow Association, when we were weak, the association sheltered us and helped us in our cultivation. I will always be a member of the Earth Fellow Association. With the return of the president, we must go to the boundary set by the president. When I first arrived in the wasteland and suddenly saw the demon, the president appeared and pulled me in, allowing me to join the association and receive protection. I swear to repay the association in this lifetime. Comrades, charge, watching the messages in the WeChat group chat. Jack, Maru sent a tearful message, meet in Furong City. At the same time, Huaxia Penguin Group is hosting a grand banquet. Guests are in high spirits, all celebrating Master Ma. At this moment, a colorful auspicious cloud appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up to see the colorful auspicious cloud. But the protagonist, Master Ma, stood there blankly, looking up at the sky with tears streaming down his face. 3 years ago, the president fell into a coma for a month due to a serious illness. His primordial spirit went to the wasteland and fought there for 20 years. He has returned, using the cultivation experience from the wasteland. After returning to Earth, in just 3 short years, he actually became a grandmaster. Today, national news reports are widespread. But how could he leave the man who achieved so much on Earth, a man like a god? That's the president, the legacy of all Earthlings from the time of the Great Wilderness. Someone asked Master Ma, "What's wrong with you?" Master Ma said that our president has returned. What do you mean by returned? No one knows. The Great Wilderness, this is the shared secret of the primordial spirits who have been there. Master Ma shook his head, "It's nothing, I have urgent matters to attend to." He quickly returned to the room. From the wardrobe, Master Ma pulled out a rough linen vest, quite simple, with no buttons. Just a simple vest, but on the back of the vest were 5 large characters, Earth Unity Association. This is the clothing that all members of the Earth Unity Association wear in the Great Wilderness, enabling them to identify any enemies in times of conflict. Upon returning to Earth, in order to commemorate the glorious years in the Great Wilderness, everyone would have a replica made and keep it as a memento. Now, as Master Ma put on the vest and stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself wearing a tattered vest over his suit, he was momentarily transported back to the desolate and blood-soaked Great Wilderness. Welcome home, Uncle Ma Jia from the Hometown Association. He arrived late. When he went to the Great Wilderness, Miao Chen was already there, a strong man in his 60s. At that time, he was only in his 30s, yet young men like him called Miao Chen uncle. The next moment, Master Ma soared into the air, leaving the bewildered gazes of the numerous well-wishers behind in his haste. At this moment, the winds of change were stirring. At this moment, powerful individuals from all over the world soar into the sky, heading towards Furong City. The next day, at the First People's Hospital of Furong City, exhausted Miao Xinyu carries bags and returns to the ward. Dipping a towel in warm water, Miao Chen wipes her body as usual, then finishes. Miao Xinyu takes out a bank book, waving it in front of Miao Chen's eyes, even though she hasn't opened them. With a smile, he says, "See, sis, we have money now. I heard from Dr. Zhang last time. He said they could try another surgery, with a 2% chance of stimulating your brain back to life. We have money now. I sold the house our parents left us in our hometown, got a total of 300,000. I paid the owed 50,000 hospital fees. The surgery costs 200,000, and it will be done tomorrow. I still have 50,000 in hand. I'll keep this 50,000, as tomorrow is my birthday. It's been 5 years since I celebrated my birthday. I miss the times when you were well, and every year you celebrated with me. Many of your classmates would come to wish me well. It was so lively, I felt like a little princess, wearing the crown from the birthday cake, putting cream on your face, and with your classmates, singing together with my classmates. After hot pot, we laughed and played on the main road. Tomorrow is my birthday. You'll wake up after the surgery, right? You'll wake up just in time for my birthday. This time I want to have the liveliest birthday." Miao Xin is chattering away, believing that my brother can definitely hear it. But if the surgery tomorrow is still unsuccessful, then I will be powerless. He doesn't earn much money at all. Working and studying at the same time, I can only just manage to afford my education. The money saved every month can only cover 10 days of hospital fees. Before my parents left, they left behind 2 houses in total. One is the house in our hometown. The other is the house in the city, but he sold it in recent years. He used the money to pay for my brother's hospital fees, and now that he has sold the last house in our hometown, he has no more resources. If my brother doesn't wake up this time, then tomorrow, I will arrange for my brother to be discharged and take him home. Book the most expensive hotel in Furong City and stay there with my brother for a night, experiencing the most luxurious hotel. Have a meal like I've never had before, invite all my classmates to join, it's my birthday. Spend the last 50,000 yuan to celebrate my 21st birthday, then commit suicide. This life is too bitter. I've heard them say that the place we live in is called hell. Only after death can I go to another carefree world. Maybe my brother died 5 years ago, and he's been waiting for me in another world all this time. He's waiting for me together with mom and dad. At this moment, Dr. Zhang walked in and asked Miao Xingyu to sign. Are you sure you want to go through with this surgery? I'll tell you the truth, this surgery may not have any meaning. It only stimulates brainwaves, with a mere 2% chance of success, but it costs 200,000. Miao Xingyu nods. Are you sure you have the money? Payment is required up front. Miao Xingyu nods. I have the money now, our family is well off. I'll pay first, this time, I'm counting on Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang sighs. Actually, with 200,000, it could pave the way for your future life. Treatment can be abandoned. I don't think he does, Dr. Zhang. Liao Xinyu interrupted his life. I don't want to hear things I don't like. In this world, I only love my brother. If I lose him, I have nothing. He is my only hope in this world. I don't want to hear about the so-called reality. Dr. Zhang remains silent for a long time. Alright, sign and make the payment. Dr. Zhang said, the surgery will start tomorrow. I will do my best. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. After seeing off the doctor, Miao Xinyu uses his rough little hand to stroke his brother's forehead. Brother, it doesn't hurt. Everything will be better tomorrow. Don't be afraid, it's all my fault. Without the 5 talents, I can't earn more money, can't take you to the big hospital in the capital for surgery, can't take you abroad for surgery. I heard that in big hospitals, the success rate can be 5%. He murmured, falling asleep next to the temple street. At that moment, he didn't see the 2 clear tears slowly flowing from my eyes. I heard it all, but at this moment, I am in the process of fusion, and my spirit cannot wake up. Deep in my soul, I know that my sister has been taking care of me all these years. With her originally tender hands, she held up this broken home. I sensed a hint of lifelessness in my sister's tone. She sounded cheerful, but there was no vitality. I understood. He's tired, he finds life too bitter. He wants to leave this world, deep in the ocean of his soul. I struggled to wake up, but this body hasn't moved in 5 years. It's just too weak. Fusion takes time. No matter how hard he struggles, it remains motionless. And at this moment, as I struggled, I suddenly realized that the power of the soul was growing stronger. There is a mysterious force in this world, pouring into my body, filling me with vitality. My cultivation is also returning, and I am somewhat surprised. None of this makes sense. Only my spirit left the body, and although I am incredibly powerful in the primordial world, But when my spirit returned to Earth, almost all of my cultivation was reset. I never expected that, as my spirit and body fusion accelerated, my cultivation slowly entered this body, and as it poured in, I was shocked to find that my fusion speed also increased. It used to take a day to wake up, but now it's unnecessary. Outside a high-level office in Kyushu, China, the Secretary General's phone suddenly rang, and he said a few words on the other end of the line. The Secretary General's face suddenly changed drastically. What? Say that again. On the other end of the line, with the strong ones from Europe, strong ones from the United States, as well as some scattered strong ones from overseas islands, a total of 20 supreme-level strong ones, suddenly visited China, for unknown reasons, with unknown purposes. They are now confronting the strong ones from China at the border. The Deputy Secretary General took a sharp breath. Impossible to control the strong ones. They are the strong ones. How could they suddenly visit China? Basically, there is such a treaty worldwide. Dancers above the 6th rank are not allowed to enter other countries without permission. Are they going to break the agreement? But now they have come, they have all come. What should we do? The Secretary General has unified their stance. They all want to go to Fuyang City. I don't know what they are going to do in Fuyang City, but they said they would only give us 1 hour, considering whether to let them pass. If not assured, they will forcibly enter Fuyang City. At this moment, the Secretary General, sweating profusely, 20 strong ones want to enter China, want to go to Fuyang City. What is in Fuyang City? What on earth is in Fuyang City? Wait a moment. The Secretary General hung up the phone. He hurriedly pushed open the office door and looked at Master Ma in silence for a long time. Asked what kind of birthday gift a girl of his age would probably like. How clever his subordinates are. Master Ma checked this news, and his subordinates already knew. This unique situation made Fan Xiang pause for a moment, and he said, analyze based on the psychological state. For the past 5 years, Niao Xinyu has experienced the bitterness of life every day. To raise money for her brother's medical expenses, she endured countless hardships and unfair treatment. Although it may sound cliché, I believe that what he needs most at this moment is the company of his brother, and I will make sure his brother's presence is there. If possible, I also want to be his brother. However, I have almost no regard for money. Master Ma Chen said, immediately contact the lawyer team and notary team, unconditionally transfer 50% of Penguin Group's shares to Maya Xinjiu's name. This is the birthday gift I'm giving him. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Master Ma followed through, hung up the phone, then flew away to a mountain in the suburbs of Furong City, looking towards the city center, hesitating to take a step forward. He kept taking out his phone for navigation, confirming the location of the First People's Hospital, then cross-referencing it with his intuition, ensuring there was no mistake. His uncle Jie was lying there, but he couldn't bring himself to see him alone, feeling too ashamed to face Uncle Jie. He decided to wait there until all his comrades gathered, to gather courage before facing the situation together. Master Ma also shared the news about Maya Xinjiu's birthday tomorrow in the group of comrades. At this moment, Jack Ma, who had just entered the airspace of Huaxia, stopped and stood above the clouds, looking at the stars on his phone. The chairman's sister's birthday is tomorrow, which relieved Jack Ma's mind as he was troubled. How should I face the president tomorrow? This is a perfect opportunity. The opportunity to celebrate the president's sister's birthday ends here. Jack Ma looked back at the powerful people from Huaxia. I'll go back now and come back to Huaxia tomorrow, because Jack Ma is not from Huaxia. So after entering the country, the powerful people from Huaxia have been following all the way, claiming to be tour guides, but actually monitoring. At this moment, when they heard Jack Ma's words, the 2 followers were taken aback, but didn't have time to say anything. Jack Ma then flew back the way he came, making a phone call while flying. The 2 followers faintly heard Jack Ma's roar on the phone. What does a 20-year-old girl like for her birthday? Whatever it is, I want the most precious one. Do you understand? The most precious one. The 2 followers glanced at each other, their pupils shrinking. It's a big deal. Who is having a birthday? Quickly find out which 20-year-old girl is having a birthday. Suddenly, one person took a sharp breath and trembled. The 20th ranked strong person is coming to Huaxia. Could it be, just to celebrate the birthday of this 20-year-old girl? Who is this person? What's their background? The birthday is causing a global stir. Report to the top about the 20th ranked strong person. This is major news. At the same time, in the official governor's office of Furong City, the lights were on all night. In the office, the governor of Jiangnan province, all the strong and high-ranking officials of Jiangnan province, and all the strong and high-ranking officials of Furong City. This afternoon, Jiangnan province received news that 20 top-ranked strong people from around the world are coming to Huaxia, and several master-level figures from Huaxia are also on their way. And the destination is Fuyang City, so the entire Jiangnan province exploded. The governor of Jiangnan province and the top experts of Jiangnan province couldn't sit still for a moment, and hurried to Fuyang City in a flurry. They held a meeting overnight to discuss, what on earth is the matter with so many experts coming to Jiangcheng? What's the situation in Jiangnan province? The governor was so anxious that his mouth was foaming. Have you checked it out? What on earth is happening in your Fuyang city that has alarmed so many global experts? We really don't know. Now the world's attention is focused on Fuyang City. The governor of Fuyang City looked bitter and clueless. I really don't know. I don't know anything at all. Our Fuyang City is just a small ordinary prefecture-level city. What could have prompted so many experts to be alarmed? If you don't know, then hurry up and find out. Suddenly, Governor Qin said, no, this is a disaster for Fuyang City, but at the same time, handling it well is a huge opportunity for Fuyang City. If 20 top experts from around the world come to Fuyang City, then Fuyang City will become famous worldwide. We still don't know why these people are coming to Fuyang City, but as long as we serve these experts well, we will definitely leave a good impression on them. As for whether they come to Fuyang City to start a war or for something else, we are powerless. All we can do is to serve these experts well. The governor of Fuyang City's eyes lit up. I will immediately impose martial law throughout the city. Governor Qin shouted, are you stupid? Imposing martial law throughout the city is a bit too much. At this moment, Governor Qin's phone rang for the 4 people. Glancing at the phone, he quickly walked to the side, bending over and said hello. On the other end of the phone, Secretary Chen's voice came through, saying they had arrived in Furong City. Listen to me, starting now, all transportation in Furong City will be suspended. Do not allow more outsiders to come to Furong City. All official martial personnel in Jiangnan province are to be on standby in Furong City immediately, ready to serve the strong at any time. The 24 and strong are not only strong in identity, but also sensitive and unconventional. Proper reception work must be done. In addition to the 20 overseas strong, there are also 8 master-level figures from Huaxia. For strong are on their way to Furong City. There are strong from Huaxia coming as well. What's going on? What's happening with the secretary? In just one night, strong from around the world are gathering in Furong City. Governor Qin is overwhelmed. He has never hosted so many strong at once. Even if it was just one strong visiting Jiangnan province, the entire Jiangnan province is mobilized, with the highest level of reception. Currently, a total of 24 strong from home and abroad, including 8 master-level strong, are coming to Furong City, to Jiangnan province. He felt his legs go weak. Secretary Chening provided reliable intelligence. These strong are coming to Furong City for a girl's birthday tomorrow. This girl has a mysterious identity and a terrifying background. She is around 20 years old, from Furong City. We don't know any other information. You need to investigate quickly. The governor took a deep breath, feeling his scalp numb. In my province of Jiangnan, the city of Furong is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. To think there are still individuals like this background is no longer ordinary. What's even more terrifying is that such a horrifying presence exists within the jurisdiction, a fact he had never heard of, a fact he was unaware of. After the call ended for a minute, the police governor still hadn't come to his senses, staring blankly into the distance with wide eyes. At this moment, the only question on his mind was whether he had inadvertently offended this mysterious figure with a powerful background. During my time managing Jiangnan province, did I implement any policies that might have displeased him? After a while, Governor Qin regained his composure. Turning to the dozens of people in the office, he said in a deep voice, check the ages. Women around 20 years old, who will have a birthday tomorrow. Screen the household registration files of the entire city of Furong. Who are the women around 20 years old celebrating their birthday tomorrow? How many are there? The whole room fell silent, everyone looking at Governor Qin in confusion. Governor Qin roared, 20 overseas experts, for Chinese experts, 8 Chinese master-level individuals, all came for this girl. They all came to celebrate her birthday tomorrow. What are you all staring at? Start investigating. With a bang, the entire city hall erupted into chaos. What kind of explosion is this? The news of a girl around 20 years old having a birthday has stirred up so many experts in the world. An hour later, report to Governor Qin that according to the household registration records, her birthday is tomorrow. That is, in Furong City, there are a total of 3,200 women aged 20 to 25 on June 9th. Hearing this number, Director Qin felt his head go numb. It's already 11 p.m., with less than 10 hours until tomorrow. How can we investigate this? So many people meet the criteria. Not only Director Qin, but also the governor of Fingrong City, are feeling anxious at the moment. After a moment of silence, Director Chin said, "Call all the government employees in Fingrong City to come to work. Investigate each of the 3,200 people one by one." After speaking, Director Chin left the office. Walking to a deserted place, he took out his phone and made a call. "Arrange a meeting for me. I want to discuss and gather psychologists, sociologists, and various experts. During the meeting, figure out what gifts girls aged 20 to 25 would like. Come up with ideas within 5 hours and prepare them. The gifts must be precious and unique." Director Chin smiled bitterly in his heart. After all, he is a provincial governor. Tomorrow, meeting so many prominent figures, one cannot go empty-handed. Moreover, with individuals of such formidable backgrounds, shouldn't one establish good relationships? While the governor was making a call, the governor of Fingrong City also found his secretary at this time. The two sat in the car, lowered their voices, and discussed what birthday gift a girl around 20 years old would like. "Doesn't she have a sister? Quickly ask her." The secretary looked bitter. "My sister likes motorcycles. Her biggest wish is to have someone gift her a motorcycle on her birthday." "But governor, the background of the girl who will have a birthday tomorrow is hair-raising. Don't try to guess her preferences based on ordinary people." The governor of Fuyong City sighed at the words, "A girl who can attract so many strong people, can she be an ordinary girl? What should I give? What should I give her?" The governor of Fuyong City is full of bitterness. "Can't go empty-handed. This is a great opportunity to make friends. If I succeed, my future will really be a step to heaven. Can't miss it, can't miss it, even if it makes those ambitious people remember me. This is a benefit that money can't buy. So the gift I give must be unique. It must impress people and make everyone remember me. It's a pity, I still don't know who that girl is, what kind of person she is. Otherwise, I could have taken the lead. Of course, it will all come to light tomorrow. The whole country will know who she is. But does that have any meaning for me? If everyone else knows, won't I miss out?" At midnight, in the ward of the First People's Hospital in Fuyong City, Miao Xinyu, who was sleeping next to her brother, was awakened by the sound of her phone. A woman's voice came from the phone. "Xinyu, the barbecue stall is too busy today. Can you come and help with the dishes for the night?" If it were before, Miao Xinyu would definitely not hesitate to help me. There aren't many chances like this to do odd jobs. But today, Liao Xinyu refused. "I'm sorry, sister, I can't go. It's my birthday tomorrow, and today I want to be with my brother." The voice on the phone sounded unhappy. "Why bother with birthdays when you're in such a state? I went through a lot of trouble to find work for you, do you know that? I'm busy today, don't stand me up. In the past, you only came to me to earn $30, but now I'm offering you 50 and you're not here. Aren't you usually earning money for your deadbeat brother? Today you're not making money." But Liao Xinyu doesn't seem to care. Over the years, he's heard much worse things, but he didn't take it to heart. He smiled and apologized. "Sorry, sister, I won't go today," then hung up the phone. "I'm not going, I won't go in the future. Tomorrow, my brother is having surgery. If he wakes up, then I'll have a brother. I will change my way of living. If he still doesn't wake up, then I will leave this world too. Tomorrow is my birthday, the first time I'll celebrate in years. I want to be happy and not suffer anymore in this world." At that moment, Miao Xinyu suddenly heard a choked voice. "I'm back, you suffered, little sister Miao Xinyu." Subconsciously, he turned to look at the ward, but no one was there. He seemed to realize something and then looked abruptly at me on the hospital bed. He found me lying there, still weak, with tears in my eyes, looking at myself in a daze. Liao Xinyu glanced at him, then looked around, blinking. "Am I dreaming?" I weakly raised my hand to touch him. "It's not a dream, I'm back, I really am back." Liao Xinyu stared at me with widened eyes, which grew larger and larger. Suddenly, endless tears welled up in my eyes, streaming down and falling onto my raised hand, leaving a warm touch, silence lingering for a long time. Liao Xinyu suddenly burst into a scream, rushing over to embrace my brother warmly and cautiously. "You're awake, brother, you've finally woken up." At that moment, the entire hospital, alerting all the medical staff working overtime, who rushed into the ward in a flurry. The two siblings were legends in the entire First People's Hospital, almost all medical staff knew them. The attending physician, Dr. Zhang, received a call in the middle of the night. Without even putting on his coat, he rushed to the hospital. His wife asked, "Where are you going?" Dr. Zhang turned around with tears in his eyes. "A miracle has happened in our hospital. That brother in a vegetative state has woken up." He was awake when Dr. Zhang arrived at the hospital. The entire corridor of the ward was filled with people, blocking the way completely. Some patients with 4 drips were also standing in the corridor, excitedly spreading the news. "He's awake, oh my, he's really awake." I'd been hospitalized for a year, and I heard about those two siblings when I arrived. I said at the time that it's impossible for someone in a vegetative state to wake up. That girl was so strong, she firmly believed that her brother would wake up. She must have moved the Buddha, and then he really woke up. I even made a donation at the time. It was so pitiful. These two siblings are really too pitiful. Finally woke up. A person in a vegetative state for 5 years woke up. What in the world is still impossible? A miracle has happened. I got goosebumps. The miracle appeared right in front of me, by my side. Dr. Zhang rushed into the ward. At that time, there were only a dozen chief physicians. The hospital director was also around the bed, asking questions non-stop. The sister was tightly holding her brother's arm, crying uncontrollably, talking to her brother while crying, continuously asking the people around, "Am I dreaming? Have I really woken up?" Dr. Zhang excitedly came forward, conducted a series of checks, and then, with a slightly trembling voice, said, "I am your attending physician, Zheng Chusheng. Can you hear me speaking?" I smiled and nodded. "Thank you for these years, Dr. Zhang was so excited that tears filled his eyes. In a doctor's career, to have a patient in a vegetative state for 5 years miraculously wake up, there is nothing in the world more fulfilling than this. Even though I didn't do anything, I witnessed it. What did you feel before waking up? I know there's no need to talk about the absurd, nor to mention that I've always been conscious. It's just in another world." He said it was like a very long dream. Then I regained consciousness and heard my sister's voice. "Oh, it really worked. Your sister has been taking care of you every day for the past 5 years, trying to wake you up every day. I didn't expect it to really work and wake you up." The medical staff in the ward applauded emotionally, saying, "Welcome back." I took a deep breath and somewhat breathlessly said to everyone, "Tomorrow is my sister's birthday. She likes lively celebrations, especially lively ones. I hereby invite all my friends to come and join my sister's birthday party tomorrow. I hope everyone can come and join in the celebration." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly responded, "Of course, we must come. Miao Xinyu has worked hard over the years. We must give Miao Xinyu a lively birthday celebration." Excited, Miao Xinyu suddenly asked, "Brother, how did you know I'm celebrating my birthday tomorrow?" I said, "I heard it. Not only did I hear you say you're celebrating your birthday tomorrow, but I also heard you say you're going to take the last 50,000 yuan and have a grand birthday celebration, the liveliest one. You like grand celebrations, you like lively ones, then I'll definitely make it happen for you. Tomorrow, you will be the center of attention in this world." And Shima Liao Xinyu thought he was joking. Smiling, Shima Liao Xinyu said, but when he remembered what he had said at his brother's bedside, he felt a bit nervous and uneasy. Because at that moment, he was actually prepared to leave this world after his birthday tomorrow. I wonder if my brother heard it. He looked up at me cautiously, but to his surprise, he found me looking at him with a smile and silence, with deep eyes. Liao Xinyu lowered his head, afraid to speak. At that moment, I suddenly had a feeling, slowly turned my head to look outside the window at the night sky in a certain direction of Furong City. For a moment, I sensed no less than 10 familiar auras. I raised my eyebrows slightly, thinking to myself about my comrades. They have come. How did they know I woke up? How did they know where I am? I didn't even know the moment my original spirit returned. The strange thing that happened, as I pondered in my heart, I half-smilingly said to Miaoxin that tomorrow, I will also call some friends to celebrate your birthday. I remember on your previous birthdays, I would always invite classmates and friends to join in the fun. You have always loved lively celebrations since you were young. Miaoxin smiled and asked in confusion, "Brother, you've been in a coma for 5 years. Maybe you shouldn't call your classmates. It's been 5 years, who still remembers you? Forget about classmates, who could it be?" I thought for a moment, came up with a suitable adjective, and at the same time, at the foot of the mountains in the suburbs of Furong City, there are thousands of bodyguards. Clerks and assistant secretaries are here, setting up tents or sleeping in cars. They are all subordinates of those big shots. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop, a dozen or so strong individuals are quietly discussing how to handle things tomorrow and how to meet the chairman. At this moment, Master Ma Teng suddenly roared, "Stop talking." His voice traveled 1,000 miles. Everyone stopped talking. After listening for a few moments, Master Ma Teng's face lit up with joy. He nodded repeatedly towards the city center, and after about half a minute, he trembled with excitement. He said to the people around him, "Comrades, the president just communicated with me from afar. He has awakened, completely awakened. His spiritual essence has returned, and it seems like he has regained some cultivation." The crowd marveled at how he regained cultivation immediately upon returning his spiritual essence. This talent is too terrifying. After our spiritual essence returns, we are all ordinary people, starting cultivation from scratch.
Unless one had cultivation before entering the desolation, the cultivation remains unchanged after the spiritual essence returns. How could one have cultivation upon spiritual essence return? The president used to be ordinary, not a dancer, right? Upon his spiritual essence returning, he unexpectedly possesses cultivation. What kind of terrifying phenomenon is this? The crowd marveled and quickly asked, "What did the president say to you?" Ma Tang mentioned Udai River, the president's hometown. He said tomorrow he will organize a birthday party for his sister at Udai River, mentioning that his sister has suffered for 5 years and enjoys lively events, entrusting us with the task. He hoped to surprise his sister tomorrow with a lively birthday celebration. After speaking, Ma Tang excitedly shouted, "Uncle Jia, he doesn't treat us as outsiders anymore." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Over the years, I never found out that the president still has family. I feel guilty to the point of wanting to die. I don't even know how I'll face the president tomorrow. I didn't expect the chairman to assign me work. I finally feel relieved. Tomorrow, I can finally put down the heavy burden and meet the chairman. I'm not afraid of being assigned work, just afraid that the chairman will ignore us. Now I feel relieved. Who can reach the governor of Fuyang City? The governor of Fuyang City, it's too difficult. His rank is too low. I can only contact the governor of Jiangnan province. At 2 o'clock in the morning, more than 10 business sedans are heading towards the Udai River in a bustling manner, carrying various professional tools and equipment. In a sedan, the governor of Fuyang City looked puzzled at Governor Qin. "Governor Qin, why are we coming to Udai River in the middle of the night with so many people? I need to go back to investigate." Governor Qin turned back leisurely. "Just now, I received a call from my superiors. It's been clarified. The person celebrating their birthday tomorrow is named Mayak Sinu, living in a rural village near Udai River. Mayak Sinu, the governor of Fuyang City, thought for a long time. This name, no impression at all. Governor Qin is impressive. It's been clarified just like that." Governor Qin smiled bitterly. "It's not that I clarified it, but Wudong's Zhu Xianqi called me proactively. Zhu Xianqi is a rank 8 expert. Zhu Xianqi mentioned Miao Xinyu. Zhu Xianqi mentioned Mayak Xinjiu. Tomorrow, they want to have a lively birthday celebration at Udai River, so they decided to ask us to help with the preparations in advance." After speaking, Governor Qin said, "Do you know why I asked you to come with me alone? Xiaolu, you've always been my person. This time, since it was a direct notification from the higher-ups, that means they don't want too many other people to know about this matter. Do you understand?" Governor Lu of Furong City was shaken all over, looking excitedly at Governor Qin, realizing that the leader was giving him an opportunity. "I won't tell anyone. Let's handle this matter discreetly and try to show our faces tomorrow. It's good as long as you understand." The car stopped. Hundreds of staff members started selecting a site along the Udai River, then began to prepare. The two governors stood by the river, gazing at the flowing water with thoughtful expressions. Who exactly is Mayak Sinu? Why does he have such a strong background, attracting so many online followers and globally renowned individuals to celebrate his birthday? Who is he really? Early the next morning, I sat in a wheelchair, eagerly pushed out of the hospital by Mayak Sinu. "Let's grab some breakfast first, then head to the Udai River. I sold the old house yesterday, and the buyer wants me to move out within a month. Can we stay in the old house for a few more days? Let's go back to the old house later." I nodded with a smile at the old house, reminiscing. I grew up in the old house by the Udai River since I was young, spending my childhood and teenage years there. I only went to the city when I entered high school, and it's been many years since I last went back. Reflecting on the past 5 years, witnessing the tremendous changes in Furong City that I hadn't seen before, I feel deeply moved. Meanwhile, Mayak Xinjiu had already made calls, rallying their classmates and friends, and after finishing the calls, Mayak Xinjiu asked me again, "Bro, are we really going to have a picnic? How about I book some food at a restaurant?" I smiled and said, "No need, as long as you're there. I've already arranged everything for you." "Really? When did you arrange it for me?" "I won't tell you. There's a huge surprise waiting for you today." Mayak Xinjiu was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. The surprise of waking up last night was already a surprise, and there's another one today. Yes, it must have been arranged by my brother after I fell asleep yesterday. But he's been in a coma for 5 years. Are there friends too? How was it arranged? He had countless thoughts and doubts, but he didn't ask or doubt what his brother said. His brother said there would definitely be a surprise. Before long, the two returned to their hometown, Mujayakan. This was a rural village by the Udai River. As soon as they arrived at the door, Mayak Xinjiu saw the Udai River in front of the house. There were crowds everywhere, countless people, so many people, all of them young men and women dressed in suits.
They were setting up something by the Udai River, with makeshift houses, a stage, and colorful balloons. There was a 100-meter-long red carpet, a reception desk, and what seemed like flowers from all over the world. Standing at the door of the old house, Mayak Sinjiu was stunned, looking at the once desolate Udai River. Now it was colorful and vibrant. Trembling, he incredulously asked me, "Brother, when?" I smiled and said, "I'll go home first to wait for a while. This is just the beginning for you. Today, you will become the most eye-catching girl in the world." Mayak Sinju couldn't help but look back at the Udai River, trembling as she took out the rusty key and opened the iron gate. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and the dilapidated house stood there. In the corner, there was a stagnant water well. In the summers of her childhood, she always sought the coolness and drank the water from the well, but she would always get a scolding if caught. I smiled and looked at the familiar old furnishings, then pushed the door open and entered. The floor was made of concrete, without any tiles. The ceiling fan slowly rotated with the breeze, but it was covered with spider webs. Mayak Sinya's mind was elsewhere, and she kept looking back over her shoulder as she pushed me forward. I said, "Go and entertain your classmates and friends. Don't worry about me. I'll stay in the house for a while. After your birthday banquet starts, someone will push me out." "Alright, then give me a call if you need anything." Mayak Sinyu's heart had already flown away. He had never seen anything like this in his life. He had never dreamed of such a grand and colorful scene that was arranged in advance. He had just taken a few steps outside when Mayak Sinyu returned. "No, I need to change into a new outfit," he said as he rummaged through the wardrobe. However, no matter how much he searched, there were only old clothes. He hadn't bought new clothes in 5 years. In the end, he just found a relatively nice outfit, checked its condition, as if he was reluctant to wear it under normal circumstances, and went with me. Go ahead, watch as Mayak Sinji runs out with anticipation and nervousness. Slowly close your eyes, sit in the wheelchair, feel the breath, breathing in the old air of this house. Feeling the imprints of my childhood here, Mom and Dad, I made Z suffer all these years, but now I'm back. From today on, my sister will no longer suffer any hardships in this world. Thinking of this 20-year-old girl, 165 meters tall, but only weighing 60 caddies, with a yellow, thin face, both yellow and black. Those hands that should have been tender and delicate, are covered with calluses thicker than those of rough men. My heart aches at this moment. Mayak Sinjiu, nervous and timid, ran to the riverside of Udai, arriving here. A staff member quickly took out a photo, looked at it for comparison, quickly took out a walkie-talkie, and shouted loudly, "Mayak Sinjiu is here, the protagonist is here." Mayak Sinjiu is in a daze. A woman with delicate makeup walked over. Is she Mayak Sinjiu? Looking at this woman with exquisite makeup like a swan, while feeling like a plain chicken, Mayak Sinjiu felt somewhat embarrassed. One of the women quickly said, "We are here to prepare the birthday scene for you. I'm Lu Jing. Today is your birthday. I wish you a happy birthday in advance. Oh, by the way, why don't you change into a new outfit?" Mayak Sinjiu blushed and hesitantly said, "This is my new outfit." At this moment, the classmates arrived, with several business cars parked here, and dozens of bright and beautiful young men and women got off the cars. Liao Xingyu quickly apologized to Lu Jing, saying that his classmates had arrived, seizing the opportunity to escape. He dared not admit that this was his new clothes. 10 classmates were standing by the Udai River at this moment, all marveling at everything. Is this going to be a jewelry exhibition? Oh my goodness, a red carpet. Is there a red carpet in the wilderness? What's going on? When did this farmhouse open? The scale is too grand. Just then, a beautiful girl dressed in Dior grabbed Miao Xingyu's hand and excitedly said, "Xingyu, this is your birthday venue." "Azzy, I don't know. My brother said he wanted to give me a surprise. Seems like this is it." "Isn't your brother in a vegetative state?" This is a well-known fact. Many college classmates have visited the hospital. Basically, the whole class has contributed in some way. My brother woke up yesterday and said he wanted to arrange a surprise for me. Azzy took off her sunglasses, looked in astonishment at the colorful riverside, and exclaimed, "He woke up, congratulations. Xingyu has finally come out of the ordeal." The classmates applauded one after another, feeling happy for Miao Xingyu. "Congratulations on your brother waking up. Even a vegetative person can wake up. Surely, Xingyu's efforts over the years have touched the heavens. Happy birthday, Miao Xingyu. Congratulations. But your brother's connections are amazing. After being in a coma for 5 years, he still has the ability to surprise you like this." Liao Xinyu seems a bit nervous. "I don't know." At this moment, a middle-aged man came running all the way, and as soon as he heard from the walkie-talkie that Liao Xinyu had arrived, Governor Lu Kan of Furong City knew that the opportunity to show his face had come. He learned from the resume and information that Liao Xinyu is quite ordinary,
But he knew that after today, he will no longer be ordinary. This will definitely be a star shining across the nation, shining globally, Liao Xingyu, Lucan shouted. Liao Xingyu, turning back to see this unfamiliar stranger approaching, you see this at the moment. Wearing a Dior outfit, classmate Azzy recognized him, trembling with excitement. The governor is the governor. Governor of Furong City is not only the governor himself, but also a third-grade dancer. Wow, the governor of Furong City is here too. He knows Miao Xingyu, so all the students quickly bow and greet him. Miao Xingyu also heard the classmates' discussions, somewhat surprised. Even the big figure, governor of Furong City, has come. He didn't have time to say anything. The governor of Furong City warmly grabbed Miao Xingyu's hand. Miao Xingyu, I am Governor Lu Can of Furong City. Happy birthday! Are you satisfied with this venue? If you're not satisfied, speak up quickly. There's still time. I'll have it changed immediately. The classmates were shocked, watching all of this. The governor of Furong City knows Miao Xingyu, and moreover, this birthday party was personally organized by the governor. The governor is always busy, yet he has time to organize a birthday party for him. What is going on? Miao Xingyu was also a bit confused. At this moment, he was completely stunned, feeling a bit dizzy. How could the governor of Fuyang City know me? Why would he organize a birthday for me? No, it should be that he knows my brother. But that's not right. How could my brother know such a big shot like the governor of Fuyang City? Approaching the red carpet, the governor of Fuyang City picked up the microphone and shouted, everyone except the on-site staff, clear out. The next moment, the countless staff by the riverside hurriedly left and boarded their cars. Then, Lucan took Liao Xingyu by the hand, warmly leading him across the red carpet. The classmates behind them also cautiously stepped onto the red carpet, nervously following under the watchful eyes of hundreds of staff members. A 100-meter-long red carpet, lined with hundreds of staff members welcoming them, making everyone a bit nervous. Lucan whispered to Miao Xingyu, don't be nervous. By the way, I'm Lu Can. Here's my business card. Call me if you need anything. Let's keep in touch, it's important. What's going on with Miao Xingyu? This is the governor of Fuyang City, a super important figure. Why is he so humble? Miao Xingyu, feeling dazed, took the business card. The classmates behind them were also dumbfounded as they passed by the gift table. As he said, you guys go ahead, I'll bring a gift later. Originally, we weren't planning on giving gifts because young people don't follow this tradition for birthdays, but things are different now. The governor of Furong City has arrived. This is already a formal occasion, we must follow the rules. The classmates also reacted and hurried to the gift table. As he scanned 1,000 yuan on WeChat and was about to leave, when the host of Jiangnan Province TV station came out, took the microphone and shouted, Azzy, gift 1,000 yuan. As he blushed, she had never experienced this before. Gifting money could be sung out loud? This is too formal. This scene is too big. Some other classmates suddenly felt awkward. Should they also sing it out? What about those who can only afford a few hundred? They can't show their faces. Miao Xingyu was also confused. She quickly turned around and said, don't give gifts, we are classmates, we don't need to do this. The governor of Furong City also quickly said, you don't need to, it's not prepared for you. Children don't need to give gifts. This sentence made dozens of classmates breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone is from a liberal arts university, not martial artists. Their family conditions are just average, not as extravagant as martial artist families. Hearing this, they all stepped down and followed Miao Xingyu to the innermost part. Lucan personally put a small crown on Miao Xingyu's head and said with a smile, you are the protagonist today, don't go anywhere. Leave it to me to handle, okay? Miao Xingyu didn't know why Lucan was so affectionate towards her, she just mumbled, okay. After that, Lucan gave some instructions to the staff and arranged for the classmates to take their seats. At this time, the singing of gifts rang out again. Dr. Zhang Chushang from the First People's Hospital of Furong City, gifts 1,000 yuan. Congratulations to Miao Xingyu for smooth sailing in the future, and wish Miao Chen good health. Miao Xingyu looked surprised at Dr. Lu walking on the red carpet and exclaimed, Dr. Zhang, you're here. Dr. Zhang smiled and said, just a token of appreciation. Wow, your picnic is quite grand. The host of Jiangnan Province TV station is singing gifts? My 1,000 yuan gift seems insufficient. In the future, I wish you and your brother a good life. Smooth sailing.
Miao Xinyu nodded excitedly. Before she could stand up to greet him, professional staff immediately escorted Dr.
Zhang to his seat.
Then, the singing of gifts rang out again. Wang Kong, the director of the First People's Hospital of Furong City, gifts 2,000 yuan. Wishing Miao Xinyu and Miao Chen a bright future and good health.
Wang Min, the head nurse of the First People's Hospital of Furong City, gifts 500 yuan.
Wishing Miao Xinyu a youthful and beautiful life, and a happy life.
The First People's Hospital of Furong City.
All of them are from the hospital.
They have all come.
Miao Xinyu's eyes were red with emotion. Over the years, she has encountered more good people than bad ones. Miao Xinyu quickly said to the staff, "Sister Lu Jing, could you please help me arrange the hospital staff to the front?"
No problem.
Then, a group of hospital staff, as well as some patients and friends, all came. They happily gave gifts and followed the staff to the front, to the main table. They all thought it was a picnic, not realizing the seriousness of the situation.
Everyone came, chatting happily around Miao Xinyu, constantly saying how well everything was going. They all said that this Udai Riverbank farmhouse is so amazing, and they didn't even know it. They thought it was just a picnic yesterday.
They all said that next time they celebrate their birthday, they will come here to take care of the business.
This is so well done, even the gift givers walked the red carpet, so formal.
They didn't realize the seriousness of the situation.
But Miao Xinyu's classmates did. They all realized that the governor of Furong City was also present. This is definitely not just a simple farmhouse.
At this moment, the young students sat quietly at the table, knowing that there would be a big move.
Sure, here is the translation of the text you provided. Sure enough, the next moment, the host of the singing ceremony raised his voice. Governor Lu Kan of Furong City wishes Mu Xinyu a successful academic career, smooth work, and a smooth life.
Sending Mu Xinyu a pair of deep-sea corals.
With a buzz. At this moment, the whole audience stood up. People from the hospital, classmates, and even staff, all stood up. They looked in horror at Lu Kan walking on the red carpet again. A pair of corals? The governor of Furong City actually sent a pair of corals? This is a treasure, with no market value, because even if you have money, you can't buy it. After the founding of the country, coral mining was no longer allowed, so all the corals on the market today are at least 80 years old. It might even be an antique. Moreover, the words of the singing ceremony are no longer gifts, but sending. The difference in this one word is significant. Everyone thought that the governor of Furong City was just here to show his face, but they did not expect that he would actually give a big gift. The director of the First People's Hospital of Furong City stood up at this moment. He was shocked. How did she know the governor of Furong City? At this moment, Lu Kan walked over and found that the first table had already been taken by the hospital staff, frowned, and thought that this was reserved for important people. How did they sit there? But upon asking, it was arranged by Mu Xinyu, so he felt relieved. Just then, the host's voice broke a bit and shouted, "Mr. Xin Guowei, governor of Jiangnan province, wishes Mu Xinyu a happy birthday. Sending an admission letter from the Martial Arts University of Jiangnan province." With a bang, the whole place exploded. A city governor coming is one thing. How come a provincial governor is also here? As he screamed, Mu Xinyu. So you are such a big shot, an admission letter from the Martial Arts University of Jiangnan province, sob, dear sister, I am happy for you, you will be a warrior in the future. Warrior. Mu Xinyu, you will be a warrior in the future. A provincial governor. This is. The director of the First People's Hospital, who was sitting at the first table, stood up again at this moment, looking at Mu Xinyu in horror, and then at the man walking on the red carpet. He actually walked up to Mu Xinyu with a smile, greeted her, handed her a business card, and whispered to her. No mistake. He had seen him countless times on TV. At this moment, he felt the seriousness of the situation. Damn, we are actually sitting at the main table. Damn. It's over. Just then, a convoy came from a distance, with flashing police lights.
Before long, another middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked onto the red carpet, smiling and walking towards Musinyu. Everyone around stared in horror at this middle-aged man. For a moment, they were at a loss.
Familiar. Too familiar. Seen countless times on TV. But, could it be a mistake?
At this moment, the host of the singing ceremony also fell silent for a moment, repeatedly confirming that he was not mistaken, and shouted with a trembling voice, "Mr.
Li Yunlong, Secretary General, congratulates Musinyu on her birthday.
Sending an admission letter from the Martial Arts University of the capital city."
With a bang.
The whole place exploded.
Secretary General.
Below a few people, above tens of thousands. His cultivation had reached the 8th rank, a true master-level martial artist.
The master is here. Damn.
What background does the Mu family have?
Governor Qin Guowei of Jiangnan Province's face turned green.
He wished he could slap himself twice, as he had just sent an admission letter to the Martial Arts University of Jiangnan Province, and the Secretary General directly sent an admission letter to the Martial Arts University of the capital city.
At this moment, everyone stood up.
People from the hospital were dumbfounded.
Everyone was going crazy. Governor of Furong City, Governor of Jiangnan Province, Secretary General.
Musinyu was also dumbfounded. Watching the people on the TV screen greet herself, whom she had seen countless times before, she found herself unable to say a word for a moment.
Are they all friends of her brother?
Last night, her brother mentioned that he had many friends with illnesses. Just then, a loud explosion rang out. The people at the venue gasped. Looking up, they saw colorful auspicious clouds blooming in the sky. A black dragon with horns on its head, over 60 meters long, was stepping on the colorful auspicious clouds as it descended from the sky. Between the clouds, one could see its golden eyes coldly overlooking the land. The people at the venue turned pale.
Dragon! Danger, danger! This is a 7th grade monster, a dragon. How could there be a monster in the city center? Run, run! In an instant, the whole venue descended into chaos, with screams filling the air.
At that moment, a figure appeared next to the dragon, standing in the sky and descending with the dragon. Without needing the host to introduce him, he shouted, "Zhang Bing, the eldest disciple of the Tianshi men of Dragon Tiger Mountain, is here on behalf of our master to congratulate Miao Xinu, the sister of the Earth Compatriots Association's president Miao Chen, on her birthday.
Please forgive the president. Our master is in seclusion in the Qin Mountains and cannot come in person. Today, he sends the 7th grade monster dragon as a gift.
By shedding blood to acknowledge her as its master, from now on, it will be the mount of Miss Miao Xinu." The whole venue fell silent.
The dragon landed.
The huge dragon over 60 meters long exhaled, terrifying everyone around, making their legs tremble. Zhang Bing suddenly knelt down and said to Miao Xinu, "As our master and your elder, I should address you as junior sister. This dragon has no name, please give it a name, junior sister."
Silence.
The whole scene fell into a deathly silence. The governor and the secretary general's eyes widened in shock.
Dragon Tiger Mountain. They actually presented a 7th grade dragon as a gift?
This dragon is the mountain guardian monster of Dragon Tiger Mountain.
7th grade, that's a grandmaster level. They actually sent a grandmaster as a gift?
The secretary general thought to himself, "This is bad, we underestimated the situation. We knew that these strong individuals valued Miao Xinu, but we never expected it to be this significant. It's to the point of being outrageous, even the mountain guardian monster was sent out."
Miao Xinu looked at the monster in fear and stammered, I.
Zhang Bing smiled slightly, "Junior sister, don't be afraid. I have used my powers to make it acknowledge you as its master.
Please give it a name, junior sister." Miao Xinu quickly waved her hand, "I dare not."
As she spoke, the horn on the dragon's head suddenly emitted a bright white light.
In the next moment, Miao Xianyu felt a strange connection in her heart. She felt the dragon's emotions and everything about it. Zhang Bing was taken aback. From now on, this dragon shall be named Dare Not. Go, you beast. Serve junior sister Miao Xianyu well in the future. The dragon suddenly let out a roar. Then, it quickly shrank and turned into a normal-sized snake, flying towards Miao Xianyu and coiling around her shoulder. Surprisingly, Miao Xianyu was no longer afraid and felt an inexplicable closeness. She couldn't help but reach out and touch its head with her fingers. At that moment, everyone at the venue watched in silence, looking at this strange scene. Just then, another burst of laughter came from the sky. In the past, you were all under the president's command. Now that the president has returned, even if your master has important matters, he should come to congratulate. Sending only a disciple like you, if it weren't for the inappropriate occasion today, I would have to teach you a lesson. As the words fell, everyone's faces turned pale. This was Zhang Bing of the Tianshi Men, a 7th grade powerhouse. How could someone dare to speak to him like that? Everyone looked up and saw a group of people flying down from the sky. The leader is a man with a square face, and behind him, there are a total of 20 extremely beautiful 5th grade strongmen. After the man with a square face landed, he walked to the reception desk and said a few words before walking over. When everyone saw the man with a square face, the whole place was in an uproar. The strongest. The strongest has arrived. There are actually strongmen coming. 9th grade strongmen, known as the strongest, are already the strongest existence in this world. The strongest, Su Tao. At this time, the host trembled and sang, the head of the Qingqing sect, the 9th grade strongest Su Tao. Congratulations to the chairman for taking office, and wish the chairman's sister Miao Xinyu a happy year after year and a happy today. 25th grade realm maids are sent, from now on, to protect Zhang Zi comprehensively. 25th grade realm maids? The venue fell silent. Miao Xinyu was completely confused. And all her classmates, at this moment, were also completely confused. There was someone who sent a dragon before, and now they are directly sending people? Is this the world of the strong? As he muttered, for ordinary people to become warriors, it is already an unattainable dream. And now, 25th grade strongmen were sent as gifts? And when she looked at the 20 maids, none of them seemed unwilling, they all looked happy. This made her even more puzzled. The face of the governor of Furong City changed several times, trembling in his heart, as he was only a 3rd grade warrior. And Su Tao actually sent 25th grade strongmen directly to her as maids? Is this the strongest? Underestimated. I underestimated it. Everyone underestimated Miao Xinyu's position in the hearts of these strongmen. Su Tao slowly walked up to Miao Xinyu, and only then did everyone see that he was wearing a tattered vest with the words Earth Compatriots Association on the back. Xinyu, you've suffered over the years. If you don't mind, from now on, you will also be my sister. Miao Xinyu stared at the big figure in front of her, silent for a long time, then suddenly asked, Are you friends of my brother? Friends? Everyone around was puzzled. Su Tao was stunned for a moment, then reacted and laughed heartily. Yes, we are all friends of your brother. We are family. Let me tell you a secret, all the friends in this world are one family. We are as close as siblings. So, they really are friends of my brother. Miao Xinyu was very smart, she recalled the words her brother said last night, and gradually had a realization in her heart. At this time, another familiar face walked up the red carpet, followed by dozens of well-dressed people. Master Ma. Just became a master yesterday, made the news. And now, he appeared here today? Everyone looked at Master Ma, and they were not surprised anymore. After all, the strongest had already arrived earlier, so it seemed expected for the master to come now, right? But looking at the many people behind Master Ma, are they also here to be given away? The singing voice rang out, Master Penguin Ma is here. Congratulations to Uncle Jie for taking office, and happy birthday to the sister.
presenting 60% of the shares of Penguin Group to Meowsinyu.
It exploded. The venue exploded. 60% of the shares? Penguin is now valued at over 2 trillion, which means they directly gave Zhang Zi over 1 trillion.
In the silence, the people behind Master Ma came forward and smiled. Miss Zhang, hello, we are from the law firm.
Please sign here. This is the gift Master Ma sent you. The people from the law firm originally thought that the gift from Master Ma was too big, but now, after seeing the Heavenly Master Sek sending a dragon, and the strongest sending 25th grade realm maids, they breathed a sigh of relief. So 60% of the shares doesn't seem like much. At this moment, sharp-eyed individuals noticed that Master Ma was also wearing a tattered vest with the words Earth Fellow Association on the back. Then, the sound of singing once again rang out. Chairman of Edu Group, Master Li has arrived. Congratulations to the President for taking office, presenting a cleansing marrow and refining essence treasure pill to Miss Meowsinyu. With a whoosh, everyone in the audience stood up. They stared wide-eyed at Master Li walking towards them. If the gifts before were all external items, then this cleansing marrow and refining essence treasure pill was truly something that made all ordinary people scream. The treasure pill could change a mortal's aptitude, making those unsuitable for cultivation become suitable, and turning those suitable into geniuses. This kind of treasure pill was priceless, known only to have been exchanged for an entire fortune by the most powerful individuals. After all, martial artists have families. Not everyone is suitable for cultivation. For martial artists, this pill may not be precious, but for the families and loved ones of martial artists, it is an invaluable treasure. As the treasure pill appeared, everyone's eyes in the venue were fixed on the purple glowing pill inside the wooden box. Master Li dragged the box and smiled, saying, "Take it. Take it now." Without waiting for Meowsinyu to decline, Master Li flicked his hand, and the pill flew into Meowsinyu's mouth. In the next moment, Meowsinyu's body turned red, sweat streaming out layer by layer. Master Li pointed to a maid, "Take her to bathe and change clothes, don't worry about it here for now." "Yes, Master." Then, Meowsinyu was taken away by her 20 maids. The venue fell into silence for a moment. The hospital staff felt extremely uncomfortable. We were sitting in the main seat, in the front row. The hospital director whispered to Dr. Shang, "Quick, let's go. We can't sit here." They then realized that these seats were meant for these martial arts big shots. Upon hearing this, the hospital staff quickly packed up and left, preparing to vacate the seats. At this moment, Master Ma smiled and said, "Please, have a seat. No need to be polite. Those are the seats you should be in." The director of the First People's Hospital hurriedly waved his hand. No, we have a low status, we can't sit here." "Masters, please sit." Master Ma said, "Over these years, we are grateful for your help to the Mi family, your care for Sinyu, and your treatment and attentive care for our president. You deserve to sit in those seats, please accept our bow." As the words fell, Master Ma, Master Li, and the powerful Su Tao all bowed to the medical staff. Everyone was stunned. The powerful figures bowing to ordinary people in public? The doctors were also shocked, unable to say a word. At this moment, everyone was filled with immense curiosity. Who is Meowsinyu's brother? The president? What president? What kind of existence is the Earth Fellow Association? The Secretary General squinted his eyes, sitting there contemplating. Mistake. Who provided this intelligence? The intelligence is completely wrong. I thought Meowsinyu was the protagonist. It turns out, her brother, the vegetable man, is the real protagonist. Damn it, it's all wrong. At that moment, he regretted it deeply. What the hell is an acceptance letter from Jiangnan Martial Arts University? What the hell is an acceptance letter from the Capital Martial Arts University? In the eyes of these three powerful individuals, is that even a thing? What use is a mere acceptance letter? With just one cleansing marrow and refining essence treasure pill, Meowsinyu could ascend to the heavens, undergo a rebirth, and become a martial arts genius. A 7th grade realm dragon mount allowed Myaxinyu to roam freely throughout the entire Huaxia. 20 maids at the 5th grade realm made Myaxinyu almost single-handedly form a powerful force. Does this require an acceptance letter? Do you need to go to college? And the teachers in the martial arts university, at most, are only 6th grade. But now, looking at the situation, these grandmasters, the strongest ones, treat her like that. I'm afraid that even if someone wants to pursue the martial arts path, it has to be personally taught by the strongest ones. The admission notice, isn't it just like waste paper? In the temporary shower room set up backstage, Miao Xinyu's whole body turned black. That was the dirt and disease in her body, all expelled. After she took a shower, she only felt refreshed all over. It was an indescribable pleasure. It was like there was a layer of plastic film wrapped around her body, wrapped for 20 years, and today, it was taken off. Miao Xinyu wiped her body, looking at the suddenly fair and tender self in the mirror, somewhat incredulous. She had always been a thin-faced girl, but now, she had become fair with a hint of red, pink and tender. The skin that had been exposed to wind and sun was gone. The thick layer of calluses on her hands fell off. Now, besides being only 60 caddies, besides being thin, she had become a beautiful young lady. My brother, who exactly is he? Miao Xinyu muttered to herself, Earth Compatriots Association. Fellow patient? Another world? At this moment, the singing continued outside. Mr. Wang, the strongest, presents a cash savings card, 500 billion. Mr. Sun, the island owner of Freedom Island, the strongest, congratulates Miao Xinyu on her birthday, congratulates the return of the chairman, and presents 4 South China Sea islands. Mr. Zhou, the island owner of Phoenix Island, the strongest, congratulates Miao Xinyu on her birthday. Congratulates the return of the chairman. Presents, the Phoenix cruise ship transformed from an aircraft carrier, 1. From time to time, there were still singing sounds. But outside, apart from the singing, it was silent. Listening to the singing voices, listening to the big shots who came to show their support, Miao Xinyu secretly thought, all of this seems like a dream. This occasion is too grand, I can't embarrass my brother. He must be a big shot. I used to think so. Now, even more so. Miao Xinyu took a deep breath and said to a maid, Hello, on this occasion today, it's not appropriate for me to wear old clothes again. Can you help me find a dress? The maid covered her mouth and smiled, I happen to have a dress that should fit you better when you wear it. Miao Xinyu is a bit thin and weak, but this dress happens to be backless, so it can cover up your figure. In the future, eat more and quickly regain your strength. Miao Xinyu nodded with a blush. The maid took out a storage bag, searched inside for a moment, and took out a brand new dress. Storage bag. Miao Xinyu widened her eyes. This was something she had only seen on TV, rumored to be very valuable. A storage bag, worth several million. The maid smiled and said, I have another one, I'll give it to you, Miss Miao. In the future, you will be a big shot, and it's not appropriate to not have anything to show off. I'll put this on you first as an accessory. Today's occasion is quite grand. Miao Xinyu whispered, Sister, can you tell me how big it is? The maid's eyes were somewhat shocked, and she lowered her voice, As far as I know, today there will be more than 30 strong people and grandmasters coming. More than 30 people. My brother. So many fellow patients? While changing clothes, Miao Xinyu curiously asked the maid, Sister, the big shots who were sent to me by you, were they forced? The maid covered her mouth and smiled, How could that be, we volunteered. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, we are 5th grade martial artists, but in the real martial arts circle, we are just cannon fodder. 5th grade is too low. Ah. You are so strong, yet you are willing to volunteer to serve me, an ordinary person? The maid smiled meaningfully, You are not an ordinary person. You are a noble. Noble? I'm not. Starting from today, that's it. The maid finished speaking and whispered, Warriors who want to reach a high level must align themselves with a big tree to enjoy the shade. I'm being practical, but that's the reality. When you need us, you must call on us.
Because the effort you put in is directly proportional to what you gain.
If you don't call on us. Let me put it this way, wealthy families never support idle people.
Then, we might lose the opportunity to lean on a big tree for shade and have to return to the world of martial arts, living on the edge, licking blood from the blade.
You're probably not used to having maids now.
But you can get used to it slowly, Miss Meow. I'm being straightforward with you, please don't mind. In this world, from today onwards, there is no wealthier family than yours.
Starting from today.
Give us a chance, let us sisters have an opportunity to lean on a wealthy family.
Miao Xinyu fell silent, surprised. For a moment, she couldn't accept it. Me, part of a wealthy family? My brother, part of a wealthy family? There is no wealthier family on this earth than mine? After changing clothes, Miao Xinyu put on the maid's earrings and necklace, redressed, and walked out again.
She appeared radiant. Her fair skin glowed, and her facial features were already attractive, just previously obscured by wind and sun exposure. Now, with a touch of makeup, she looked refreshed.
Everyone present couldn't help but be impressed.
Apart from being too thin, she already looked like a lady from a wealthy family.
Miao Xinyu imitated the manners of noble women on TV, politely greeting the new guests.
She was nervous and awkward, but she knew that today's event was grand and she couldn't embarrass herself. She also keenly noticed that all the powerful figures who arrived later were wearing the same tattered vests, members of the Earth Association.
At this moment, the Earth Association's reputation was established on Earth for the first time.
Not only Miao Xinyu, but everyone present was extremely curious about her brother and the Earth Association. Suddenly, Miao Xinyu heard her brother's voice in her ear. She was surprised.
Telepathy? A skill only warriors possess. When did her brother become a warrior? Surprised? Miao Xinyu nodded excitedly.
Miao Chen's voice sounded in her ear again. You've always loved lively events since you were young.
This time, I'm giving you the grandest celebration. In the future, there will be many more like this, and you need to step onto the stage, to the true peak of this world, to welcome and bid farewell. You need to get used to it, there's still much to learn. This celebration is my birthday gift to you. Start learning from this banquet. Learn to interact with people, learn to socialize. Go on, I won't show up, consider this your internship. Miao Xinyu nodded.
At that moment, the powerful figures present seemed to have heard the telepathy, quietly listening. After hearing it, more than 30 powerful figures gestured to Miao Xinyu and then quietly left. The Secretary General and the governors, as well as other important figures, noticed the departure of the powerful figures and wanted to follow suit. However, Miao Xinyu raised her glass and said with a smile, "Thank you all for attending my birthday celebration.
I am deeply honored. Let's raise a toast together."
Those who wanted to follow suit could only smile and raise their glasses. As they put down their glasses, the Secretary General was about to follow, but at that moment, Miao Xinyu said, "Mr.
Secretary General, thank you for coming.
I really like the gift you gave me, it has been my dream since I was a child.
I would like to toast to you."
The Secretary General was taken aback, looked deeply at Miao Xinyu, and raised his glass with a smile. He understood that Miao Xinyu didn't want him to follow.
He stopped.
Just a little shocked in my heart, when I just saw this girl, she was actually just a naive little girl, mature in mind, but obviously has not experienced much. But after bathing and changing clothes, she suddenly changed.
The Secretary General secretly thought, Miao Xinyu is not simple. These two siblings are not simple.
Her brother is very mysterious, and she is not simple either.
In the venue, with the absence of those powerful figures, the big shots also knew that they couldn't keep up. Someone asked, "Is Miao Xinyu's brother coming? Why hasn't he come yet?"
Everyone was a bit expectant. Compared to Zhang Zi, her brother is the real mysterious big shot. But Miao Xinyu smiled and said, "I'm really sorry, my brother has just recovered from a serious illness and is weak.
It's not convenient for him to come out.
Upon hearing this news, everyone felt quite regretful, unable to flatter those big shots, but unexpectedly not even seeing that mysterious big shot.
So, after drinking some wine, they all hurriedly said their goodbyes and left.
Only the governor of Furong City, who was still here, remained. He had decided to take root here today. He didn't have high expectations, didn't expect to be noticed by the big shots, didn't expect to be noticed by her brother. But it wouldn't be bad to flatter Miao Xinyu. Although she was insignificant yesterday, she will be a prominent figure from today onwards. Those big shots naturally didn't want to flatter Miao Xinyu, but he, with a status lower than those high-ranking officials, happened to be on par with Miao Xinyu. As the big shots left, the birthday banquet became lively. Classmates, hospital staff, toasting and exchanging cups. Those who didn't drink before started drinking today. It was very lively. A bustling scene. Governor Lu Kan of Furong City also appeared approachable, joking with everyone from time to time, chatting casually. It made people overlook his identity as the governor of Furong City and be willing to chat with him. Miao Xinyu secretly observed Lu Kan, trying to figure out his thoughts. At the same time, she silently learned Lu Kan's ability to get along with strangers. At this moment, in the old house, the powerful Jack Ma walked into the overgrown yard with an uneasy heart and saw Miao Chen sitting in a wheelchair at a glance. He looked thin, with a sickly face, but he could feel that Miao Chen was already a third-grade warrior at this moment. Jack Ma was shocked. Had the chairman's talent become so extraordinary? Just as his spiritual energy returned, he was already a third-grade warrior. But more than that, he was filled with emotion. Jack Ma was somewhat excited and shouted, "General! Do you remember me?" Miao Chen looked at the imposing figure in front of him and remained silent. Jack Ma choked up and said, "In the Battle of Black Mountain years ago, you were in the front row, and I was a soldier behind you. My name is Ma Shang." Miao Chen smiled, "I remember, Ma Shang. You grew up from the Battle of Black Mountain. Although you were just a soldier, in the subsequent wars, you went in and out 3 times alone, causing chaos in the demon army and achieving great success. You became famous in one battle, and people called you the Black Mountain General." Jack Ma was in tears. "You remember me, Chairman, you remember me. It's truly my honor. I dare not mention the word general in front of you. You are the strongest in Taiwan, already at the level of martial saint. With your support, I have only reached the level of martial emperor above the 9th rank. It was the 50 years in Taiwan that allowed me to return to Earth, transform from an ordinary person according to the memories of my past life, and become the current 9th rank strongman on Earth. Without you, without many comrades from the Earth Fellow Association, I would have died in Taiwan long ago. Without you, there would be no Black Mountain General in Taiwan, and there would be no Jack Ma, the strongest on Earth." He was a Chinese European, originally named Ma Shang, but others only called him Jack Ma. In Taiwan, he was called Ma Shang. Miao Chen nodded with relief. "Good, good. Good. Ma Shang, I see you are now making a name for yourself, and your primordial spirit has returned to Earth. I am very pleased, keep it up, the future is promising, very promising." Ma Shang nodded excitedly. Being remembered by Miao Chen and being encouraged by him made him even prouder than being a 9th grade strongman himself. Don't be fooled by the 9th grade strongmen on Earth, they are considered the strongest. In the wilderness, strong individuals are as numerous as clouds. Above the 9th grade is the realm of Martial King. Above Martial King is Martial Emperor. And above Martial Emperor, the true pinnacle is called Martial Saint. And Miao Chen is one of the few martial saints in the wilderness. What's the point of being someone on Earth? In the wilderness, it's a battlefield for all races. Countless races in the universe will have some genius's primordial spirits drawn to the wilderness by mysterious forces for training. There, not to mention reaching the peak realm, even if you can survive, you are considered remarkable. There are mountains of corpses and seas of blood every day, and there is killing every day. Everyone there lives in constant danger, and anyone who survives must have crawled out of the battlefield of demons in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood.
But Miao Chen is a martial saint. He is respected by all races. He is not just the pride of the people on earth, in the wilderness, he is the pride of all human races. He is the only martial saint among all human races. In the hearts of all who have been to the wilderness, Miao Chen is an absolute god. So Ma Sheng is proud because he has received recognition from the only martial saint among all races. Although he has returned to earth and his primordial spirit has returned, although Miao Chen is only at the third grade realm now. But as long as there is time, why can't earth give birth to another martial saint? There is no martial saint on earth now. As long as Miao Chen is given time, he will definitely reach the realm of martial saint. How powerful is that? What kind of realm is martial saint? He is already a god, why is he called the general of the universe? The first reason is that he is the pride and spiritual leader of all races in the universe. And the second reason is that Miao Chen once broke through the 9 heavens and crossed the universe with his physical body, shocking the wilderness. Everyone calls him the general of the universe. Seeing Ma Sheng being recognized, Master Ma also hurried forward, his eyes red, saying, "Uncle Jia. Uncle Jia, do you remember me? I'm Ma Teng. I'm Ma Teng." Miao Chen looked at him deeply, identified him for a long time, and tentatively said, "Little Ma?" Ma Teng burst into tears excitedly. "Yes, Uncle Jia, it's me, Little Ma. I just arrived in the wilderness, and you saved my life. You guided me in cultivation, helped me join the Earth Compatriots Association, and guided me like a son. Later, I became one of your personal guards. In the Battle of Black Mountain, I carried your flag." Miao Chen nodded. "I remember you. Little Ma, a very clever young man. I said at the time that there was blessing in your face, deep blessing, so your life should not end in the wilderness. I didn't read you wrong, and later you became a strong martial king, a rising star. Many people from other races and all races have heard of your name, and I was very pleased at the time. What grade are you now?" Ma Teng was very excited at first, but now his face suddenly turned red. I just broke through the 7th grade realm yesterday. But I came back late. Miao Chen frowned slightly. "I'm glad you returned, Uncle Jia. But you've been back for so long, only breaking through the 7th grade, Uncle Jia is not happy." Little Ma lowered his head in shame. Yes. I've been back for 3 or 4 years, my comrades have been single-minded in their cultivation, and they quickly reached the 8th or 9th grade. I neglected my practice, did business, indulged in business dealings and the hustle and bustle, and didn't focus on cultivation. I was wrong, Uncle Jia, I repent. I have given more than half of my shares to my sister, and from now on, I will also focus single-mindedly on cultivation. Miao Chen thought for a moment and said, "We people from the wilderness, there is a quality, do you know what quality it is?" More than 30 strong people are sitting cross-legged at this time, like obedient students, listening attentively to the president's speech. The president doesn't have much time to talk sense. In the wilderness, how many people dream of hearing the president, the only martial sage of the 10,000 races, talk sense, talk about things, but can't? What a precious opportunity this is. Miao Chen continued, "We people of the wilderness have a quality, and that quality is, as long as we don't die, we have unlimited possibilities. There are over 20,000 of us from Earth, some died shortly after arriving in the wilderness, some died in battle along the way. But every person, in every moment of their life, is improving themselves, striving to become stronger. This allows every one of our Earth compatriots in the wilderness to break through to the highest realm in the shortest time. The original inhabitants of the wilderness, according to the normal progress, take 100 years to reach the 9th rank. But you outstanding individuals can reach the 9th rank in a dozen years, or even a few years. This is not because your talent is really much stronger than others, but because we are constantly trying to improve ourselves every minute. Because we know that the next war could come at any time, and being a little stronger means a little more chance of survival. Back on Earth, you have the experience and memories of the wilderness, and each of you has some methods to quickly improve your strength. So in a few years you can break through.
But let me tell you, the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth is no less than in the wilderness, yet you have all been back for 3 to 5 years, with memories of 2 lifetimes, and not a single person has reached the realm of Martial King.
I am very dissatisfied. Everyone hung their heads in shame.
Especially Ma Tong, who was a big shot outside. At this moment, he looked like a child, his face red as blood.
After speaking, Miao Chen pointed to a blonde, blue-eyed European man. Are you William?
The blonde, blue-eyed man suddenly trembled all over, like a sieve. Yes, it's me, Uncle Jack.
Do you remember me? Do you recognize me?
William was ecstatic, showing off to little Ma and Jack Ma. Both of them only recognized Uncle Jack after introducing themselves. But standing here, Uncle Jack recognized him at a glance.
Miao Chen smiled. I remember going to the wilderness in the 40th year.
Passing by Swallow Rock with a large army, I saw a green-eyed beggar begging along the way.
He looked different from the people of the wilderness, and different from us.
I said, you must be an Earth compatriot, probably of European descent. They said, I was mistaken, you should be from another race among the 10,000 races.
William listened, tears streaming down his face.
Back then, when he was in the wilderness, he was still a teenager, still a student. He had never seen such a scene before. Living in his own little world, he saw demons slaughtering the city as soon as he arrived in the wilderness, witnessing tens of thousands of people flowing blood. After the demons slaughtered the city, they crouched on the ground and gnawed on the corpses. At that time, he was so scared that he wet his pants, dared not make a sound, and escaped from the city's sewage system. He saw scenes of extreme horror, saw battlefields everywhere, saw corpses everywhere, saw a world in ruins. I'm so hungry that I even fantasize about finding a dead rat to fill my stomach. I dare not enter the city, because I'm afraid of encountering demons slaughtering the city. I could only beg along the streets in villages and towns. But I couldn't communicate with the people of the wilderness, I was afraid of being seen as different. So I shaved my head, smeared a lot of mud on my face, so that no one could see my blonde hair and blue eyes. Then I pretended to be mute and begged. Those were the hardest days of my life. I thought my life was coming to an end, but the Earth Compatriots Army passed by Swallow Rock.
The president recognized me as an Earthling at a glance. But many people didn't believe that I was from Earth. They thought that with a bald head, green eyes, and a face covered in black mud, I must be from another race among the 10,000 races. At that time, I couldn't speak Chinese, and I didn't understand what they were saying. At that moment, the leader rode on the back of the Qilin and said a sentence in English to himself. That sentence in English was, "Where are you from?" In a foreign land, in the wilderness, after enduring hardships, young William felt his blood flow backwards when he heard that English sentence. He was tearful at the time, rushed up and kowtowed, saying he was from England. Then the leader pulled him to sit on the back of the Qilin. Would you like to join us? We are the Earth Compatriots Association. Behind me are compatriots from all over the world. From then on, young William followed Miao Chen to learn Chinese, followed a Malaysian to learn cultivation, and followed an African to learn various combat skills and survival skills. The time of learning was the happiest time of his life. No more begging, no more worrying about being eaten by demons all the time. Just need to strengthen oneself, and then go to battle. William kept wiping away tears, trembling all over. Uncle Jia. Uncle Jia, you taught me Chinese. You taught me all my skills. After I acquired all my skills, I was no longer afraid of death. Every battle, I applied to be in the vanguard, the death squad. I go to die with a heart of gratitude, but under your wise command, I always survive. Later, I became a martial emperor, the first person on earth to reach the martial emperor realm besides you. At that time, I vowed to always stand by your side and shield you from bullets. Because you are the first martial saint of the human race, countless people want to assassinate you. I am determined to protect you completely and be ready to sacrifice for you at any time. But suddenly, one day, I woke up and returned to Earth. I returned. I regret that I often can't sleep at night on Earth.
Thinking that you are still in the wilderness, so many compatriot comrades are still in the wilderness, I am restless.
Miao Chen reached out, come here. William quickly stepped forward and squatted in front of Miao Chen, Uncle Jie.
Miao Chen closed his eyes, touched his head, and felt it with his eyes closed. After a moment, Miao Chen smiled and said, at that time, I pulled you onto my qilin and touched your head like this.
Little Baldy. Now you have grown your hair and become a strong person. William enjoyed being touched by Miao Chen.
Although Miao Chen's appearance is that of a young man now, everyone here does not really see him as a young man. He was one of the first group to go to the wilderness, the only martial saint of the human race, a truly respected elder.
Many people in the wilderness call him uncle. How long have you been back? What realm are you in now? William honestly replied, I've been back for 4 years. Now, I am at the 9th rank. I have embarrassed Uncle Jie. Miao Chen didn't say anything, just sighed, you guys have all wasted away.
After saying this, Miao Chen said with deep meaning, before the demons arrived, the wilderness was as peaceful as earth. After the demons invaded, the mysterious powers called upon the elite spirits of all races to support the wilderness. But even so, after 100 years of war, the wilderness was also devastated. The former wilderness, how can we guarantee that it will not become today's earth? The demons have never been eradicated, they have only been repelled and left the wilderness. This is the victory of the wilderness, but it is not our victory. If one day, the demons come to earth? What then? When this was said, some people suddenly became nervous. And some people were indifferent. How could that be possible? Earth is much more barren than the wilderness, demons cannot come to earth. But then again, the people thought, if the demons come to earth, won't the elite of all races be called upon to support earth? If there really comes a day when people from all races come to earth and see the general of the desolate universe, the only martial saint of the human race, how will they react? Miao Chen and his comrades chatted for a long time. He remembered some people. Some people left an impression, and their names could trigger memories. While some people, he had no impression of at all. After all, in the desolate universe, Miao Chen commanded an army of 20,000, it was impossible for everyone to remember or recognize each other. The group talked and reminisced about the past in the desolate universe, chatting from noon until late at night. Late at night, Miao Xinyu bid farewell to all the guests who came to celebrate her birthday and returned to the old house. As soon as she returned to the old house, Miao Xinyu saw more than 30 powerful individuals sitting cross-legged on the ground, chatting happily with her brother. When Miao Chen saw Miao Xinyu arrive, he smiled and said, "Come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is my sister, Miao Xinyu. She has suffered a lot during the years when my primordial spirit went to the desolate universe. In the future, please take care of her." Everyone quickly agreed. Miao Xinyu also bowed to each powerful individual. Miao Chen said, "Xinyu, from now on, you can call all of them brothers. They are all your brothers." At this moment, Miao Xinyu and William said in unison, "That's not good." Miao Xinyu said, "These are all seniors, they are. Am I a bit?" But William said, "Uncle Jie, I call you uncle. If your sister calls me brother, it's a mess of generations. It's really inappropriate. I'll call her aunt. I think it's already pleasant enough to call these powerful individuals brothers. I didn't expect that they didn't even want to be called brothers, but wanted to be called their own younger relatives?" Miao Chen laughed and said, "The desolate universe is the desolate universe, and Earth is Earth. Each has its own rules. From now on, you are all her brothers." Everyone agreed in unison, "No problem. Rest assured, Uncle Jie, I will definitely treat her like my own dear sister. President, rest assured, when we return to Earth and couldn't find your family, now that we have found them, we will definitely repay you 100-fold. Without the Earth Compatriots Association you founded, we estimate that we would all have died in the desolate universe. You have shown us kindness, saved our lives, and guided us. How could we forget?" "Definitely." Miao Xinyu also bowed to each one, calling them brothers one by one. With curious eyes, she looked more and more curiously at her older brother. What is the desolate universe? What have these fellow patients experienced? In the end, Miao Xinyu couldn't help but ask curiously, brother, when you talk about the desolate universe, about the comrades, what does it mean? Why can't I understand? Although she could vaguely understand some things from the literal meaning, it was too bizarre, and she couldn't be sure of her guesses. After the question, everyone laughed. Ma Tang said, Uncle Jia, can I explain? Miao Chen smiled without saying a word. Ma Tang then said with a smile, girl, in this world, do you believe in the existence of primordial spirits? Miao Xinyu wanted to say she didn't believe, but nodded and said, I believe. In the universe, besides us humans from Earth, there are actually many other races. They are all human races, just different from us in appearance. Of course, we collectively refer to them as the myriad races. And among the myriad races, there is a world called the desolate universe. The desolate universe, similar to our Earth, was once a world where technological civilization and cultivation civilization coexisted. But one day, the peace of the desolate universe was shattered. There were demons from beyond the domain. These demons were very terrifying. The demons also come from a mysterious race in the universe, but no one knows where they come from. It is only known that their living environment is extremely harsh, and every demon needs to plunder in order to survive. They have no food, and they feed on killing each other. Mother conceived and gave birth to a new life, not to nurture it to grow up, but to eat it. Miao Xinyu widened her eyes in horror. This. Is there such a thing? This is simply unheard of. Ma Tang nodded heavily, because the illusory realm where demons survive is too harsh. And this harshness is for a reason. Because in their genes, the predatory nature surpasses other emotions, they are primarily predators. And in such an environment, powerful leaders emerged among them. Their leader mastered the space technique, able to jump through space, create spatial channels spanning time and space, and reach other worlds from their own. So, their leader opened up a passage to the great wilderness. They launched demons to the great wilderness, plundering resources. The people of the great wilderness were caught off guard and almost half of them were slaughtered in just a few years. They swept through the great wilderness like locusts, leaving nothing behind, not even animals and plants. And with an abundance of resources, they began to reproduce and cultivate a new generation for battle. The great wilderness was in ruins and on the brink of destruction. However, there seems to be a mysterious power in the universe that does not want to see demons occupy the great wilderness. So, some outstanding individuals were selected from various races in the universe and their primordial spirits were sent to the great wilderness to support the battle. These outstanding individuals may have been ordinary people or warriors in their original worlds. However, these outstanding individuals must possess certain exceptional qualities to be chosen. These qualities could be a strong inner core, a powerful inner core, ambition, or simply natural talent for cultivation. In any case, only individuals with distinctive qualities are selected to enter the great wilderness. After the primordial spirit leaves the body, the physical body on Earth will experience brain death and become a vegetable. The primordial spirit will grow and cultivate in the great wilderness, resisting demons. If they achieve great feats in the great wilderness, there is a chance for the primordial spirit to return to their original world. If they die in the great wilderness or fail to accomplish anything, the primordial spirit may remain in the great wilderness forever. In other words, the physical body on Earth will die permanently. 20,000 people were selected from Earth, and now, only a few of us have returned. And your brother, he established the Earth Compatriots Association in the Great Wilderness, sheltering all Earth compatriots. In the end, he became a martial saint, the only one among the myriad races to reach the martial saint realm. He gained the respect of all races. He is truly a prominent figure in the Great Wilderness. So, your brother says we are fellow patients. Because we have all been in a vegetative state. At the same time, we are comrades in arms, because we fought side by side in another world. Miao Xinyu listened and felt like her worldview had been completely overturned.
The great wilderness? Battlefields of myriad races? Demons?
All of this is beyond what is shown on television.
Yet, all of this actually happened to her brother. No wonder. No wonder he was in a coma for 5 years but knew so many prominent figures.
It turns out that in the Great Wilderness, her brother is the president of the Earth Compatriots Association, the spiritual leader of all races, a true prominent figure. At this moment, Jack Ma jokingly said, "Girl, for so many years, apart from fellow soldiers, we are the only ones who know about the Great Wilderness.
You are the first person to know about the existence of the Great Wilderness. You must not mention it to anyone.
Earth also has many strong individuals, who knows how they would react if they found out."
Miao Xinyu nodded, "I won't say anything. I definitely won't."
She still found it difficult to calm her emotions. It's so bizarre.
Extremely bizarre. In the evening, Miao Chen said, "Xiao Ma, you few are not even at the 9th rank. Stay here." Xiao Ma and the others couldn't help but feel ecstatic at his words. What does this mean? Is the president going to personally guide their cultivation? Personally supervise their cultivation?
Indeed, the next moment Miao Chen said, "I also need to cultivate in the near future, to restore to the 9th rank realm. It will probably take some time, so you can stay in this courtyard. Starting today, I will supervise you to recultivate until you reach the 9th rank before you can leave.
Don't embarrass the sect. Don't forget, we have returned, but there are still 20,000 compatriots left there forever." Xiao Ma and a few others who were below the 9th rank nodded immediately and solemnly said, "President, rest assured, we will never embarrass you."
After speaking, the 8 people who were below the 9th rank all stayed. Then they went out to make phone calls, to inform their families or forces, and to make long-term plans and preparations to stay here. As for the 24 grandmasters who reached the 9th rank, there was some regret. They also wanted the president to guide their cultivation and supervise them.
Don't underestimate the president's current 3rd rank, he recovers quickly. Moreover, in the desolate land, the president has reached the level of martial saint. Guiding them is just like guiding small shrimps, isn't it? Miao Chen looked at Miao Xinyu again. "Starting today, you should also start cultivating. You cannot be an ordinary person."
Miao Xinyu also became excited. "Okay, brother, no problem.
Can I also become a warrior?" Miao Chen nodded, "You must be a warrior."
After that, Miao Chen looked at the 20 maids who were at the 5th rank. These maids were now looking at Miao Chen with anticipation on their faces. They knew he was the true master. Although they were puzzled why he was only at the 3rd rank and not higher. But seeing so many powerful people bowing down to him, they knew without thinking that he was definitely not as simple as a 3rd rank on the surface. Miao Chen looked at them for a while and just said, "By the adjacent residential house, you will live there from now on."
The maids felt some regret and disappointment upon hearing this.
Not being able to live together in this courtyard, they felt they had missed an opportunity. Next, Xiao Ma and the other 7 became interested and enthusiastically went to buy tents, daily necessities, and other items. They personally cleared all the weeds in the courtyard and set up the tents. They then settled down in the courtyard.
Miao Xinyu suggested, "Let's live in the house. There are guest rooms, we should be able to squeeze in."
Ma Tang laughed and said, "No, let's just live in the courtyard. Living in the house doesn't feel right, we couldn't even afford tents back in the desolate land."
Another grandmaster named Huang Ming also laughed, "Yeah, back in the desolate land, we basically had to sleep in the corpse mountains and blood seas for a night. I often slept among the corpses of demons, using them as pillows.
When I first came back, I was a bit uncomfortable not sleeping on enemy corpses. Girl, don't feel sorry for us. In the desolate land, we endured all kinds of hardships. During difficult times, thousands of us squeezed into a smelly ditch for several months. Having tents here, clean and safe, is something we couldn't even dream of in the desolate land. Ha, it's been several years since we returned, and I've forgotten my surname in these years of luxury. Just sleeping in the courtyard reminds me that I'm still in the desolate land. This way, I can stay vigilant and remember the bitter and sweet moments.
Miao Xinyu couldn't persuade them, so she had to let them be.
That night, the courtyard, which had been overgrown with weeds for many years, was extremely lively.
Miao Chen had already rested. Miao Xinyu couldn't resist resting either.
However, in the courtyard, the 8 grandmasters sat cross-legged on the ground, ordered takeout barbecue and beer, and toasted each other. Remembering the days of suffering in the desolate land, comrades gathered, shedding tears several times.
This was the liveliest day the courtyard had seen in many years. And Miao Chen had entered a state of cultivation.
He knew that there were experts on Earth.
Although the development of martial arts on Earth was not as ancient as in the wilderness, could one reach the highest level with just the 9th rank? Miao Chen didn't believe it.
Even if there were no figures at the level of martial emperor, there would always be martial kings.
Moreover, Miao Chen had been fighting in the wilderness for too long.
He was no longer accustomed to peaceful and harmonious days. He always felt that Earth would have a battle sooner or later.
The most urgent task was to quickly restore his strength.
Although he did not show up at the birthday banquet today, he thought that the higher-ups had already noticed him.
Perhaps some real powerhouses had also taken notice of him.
And now, letting the 8 grandmasters stay here was not only to guide them in their cultivation and help them break through quickly, but also to temporarily serve as his bodyguards.
Miao Chen had roamed the wilderness for 100 years, fought more battles than many people had eaten rice.
He had seen countless conspiracies and tricks, and he could lead the Earth's army and become the spiritual leader of all races not just by relying on force alone. In terms of strategy, not a single one of his eyelashes was wasted. Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and converting it into his own blood and energy.
Miao Chen devoted half of his thoughts to cultivation, while the other half was observing the changes in his body.
He was puzzled as to why he had reached the 3rd rank after his primordial spirit returned to its place. This was not in line with common sense.
Gradually, a thought arose in Miao Chen's mind in his sea of consciousness: primordial spirit. My primordial spirit.
At that moment, he saw his primordial spirit burst forth with unparalleled power, allowing his body to absorb it. He was somewhat amazed that his cultivation did not come from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but from absorbing the power of his primordial spirit. When others' primordial spirits return, the benefits they gain are only having more experience and memories of their past lives. But for me, in addition to these, my primordial spirit is unexpectedly powerful. Miao Chen discovered that the reason he had reached the 3rd rank was the moment when his primordial spirit and physical body merged, and the energy released by the primordial spirit caused his body to instantly advance to the 3rd rank. And now, with more serious cultivation, he found that as he cultivated, the primordial spirit was continuously erupting with strong power for the body to absorb.
Martial Saint. Am I a martial saint? The primordial spirit of a martial saint is incredibly powerful.
The reason it is called a saint is that both the physical body and the primordial spirit have reached the highest realm. For martial artists in the later stages, the most difficult thing to cultivate is the primordial spirit.
Beyond the 9th rank is cultivating the primordial spirit.
Once the primordial spirit breaks through, so does the person. And in the wilderness, my primordial spirit had broken through to the realm of martial saint.
So, what I lack is actually just a little time. Give me a little time, and with the support of my primordial spirit, my body will soon enter the realm of martial saint. Understood. After realizing this, Miao Chen was extremely excited. He had originally thought that in order to reach the realm of martial saint again, he would need to cultivate for at least a dozen years. Because even though he had experience and memories, starting from scratch in this life required taking one step at a time. However, he never imagined that due to his primordial spirit reaching the realm of martial saint, he did not need to take one step at a time. His body was simply absorbing the power of the primordial spirit frantically, directly ascending like a rocket. And through more careful observation, Miao Chen gradually discovered that while the primordial spirit was providing transitional power to the body, at the same time, the primordial spirit was autonomously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to steadily advance.
This meant that even if the body absorbed the power of the primordial spirit, the realm of the primordial spirit would not decrease,
advancing while also absorbing. In one night, in a certain office in the capital city,
various experts gathered and engaged in a heated discussion.
Who is Miao Chen really? What is the situation with their Earth Compatriots Association? I happen to hear a key word, fellow patient. What does that mean?
Based on the existing investigation findings, Miao Chen was brain dead after a car accident and became a vegetable. However, coincidentally, we happened to discover in Master Ma's records that he fell into a coma a few years ago due to a serious illness, also resulting in brain death.
Is there any connection between these incidents?
Oh, I remember now, many of them have fallen into a long coma before.
Is this what Miao Xinyu means by this fellow patient? But this doesn't add up.
In terms of time and space, Miao Chen should not have any intersection with so many powerful individuals. However, the situation seems to be that many powerful individuals from both domestic and overseas actually regard Miao Chen as their leader. They call him the leader.
Miao Chen is just a mortal. How could he know so many powerful individuals?
Oh, my head is about to explode.
What is going on?
A group of experts, a group of professors specializing in researching martial artists, now felt completely in the dark. They felt like they had all the key information but just couldn't connect the dots.
No one could figure out what was really going on.
Just then, someone said, "What we can be sure of now is that the colorful auspicious clouds that appeared around the world the day before yesterday are definitely related to Miao Chen."
That much is certain. The appearance of colorful auspicious clouds signifies that an unparalleled strong individual is about to emerge on Earth. However, yesterday, a dark cloud appeared in the sky over the Arctic, and the researchers at the Arctic Research Station reported that at the same time, they saw what seemed to be a spatial crack in the dark cloud, with an eye looking out. I wonder if this has anything to do with Miao Chen as well. The dark cloud is probably just a natural phenomenon. The eye is nonsense. Perhaps he was hallucinating. This Miao Chen, who is he really?
After a night of meetings, no results were achieved.
The Secretary General in the meeting room sat there like a wax figure all night. He couldn't say a word.
At this moment, he only felt endless regret in his heart for missing a good opportunity. The information was wrong, the intelligence was inaccurate, and I fell into a trap. I thought the protagonist was Miao Xinyu, so I investigated for a long time and found out that Miao Xinyu's dream was to enter the martial arts university. So I specifically gave her a gift of the admission letter to the martial arts university in the capital, the best martial arts university in China.
Who could have imagined?
Who could have imagined that Long Hushan would directly give her a dragon, and Su Tao would directly give her 20 maids? With so many powerful individuals, she might have to be personally taught by them in the future.
I've been embarrassed. Being embarrassed is not scary.
What's most frightening is the Secretary General's inner turmoil, fearing that those strong individuals would misunderstand him.
Misunderstood that the official side looked down on Miao Xinyu.
And also afraid of being misunderstood by Miao Xinyu's mysterious brother, thinking that he looked down on himself for giving such a trivial gift. Thinking of this, the Secretary General regretted deeply, thinking it would have been better not to go at all. By going, he ended up losing more than gaining.
Miao Xinyu is also a clever person.
Yesterday, she wanted to follow those powerful individuals to meet her brother Miao Chen. She thought that by speaking with her brother a few times on behalf of the official side, she could establish a good relationship. She could also learn more information, and at the very least, let her brother know that in the world of martial arts, the official side would definitely stand by their side. However, Miao Xinyu unexpectedly interrupted herself twice, not wanting herself to come into contact with her brother. What a pity! Yesterday's birthday banquet was simply the biggest mistake she had ever made in her life. The Secretary General sat like a wax figure all day, then suddenly stood up and said, "No. I have to go to Furong City again. We can speculate and reason here all we want, but we won't get any answers. I have to go to Furong City again to meet Miao Chen in person and learn more information. At this moment, an old expert stood up and said, Secretary General, forgive me for being blunt.
What's the use of knowing so much information? Forgive me for being blunt, but what's the point of discussing Mu Chen's identity and status for so long?
As soon as the words fell, the scene quieted down. Upon reflection, it seemed to be the case. The old professor continued, I have been studying the power of martial artists for a lifetime. I only know one thing, that martial artists never pursue power, money, or wealth. Those are things pursued by small martial artists. True martial artists seek to break through their own realm. We don't need to know Mu Chen's information, we just need to know that he is Chinese. And judging from the performance at yesterday's birthday banquet, Mu Xinyu and his sister both bowed to the ordinary medical staff, and later even the powerful individuals bowed to the medical staff in public. From this detail, it can be seen that they are at least grateful and kind-hearted people. We don't need to worry about their intentions. At least they will not harm society, ordinary people, or the authorities. In that case, why should we investigate them? Investigating them will only cause resentment. The secretary suddenly realized and quickly said, Professor Ho, then. What should we do? Professor Ho said solemnly, we should not engage, not pay attention. Maintain a good relationship. When they need help and we can cooperate, as long as it does not harm social stability, we can cooperate. In this way, details reveal one's true intentions. Over time, the relationship will naturally improve. Professor Ho said, according to the current information, they all belong to an organization called the Earth Fellow Association. This organization consists entirely of masters and powerful individuals, which is a formidable large force. And this force follows Mu Chen's orders. So, as long as we maintain a good relationship with Mu Chen and the Earth Fellow Association, mutually beneficial. It is equivalent to gaining the support of 24 powerful individuals, 8 masters, and a mysterious figure. And these people come from different countries around the world. Boom, the discussion in the meeting hall erupted. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. What's the use of investigating so much? It will only cause resentment. Now that it is confirmed that Mu Chen and the others are kind-hearted people, that's enough. Just maintain a good relationship. As long as the relationship is good, China will have dozens of powerful friends. The 30-plus members of the Earth Fellow Association are almost top-tier superpowers globally. Such a large force being on good terms with the Chinese authorities can unexpectedly provide assistance to China internationally. The secretary said, I understand. I will arrange for the information of Mu Chen and his sister to be distributed everywhere. Let all the governors in the country remember these siblings, and act favorably when they meet them in the future. That's the best. China, the ethereal palace, the true location of the Chinese guardian deity. In the main hall, a 9th grade powerhouse knelt on the ground and recounted everything that happened yesterday. The palace lord of the ethereal palace listened with confusion and muttered, Earth Fellow Association? Yes, Palace Lord, that's the name. Earth Fellow? Could it be that they have been to places beyond Earth? The reporter chuckled. When the disciple heard this name, he was also somewhat incredulous. It was surprising. Fellow associations are well known. It's when you meet a group of fellow countrymen while abroad and unite with them, forming a fellow association. There are Chinese fellow associations, Southwest fellow associations, and so on. But the Earth Fellow Association is truly puzzling. The palace lord fell silent for a long time. What realm is Mu Chen in? According to the investigation results, Miao Chen was just an ordinary person with martial talent before becoming a vegetable, and had not officially started practicing. Then he became a vegetable for 5 years and woke up the night before yesterday. So, he is just an ordinary person? Yes. The palace lord was puzzled. Then it's strange. How can an ordinary person command 24 ninth grade people? I don't believe it's because of his charisma. There must be something we don't know about. Yes, a legendary figure has emerged from our great Xia, and I should pay a visit.
Ah! How honorable of the palace lord to go visit him in person.
If the palace lord wants to see him, I will inform him to come to the Palace of Illusions to meet the palace lord. The palace lord shook his head slowly. In this way, it will make the Palace of Illusions seem arrogant and easily offend people. He may not be interested in us at all, but I am interested in him.
How can I make him come in person? But the palace lord is an extremely powerful person.
Even those ninth-grade individuals cannot afford to be disrespectful when they see the palace lord.
Ninth grade? The palace lord smiled. It's not just one ninth grade, it's 24 ninth grades.
I am very curious about what kind of person he is to command so many strong individuals.
It's truly impressive.
Have someone send a greeting card, and I will arrive in an hour.
Yes. After the ninth grade left, the Palace of Illusions lord frowned and kept pinching his fingers.
After a moment, his frown deepened. Heaven and earth catastrophe. Yesterday the colorful auspicious clouds, today the heaven and earth catastrophe.
Is this Miao Chen the heaven and earth catastrophe, or the savior?
He couldn't figure it out. He can only take out the tortoiseshell and throw it out.
Calculate the world.
The tortoiseshell fell, and the palace lord's pupils dilated. The next sign.
A sign of life and death. He fell silent.
He didn't understand why, when calculating the world, there would be a sign of life and death in the square world.
Is it related to the black clouds in the Arctic yesterday? Or is it related to the colorful auspicious clouds around the world yesterday? Is it related to Miao Chen? Or is it related to the Earth Fellow Association? What's going on?
The palace lord had to go see Miao Chen in person. He went to see Miao Chen without telling his subordinates the real reason. He only said he was curious to see him, which was not true. He sensed that something was wrong with the world yesterday and wanted to see Miao Chen because through divination, he found out that Miao Chen was actually an outsider.
What does it mean to be an outsider? It means not belonging to this world.
Putting all these things together, when the palace lord heard the words Earth Fellow Association, he probably had some understanding. Although he didn't know what would happen in this world, or who Miao Chen and the others were, he knew that Miao Chen might be the one to break the situation.
In the small courtyard.
Early in the morning, Miao Xinyu went out with her little dragon, turning it into a length of over 60 meters as soon as she left. She rode on the dragon's back, soaring into the sky for the first time. This was the first time Miao Xinyu had seen this wonderful world. Looking at the beautiful rivers and mountains below, she felt like she was in a dream. She couldn't believe that all of this was real. She was about to become a martial artist. And her family had become a family of martial artists. Master Ma and the others did not go out with her. Early in the morning, Master Ma and the 8 others stood in the small courtyard, looking at the small house in horror. Since last night, they had felt Miao Chen's aura in the room getting stronger. He had become a 4th grade expert. Clearly, he was a 3rd grade martial artist the night before. But in the latter half of the night, he became a 4th grade expert. He broke through a realm in just a few hours? Before they could go in to congratulate him, in the morning, Master Ma and the others felt Miao Chen's aura getting stronger again.
5th grade. Master Ma took a deep breath. My goodness. What kind of cultivation speed is this? The president is indeed the president, a strong warrior who can become a martial saint even in the desolate land.
It has only been a few days since his return, and he is already at the 5th rank.
Terrifying. Too terrifying.
No one dared to disturb, just quietly waiting in the small courtyard. At this moment, a powerful and unfamiliar aura approached from afar, causing Master Ma and others to be alert, their muscles tense. The 8 people instinctively shifted their positions when standing together, forming a triangular offensive formation in the desolate land. The next moment, a strong 8th-ranked expert in robes descended from the sky. Before landing, the expert from the Mirage Palace felt a strong killing intent coming towards him, causing him to instinctively stop. Looking carefully at the courtyard, he saw the 8 people standing there, each looking up at him. These 8 people are all masters, similar to his own realm. If considered individually, he would not feel a threatening aura. However, the combined killing intent of these 8 people made him tremble from the depths of his soul.
Don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand.
The newcomer quickly shouted, I am from the Mirage Palace.
My name is Hu Ji, here to deliver a letter to the palace master.
Mirage Palace. The faces of the 8 people changed slightly, and they slowly dispersed. The next moment, a maid pushed Mu Chen out of the room in a wheelchair.
Mu Chen looked up at the person in the sky and asked, Who are you?
Hu Ji, puzzled, shouted to this 5th-ranked individual, I am Hu Ji from the Mirage Palace.
Who are you? I want to see Mu Chen. Mu Chen did not respond and asked, Xiao Ma, what is the Mirage Palace? Xiao Ma?
Hu Ji looked at Mu Chen in shock.
Did he just call Master Ma Xiao Ma? Who is he? He couldn't be Mu Chen, right?
No, Mu Chen is said to have no cultivation, but this person's aura is at the 5th rank. Xiao Ma explained through voice transmission, the Mirage Palace is the true backing of China, the largest force of cultivators in China, protecting the entire country. The Mirage Palace has over 50,000 people, all warriors. There is a military force composed of warriors. Almost all officially certified warriors in the country are from the Mirage Palace. And the palace master of the Mirage Palace is rumored to be an extremely powerful individual.
Mu Chen asked, What is the realm of an extremely powerful individual?
Xiao Ma said, those above the 9th rank are unknown realms. They are collectively referred to as extremely powerful individuals. Whether they are martial kings, martial emperors, or martial gods.
They definitely cannot be martial saints. Extremely powerful individual.
Since those above the 9th rank are called extremely powerful individuals, it seems that they have not discovered the realms above martial kings. Otherwise, they would not collectively refer to those above the 9th rank as extremely powerful individuals. Mu Chen quickly understood that the so-called extremely powerful individual is probably the realm of a martial king.
Thinking of this, Mu Chen arched his hand towards the sky, I am Mu Chen, do you have any business? Hu Ji was shocked, you are Mu Chen. No, it's like this, I am here to deliver a letter to our palace master. He will arrive here in an hour and hopes to meet with you for a long chat.
With that, he handed over a letter.
A maid quickly took it. Mu Chen smiled, all right, thank you. Mr. Hu, would you like to have a cup of tea?
Hu Ji also smiled, no need.
I have to go back and report, farewell. Mr. Zhang, until we meet again. Until we meet again.
After Hu Ji left, Mu Chen opened the letter. There was a line of words on the letter. Heard about the Earth Compatriots Association, quite curious.
Seeing this line, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile.
Indeed, he came for the Earth Compatriots Association. When Mu Chen saw Xiao Ma and others wearing the military uniforms of the desolate land yesterday, he knew that many people would definitely take notice. Everything was within his expectations. If we follow Mu Chen's idea, Xiao Ma and others should not expose the Earth Fellow Association, which is a secret of the Taiwan people. But they are more sentimental people, having fought in Taiwan before, and this time they all put on a Taiwan vest.
Mu Chen didn't want to dampen their spirits.
Xiao Ma also leaned in and whispered, Uncle Jia, the Mirage Palace is targeting us.
This. Why do you use the term targeting? Xiao Ma smiled bitterly, yesterday we were a bit too ostentatious. If we put ourselves in their shoes, a force of such magnitude appearing in the territory of Huaxia, who would feel at ease?
Moreover, this force was previously unheard of and unseen. No idea of its origin, no idea of its purpose.
Those above must feel uneasy, so the Mirage Palace has come.
Mu Chen nodded, as expected. Putting away the invitation cards, Mu Chen slowly stood up from the wheelchair, swaying a bit. His body was still weak, but he could walk with some effort. When the Mirage Palace arrives later, he doesn't want to sit in a wheelchair and chat with people. After taking 2 steps, Myo-chan said to the maidservant, "Go buy some good wine and food, set up a table in this courtyard."
Can you do it in an hour? The maidservant eagerly said, I can do it, I can do it.
They were not afraid of working, but they were afraid of Myo-chan ignoring them and not letting them work. Being able to assign tasks meant that Myo-chan was beginning to accept them into this prestigious family. Moreover, when the Mirage Palace master comes later, such matters naturally need to be handled properly. The maidservants went out to buy groceries. Myo-chan thought for a moment and said to Shioma, "The others only left here last night, I think they haven't left Huaxia yet. See who is still in Huaxia and can get here in an hour.
Let them all come."
He didn't know what the purpose of the Mirage Palace master was. But 100 years of caution had taught Myo-chan good habits.
For the unknown, it's better to make arrangements in advance. It's not about being timid.
It's about people who have come through mountains of corpses and seas of blood every day, unconsciously leaving several backhands to keep themselves in a safe position at all times.
Shioma quickly said, I just asked in the group. They haven't left, they are all sightseeing in Furong City.
I've already sent them a message, they will be here soon. As he spoke, 24 people came flying through the sky.
President. Uncle Jie.
Myo-chan looked at the 32 people gathered in the courtyard again and, after informing them of the situation, began to arrange things for everyone. Let the strongest ones stay dispersed in the distance and act on command. In the courtyard, only Shioma and others remained. The others went to carry out their orders. Only then did Myo-chan sit down in a chair to rest, pondering in his heart, why are the people from the Mirage Palace coming here?
The master personally coming?
What is the purpose?
Is it aimed at me? And now that my power is weak, far from restoring the Taiwan's cultivation, if he is hostile to me, should I refuse or deceive? Myo-chan wondered.
Before long, the maidservants returned with groceries and immediately started cooking in the courtyard.
Cooking a feast.
And as they cooked, Myo-chan felt a strong aura slowly approaching. Although Myo-chan couldn't discern the cultivation level of this aura, due to his experiences in his past life, he immediately recognized it, the middle level of the martial king realm. Indeed, confirming his suspicions.
What is the absolute peak?
It is the realm of the martial king. The reason it is called the absolute peak is because they do not know that above the martial king, there is the martial emperor realm. Above the martial emperor is only the martial god realm.
Shioma and the others also turned nervously, Uncle Jie, he's here.
At the next moment, an old man in a black robe descended from the sky and lightly landed outside the small courtyard. Then he knocked on the door. Dong dong dong, seeing his actions, Myo-chan breathed a sigh of relief. The visitor came with good intentions. He could have landed directly in the courtyard, but instead chose to knock on the door outside, an unnecessary gesture. This action was a matter of etiquette. The fact that the other party observed etiquette with him indicated that they did not want to cause any misunderstandings. It was a gesture of goodwill. Shioma was about to open the door, but Myo-chan said, I'll do it. If the other party came with goodwill, Myo-chan would respond in kind. So, he walked over to open the door himself. Outside the door, the palace master of Pyomyao Palace was holding a small wooden box and handed it to Myo-chan with a smile. I am the palace master of Pyomyao Palace, and I am called Red Dust Daoist.
Are you Mr. Myo-chan? Myo-chan nodded, I have long heard of Mr. Red Dust. I am Myo-chan. He, I heard that Mr.
Meow has recently recovered from a serious illness, so I didn't bring anything special on my first visit. Please accept this 10 complete healing pill.
Myo-chan accepted the gift with a smile, you're too kind. Please come in.
Shioma quickly stepped forward to help with the gift, and at the same time shouted to the maidservant, serve the dishes, serve the dishes.
You there, make some tea.
At the large round table, Myo-chan and Red Dust Daoist took their seats as host and guest, while Shioma and the others stood neatly on the side, not taking a seat. Red Dust looked at this scene and felt a bit shocked.
Myo-chan had such great charm and authority.
A 5th grade realm expert had actually trained these Grandmaster realm experts to be so obedient.
Why? Red Dust couldn't understand. Wait. 5th grade realm? Red Dust's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared at Miao Chen intently. No, wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary person? Wasn't he an ordinary person? How did he reach the 5th grade realm? Red Dust Taoist had seen countless storms and waves, but at this moment, he was confused. He could only silently curse. How could the intelligence of Pyongyang Palace be so inaccurate? Such a big discrepancy? How could 5th grade and ordinary people be confused? Before he became a vegetable, wasn't the intelligence recorded as an ordinary body without any realm? Recent intelligence indicated that he had only awakened the night before last. How did he reach the 5th grade realm? It couldn't be that he had broken through to the 5th grade realm in just 2 or 3 days from the day before yesterday to today, right? That's ridiculous. Those people must have been eating for nothing, not understanding that he was already a 5th grade realm expert before becoming a vegetable. But that didn't make sense either. It still didn't make sense. The intelligence recorded that he had become a vegetable after a car accident. Wait. A 5th grade expert could still be turned into a vegetable by a car accident? How could a 5th grade expert have a car accident? Even a 1st grade expert couldn't be killed by a truck or injured by a bullet. How could a 5th grade expert have a car accident? Headache. Miao Chen watched Red Dust scrutinizing him continuously, his expression changing constantly. He probably knew what Red Dust was thinking, but Miao Chen was not prepared to answer. Instead, he watched as the maidservant brought out more than a dozen cold dishes and asked with a smile, "Would you like something to drink?" Red Dust collected his thoughts. "Sure, I'll have something to drink." Miao Chen took a bottle of Mao Tai and poured a glass for Red Dust Taoist, as well as for himself. The two looked at each other and drank their glasses. The maidservant quickly came forward to refill the glasses. Red Dust finished his drink, but he was still pondering the question, how did he reach the 5th grade realm? How did he become a 5th grade expert? Was he really Miao Chen, or was he an imposter? Concealing his thoughts, Red Dust picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the cold dish. Miao Chen also picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the cold dish, casually asking, "Mr. Red Dust, is there something you want to ask?" Red Dust Taoist smiled, "I can't bear the title of true monarch. Let's put it this way, I am straightforward and won't beat around the bush, so I won't beat around the bush with you. Please go ahead." Red Dust put down his chopsticks, leaned forward slightly, and said in a deep voice, "I have only 3 questions. What kind of organization is your Earth Fellow Association? You are people from different countries, why do you all know each other and are so familiar? What have you done together?" After speaking, Hongchen picked up a piece of cold dish with chopsticks and said with a smile, "These questions serve no purpose. I'm just curious." Curious? Nyoching sneered inwardly, afraid that curiosity was not that simple. And the people standing behind him, including Xioma, couldn't help but tense up. The Earth Compatriots Association is a secret of the Taihu people, they have never told anyone. And now, when the palace master of the Mirage Palace directly asked about this matter, they felt complicated. If they don't say it, he might make things difficult. If they say it, they don't know if it will cause any accidents. Nyoching smiled, leaned back on the chair, and casually said, "We are friends from an online game. This is our first meeting in real life, hee. When we played the game, we had a team called the Earth Compatriots Association." Hongchen looked at Nyoching with a helpless look in his eyes, thinking, why use such perfunctory words to brush me off if you don't want to say it? What the hell, you're still friends online? And Xiaoma and the others became even more nervous, holding their breath, thinking, Uncle Jia, you might as well just say no comment. By saying this, Hongchen might think you're playing him. Sure enough, Hongchen fell silent for a long time and said lightly, Mr. Me seems a bit disrespectful. Nyoching smiled, Mr. Hong is too. Hongchen was stunned. At that moment, the atmosphere froze. The 20 maids cooking in the courtyard couldn't help but tremble slightly, not daring to breathe. And Xioma and the others were tense, ready to protect Uncle Jie and retreat at any moment. Xioma had already taken out his phone, ready to send a message to the group if things went wrong. The two looked at each other in silence. After a long silence, Hongchen suddenly smiled. Right, I was rude first. It was presumptuous to ask these questions when we first met. Niucheng also smiled. Hee, Mr. Hong is truly noble and upright. It's not something that can't be known to outsiders. Anyway, we won't threaten the Mirage Palace or Huaxia. Hongchen fell silent. For the first time, he realized that Niucheng was definitely not simple. He was definitely not just a young man in his 20s on the surface. It's impossible, young people wouldn't have such deep scheming. He did it on purpose, he deliberately opposed me just now, the purpose was not to let me grasp him. And as soon as I eased up, he immediately made non-threatening remarks. I move forward, he moves forward. I step back, he steps back too. What on Niucheng? Hongchen became more and more curious about Niucheng. He had never seen such a young person. In his 20s, but with such a mature mind. Strong people like Hongchen had seen a lot, but most of them, after getting used to solving problems with force, their brains deteriorated. They became less emotionally intelligent than ordinary people. At this moment, Xiaoma and the others saw the two chatting and laughing again, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, this guy is under too much pressure. This is an absolute top-notch powerhouse. And now, our side's strength is not enough. No one wants to see a situation of confrontation, which is not good for anyone. Eating and drinking, toasting and chatting. The two exchanged some family gossip, and no one talked about serious matters. It wasn't until the cold dishes were removed from the banquet and the hot dishes were served that Hongchen suddenly seemed to casually say, by the way, do you know about the day before you woke up from the vegetative state? Rainbow clouds appeared all over the world. It is said that when rainbow clouds appear, a strong person is born. I think it must be you. Niucheng smiled and said, what rainbow clouds, ominous clouds? I don't believe in this set. The so-called auspicious clouds, the true lord of the red dust, as long as he wants, can easily make the city of Fuyang full of auspicious clouds everywhere. If he wants it to disperse in a few days, then let it disperse for a few days. The red dust smiled and said, I have the ability to make auspicious clouds appear in this sky, but I don't have the ability to make them appear all over the world. By the way, on the day when the colorful auspicious clouds appeared, a black cloud appeared at the North Pole. Some people said that they saw a crack in the black cloud, and there was an eye looking out from the crack. They all said that person was having a hallucination. How could there be an eye in the sky? At this moment, Maya Shenting stood up suddenly. Xiaoma and others were suddenly shocked, everyone widened their eyes at this moment, looking terrified. Including Maya Shenting, who had always been carefree and lively, now had a face full of shock and fear. The red dust observed everyone's reactions and thought to himself, indeed, they know something. But at the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. What did they know? Why such a big reaction? The red dust calmly looked at Maya Shenting's expression and continued, by the way, I am a warrior skilled in divination, trained in Maoshan. On that day, I had a bad feeling in my heart, very uncomfortable. I casted divination, and the result pointed directly to this place. The divination, great misfortune. I was puzzled. How could this place be in great misfortune? The red dust looked at Maya Shenting's pale face and continued, I was puzzled, how could this place be in great misfortune? Yesterday, I heard about your situation, so I cast a few more divinations. The results still showed that this place is a matter of life and death. Strange, the omen of life and death usually only appears on a specific person. How could there be an omen of life and death in the world, such a macroscopic thing? At this moment, Maya Shenting trembled all over. The red dust caught a hint of emotion in his eyes, not fear, but pity. Ha? Pity? Pity for what? Maya Shenting pities the people of this world. Can't escape.
Xiao Ma and others were even more exaggerated. Xiao Ma trembled all over as if he had returned to the desolation of the past. He saw the mountains of corpses and seas of blood from back then. A layer of mist appeared in his eyes, he was crying. The red dust looked at everyone in shock, only to find that not only Xiao Ma, but several Grandmaster-level figures, were now trembling with vacant eyes. Several people even had tears streaming down their faces. Sensing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, the red dust became more puzzled and eerie. He asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Mayashenting, the omen arose because of you. So, I came here and asked you 3 questions. Who are you? What do you know? What have you done before? Can you tell me?" Mayashenting came to his senses, looked at the red dust with a compassionate gaze, and looked at the world with compassion. After a long silence, Mayashenting said softly, "The catastrophe of the world. I say, the end is coming. If you fly up to the sky now and look around with your naked eyes, 99% of the people you see will die tragically. Do you believe it? If I say that in a few years, when you fly above the 9 heavens, all you will see with your naked eyes is a desert. No people, no animals, no plants. Do you believe it? If I say that you will die in the first wave, the Pyongyang Palace will die in the first wave. And these people, will also die in the first wave. Do you believe it?" The red dust was speechless, stood up suddenly, and looked angrily at Mayashenting. "What are you talking about?" But after the anger, he inexplicably felt a kind of fear. Because he was convinced that Mayashenting and the others must know something. But what exactly do they know? Alas! Mayashenting sighed, sat back in the wheelchair, and waved to the red dust. "Xiao Ma, I'm a bit tired. Push me out for a walk. By the way, Hongchen Jinjuan, you asked me so many questions that are meaningless. I think you can send someone to investigate. In the past year or 2, there may have been many super geniuses appearing all over the world. These geniuses, they have some strange aspects. That is, it seems like they have changed completely after a nap. They can't speak the language of the earth, can't understand the writing of the earth, and have some strange behaviors beyond ordinary people. Go and investigate. After you finish investigating, if I am right, come back to me." Geniuses? Super geniuses with strange behaviors? Hongchen looked puzzled. He looked at Myochen, who was pushed out, and shouted, "What do you mean? Why did you suddenly mention geniuses again? What's the point of mentioning geniuses? Quickly tell me what you really know?" Myochen just said, "If there are geniuses like this in Huaxia, take care of them, treat them well, be kind to them, be polite to them. They will be great benefactors of the earth. They are the first batch, the primordial spirits from the myriad races. And back then, I was also one of the first group of primordial spirits from the earth transferred to support the desolation." Black clouds appeared. They are coming soon. And the geniuses of the myriad races may have arrived on Earth 1 or 2 years ahead of time. Some of these geniuses may not know what they are supposed to do. Maybe they don't know what they are facing. Just like when I first arrived in the desolation, confused. This world is just like that. When the desolation was targeted by demons, in an instant, the myriad races descended. The primordial spirits of the myriad races descended on the desolation, attached to the bodies of the people of the desolation, becoming super geniuses. They cultivated much faster than the people of the desolation. So, when the desolation was in urgent need, on the brink of extinction, the geniuses of the myriad races grew up, forming the first main force, resisting the main army. To fight desperately with demons, to help the people of the desolation protect their last pure land. And they grew stronger and stronger, emerging from the tempering of blood and fire. Eventually, they gradually reclaimed territory. Eventually, they drove away the demons, bringing victory to the people of the desolation. And now, Earth is being targeted. The first group of primordial spirits of the myriad races have also descended here in ignorance. They don't know what to do, they don't know why they came. They also miss their hometown, they also want to go home early. But it is destined that these reinforcements from the myriad races will have most of them fall in the soil of the earth, nourishing the flowers of this land with their blood. One day, perhaps they will also grow up, forming a formidable main force, resisting those demons. Fighting for the people of the earth, reclaiming territory for the people of the earth, driving away the demons. One day, perhaps among them, martial saints will also be born. The spiritual leader of the myriad races will also be born. Is this the cycle of the universe? Is this our destiny? It will always be our turn. But fortunately, the myriad races are one family. When one side is in trouble, the myriad races will support. By the Udai River, Myo-chan sat in a wheelchair, looking at the green grass, watching the river flow eastward, and whispered, "How long has it been since you picked up a weapon?" Shoma choked up a bit, 3 years. Can you still hold up the banner of our Earth Fellow Association? I can. When we went to support the desolation, the people of the desolation were already weak and had no resistance. They couldn't even fight alongside us, they could only hide behind us for protection. This time, the myriad races have come to support us again. Can we be stronger than the people of the desolation? Myo-chan said in a deep voice, "Fight side by side with the comrades of the myriad races." Shoma stood up with all his might and shouted, "Yes! Fight to the end!" Shoma's voice echoed far away. In the courtyard, the 7 grandmasters had also been moved. Whoosh, the 7 people suddenly stood up straight, clenched their right fists and placed them on their shoulders. This was a special military salute among the myriad races of the desolation. 7 people roared in unison, "Blood and fire are ahead, we will not retreat." This is the common oath of the myriad army in the wilderness. Although different in race and flag, the oath is the same. 20 maids were shocked, looking at their strange actions in confusion and ignorance. The red dust, who was about to leave, stared in amazement at the strange appearance of these 7 people. He didn't know what was going on, but he saw tears in the eyes of all 7 people. Red dust understood that the Earth compatriots must know many secrets. The tears in their eyes would not deceive. But for whom were the tears in their eyes shed? Red dust didn't know, so he quickly left. He wanted to investigate whether there were really many super geniuses emerging around the world, as Miao Chen had said. He decided that after the investigation, he would come back to ask Miao Chen for clarification. Before flying away, Red Dust saw Xiaoma pushing a wheelchair standing by the Udai River, also clenching his right fist on his shoulder. Miao Chen, sitting in the wheelchair, also clenched his right fist on his shoulder. The two silently watched the riverbank, tears streaming down their faces. Red Dust did not disturb them and quickly left. For whom were the tears in their eyes shed? It was for the people of the world. Because this warm hometown was about to turn into a cold winter. It was for the countless people who would become refugees and food for demons. It was for the time when the lush green grass would disappear, replaced by flying sand and smoke everywhere. And for the mountains of corpses. Despite countless casualties, the myriad army still raised various banners, with millions and tens of millions of people from different races and planets blowing the charge horn together. At the same time, the Taoist Red Dust returned to the illusory palace. Immediately, many people surrounded him. "Palace Master, what happened?" "Palace Master, you are in a hurry. Is it because that Miao Chen does not know how to respect you?" "Palace Master, next time you can't do this. You are of high status and importance. How can you personally go to meet Miao Chen? Miao Chen should come to see you instead." Red Dust remained silent, ignoring the words of the crowd, and just sat in his place, saying in a deep voice, "Immediately activate all our intelligence agencies and investigate the entire Huaxia for 3 days. Let the intelligence personnel of the illusory palace, together with local officials, conduct a joint secret investigation. Focus on various mental hospitals, schools, etc. Within 3 days, I want to know the information of all the people in Huaxia. Can you do it?" The crowd was shocked. "Investigate? Investigate what?" "Palace Master, this. What do we need to investigate?" The Taoist Red Dust said in a deep voice, investigate whether there have been many super geniuses emerging in Huaxia in the past 2 years.
Ha ha ha.
The elder laughed heartily, my great Huaxia, with talented people in spiritual land, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere.
Geniuses emerge constantly. There are many super geniuses.
Palace Master, investigating this is really.
Red Dust said solemnly, not ordinary geniuses. I'm talking about super geniuses. Don't you understand?
The elder's tone faltered, and he said in astonishment, but there are also many super geniuses.
With a population of 1.4 billion, there are too many geniuses. Is there no specific feature or reason? Reason? I don't know, I'm not sure.
Red Dust vaguely understood Miao Chen's meaning now, but he was not sure and dared not think about it. And since Miao Chen did not explicitly say it, he naturally would not speak out now to spread rumors.
As for the features,
Red Dust thought for a moment and quickly said, right, see if these geniuses all have one feature, they don't understand Chinese, don't know English, and can't speak many languages on earth.
Most of them disguise themselves as mute.
Or, these super geniuses suddenly exhibit strange behaviors, or talk nonsense.
In short, it's weird. It's bizarre.
The elder was even more astonished, Palace Master, what you said.
Isn't that just mentally ill people?
Suddenly, the elder slapped his thigh and remembered that Mu Chen had also been a vegetable before, which was very strange.
A vegetable who had been in a coma for 5 years woke up and became a big shot? Did the palace lord know Mu Chen's secret? Did he want to find if there were any other special people like Mu Chen in the world?
The palace lord nodded, so, I said to focus on investigating hospitals, mental hospitals, and of course, schools should not be forgotten. Most geniuses are young people, and young people are mostly in school. Liberal arts schools, martial arts schools, all need to be investigated.
Do you understand? Understood. I will issue orders to investigate right away.
The palace lord thought for a moment, let's mobilize everyone. Start the highest level of investigation with the most serious attitude, we must get to the bottom of this.
We must know the recent behaviors of almost everyone in the world. Mobilize everyone. The highest level? The crowd was in an uproar. Palace Lord. What's going on?
After visiting Mu Chen, it seemed that he had discovered some big secret, becoming so cautious and serious.
The highest level of the Mirage Palace, what does that mean? Almost, it could penetrate into every corner of the entire Huaxia.
The palace lord spoke. That night, Mirage Palace staff appeared in all cities, regions, and even remote mountain villages in Huaxia. At the same time, to cooperate with the Mirage Palace, the authorities immediately launched a census activity. At this moment, investigations began in full swing across the country.
Surveying all personnel in the entire land of Huaxia. All warriors, all super geniuses with strange behaviors.
Meanwhile, in Fuyang City, by the Yudai River, Mu Xinyu began basic training under the guidance of a maid, officially embarking on the path to becoming a warrior. Originally, Mu Chen planned to gradually guide Mu Xinyu and let her become a warrior slowly.
Lay a solid foundation.
But now, it's not possible, she must be quick, she must become a warrior quickly.
No need for any foundation, just to be able to kill the enemy.
After 5 hours of training, Mu Xinyu returned to her room exhausted.
Just as she returned to her room, William coldly reprimanded her, who allowed you to rest?
Xinyu, come here, I'll teach you 3 sword techniques.
The maid couldn't help but say with some difficulty, Mr.
William, Miss Xinyu has been training all day today. Martial arts training emphasizes gradual progress, this is too fast, there is no time for rest at all.
William's emotions were a bit agitated, he roared, rest? What rest?
There's no time for rest, in this world, the most important thing is to stay alive. Rest is for the dead, while the living must move forward. Utilize every minute and second of being alive to become stronger, only by staying alive longer can you win. The maid was speechless. William was a powerhouse, they dared not argue. And as Mu Xinyu walked into the room, she gritted her teeth, feeling quite bitter inside. She had had enough of the hardships of the world, thinking she was already tough enough, but after officially becoming a warrior, she realized that warriors were really tired. No wonder they could enjoy endless status. Mu Chen, sitting in a wheelchair, glanced at her but did not speak. Obviously, this was Mu Chen's tacit approval. Only through enduring the hardest of hardships can one become superior. In peacetime, Mu Chen and the others would not have been so urgent. However, the end of the world was approaching. In this era, being slightly stronger than others could mean living longer. In the end of the world, there were no longer any distinguished families. Instead, there was devastation everywhere, with battles raging. In the midst of marching and fighting, no one could spare the time to take care of Mu Xinyu. Because everyone was striving to survive. It's still not too late to endure hardships now. Mu Xinyu knew that this was her brother's intention, and she had no reason to refute. She gritted her teeth and dragged her weary body into the courtyard. Well, I won't rest. I'll listen to my brothers. William nodded in satisfaction and said to the 20 maids, "You, come too. Practice with her." The 20 maids were overjoyed. Would even the strongest guide them? After everyone stood still, each holding a wooden stick as a knife, William said in a deep voice, "My knife skills have no name, only 3 moves. In fact, in the midst of a myriad of troops, in a duel or battle, there is no need for any fancy moves. You don't have time to show off fancy moves. All that is required is one thing: efficiently killing the enemy." These 3 knife moves were developed by me during the Battle of Black Mountain, after killing nearly 50,000 people. Suddenly comprehended and summarized, a more efficient and swift knife technique. Killed 50,000 enemies? Battle of Black Mountain? What does this mean? The 20 maids were greatly puzzled. Some were confused, feeling like they were listening to a foreign language. They only wondered, where is Black Mountain? William killed over 50,000 people? If he killed so many people, isn't he a demon? Such a big matter should be well known in the martial arts world. Why hadn't they heard of it? Bragging? Mu Xinyu's heart sank. She seemed to see something from William's eagerness to impart his secrets to her. She knew about the desolation, she knew about the demon's story. She also knew about the great army of all races. Hearing William say this, Mu Xinyu's heart tightened, all fatigue disappeared. She wanted to become stronger. Mu Xinyu said, "Brother William, are these 3 moves very simple?" William nodded. The 3 moves are very simple, just the basic 3 knife moves, namely, horizontal chop, vertical chop, diagonal chop. Because the knife is mainly for chopping, do not attempt to use the stab action. Although the stab action is also very efficient, through practical experience, I found that after stabbing a hole in the enemy, they may die, but not immediately. 80% of the enemies, after being pierced by a big knife, may strike back before dying. And this strike could potentially bury you with them. At the same time, the stab action is very laborious. It requires you to exert all your strength, a bit more tiring than the chop action. Just this little bit, you will suffer a big loss. If your physical strength can support you in using various comprehensive actions to kill 10,000 people, but if you use the chop action, you can kill up to 15,000 people. However, if you use only the stab action, your physical strength will only allow you to kill about 5,000 people, and then you will be exhausted. Do you understand? Mu Xinyu was horrified. She was indeed a person who had emerged from the desolation like her brother, meticulously analyzing even the most subtle things when killing. Brother William killed 50,000 people and summarized the most efficient knife technique. He was so powerful. Then what about my brother? How powerful is he, the desolate martial saint, the spiritual leader of all races? Mu Xinyu thought to herself. The 20 maids, on the other hand, widened their eyes, listening to William speak as if they were listening to a foreign language. What is this? Can all this be summarized? Can so many reasons be distinguished between the chop and stab actions? Is it true or false?
At this moment, one maid said, "Can I learn this knife technique with a sword?" William frowned. "Throw away the sword, no matter what you learn, don't use a sword." The maid blushed, somewhat unwillingly, saying, "There are also many sword masters on earth, with superb swordsmanship." William sneered, "The sword is just an accessory, just a decoration. The sword is too straight, not suitable for chopping. The knife has curvature, and the sword does not. Because of the curvature of the knife, it is more labor-saving and smoother when cutting meat. But the sword is too straight, it is not suitable for cutting meat." The maid argued, "Why cut meat? I am already at the 5th rank and can already release my true essence externally. And in the future, after entering the Grandmaster realm, I can even use Tao techniques for long-range attacks." Ha ha ha. William laughed disdainfully. Long-range attacks? Tao techniques? How many times can you use your true essence to perform Tao techniques? 10 times? 100 times? The maid defended, "Isn't 10 times enough?" William said in a deep voice, "What if you are currently at the 8th rank? But you are surrounded by enemies at the 7th rank in the millions. How many times can you use it? Is it useful? Where are millions of 7th rank enemies coming from? They will come soon." William changed the topic and said in a deep voice, "Only close combat, casting spells in a small area, and releasing true essence externally are the essence of fighting a prolonged battle. In a prolonged battle, while ensuring you don't die, you must ensure your physical strength and effective killing, at least making the enemy lose any resistance and ability to act. This is the true skill of killing. Not fancy moves or miraculous Tao techniques, all of those are useless." After enlightening them with a lot of knowledge about killing, William began teaching them those 3 moves. Although there were only 3 moves, the most difficult part was actually the footwork. You need to make yourself as agile as a swimming fish, so the enemy can't hit you, while you can continuously strike with your knife. So, William led 21 women to practice footwork in the courtyard, walking and chopping with the knife at the same time. After mastering the footwork, William said, "Starting today, Sinew, you will switch to an iron knife weighing no less than 20 caddies. The rest of you, at the 5th rank, each of you will switch to an alloy knife weighing no less than 500 caddies." Then, William took out a large pile of metal human models from his storage bag. "Starting today, after practicing footwork, everyone must chop these human models 20,000 times. The requirement for Z is to leave a mark on the metal human body with each strike. As for you 5th rank warriors, each strike must cut at least a finger deep into the metal human body, relying solely on physical strength without using true essence." 20,000 times. Without using true essence? 20,000 times. Everyone felt a little scared, feeling somewhat desperate about their future life. 20,000 times in a day, wouldn't that be exhausting? Sinew gritted her teeth, didn't say anything, just thought, "Give it your all." 20,000 chops, each time leaving a mark and imprint on the Iron Man's body. In other words, you have to exert force with each strike? Thinking of this, Sinew remembered what William had said before, suddenly enlightened. He said he only comprehended and summarized his knife skills after killing more than 50,000 people. In other words, I have to constantly explore and familiarize myself during these 20,000 times? Indeed, William said, these 20,000 times are to continuously train your strength. Because you are tired, you will constantly summarize and find ways to complete the task more efficiently. Over time, you will naturally comprehend and summarize the true skill of killing. In the future, you will always be able to find the most suitable strength, the most efficient way, and the most ruthless angle. My secret technique is not difficult. My 3-move knife technique has no secrets. It's not a secret technique. The only thing worth mentioning is the footwork, but the footwork only takes a few days to master. But my knife technique, no one in the world can learn it. Because it doesn't require comprehension, it doesn't require strong insight and wisdom. It only requires you to accumulate, to comprehend from endless boredom, the ability to survive. In battle, solo fights are rare. Surrounded by an endless army of demons, this is the norm. Finding an effortless way, finding a method that can efficiently kill, this is true skill. William looks down on the warriors of Earth. No matter how magnificent, it's useless. Even if they are extraordinary, it's meaningless. In times of peace, you can show off. But William dares to guarantee that even if all the top-tier experts on Earth are thrown into the wilderness, they won't survive a day. Even if these experts encounter enemies below their level, they still won't survive a day. Why? Because as soon as they enter, they will be surrounded by the demon army. Initially, they may think less than top tier. How dare these insignificant beings insult me, the strongest? Then, relying on instinct, they will continue to kill enemies. And their instinct is the techniques they have learned, those various wonderful moves. But demons won't just stand there and let you kill them. While you are charging up, they will retreat. By the time you strike, it's likely to be a miss. After using your moves, they will surround you again. And then you can only continue to use your moves. Eventually, you may realize something is wrong, and you may try close combat. But demons are not afraid of death. How can you scare them with death? Layer by layer, they will surround you, using their lives to wear you down. You will feel angry. Then fearful. Then you will want to escape. But you can't escape. There are only two options in front of you. First, die from exhaustion in the midst of the army. Second, kill them all. Can these top-tier experts on Earth survive? Perhaps not even a day, just a small-scale battle, and they will all die. The world of demons is cruel. They have grown from brutal competition. What you know, they know. Because in their world, they need to become stronger urgently to survive. But you don't need to. These top-tier experts on Earth can show off in times of peace. They are impressive. But unfortunately, peace is no more. Miao Xinyu was sweating profusely, trembling all over, completely exhausted. Yet she gritted her teeth and kept chopping at the iron men. At this moment, Miao Xinyu heard William's voice transmission. Xinyu, in the near future, 99% of the people in this world will die. They will become food for demons. Don't blame me for being ruthless, and don't blame your brother for being ruthless. The window of time left for you to grow is limited. If you want to survive, you have to fight with all your might. Today, you can reduce some training secretly, but in a year at most, you will regret it. Miao Xinyu turned around, looking at William in horror. What does this mean? William gave her a deep look but said nothing. Miao Xinyu's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She was a very smart person, and she understood William's hint. Ah! Miao Xinyu shouted loudly, then raised her steel knife and fiercely chopped at the iron men again and again. The maids around her were also sweating profusely. Suddenly hearing Miao Xinyu shout and chop vigorously, they were somewhat puzzled. They didn't understand why she was doing this. They were not convinced by William, a top-tier expert, not handsome at all, using such primitive and crude techniques. But due to his status as a top-tier expert, they dared not say anything and could only do their best. Inside the room, all 32 people were called back, sitting gloomily in the room, setting up a soundproof barrier. Everyone's mood was very low. Previously, Miao Chen had said that if the day came when it was their turn, some of them didn't believe it. But now, they were convinced. Miao Chen's words hit the mark. Sitting in a wheelchair, Miao Chen had already broken through to the 6th rank. He looked at the 32 former subordinates in front of him and felt some emotion. Back then in the desolate land, the people of all races had only one goal, to go to blood and fire. We will not retreat. Everyone, all races, helped to drive away the foreign enemies in the desolate land. Later, we achieved the final victory. We protected the last few survivors of the desolate land and drove away the demons. And today, it's our turn. The people of all races will come to protect us, to help us. But the first person responsible is ourselves. The tragedy of the desolate land must not happen again. Jack Ma said solemnly, General, it's still like the desolate land. Where you point, we strike. No regrets.
The rest echoed in unison, General, it's still like the desolate land. Where you point, we strike, no regrets. In the desolate land, Miao Chen was an absolute god, an absolute leader. At first, everyone in the Earth Fellow Association listened to him. Even if Miao Chen pointed to a pit of fire ahead and said jump, everyone would jump without hesitation.
Because they knew Miao Chen must have a reason, a purpose.
Later, the Earth Fellow Association rose to fame among the people of all races. Some people from races that had not found organization among the people of all races, or whose races had been wiped out in the desolate land, only leaving behind some survivors without combat power, also joined the Earth Fellow Association. The size of the association expanded to tens of thousands of people. After several battles, everyone acknowledged Miao Chen. Where he pointed, people of other races would strike.
In the end, Miao Chen became a martial saint.
The spiritual leader and commander of the human race. In the desolate land, all the people of all races obeyed Miao Chen's orders. Where he pointed, the people of all races would strike.
No regrets.
Under his repeated commands, battle after battle achieved great victories. Finally, he led the people of all races to launch a total attack against the demons in the desolate land. Victory was achieved.
He was the absolute commander.
He was not just a strong warrior. If he were just a strong warrior, he would be admired and feared by all, but he would not be respected, he would not be revered. William said, "Uncle Jack, give the order. It's time to prepare for this battle, what should we do?"
Uncle Jack, give the order.
General, give the order. Miao Chen closed his eyes, sat in the wheelchair, and meditated for a long time.
Miao Chen spoke, "There are several things that must be resolved now.
Only by resolving these things can we avoid the tragedy of the desolate land. During peacetime, the population of the earth and the desolate land is about the same. However, the desolate land was almost exterminated by the demons, leaving only a few thousand surviving indigenous people after we left.
Earth cannot have such a tragedy.
99% of the people in the desolate land died, and I want our compatriots on Earth to die a little less." At this point, everyone felt a bit heavy. To die a little less may sound light, but the demon army is fierce and unafraid of death. If they want to survive, they must compete, they must plunder. It would be good if they could win, but how can they die a little less? Although the people of all races will come to help, they will definitely achieve the final victory. But no one dares to be sure if the indigenous people of Earth have a chance to see that day? How many people can see that day? Miao Chen said, first, the desolate land was caught off guard by the demons. By the time the people of the desolate land reacted, the demons had already killed their experts. They had wiped out half of their population. We cannot repeat the same mistakes. So the first thing is preparation. Uncle Jack, how do we prepare? To all the people of Earth, a letter of notification. Expose the desolate land, expose our experiences, tell them that the demons are coming to Earth. Let all humanity know about this, let all humanity be afraid. Only when one is afraid, will one strive and fight for oneself. The so-called fight for faith is a different matter. After a moment of contemplation, the crowd nodded in agreement. Miao Chen continued, secondly, from the conversation between William and the maid earlier, I have observed the common mindset of Earth warriors. They seek magnificent battles and one-on-one duels. This is a mistake, as with demons, there can be no one-on-one situations. No matter how strong one is in a one-on-one fight, even if invincible at the same level, it is useless. All warriors must change their mindset, correct their thinking, and prepare for the upcoming chaotic battles. So, after completing the first step, it is training globally. At the same time, the third stage. We need to search for talents from all races around the globe. As expected, many individuals from various races have already descended to Earth. At least 1 to 2% of them have arrived. We must work hard to nurture these individuals. Based on my findings, those from various races who come to support the battlefield will gain super talents.
This is probably a help from the heavens to us.
So, those individuals from various races are definitely super talents, their growth rate must be very fast. By nurturing them, they will become the first main force to resist demons. After the chaotic battles begin, the descent of individuals from various races will start on a large scale. In the desolate lands, many individuals from various races who descended and reincarnated died shortly after birth due to the harsh environment. Therefore, after the start of the war, we need to stabilize the rear camp and give the main force of the descending individuals from various races time to grow. In the subsequent decisive battles, they will be the main force to truly demonstrate their combat effectiveness. After speaking, Miao Qin thought for a moment, let me add one more thing. After sending the letter to the world, we should immediately start promoting the language of various races. Strive to have the vast majority of people on Earth master the language of various races.
In the universe, Earth is isolated.
In fact, the vast majority of civilizations and races have interactions with each other. Therefore, a universal language of various races has gradually formed. The desolate lands are similar to Earth, both relatively isolated, and the people from various races also cannot communicate in the same language.
This led to many misunderstandings and even hostile situations in the early stages.
After the war began, everyone in the desolate lands started communicating in the universal language of various races.
Gradually, this formed a bond, at least preventing confusion between friend and foe. Xiaomai immediately said, yes, mastering the language of various races is also a necessary task. I will plan for this, Uncle Jia. It has always been like this. Miao Chen sets the overall direction, while the specific implementation steps are carried out by different individuals. At this moment, the powerful Su Tao asked, President, what should we do now? Miao Chen pondered, wait.
Wait for what? Wait for the response from the Mirage Palace. The Mirage Palace holds absolute status in China, and China also holds absolute status in the international community. Notifying the world, mobilizing the world, these are not tasks that a few dozen of us can accomplish. Therefore, our first step must be to gain the support of the Mirage Palace, to first communicate with the Mirage Palace, to make the Mirage Palace unconditionally obey us, to make the Mirage Palace unconditionally cooperate with us. Only then can we, using China as a springboard, leap towards the world. Announce this information to the people of the world. Speaking up to this point, Miao Qin felt somewhat powerless in his heart. Indeed, the road ahead is long and arduous. When the demons first arrived in the desolate lands years ago, many people were still stubborn and unwilling to unite. Was the desolate lands of the past now the earth of today? At the final moment before seeing the coffin, humans are such beings that they will not shed tears. At the same time, in northern China, within a certain mental hospital, a young man sat blankly on the bed, looking at the pristine surroundings, watching the medical staff coming in. His face showed panic, fear, and confusion. Muttering to himself, Kujia has passed away. This is a language from the galaxy known as the Cygnus constellation from the perspective of Earthlings. Where is this? Why did I suddenly arrive in this world after just taking a nap? On the day of arrival, who was speaking in my ear? He said, by achieving success, there is a chance for the soul to return to its place. What success, what achievements? Why was I captured by those unfamiliar people and brought to this place? Why did they capture me? Why, what did I do wrong? I just want to go home. What kind of world is this? Have I traveled through time? The young man sat in front of the bed, continuously wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. He noticed that at this moment, there were two men in black suits talking to several people in white coats, who kept pointing at him. The young man was somewhat vigilant, only looking in this direction with his peripheral vision, but dared not turn his head to look. What is his name? His name is Jiang Feng, his parents are workers at our tobacco factory. He was fine, but suddenly went crazy last month, not recognizing his parents, not recognizing anyone. He was shouting some incomprehensible words that no one could understand, like a foreign language, but not quite. Because the tones he produced were very special, some were even aspirated sounds. We don't know how those sounds were produced, but it was confirmed that it was not any language, just his ranting in madness. The attending physician chuckled. I have talked to him several times. But he simply couldn't understand what I was saying. He kept speaking in strange languages, and I noticed a strange phenomenon.
The man in black suit took out a recorder. What phenomenon?
The shouting he did, although I couldn't understand, I felt that those languages and tones matched his emotions. And although those sounds were strange, they didn't seem like random shouting because there was no repetition, there was a certain logic. The syllables and tones were all different. I have heard of such cases before, where some delusional patients create their own languages in their mental world.
The man in black suit was shocked. Languages can be self-created?
Yes. If you have studied linguistics, you would know that language is just a way humans invented to express meanings using different scales and symbols. It's like using knots on a rope to convey different meanings. And language is the same. Ancient languages are just special symbols created by humans, defining what each symbol means. And once accepted by others, when people see that symbol, they know what it means.
This is the most basic logic of ancient languages.
So, in conclusion, anyone can invent words and languages.
But it requires a certain logical ability and a certain talent.
For example, a young child who has just learned to speak cannot produce complete syllables.
If he says ababa,
this syllable does not belong to our Chinese language, but the meaning is understood and accepted by the parents, meaning he needs to go to the bathroom. Of course, children cannot invent languages, they can only use simple scales and symbols. But Zhang Feng, his shouting has certain linguistic logic in the syllables. And he doesn't stutter, he fluently speaks these things, which means he has at least created a language that only he understands. Such cases usually only exist among autistic patients and delusional patients. Autistic people avoid contact with others.
Some people will invent their own languages and logic, while delusional patients invent these languages in their fantasies. Obviously, Zhang Feng is a delusional patient. TSK. The man in black suit said in amazement, can there really be such a thing? Can languages still be invented? It's strange. Are there any other special phenomena?
The attending doctor thought for a moment and said, yes, there is one more thing, which is Zhang Feng going crazy. After he went crazy, he wanted to jump off the building. Several times he tried to achieve a certain goal through suicide, but he was forcibly restrained each time. Later, we determined that Zhang Feng is emotionally excitable, sensitive, irritable, vigilant, and distrustful. We judged that he poses a certain degree of threat to society or himself. So we forcibly admitted him to our mental hospital for mandatory treatment. At the beginning, we gave Zhang Feng sedatives. He resisted the needles a lot. After being forcibly injected several times, he began to get used to the needles. We found that he didn't seem like a mental patient anymore. Why do you say that? Because severe mental patients, in most cases, tend to avoid harm and seek good fortune.
It's subconscious.
They fear pain and don't fear pain. But Zhang Feng obviously noticed that when we gave him injections, his body would change, he would calm down, and he guessed that we were treating him. So, he calmed down and no longer resisted the needles.
This is an uncommon phenomenon, which indicates that Zhang Feng is a person with rational thinking ability. However, we still cannot understand why he went crazy. The man in the black suit pondered.
Looking to the other side, some of his colleagues were scattered throughout this hospital building.
They visited each mental patient, doctor, and physician one by one. The man in the black suit asked, by the way, does this Zhang Feng have any warrior talent?
Zhang Feng is only in the second year of junior high school.
He has not yet undergone the first warrior talent test after entering high school. We are not sure.
Okay.
Do you have any other special patients in your hospital?
Yes, there is an old man who claims he can see demons.
An hour later, the investigation was completed. All the mental patients were gathered in the playground. The man in the black suit took out a testing device. This is the warrior talent detector.
It mainly tests the innate bone quality and the degree of meridian smoothness. Yellow indicates low level, red indicates medium level, and green indicates high level. But this can only serve as the most basic test. In fact, besides testing bone quality to become a warrior, it also requires testing the richness of chi and blood, innate body tolerance, as well as comprehension, endurance, and the character to endure loneliness. These factors combined determine whether one can become a warrior.
Come one by one, line up.
So, the mental patients lined up in confusion to undergo the test.
Meanwhile, the medical staff kept rolling their eyes. Who the hell are these men in black suits? What's wrong with them, coming to a mental hospital to check for talent? If it weren't for these people holding official documents from the provincial department, they would have thought these men in black suits were the ones with mental illness. Lining up, one by one testing their talents. They were all talentless. After all, people with abnormal minds are not suitable to become warriors. The men in black suits were chatting idly, and at this moment, a cry rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look. They saw a green light suddenly shooting up into the sky. In front of the testing device was Zhang Feng, who had been talking nonsense, pressing his hand on the testing device, looking blankly at the green light shooting up into the sky, with a look of fear and worry in his eyes. Silence. The entire mental hospital fell into dead silence. Green light. Even if it could only detect a pure yellow light, that person would have already passed the entrance exam to high school and entered the martial arts high school. Ordinary people only emit a dim yellow light. If a person has absolutely no bone quality, the yellow light would be dull. But now, it's green light. Green light is the highest level talent. What is this concept? This is. Once detected, you can directly enter the Capital Martial Arts University without examination. As for other assessments, they can be put on hold for now. But this Zhang Feng. The green light soared into the sky. This is no longer a simple green light. Dim green light is a high-level talent. Pure green light is a super talent. This. The green light soaring into the sky, what kind of talent is this? Everyone stared in astonishment at Zhang Feng. And Zhang Feng found that everyone's gaze turned to him, feeling a bit flustered, a bit terrified. He stepped back, his eyes fixed on the detector. He regretted undergoing the test very much. He didn't know what kind of test this was. But he knew that his green light seemed different from everyone else's. Zhang Feng muttered in fear, I was fooled, I was deceived. Has my identity as a transmigrator been discovered? Do the people of this world have ill intentions towards me, trying to identify the incident of soul possession from the crowd, find me, and then eliminate me? No. His muttering, heard by everyone, actually sounded like Jiligwola, the man in the black suit's pupils contracted, and he said in a deep voice, take him away. At the same time, in a certain place in the northeast. Harbin Ear, Nose, and Throat Hospital. A middle-aged woman knelt in front of the doctor with her son, tears streaming down her face. Doctor, you have to save my son. My son's future, it's gone, it's about to be gone. Whoa, you must help me save him. He was perfectly fine last year. Suddenly after a nap, he seemed like a different person, as if he didn't recognize me. His eyes were also strange. He's been a bit better recently, seems to recognize me. But after that night, he stopped speaking. He stopped speaking. He became mute. Whoa, doctor, my son was perfectly fine, how did he suddenly become mute? The doctor looked worried, looking at a pile of test reports on the table. Patiently Hang's vocal cords are fine. The brain CT scan also shows no issues. Ha! All these tests are normal, what's going on? How did he lose his voice? How did he become mute? Oh, you get up first, I'm examining you. Doctor, you must save him. He's our only child, he can't become deaf and mute. Even if it can't be cured, we must try to treat it, at least we need to know the cause. Young Li Hong stood there, looking at all this with a complex expression. He had been in this world called Earth for over a year,
and when Li Heng found out he had transmigrated, he was first afraid, then he made a decision to hide his identity as a transmigrator. For Li Heng, in an unknown place, silently observing and gathering information first was the most important. He clearly heard the language of this world, but he couldn't understand it. Li Heng didn't dare to expose himself, so he simply pretended to be deaf and mute. Not speaking. Through gradual contact, he learned that this woman was his mother in this world. She had worked hard, raising him alone, with not much income, but spending every penny on him. He was very moved. He silently accepted this world's mother. Now, in this place, after more than a year of exploration, he knew he was in a hospital. He also knew that his mother was seeking treatment for his muteness. Tears shimmered in Li Heng's eyes as he watched his mother kneel before the doctor, feeling very uncomfortable and tormented. He wished he could tell his mother in the stiff Chinese he had learned over the year, "I'm not mute. I can speak." He really wanted to confess to this world's mother that he was actually a transmigrator. His soul had transmigrated and taken over the body of her original son. But he didn't dare to say it. He was afraid of losing his mother's love. In his original world, there was constant warfare. Li Heng was a beggar living on the streets, facing either humiliation or life-threatening situations every day. He had no parents, no one to protect him. He had been a beggar for 16 years, only grasping one principle: endurance. Speak less, observe more, try to survive in unnoticed corners where others don't pay attention. After coming to this world, Li Heng acted the same way. But gradually, he felt the selfless love of his mother. He was very touched, enjoying this warmth and happiness. At first, he was just habitually silent, pretending to be dumb. But now, he dared not speak. He dared not confess to his mother that he was actually a traveler. Even more so, he dared not say that his original spirit had taken over this body. He was afraid that his mother would angrily think of him as the enemy who killed her original son. The doctor sighed, "You should get up soon." Sigh, "I really can't think of a solution. Why don't you go to the major hospital in the capital for a checkup? I really can't see any problems here." The mother wept, taking Li Heng away. Leaving the hospital, Li Heng sat in the back seat of the electric car, just listening to his mother riding the bike and wiping tears, saying, "Son, I promise you, no matter the cost, I will cure you. Your father cared most about you before he died. I can't let your father down. I can't let your future turn into darkness. Mom promises you, I will definitely cure your muteness. You must never have thoughts of suicide, you must never lack confidence, you must never have wild thoughts. Everything has me. I will go back and borrow some money from your uncle. We will go to the capital the day after tomorrow. The major hospital in the capital has high standards, they will definitely cure you. You must believe, you must be full of hope for the future, don't give up easily, do you understand? If the capital can't cure you, there are still options abroad. Mom will work hard to save money." On the back seat of the electric car, Li Heng's shoulders were shaking with sobs. It has been a year since he came to this world. With diligent study, he could now understand the meaning of Chinese. His tears flowed silently, hugging his mother tightly. When the mother stopped at the traffic light, with one foot on the ground, she turned back and said, "Don't hug so tightly, you are such a big person, let go, we need to cross the road." Li Heng couldn't hold back anymore. In broken Chinese, with a trembling voice, choked up, he said, "Mom, I'm cured." Click. The mother froze as if struck by lightning, suddenly turned around, staring with unbelieving eyes at Li Heng. Silently looking at him, Li Heng erupted. After suppressing himself for over a year, he finally erupted at this moment. He was on the main road, hysterically shouting, "Mom! I'm cured, I'm not mute. Mom! I'm not your son. I come from the planet Green Mars, my original spirit inexplicably came to this world. Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over this body. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Li Hong got off the car, knelt on the ground, fiercely kowtowing to his mother, crying out, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for you. I didn't mean to, I suddenly came to this world. I really didn't mean to, I didn't intentionally take over this body. But, I want to be your son. I still want you to be my mother. I'm sorry." At this moment, the middle-aged woman was at a loss. She understood her son's blunt language, but seemed to be somewhat puzzled about what he was trying to express. Everyone on the street couldn't help but look over, gathering around. On the side of the road, the window of a Nissan sedan slowly rolled down. Two men in black suits glanced at each other. "Did you understand what he said?" "Clearly understood. The strange behavior of the young man is the subject of our screening. Check his information." 3 days later, the Mirage Palace. The Red Dust Taoist looked at the information gathered from the grassroots below. His eyes widened in an incredible manner. He really got it right. What on earth is happening? Who exactly are these young people? He was puzzled. His heart was greatly shaken. And the elder reporting the news also had an incredulous look at the moment. If one or two appear, it can be considered a coincidence. But in just 3 days of a general survey, there are so many strange young people with super talents, totaling more than 50,000. 50,000 people, what does that mean? With a global population of 8 billion, we only surveyed the 1.4 billion in China. And China hasn't even finished the survey. Some talents have not been revealed, some have not been tested. If a comprehensive survey is conducted, it will take about a year. And at this rate, won't there be hundreds of thousands of such super youths? Speaking, the elder sighed, it's a pity. These young people are either crazy or mute. Either they have intellectual problems and cannot communicate. Crazy? Mute? Intellectual problems? Maybe not. The Red Dust Taoist recalled the confident tone of Miao Chen that day, feeling a bit flustered for no reason. 50,000 young people, all with green light talents soaring from the talent bone detector. If this had happened in the past, I would have been proud that China would produce tens of thousands of outstanding individuals. But now, all I feel is fear. Who are they, really? The Red Dust muttered to himself, then suddenly looked at the elder. Have you tried to communicate with them? The elder shook his head. Communication is impossible. Some are mute, some are mentally ill and cannot understand. Some who can communicate are just ignorant and know nothing. Know nothing? Do they really not know, or are they unwilling to say? They must have some secrets, right? The Red Dust thought to himself, if he also had some secrets that only he knew. But suddenly being noticed, being asked, and not knowing the purpose and reason for the investigation, then he, too, would probably pretend to be ignorant to hide the secrets, right? At this moment, the elder frowned. Palace Master, are you suggesting that those young people are not actually crazy? They are pretending to be crazy? He realized this issue. Tens of thousands of people are crazy? And they are all geniuses. And their crazy characteristics are all the same in madness, nonsense, suicidal behavior. This is too uniform. The Red Dust asked again, where are those young people now? They are currently under secret observation. The Red Dust thought for a moment, find 2 mentally ill, 2 mute, and 2 communicative ones separately. I want to meet them. The Red Dust originally wanted to go directly to find Miao Chen. But he thought again, no, if he knew nothing, going to find Miao Chen would only be led by the nose. Even if he wanted to find Miao Chen, he had to at least have some information. He had to make Miao Chen unable to figure out how much he knew. Because so far, he didn't know Miao Chen's purpose. He didn't know the purpose of the Earth Compatriots Association. He didn't know these young people. He didn't even know what Miao Chen meant by the end of the world. Is it a false alarm? Or is it to scare himself for some purpose? Or is it real? He didn't know. And these thoughts of the Red Dust had long been predicted by Miao Chen.
He had experienced it once in the wilderness.
Before the end of the world happened, even if someone came out to predict, no one would believe it.
They would slander you, mock you, refute you.
In short, they wouldn't believe you. And when the end of the world really comes, what everyone thinks about is not resistance and survival.
It's about doubting whether this is fake. Is it a conspiracy? Is it trying to deceive oneself?
But when the butcher's knife falls on the neck, he will curse, "Why didn't you save me?" This is human nature, and it is the commonality of all mankind. In less than an hour, people from the Mirage Palace flew back with a few teenagers. Among them was Jiang Feng, who had been locked up in a mental hospital. Jiang Feng and the other teenagers flew up to the sky in panic, gradually landing on the Mirage Peak.
At this moment, all 6 teenagers were full of fear and looked terrified. At this moment, a teenager who could communicate roared in stiff Chinese, "Who are you? Who are you really? What crime did I commit? Why did you bring me to this place? I want to go home. Why did you bring me here?" A staff member smiled and said, "Our master wants to see you, ask you some questions and then let you go home. Don't worry, don't be afraid, just tell the truth." The teenager glanced at him vigilantly and said nothing more. At this time, in the distance, the Red Dust Taoist observed these teenagers. He noticed the uniqueness of the teenager who was speaking and asked, "What is his name, information?" The elder hurriedly said, "Lu Chang, 14 years old. From Hebei." The Red Dust Taoist asked strangely, "Is he a foreigner?" "No, he is a native of Hebei." "Then, is he a minority?" "Not really." "What dialect do they speak in Hebei?" "In Hebei, they speak Mandarin." The Red Dust Taoist pointed to the teenager named Lu Chang, but his Chinese is not even standard. "It's like a foreigner's accent. Something is wrong with his speech, haven't you noticed?" The elder suddenly realized, "As you say that, I suddenly remembered. Those teenagers who can communicate all seem to have extremely non-standard Chinese. I didn't think much about it, I just thought they don't speak Mandarin often." "I forgot, it's not about non-standard Mandarin, it's about stiff Chinese." The Red Dust Taoist asked again, "Is he in the second year of junior high?" "Yes." "Are second-year junior high students supposed to be naive or mature?" "Well, mostly naive. But there are also early mature ones." The Red Dust Taoist pointed to Lu Chang, "But he is vigilant. His heart is mature, his eyes are wary of everything around him. He is wary of everyone around him. Normal, anyone suddenly brought to a strange place would." The Red Dust Taoist smiled, "No, anyone suddenly flying to a strange place. It's not vigilance, it's fear. It's fear, the reason for fear and anxiety is helplessness." The elder gasped, "Ah. Is this the behavior a child should have?" The Red Dust Taoist said, "Let everyone disperse and let them stay there alone. Don't leave anyone, let's watch from a distance first, see if they will do anything." An hour later, the 6 teenagers had different expressions. They had been left here for an hour, with no one caring for them or paying attention to them. 4 of them sat quietly in a corner, silently contemplating something. Another one was restless. And one kept shouting for help, asking to be let go. At this point, the Red Dust Taoist said again, "Among the 4 people sitting and contemplating, are 2 of them mentally ill?" "Yes. Manic delusional disorder. They shout and scream at the drop of a hat, they want to jump off a building at the slightest provocation, they say strange nonsense all the time." The Red Dust pointed to Jiang Feng and another young man sitting there, "But you see, after being placed here for an hour, the mental patient is sitting there motionless, thinking. Shouldn't he be crazy? Shouldn't he be afraid and fearful because of delusions?" The elder was sweating profusely at this moment, cold sweat. He was somewhat frightened. He almost got fooled by these young men. The elder was also a smart person, even if a bit slow, but he understood. These young men are hiding a big secret in their hearts. this feeling instead of hiding a big secret in their hearts. They are vigilant because they are afraid of their secret being discovered. And the mental patients are not mental patients at all, never were. Mental patients would never be this calm. The more dangerous the situation seems to them, the calmer they become. This is not right. What secret do they have? Over 50,000 young people with super talents. This is super talent. And they found tens of thousands of people in just 3 days. And yet, they are hiding a common secret that cannot be known to outsiders. This is too terrifying. The elder trembled and said, "Arrest them all and torture them severely. Peel off a layer of skin, I don't believe they won't talk." The red dust shook his head, "No. They haven't committed any crimes." At this moment, the red dust remembered a strange sentence Mu Chen had said before. "Treat them well. They will all be the future backbone." The red dust didn't understand, but he was willing to do as told. Another hour later, a young man named Lu Chang was on the verge of collapse, his eyes red, crying in his hometown language, "What did I do wrong? I have parents to support, but suddenly I came to this world. So unfamiliar to me, I want to go home. Why me, why? After more than a year, I finally adapted to my new identity, do I have to be discovered too? Heaven, what did I do wrong to deserve this punishment? In my hometown, I just want to take care of my parents. In this world, I just want to live well. What did I do wrong?" The red dust noticed his language, but couldn't understand. And at this moment, Jiang Feng also noticed him. But at this moment, Jiang Feng's pupils contracted sharply, slowly stood up, trembling as he looked at Lu Chang, and softly said, "Wang Bo Goma." The emotionally collapsed Lu Chang suddenly held his breath, turned his head to stare at Jiang Feng closely. In an almost screaming tone, he shouted, "Wang Bo Goma. Kuba Wang Bo Goma?" Jiang Feng widened his eyes, slowly walked towards Lu Chang, tears streaming down his face. The meaning of Wang Bo Goma is their name for their home planet. And Kuba Wang Bo Goma probably means, "Are you also from the XX star?" Jiang Feng wiped away his tears, and burst into tears, "Fellow countrymen. I never expected to meet a fellow countryman in this world. I just slept in my hometown and inexplicably arrived in this world. I'm scared, I'm afraid. What have you been through, my brother?" Lu Chang also burst into tears at this moment, stepping forward to hug Jiang Feng tightly. He never expected that in this foreign land, he would encounter someone with a similar experience. Me too, me too. I had a serious illness, I was dying, and then my consciousness gradually blurred. Then I arrived in this world, I think, I also traveled through time and space. My soul left my body. When I came, someone whispered in my ear, "Make achievements and you may have a chance to go home." But I still don't know what making achievements means, how to make achievements. The countries in this world are very peaceful. I'm not a warrior, how can I make achievements? I want to go home, I want to go home. Ah! When I came, someone also said this to me, asking me to make achievements. But what exactly does it mean to make achievements? I don't understand. Oh my, I didn't expect we are from the same hometown. I don't understand the language of this world, please tell me quickly, what kind of world is this? Here, the technology is moderately advanced, but at the same time, there are also powerful warriors. This world is called Earth, and we are now in China on Earth. I see that you are about the same age as me, we should both be junior high school students. We will have to go through the martial talent test in the 3rd year of junior high school, pass the test to enter the martial arts high school, and then enter the martial arts university. Only then can we slowly become qualified warriors. In this world, only warriors can gain wealth and status. I think this is how we can make achievements. Do you think we were brought here because of our identities? We must keep it a secret. I suspect that the Earth world has a mechanism to screen out time travelers. They should be suspicious of our identities as time travelers, sensing the uniqueness of our souls and thus controlling us. We don't know their intentions, we must not reveal our identities, otherwise
Those who are not of our kind will have different hearts, they will definitely treat us as outsiders.
Even under severe torture, we must not speak, right?
Yes, not even in death. Maybe we can return if we die, but what I fear the most is that they will treat us as experimental subjects. It would be difficult to even die.
How terrifying. The two embraced each other, holding hands and talking.
The more they talked, the more excited and emotional they became. The other 4 teenagers looked at them in confusion, not understanding a word. At this moment, the distant red dust Taoist was dumbfounded. The elder was also dumbfounded. The information said that this Jiang Feng was mentally ill. He created a language that no one could understand. But just now, Lu Chang also spoke in the same incomprehensible language.
Unexpectedly, they were communicating. The two actually started chatting, using the same language and showing some excitement. The elder took a deep breath. This is some kind of secret code between them. Red Dust nodded, but what are they talking about? In the next moment, Red Dust's figure disappeared and appeared in front of the teenagers. When Red Dust appeared, Jiang Feng and the others immediately fell silent, while the other teenagers became alert. Red Dust scanned the room, smiled slightly. This is the Illusory Palace. I am the Illusory Palace Master, Red Dust Taoist. Illusory Palace?
Everyone was puzzled. They had never heard of it. In fact, unless they were high-level warriors, almost no one had heard of the Illusory Palace. After a brief self-introduction, Red Dust walked straight to Lu Chang and asked with a smile, "Who are you guys?" Lu Chang's eyes changed. He was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. Laughing and dancing around the courtyard, he started taking off his clothes, laughing uncontrollably. Ha! Ha ha ha! In less than a moment, he was completely naked, then started rolling on the ground, eating the mud dug from the ground. Everyone watched in bewilderment. At this moment, Red Dust sneered, "You are hiding a big secret in your heart. You don't need to pretend to be crazy in front of me, you are too naive. You clearly understood what I said just now, your eyes betrayed you. And your madness is not at all real." Lu Chang, lying on the ground eating mud, dimmed his eyes, but pretended not to hear, still acting crazy. He swallowed stones crazily. He had already made up his mind. Even in death, he would not speak. Even in death, he would not admit. He had no idea what these people's intentions were. He also had no idea what would happen after he revealed his secret. The world frowned, reached out, and grabbed Lu Chang across the air, pinching Lu Chang's neck. The world asked with a dark face, "I have little patience, and I won't treat you like an ordinary child. 3 numbers, tell me your secret, or die." After saying this, the few teenagers who understood Chinese suddenly changed their faces, then lowered their heads pretending not to have heard. They were also time travelers. At this moment, they also thought of something. At this moment, they also made up their minds, not daring to speak even if they died. Threatening with death is so serious. If they speak out, will it end well? Although they are all teenagers here. In fact, there are no teenagers. Before coming here, these people were either middle-aged or in their 20s or 30s in the original world. They were all mature people, and their experiences in 2 lives were all experienced. They understood these twists and turns better than anyone. After saying this, Lu Chang sighed in his heart, "I'm going to die. But I can't say it." He still danced wildly, pretending to be crazy to the end. While dancing, he shouted gibberish that the world couldn't understand. The world couldn't understand, but Jiang Feng understood. "Brother, actually I lied to you, we came here through spiritual crossing. I think, if we die, then the spirit will perish here. I'll go first." Jiang Feng held back his tears, not daring to let them flow, not daring to let anyone notice that he was giving himself a message before he died. 3, 2. The world clenched his teeth, and his fingers exerted a slight force. But Lu Chang, still dancing and laughing loudly, saying gibberish intermittently. 1. Damn. The world, despite being very patient, couldn't help but curse at this moment. He threw Lu Chang to the ground, not killing him. Nyo-chan's words had an effect, treat them well. Ah. So frustrating. What secrets do they have? Not even afraid of death? How big must this secret be? A secret worth guarding even in death, this secret is terrifying. The world angrily pointed at Lu Chang and shouted, "What secrets are you hiding? I will dig them out eventually." Then, the world separately detained Zhang Feng and Lu Chang in rooms. In order to prevent them from committing suicide, the world had the rooms filled with soft cushions everywhere, eliminating the possibility of suicide. This was learned from the American way of interrogating spies. All spies had professional training. Therefore, to deal with interrogating spies, this set of mental torture was invented. The main idea was to keep the person in a quiet room, not letting them have any contact with the outside world, not letting them hear any sound.
In this room, the interrogated person could only hear their own breathing and heartbeat.
A normal person would start having hallucinations after just 1 hour. After 10 hours, they would have a mental breakdown. The world didn't want to use physical torture on them, so he chose this mental torture. Watching the two of them being locked in the rooms, the world walked to the other 4 teenagers with a dark face and said, "You are pretending to be crazy and stupid.
Pretending to be dumb. Right?"
The 4 teenagers remained silent. The world continued, "Don't want to answer, fine, then be like them." The 4 teenagers remained calm, continuing to pretend to be crazy or dumb. They all pretended not to understand. Because of what happened with Zhang Feng and Lu Chang just now, these teenagers also developed a rebellious attitude. They didn't know what the world's purpose was. But their identity as time travelers was their biggest secret, and they didn't know if exposing their identity would lead to even more intense inhuman treatment. Whether there would be a different hearts among different tribes effect. This was something they couldn't bear. After Hongchen finished speaking, everyone fell silent and did not speak.
Hongchen was a little upset. "Take them away.
Lock them all in a sealed room and tell them to figure it out before coming out." Then, the other 4 teenagers were also each locked in separate sealed rooms.
Waiting.
Then came the patient waiting of the Mirage Palace. However, gradually, the Mirage Palace also lost patience.
1 hour.
2 hours.
5 hours.
There was no movement at all.
All 6 teenagers showed extraordinary patience. Sitting in the room, Zhang Feng listened as the whole world seemed to only have the sound of his own breathing left. He was very frightened, very scared. It was a fear of being abandoned by the world.
But he just sat cross-legged on the ground, tightly closed his eyes, constantly reminding himself, "I cannot be discovered. If my primordial spirit dies in this world, I will never be able to return to my hometown. I don't know why I came to this world, but I must go back. I must return to my hometown." After several hours, Zhang Feng began to have hallucinations in this tightly sealed room. He saw scenes from his own world, saw his family and friends in that world. He was going crazy. He forcibly resisted the urge to greet those friends, constantly telling himself that it was an illusion. If he revealed himself, he would fall for the tricks of the people of Earth. This is an illusion. 10 hours. Zhang Feng's eyes were bloodshot, staring grimly at the wall. And in the other rooms, the 5 teenagers were in the same state. Their faces were grim, their eyes bloodshot. Some were howling, deliberately making loud noises. Some were crazily pounding the walls. Some were collapsing in tears. 15 hours. Some went insane. Some collapsed on the ground, eyes vacant. Some were laughing foolishly at the wall. Some had already had a mental breakdown, but still didn't say anything. At this moment, the entire Mirage Palace was moved. They couldn't hold it in anymore. The elders watched the different behaviors of the 6 teenagers through surveillance videos and were extremely shocked. My goodness. What kind of secrets are they hiding? They have already disregarded life and death. Are these really teenagers? Who are they after all?
What do they want to do? Honchen watched on the side, becoming more and more frightened. Before long, a helicopter flew to the Mirage Palace. Honchen had brought in specialized interrogators and psychologists from the official interrogation spy department. After both sides explained the situation, a specialized interrogator solemnly said, "Release them all quickly. Now." The elder said, "But they haven't confessed yet." The expert shook his head seriously. A sealed space is a mental torture weapon. If an ordinary person without specialized training stays inside for more than 10 hours, there is a 50% chance of a mental breakdown, becoming a mental patient. If they stay for more than 15 hours, there is an 80% chance. If it's 20 hours, then there is a 90% chance. Obviously, they have endured without specialized training. After staying in there for so long, their inner selves have already suffered a huge impact. They must be released quickly and interrogated through other means. I think our goal is just to find out the secrets they hold. Not to torture them into real lunatics, right? Upon hearing the expert's words, the elder quickly ordered all 6 teenagers to be released. At this point, these 6 teenagers had already become like walking dead, with vacant, lifeless eyes. And one teenager was just laughing foolishly, clearly having gone mad. Immediately, the ethereal palace urgently sent the crazy teenager to the mental hospital in the capital for treatment. After entering the outside world, the other 5 teenagers took more than 3 hours to come to their senses and gradually return to normal. However, they still left behind indelible psychological shadows. 5 hours later, some of them could barely engage in conversation. Therefore, the first person the psychologist questioned was Lu Chang. Sitting in the office, with cartoons playing on the TV, the expert made a cup of tea for Lu Chang. "Tea or a drink? Your choice." Lu Chang moistened his chapped lips, looked at the steaming tea in front of him, remained vigilant, and said nothing. Lu Chang was no ordinary teenager, he was a person with over 30 years of experience in his past life. He looked at the cozy environment and the friendly tone of the expert and could probably guess some things based on his past life experiences. Previously, it was as cruel as a freezing rain. Now, is it as warm as a spring breeze? From being tough to being soft? Trying to break through my mental defenses? Lu Chang understood the situation. So he chose not to drink the tea or the drink. He didn't give any chance at all. Seeing his reaction, the psychologist felt anxious. It was difficult, indeed. His intention was to gradually break through Lu Chang's mental defenses, establish trust, and the first step was to make Lu Chang accept some benefits and then slowly break through. A step-by-step breakthrough. But now, the first cup of tea was rejected. He felt anxious and realized that this teenager in front of him might be on the same level as many trained spies he had interrogated. He was just puzzled, how could a teenager who had just entered junior high school have such a strong inner strength? After a moment of silence, the expert said, "You don't need to be wary of me. I'm not interrogating you now, I just want to chat with you casually. I'm simply curious about you as a person." Curious about me as a person? Lu Chang felt a sudden tension. "Please don't be kind to me." The expert took out a cigarette. "Do you smoke?" Lu Chang remained expressionless. He neither nodded nor shook his head. He didn't respond at all. Difficult. The expert asked again, "Are you hungry? You're still growing at such a young age. Let me have someone prepare some food for you first, and then we can chat after you eat." Lu Chang. The expert said, "We don't actually have any ill intentions towards you. I understand the reasons behind the situation, it's because your talents are exceptional. So, the palace lord was simply curious, and with your extraordinary talents, it was just a casual inquiry to see if you could join the ethereal palace. But you were cautious, which made the palace lord suspicious. The less you say, the more suspicious he becomes, right?" Lu Chang looked at him coldly. The expert continued, "In fact, no matter who you are, as long as you are a talented warrior, you can serve the nation. You can serve the ethereal palace.
It was just a routine identity check, and you didn't have to be like this. By the way, what would you like to eat? Lu Chang remained silent. 1 hour later. The expert went crazy. Because no matter what he said, Lu Chang didn't respond at all. He didn't answer. Despite the expert's many methods, he couldn't make any progress. After releasing Lu Chang, the expert proceeded to interrogate Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng couldn't even understand Chinese, let alone speak the language of Earth. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng came out. Then, the expert interrogated another person who could speak Chinese. An hour later, this teenager, surprisingly, had an extremely resilient inner strength and an incredibly strong heart, just like Lu Chang. He refused to speak no matter what. Then there were 2 mute individuals. And these 2 mute individuals were truly mute. A whole day passed. Not a single word was extracted. At that moment, the expert felt fear. Looking at the red dust Taoist, the expert respectfully said, "Palace Master, this matter is not trivial." The red dust remained silent. The expert continued, "I have never interrogated such people before. They are not afraid of death, not swayed by threats or promises. None of them have received professional training, yet they are all as formidable as those who have. What makes them powerful is their inner strength. I can tell that each of them harbors a secret. This secret transcends even life and death." The red dust asked, "How long will it take to get answers? I need to know the outcome." The expert sighed and shook his head, "We won't get any answers. I can make one decision now, no one can extract anything from them. They are fearless, impervious to threats or torture. Their minds hold no fear, their secret outweighs everything else. Kill them? They are not afraid of death. Torture them? They have done nothing wrong, torture is unnecessary. Even if we torture them, they can endure it. I have observed that they have a sense of detachment from life and death, viewing the world from a superior perspective. Their psychological defenses are impenetrable because their secret is greater than everything else. When all these methods fail, it means we will never get any answers. Of course, there is another way. We can try to coax the truth out of them. But this method requires us to know some secrets. Even if we had a hint of the direction of interrogation? But now, we don't even have a direction, we don't know what kind of secret they hold. We only know they have a secret. It's impossible." The red dust sighed, "You may leave." Watching the interrogation team depart. At that moment, the red dust gave up. The plan failed. He was outsmarted. In fact, all his questions could have been answered by asking Miao Chen. However, the red dust had been the palace master of the Mirage Palace for many years, a position above tens of thousands. Though he had visited Zhang Ku in person before, he considered it a gesture of humility. He remained proud. Eventually, he realized he couldn't control Miao Chen, and suddenly, Miao Chen seemed to have some control over him. This feeling greatly annoyed and repulsed the red dust. So he decided to gather some information on his own, to have some leverage in dealing with Miao Chen. At least, he wouldn't be manipulated again. At least. He didn't want to be clueless and ignorant. This feeling infuriated him. But now, the red dust felt deeply defeated. He had thought he had a firm grip on the world. Yet a few days ago, he found he couldn't control Miao Chen. He didn't know Miao Chen's secret. He didn't know the secret of the Earth Compatriots Association. Now, he didn't know the secrets of the more than 50,000, or even more, young people of Huaxia. He was being manipulated by many. After much contemplation, the red dust finally sighed and decided to personally talk to Miao Chen. Compared to being manipulated, the red dust recalled Miao Chen's words, which made him shudder. He had mentioned that doomsday was coming. Doomsday! And now, the first step had been verified. Huaxia was indeed home to many strange super geniuses. And these geniuses all shared a common secret. This made the red dust completely restless. His heart was pounding. If it were just a few dozen people, he could accept it, even if they were all powerful. Just like the Earth Compatriots Association, with a small number, they couldn't cause much trouble. But now, there were tens of thousands of them. This made the red dust feel a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, by the Yudai River. In a week's time, Miao Chen has already reached the 8th rank. This completely shocked everyone. The 20 maids initially saw Miao Chen as only at the 3rd rank, but in just a short time, they could no longer see through his cultivation. However, they did witness Miao Chen flying in the air. Flying in the air is a 7th rank ability, something only a grandmaster can achieve. This means that Miao Chen is now a grandmaster. It's terrifying and scary. Cultivating for just over 10 days, from the 3rd rank to a grandmaster? What kind of speed is this? At one point, the maids even suspected whether Miao Chen was originally a grandmaster or a supreme expert who had been hiding his cultivation all along. But regardless, seeing Miao Chen's cultivation speed surpassing even a rocket, the maids became even more convinced that the members of this group of Earth compatriots were extraordinary. Each one is mysterious and powerful. They used to complain about their daily training, but now they are completely convinced and have no more complaints. What's a little hardship? What's wrong with a little hardship? Following such a powerful and mysterious organization is something many people would give their lives for. And now, it has fallen into their laps, like a pie from the sky. Worth mentioning is that after a week of baptism, Miao Xinyu has also transformed. A fierce look has gradually appeared in her eyes. Although in this peaceful era, such fierceness on a delicate girl seems out of place. But when the demons invade later, this fierceness will be the key to survival. Of course, her cultivation speed is not as fast, even though she is taught by several strong experts every day, she has still not broken through to the 1st rank. It's faster now, and it is expected that she will break through to the 1st rank and become a warrior in about a month. But with her current level of blood and energy, and the care of several strong experts, in terms of talent, she could actually enter the Capital Martial Arts University based on her own abilities. No problem at all. This is probably called the power of transformation. It turns her directly from an ordinary person with no talent into a talented girl who can enter the Capital Martial Arts University. Hey! Ha! The 20 maids in Miao Xinyu held alloy broadswords weighing hundreds of pounds, forming some kind of formation and constantly circulating. Xiaoma stood in front of everyone. It's hard to achieve much on your own. And while having many people may lead to disarray, with each one being picked off one by one. So, formations are something everyone must master. You people, due to some unexpected circumstances, have become Miao Xinyu's maids. But now, whether you admit it or not, whether you are willing or not, you are all peripheral members of the Earth Compatriots Association. Therefore, you must master formations. When there are many people, form groups of thousands. When there are fewer people, form groups of hundreds. If there are no more people, even 3 people can form a group. If there are only 2 people left, they must still have the awareness of formations and form a group of 2. No matter how many people there are, you must immediately form a formation with tacit understanding. Advance to attack, retreat to defend. Do you understand? The group of women shouted in agreement, "We understand." Master Ma continued, "Having many people doesn't necessarily mean you can exert your strength. And having many people who can't exert their strength is called a mob. We must maximize the advantage of numbers, clenching 5 fingers into a fist to strike, rather than using each finger separately. This is the essence of formations. Do you understand? If you don't, ask." One maid raised her hand and asked, "Master Ma, what power does this formation have?" "If the 20 of us, along with Miao Xinyu, are all at the 5th rank. We have 21 5th grade realms. What kind of power can we have when combined together?" "I have no idea." Master Ma asked her, "Do you think, if you encounter opponents of the same 5th grade realm, how many can you kill?" The maid smiled bitterly, "If I'm lucky, I might be able to defeat one through a fierce battle."
If I'm unlucky, I'll probably be killed in return.
Master Ma said, "Alright, then let's assume that all 21 of you are lucky.
Each person can kill one. So, with 21 people, you can kill a maximum of 21 enemies of the same realm, right? After that, everyone will have no energy left to face the next enemy of the same realm, right?"
Right. Master Ma asked again, "So, if you were surrounded by 100 fifth grade martial artists of the same realm, could you win?"
The maid smiled bitterly, "That's impossible." "Can you escape then?"
"Trying to escape from 100 opponents of the same realm is just wishful thinking."
Master Ma nodded and asked, "What if 100 opponents of the same realm surrounded all 21 of you?"
"On average, 3 to 5 opponents of the same realm join forces to capture and fight against one person."
"Can any of you win? Can any of you escape?"
The maid shook her head. "If we were to fight to the death, with 3 to 5 people surrounding each of us, we would definitely die. But before we die, we should be able to take some of them down with us. If all 21 of us were surrounded by 100 people, we would all die, but the enemies should also suffer casualties. About 4 to 5 casualties." The maid thought for a moment and said, "If all 21 of us acted on our own, each of us trying to escape, I estimate the chances of escaping are not high."
Being surrounded by 3 to 5 people is not much different from being surrounded by over 100 people. But there is always a chance in everything. I think, among the 21 of us, there should still be 1 or 2 who can escape. At this point, another maid asked excitedly, "Master Ma, are you suggesting that if our 21 people form a battle formation and encounter a surround of 100 opponents of the same realm, we have a chance to kill some of them and then retreat safely?" Master Ma shook his head slowly. The crowd was somewhat disappointed. "Isn't that so? What's the use of learning battle formations then?"
At this point, Master Ma spoke again, "Let me correct you. If you think battle formations are so useless in your understanding, then there's no point in learning them. Why bother studying them? 21 people surrounded by 100 opponents of the same realm, breaking through the encirclement, is that useless?" Master Ma said in a deep voice, "Let me tell you this. Once you have mastered the battle formation and integrated it into your bones with tacit understanding, regardless of how many opponents of the same realm there are, you can kill as many as there are. Even if 10,000 people surround you, you can keep killing them as easily as cutting vegetables, until everyone is exhausted and physically drained. Otherwise, you can keep killing endlessly. Of course, the premise is that the enemies are just like you are now, a disorganized mob. Keep killing? Keep killing. Endless killing? Is this the battle formation? Can the battle formation allow people to keep killing endlessly?" Niao Sinyu was stunned. "This is impossible, right? The opponents are not fools." Master Ma said, "Nothing is impossible. The opponents are not fools, but in front of true warriors, a disorganized mob and fools are no different. If you learn the battle formation, facing a disorganized mob is no different from facing fools. How many reactions can fools have? Either they rush forward in a scattered manner, retreat, or escape. And among these 3 options, you all have ways to deal with them. If the opponents rush forward, you retreat while killing. If they dare not move and want to wear you down, then neither side moves. If they flee, you can charge forward and continue the pursuit. If you are exhausted, you can fight your way out and retreat. I'll give you an example. In ancient times, a well-trained elite infantry formation of 100 people. Faced with 1,000 idle ruffians, who is stronger and who is weaker? The maid said hesitantly, "Well, I think there's no need to think about it. The 100 infantry formation would easily crush the 1,000 ruffians like cutting vegetables. Overwhelm them. What about facing 10,000 ruffians? That's hard to say." Master Ma smiled and said, "The reason you find it hard to say is because the physical strength of these 100 people is limited, right? Right. After all, facing 10,000 people, if the ruffians fight desperately, the infantry will exhaust their strength." Master Ma said, "So, ruffians and infantry, in fact, both have an upper limit of strength, human beings. From a certain perspective, they are at the same level. And when you face opponents of the same level, you are also on the same level. But this is equivalent to, compared to infantry, you have unlimited physical strength. Of course, ruffians also have unlimited physical strength. So, under the condition where both sides have unlimited physical strength, it's chaos. Everyone suddenly understood. Then, everyone became excited. Formation. Battle formation? Is the power really that strong? Master Ma continued, if there are 21 of you, all at the 5th rank. You can fight against 100 6th ranks. You can wear out 10 7th ranks. You can make an 8th rank expert wary of you, unable to find a way to attack you. Don't ask where these data come from, they are all summarized from actual combat. The maids listened with fascination, and Miao Xinyu was also immersed in fantasy. Doesn't this mean that by learning battle formations, their group of 20-something female soldiers could even sweep through many forces within the country? At this moment, Miao Xinyu and the others suddenly understood why they had to learn those particularly simple but practical killing techniques before learning battle formations. Why they had to constantly train their endurance, why they had to find the most efficient ways and techniques through repeated training. All of this was preparation for battle formations. Yes. Dozens of people forming a battle formation, are elaborate moves useful? Dozens of people facing the enemy, using powerful attacks together? Chaotic, colorful but meaningless attacks? Dozens of people displaying brilliant Dao techniques together? Are they useful? Only the most pure, most efficient means can allow the battle formation to unleash its greatest advantages and power. A formation of dozens of people charging into the enemy, crushing everything in their path, you only need to cooperate with your teammates to continuously defend, or deliver the most efficient strike. And you don't have to worry about your back and sides, because there, you have teammates just like you. This battle formation was not summarized by the Earthsane clan. In the desolate wasteland, this knowledge was summarized by a race with a very long name. The planet of that race was in the era of cold weapons, constantly at war all year round. Countless military geniuses were born, but because they were always in various regions, fighting each other, in a state of chaos and warfare. So on their planet, there was no brilliant talent like Mao Chun. Those who survived and emerged were all talented generals. And these generals wouldn't consider ruling the world, or grand strategies. They would only study how to kill their neighbors, or how not to be killed by their neighbors. Mainly focusing on small-scale warfare. In this extremely chaotic situation of small-scale warfare, numerous magnificent battle formations were born. In the desolate wasteland, the people of that planet brought the battle formations to the desolate wasteland, initially only for their own use. Later, they realized that all races were one family, with only one enemy, so they generously taught the essence of these battle formations to the people of all races. It was the true wisdom crystallized from the civilization of their entire planet, developed over thousands of years of chaos. After the appearance of battle formations in the desolate wasteland, the various races experienced an unprecedented breakthrough. Demons and monsters began to retreat step by step. At the beginning, it was unified, with 100 people in a formation, each formation having a brain responsible for constantly giving orders and changing formations within the 100-person team. And for every 10 formations, there was a messenger overseeing and managing from a macro perspective. Good management, good unity, good synchronized action. However, later the demons discovered the flaws in the battle formation, and they would use countless lives to fill in, replacing the messengers and formation brains. When the messenger was replaced, the 10 formations of 1,000 people would become mute, deaf, and foolish, not knowing what to do. When the formation brain was replaced, the 100-person formation would completely disintegrate, each acting on its own. Is it allowed to record on WeChat? Later, the Wan clan in the Great Wilderness verified for nearly 10 years, gradually updating and upgrading, and began to engage in internal competition with the demons. Gradual improvement. Finally, the ultimate version appeared. Everyone is a brain, everyone is a messenger. When each formation is well composed, it will be numbered in advance as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The number of people in the war determines the number of formations. Following the sequence, everyone learns the same things, everyone receives the same training. When number 1 dies, number 2 immediately becomes the brain and starts commanding the remaining people. If number 2 dies, number 3 seamlessly takes over. This continues until there are only 2 people left in the formation. There is still a brain, it is still a formation. The messengers also formed a messenger formation, scattered in various corners of the battlefield, arranged sporadically. Also numbered. Messenger number 1 issues commands, all formations obey. When number 1 is replaced by the enemy, number 2 immediately takes over and continues issuing commands. If number 2 dies, number 3 continues. If all messengers are killed, there is no need to fear. The formations are also numbered. According to formation number 1, formation number 2, and so on. After all messengers are killed, the brain of formation number 1 immediately leaves the formation. It goes to the command platform and becomes a messenger. And the number 2 of formation number 1 takes over as the brain. In this way, it is a cycle again. Until everyone dies in battle. This battle formation tactic completely reversed the situation in the Great Wilderness. From the initial scattered one clan, everyone was in danger. To finally start winning. From the great cooperation among the Wan clan to the final great victory. Step by step, it can be said to be truly effective. And now, Master Ma for the first time on Earth, passed on the battle formation to them. This group of female soldiers. At this moment, Miao Chen walked out of the house, smiling and looking at the group of female soldiers on the river bank, holding hundreds of caddies of knives, constantly changing positions, and constantly undergoing basic movement training. He said to William beside him, "Bringing the battle formation here is a good idea." "I didn't think of that." William said, "You are in charge of the overall operation, we will take care of these things." "I have thought about it, if all Earth warriors learn the battle formation, then when we face the demons, the initial losses can be reduced by 60%. Miao Chen smiled, difficult. Saying that, Miao Chen looked up at the sky and whispered, just like he came with a heavy heart, obviously not listening to what I said. "Look, he doesn't listen, how can the myriad beings on Earth believe me without seeing blood and tears?" William followed his gaze and saw a figure quickly flying down from the sky above the 9 heavens. It was the red dust Taoist. He had long expected that the red dust would come back to find him, but Miao Chen did not anticipate that he would come so late. Obviously, he did not listen to his words. In the air, red dust glanced at the female soldiers practicing by the Jade Belt River, a touch of disdain in his eyes. "Warriors don't practice well. Engaging in these meaningless things, formations? Do they still think this is the ancient era of mortal cold weapons? What's the use?" There was some mockery in his heart. Infantry formation? Why not set up a long-range archer camp and a spear camp? Why not have a cavalry camp? Han Chen didn't think deeper and didn't bother to look closely at the essence of this battle formation. His gaze was locked on Miao Chen, about to say something with a smile, when suddenly his pupils shrank. His whole person actually stopped in mid-air, dumbfounded. Accustomed to storms and waves, Han Chen was actually a bit frightened at this moment. Eighth rank. Wasn't he 5th rank? No. According to the intelligence, isn't he immortal? Han Chen looked puzzled at Miao Chen, muttering in his heart, has he been replaced? Has he changed his skin mask to pretend to be Miao Chen, when in fact he is a master in disguise? In any case, Han Chen didn't believe that a person could upgrade from the 5th rank to the 8th rank in just a few days. And through observation, he could also see that his aura was stable, without any signs of instability. This is unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. Han Chen landed, staring sharply at Miao Chen with a pair of sharp eyes, trying to find traces of the mask on this person in front of him, trying to find traces of deception. Miao Chen greeted with a smile, "Lord Han Chen, you are a few days later than I expected."
Hongchen squinted at Miao Chen for a moment and said in a deep voice, "You are not Miao Chen." Miao Chen smiled. William also smiled. After a while, Miao Chen said, "I am not Miao Chen, who else could I be?" "Impossible." Hongchen said incredulously, "How could a person break through from the 5th rank to the 8th rank in a short period of time?" Miao Chen smiled and gestured towards the door. "Lord Hongchen, I have already planned to reveal everything to you when you come today. After listening, maybe you will understand. Please." Hongchen squinted, cautiously and vigilantly sizing up Miao Chen, and slowly stepped into the door. In the courtyard, members of the Earth Compatriots Association also came out of the tents, smiling and greeting Hongchen. Hongchen's sharp eyes scanned everyone, carefully inspecting and recalling the previous information. He thought, if someone is absent, then Miao Chen is probably the one disguised as that person, right? But he was disappointed. Not one was missing, they were all present. So, how did he break through from the 5th rank to the 8th rank in just a few days? After the two of them sat down, William poured 2 cups of tea. Hongchen dared not drink. He was afraid it might be poisoned. He was now a bit nervous, not knowing what was going on in this world. Suddenly so many mysterious people appeared. What was their purpose? Miao Chen didn't mind either. He smiled and took a sip of tea, asking, "Lord Hongchen, so now, do you have any questions? Who are those super geniuses? What's the matter with my cultivation level? What's the Earth Compatriots Association? Or what's the matter with the Doomsday?" These are the 4 questions in total. Which one do you want to ask first? He was a bit annoyed. He was very averse to following someone else's pace. But since the first time he came to find Miao Chen, Hongchen found that every step of his was led by Miao Chen. He had no temper at all. After a long silence, Hongchen stared at Miao Chen closely. "What's the matter with your cultivation level?" Miao Chen put down the teacup. "How old do you think I am this year?" Hongchen was astonished. "Your information says 23. Miao Chen shook his head. "If you count 3 lifetimes, I should be 140 years old." Hongchen was puzzled. "What do you mean by 3 lifetimes as a person?" "In the first lifetime, when I was 17, I had a car accident. Everyone thought I had become a vegetable, but in fact, I died." "What?" Hongchen stood up in shock, looking at Miao Chen in disbelief. "You're a dead person?" Miao Chen continued under the seat of the red dust, saying, "And my primordial spirit went to a world called Tai Huang." Then, Miao Chen narrated the events of Tai Huang in detail. Half an hour later, the people of the red dust were dumbfounded. He looked at Miao Chen with suspicion, his face turning red and then pale, wanting to say something but unable to. Miao Chen continued, "In Tai Huang, my 100 years came to an end. My primordial spirit finally returned and came back to Earth, where my body had already grown to 23 years old. So, adding it all up, I am considered to have lived 3 lifetimes. I am 140 years old. 140 years." The red dust fell silent. Silent for 1 minute, 2 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the red dust stared at Miao Chen and asked, "So, what you mean is that your cultivation is actually brought by your primordial spirit? Your cultivation was originally higher, and now it's just a recovery period? You can understand it that way." The red dust hurriedly asked again, "Are you saying that there are even higher realms beyond my cultivation? I am only at the level of Martial King?" Yes, the red dust Taoist is only at the level of Martial King. Above the 9th rank is Martial King. Above Martial King is Martial Emperor. And above Martial Emperor is Martial Saint. There are 3 more realms above me? The red dust collapsed, roaring furiously, "Impossible. Nonsense, it's all nonsense. It's simply nonsense. Impossible, I am an unparalleled strong one, and being unparalleled means there is no way to advance in martial arts. You're telling me there are 3 more realms above me? It's simply nonsense." Miao Chen remained silent, expressing no opinion. At this moment, the members of the Earth Fellow Association looked at the unattainable palace master of the Mirage Palace,
and a hint of mockery suddenly appeared in their eyes. It's like looking at a frog at the bottom of a well. He actually thinks he has reached the peak? In Tai Huang, the battlefield of the myriad races, the battlefield of demons. Even if one reaches the realm of martial saint, one can only be called a martial saint, and even a martial saint dare not claim to have reached the peak. He actually believes that his mere level of martial king is the peak? What else could this be if not a frog at the bottom of a well? Of course, they have seen it, while the people of Earth have not, so there is an information gap. But the real reason why the Earth Fellow Association mocked him was that after reaching this realm, the red dust did not continue to explore further. If he had continued to explore beyond the realm of martial king, he would have discovered clues, he would have found that there was still a way above. But he just heard that reaching the peak meant the end. He did not think, has it always been this way, is it right? He just smugly thought he had reached the end. There is an information gap, which does not make him a frog at the bottom of a well. But this arrogance and smugness is the true meaning of a frog at the bottom of a well. The red dust muttered to himself for a long time, still somewhat incredulous. But the Miaochen who had broken through to the 8th rank in just a few days gave him a heavy blow. Now, he was in turmoil. After a long time, the red dust asked, "What kind of realm is martial saint?" Miaochen thought for a moment and answered bluntly, "People like you, the more you come, the more you die. I don't need to make a move, just a glance from me and you will die." Miaochen continued, "The physical body traverses the universe. The primordial spirit is immortal. Even if I die, my primordial spirit can still possess another body. Before long, I will return to the realm of martial saint. Immortal." The red dust looked at Miao Chen with some fear. In other words, under these circumstances, Miao Chen would actually return to the realm of martial saint in no time, at most a year. And even if he died now, his primordial spirit would still be immortal, seeking a suitable body to possess. Then, the primordial spirit would continue to cultivate, hiding away, and before long, would still reach the realm of martial saint. What a terrifying realm this is! The mortal world was scared silly. If this is true, the idea of taking advantage of Miao Chen's weakness to harm him when he is sick and using some means at a critical moment was immediately ruled out. Only dare to make friends, not to offend. If it is true. Then if Miao Chen dies, in a corner of the earth, a hidden Miao Chen will quietly rise again and become a martial saint. If it is false. He dare not think it is false. Some means of dealing with Miao Chen that he had thought of before are now completely gone. The primordial spirit is immortal, this is too terrifying. Of course, this is what Miao Chen guessed. He also didn't know if the primordial spirit is immortal, but his own primordial spirit did cross the universe and return to Earth. It did indeed feedback on his cultivation. Of course, he just doesn't know if there will be another time. Intentionally saying this, Miao Chen is also guarding against him. After all, he is only at the 8th rank now, still relatively weak. People's hearts are inscrutable, who knows how the mortal world will think. If he doesn't guard against him, if he is harmful to himself, he will be very passive. And now saying this, whether he believes it or not, he will be afraid. He will be wary. Of course, he also doesn't know if it's true or false. Next, the mortal world asked the most straightforward question: how can one reach the realm of a martial saint? Ha ha ha. At this point, William laughed. The mortal world glared angrily. What are you laughing at? I am the supreme, you are just a mere strongest, how dare you laugh at me? Forget about Miao Chen, he said he is a martial saint, but what are you? But William couldn't be bothered to indulge in his quirks. William is the martial emperor in the Tai Huang. Faced with the mortal world like this, he will kill as many as he comes. He simply doesn't take the mortal world seriously. In fact, no one in the Earth Fellow Association takes the mortal world seriously. The reason for being cautious, vigilant, and treating him with caution is the same: the time is too short, and everyone has not yet returned to their former realm. When they were weak, they shouldn't be arrogant, this is the most basic rule. Given time, almost everyone present will return to their former realm.
It's just a matter of time. William said, Mortal World Dao Jun. How to reach the realm of a martial saint? This question is not only what you want to know. In the entire universe, all races, billions of living beings want to know.
But in the entire Taiwan, there are countless geniuses among the races, but only 3 martial saints have appeared. One from the original inhabitants of the Taiwan, one from our association leader, and one from the demons. There are only 3 martial saints, but in the Taiwan, there are many martial emperors. And someone like me, who is nothing but a martial emperor.
You are a martial emperor.
The mortal world's eyes changed.
Is there really so many strong people?
He looked at the 30 or so people from the Earth Fellow Association in front of him, feeling fear for the first time.
So, in this courtyard, am I actually the weakest?
At this moment, he couldn't tell whether these people were bragging or deceiving him for some other purpose.
Miao Chen then said, the realm of a martial saint is not easy to achieve.
But in my opinion, it is essential to experience the tempering of blood in fire. In any case, for someone like you, wanting to become a martial saint just by meditating is a fool's dream. Or rather, it is impossible to reach the realm of a martial emperor just by meditating like you do.
The mortal world asked, then how to reach the realm of a martial emperor?
Above the 9th rank, a place called the Mud Pill Palace will appear in your mind. That place is where gods are stored. From here, your primordial spirit has already begun to sprout, you just don't know it yet. The mortal world narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was 60% sure. There are not many supreme experts, only the supreme experts themselves know that above the 9th rank, a place called the Mud Pill Palace in the mind will undergo a qualitative change.
But they themselves have not figured it out.
Now, Miao Chen just mentioned this Mud Pill Palace thing.
It makes sense.
Those who have not reached this realm will never know.
And then?
And then, you need to comprehend this world, comprehend the suffering of the world.
Comprehend the myriad of nature. Feel the various states of humanity. It has nothing to do with cultivation anymore.
Miao Chen said softly, as you deepen your understanding of this world, you will comprehend your own path. When you comprehend your own path, your primordial spirit is born, and the moment your primordial spirit is born is called the martial emperor realm. As you continue to deepen your path, you will experience the suffering of the world, you will increasingly discover the despair of this world. When you reach the martial emperor realm, you will not feel powerful.
Instead, you will feel very small.
After breaking through this mental barrier, experiencing several life-threatening crises, experiencing the tempering of blood and fire several times, in despair, in the brink of death, your primordial spirit will undergo a transformation. And the appearance of this transformation is the martial emperor realm. In this way, repeatedly comprehend this world, repeatedly experience blood and fire. Fighting every day, lingering between life and death every day. One day, with blessings in your heart, your primordial spirit will leave your body, tour the 9 heavens, overlook the earth. At this moment, we call it the martial saint. After that, Miao Chen took a sip of tea and looked at the world with a smile. In any case, moving forward, no realm can be cultivated just by meditating. I fought in the wilderness for 100 years, never had a peaceful day, struggling in the sea of corpses and blood every day.
And you ask me, how to reach the martial saint? This is the way.
Then, Miao Chen pointed to everyone present at the Earth Fellow Association, they are the same. Facing the choice between life and death every day. Fighting every day, immersed in the sea of corpses and blood every day. Seeing countless people die every day, watching brothers who were just talking to you a moment ago, left with only half a head the next moment.
Do you think they are here to chat with you politely, the masters who speak cautiously? The strongest? The 8th or 9th rank? Are they martial artists with higher status than you in the illusory palace? Wrong. Miao Chen stood up slowly, saying in a deep voice, they are Asuras.
With a buzz, the world only felt a tingling sensation on the scalp.
The hairs on the body stood up.
And everyone at the Earth Fellow Association instinctively straightened their chests, recalling the glorious years.
Miao Chen does not allow anyone in this world to look down on his brothers from the Earth Fellow Association. Because in Miao Chen's eyes, those who come back alive from the battlefield of the myriad races are Azuras who are fighting every minute and every second, true heroic figures. And on Earth, no matter how high your cultivation is, in Miao Chen's eyes, you are nothing. When truly provoked, at the critical moment of life and death, the 32 people at the Earth Fellow Association, plus himself, can sweep away any so-called top expert on Earth. Of course, if it is not absolutely necessary, Miao Chen and the others would not do so. It is foolish to consume each other when facing external enemies, and people will die. You can defeat a top expert, but several of your brothers may die. It's unknown who. There was a brief silence in the field. The world looked at Miao Chen with some changes in his eyes. Mr. Miao, I understand now. You asked me to treat those young people well before. But those young people seem to have some secrets. Their secret is their identity as travelers, right? If I'm not mistaken, they are the primordial spirits of the myriad races who came to Earth? Miao Chen nodded. That's right. Before the arrival of the demons in the wilderness, the primordial spirits of the myriad races would arrive a few years in advance. But only a few, the majority of the troops arrived and took their positions after the chaos began. Those super geniuses, they are the reinforcements of the myriad races. The reason I want you to treat them well is that in the future, these reinforcements and comrades will fight for the Earth and die for the Earth. Among them, a large part will die on this land of the Earth. A large part of them will not be able to return to their hometown. Unable to see their families, they will stay here forever. For some reason, Red Dust felt a layer of goosebumps. Suddenly, he felt a little guilty in his heart. He remembered that he had been interrogating those teenagers these days, but he didn't know who those teenagers were. What secrets they had. One of them went crazy and collapsed. The others were also tortured. Thinking of these teenagers, Red Dust thought of the absurd story that Miao Chen had told him. With the support of all races, countless people fell on the desolate battlefield, and their bodies and blood turned into fertilizer to smooth the desolation there. If what Miao Chen said is true, then in the future, will these teenagers also heal the scars of the Earth? Mr. Miao, what exactly are the demons, and what exactly is the end of the world? The characteristic of demons is having one eye. They come from a place unknown to humans, where the environment is extremely harsh, so harsh that in order to survive, they must eat their companions or children. Their emperor has broken through to the martial saint level and mastered spatial techniques. After discovering a place, they will open a spatial channel from their planet to allow their army to jump through space. They are hungry and cruel. So when they arrive at a new place, their first priority is to fill their stomachs. The second is to find a way to occupy that place, always filling their stomachs. According to the level of the Earth, when the first wave of demons arrives, 50% of the people on this planet will die within a month. Let me put it this way, the cultivation strength of the desolate is slightly stronger than that of the Earth. But after 100 years of victory, there are only a few thousand indigenous people left in the desolate land. Red Dust took a deep breath. The casualty rate is so high. And now, for the Earth, we have the advantage. That is, we know in advance that they will come. So there is still time. If everything goes well, I think we may achieve victory in just a few decades. I think, out of the global population of 8 billion, maybe only 4 or 5 billion will die. It won't be as tragic as the desolate land. 4 or 5 billion. Red Dust stood up. 4 or 5 billion people dead? Is this the best outcome? Miao Chen looked at him. Otherwise, why is it called the end of the world? Phew. At this moment, Red Dust was stunned. That means, if he were to fly up to the sky and look down at the Earth, more than half of the people visible to the naked eye would not survive. This fact is too cruel. It even surpasses Red Dust's understanding. Before this, he had wondered if the end of the world was about a meteorite hitting the Earth, or about earthquakes and tsunamis. He had even thought about whether it was necessary to organize warriors from around the world to come together for disaster relief.
But now, hearing Miao Chen's words, Red Dust realized that this so-called end of the world is far more terrifying than he had imagined.
Demons. Red Dust asked, demons, what kind of beings are they? Are they numerous? How strong are they compared to the warriors of my earth in terms of cultivation?
Miao Chen thought for a moment and explained, they live on a planet with an extremely harsh environment. As far as I know, the demon's world was originally rich, but the demon's genes contain cruel genes. These genes make them warlike, and because of this warlike nature, they destroyed their own planet. Everywhere is barren, with no crops, no plants, and no shelter.
There is no source of food.
On their planet, there are only rocks, deserts, scorching hot days, and freezing cold nights. During the day, the temperature can reach over 100 degrees, and at night, it can drop to over 200 degrees below zero. In this environment, it is a forbidden zone for life, but demons have survived. Red Dust widened his eyes, over 100 degrees during the day, over 200 degrees at night? What kind of adaptation is this? They are still alive? Then, what do they eat? In such a harsh environment, there probably aren't even plants and animals, right? They eat themselves. Eat themselves. Yes. Because their reproductive ability is particularly strong and fast. So many demons choose to keep having children, using the offspring as a reserve food supply. When hungry, they eat them. Or they eat their own parents, siblings. By feeding on themselves, they have survived like this. One day, their emperor learned spatial magic and discovered a world called Taihuang. Taihuang has a population of around 10 billion, advanced technology, and strong martial forces. But in the eyes of demons, none of this is a problem. They attacked Taihuang. After entering Taihuang, they were like hungry ghosts who hadn't eaten for 100 years. They didn't seem to be fighting, but rather feasting in Taihuang. They were like locusts, where they passed, there were no people, no animals, no plants. They devoured everything, including the grass on the ground. So where they passed, it became a desert. In Taihuang, they wanted to win the war and continue to expand their population. So they kept reproducing in Taihuang. At first, our speed of killing them was not as fast as their rate of reproduction. And in Taihuang, they still maintained their nature of killing each other. They would have many children with them in battle, using their children as a food supply while marching, either being eaten by their parents or killed by us in the environment. Growing up in such an environment, they understood from an early age that to survive, they had to compete. Compete with their kind, compete with us, so they were not afraid of death at all. Fearless, they only wanted to win and survive. After saying this, Red Dust felt a little frightened. He quickly asked, what about the cultivation strength of demons? How does it compare to Earth? Demons are born as third-grade martial artists. Their lifespan is very short, only about 50 or 60 years. However, their talent and speed of cultivation are very good, stronger than humans. To put it this way, among 100 billion humans, there may be only 1 billion martial artists. Among 100 billion demons, all of them are martial artists. Among 100 billion human martial artists, 90% are below the 5th grade, while among 100 billion demons, 90% can reach the 8th grade. Red Dust trembled, then. Then isn't this a death sentence? Being targeted by such a race, isn't it a death sentence? Yes. It's a death sentence. So there is a mysterious force in the universe that prevents all of this from happening. It is impossible to see demons taking over the human race's environment and using it as a springboard for development. This would become a disaster for the universe. So when one side is in trouble, support comes from all directions. What about nuclear bombs? Our Earth has advanced weapons, intercontinental missiles, nuclear bombs. Miao-Chen smiled, Taiwan has them too. Atomic-level scientific research is not exclusive to Earth. And, the destructive power of nuclear bombs is like a tickle to demons. How many can it kill? They are all martial artists, you know. It can be said that a fifth-grade martial artist can survive as long as they leave the center of the explosion.
What about them?
And they are not fools to stand there and be bombed.
And
nuclear bombs have extremely strong contamination. Even if we win the war in the end, we ourselves would not be able to survive.
Then, what should we do? All citizens resist. Everyone cultivates. Hold on until the arrival of the second wave of reinforcements from the myriad races. How long do we need to hold on? I don't know.
Without accurate numbers, maybe 1 or 2 years, maybe a dozen or 20 years.
Perhaps, the last person on Earth will not see the arrival of reinforcements from all races before dying.
Perhaps, after the reinforcements from all races are reincarnated on Earth, they will die in the budding stage, they will die in the midst of war.
All of this is uncertain.
But one thing can be certain, the reincarnated beings from all races must all be super geniuses. Their cultivation speed is tens or hundreds of times faster than that of Earthlings. It took Honchen Daoran nearly 100 years to reach the realm of the martial king, while they may only need a few years, 10 years, a dozen years.
All races. Super geniuses. Honchen's eyelids twitched a few times, feeling somewhat frightened. So, is this what a super genius means? Can they grow to my level in just a few years, a dozen years? If this is true, can it still be described as genius? This is simply monstrous. If this is true, all Earthlings would be instantly reduced to ashes.
Seeing his confusion, Myochen explained with a smile, in the face of the end of demons, the growth rate of ordinary people is also very fast.
Honchen exclaimed, will the spiritual energy become denser? No. Then how can ordinary people's growth rate increase? Myochen said, we are martial artists. Martial comes first in martial artist. How can the speed of cultivation through meditation be extremely slow? It is only through experiencing continuous battles of blood and fire, continuously breaking through oneself in desperate situations. Dare to fight, dare to die, that's what a martial artist is. And such martial artists have extremely fast growth rates. In fact, the talent of a martial artist can only determine the speed of their early stage. But what truly determines a martial artist's achievement is never talent. It is the breakthroughs in moments of despair. For example, if doomsday arrives now, an ordinary person on Earth who originally had no talent for cultivation, as long as they can survive, their cultivation speed will definitely be several times faster than the geniuses of the Capital Martial Arts University. This new theory shocked Honchen. Martial artists don't rely on meditation for cultivation? Instead, they progress through each battle? Is this still the meaning of a martial artist in his understanding? Honchen fell silent for a long time. This time, he didn't speak for half an hour. Finally, Honchen looked at Myochen strangely, how do I know if what you're saying is true? Myochen shrugged, it's almost unsolvable. Humans, including all beings from all races, are like this. Without seeing the ultimate truth, they will not choose to believe things that are not in their favor. They will only wake up when everyone around them has died. Honchen looked deeply at Myochen, so if I believe you, what will you do next? Myochen did not hide his intentions, and said directly, the first thing is to issue a warning to all people around the world through Huaxia. Let everyone in the world come together, accept training, and accept the fact that doomsday is coming. The second thing is for everyone to cultivate, global cultivation, no longer needing talents for martial artists and the like. Let the entire society prioritize martial artists, prioritize cultivation. The third thing. Gather all beings from all races around the world and nurture them. After hearing Myochen's plan, Honchen's pupils contracted. If, indeed, this plan is carried out, it would actually mean Myochen would directly control the entire Earth. This is supreme power. After everything makes way for the resistance plan against doomsday, Myochen, the initiator, will undoubtedly become the leader of the Earth. And this is terrifying. It is horrifying. This made Honchen have to doubt Myochen's motives, whether he is just using a lie to arouse fear in people's hearts. Spreading anxiety and fear. Through such emotions, to achieve his goal of controlling the world? He had reason to doubt this. Of course, Zhang Ku also knew that he would doubt like this. He must doubt like this. Sure. People will not choose to believe and will definitely speculate with the worst intentions until they see the final truth. All of this was within Miao Chen's expectations, including his doubts. After chatting about some other things, Han Chen did not express his opinion on the matter of the doomsday, and hurriedly left. Watching Han Chen leave, Xiaoma said anxiously, "Uncle Jia, we don't have much time left." But they still choose not to believe. Miao Chen asked, "How long do you think the demons will take to reach the earth?" Xiaoma thought for a moment. According to the experience of Tai Huang, the demon emperor wants to open a time and space channel for the army to pass through. It will take at most 1 or 2 years. But for us, it's too little. 1 or 2 years. Miao Chen murmured, feeling a sense of urgency. He had to do something in a short time. Uncle Jia, will Han Chen believe us? What will his reaction be? Miao Chen shook his head, I don't know. I only know that after he returns, he will definitely find those ancestral spirits to verify if their talents are as powerful as I said. After he successfully verifies it, I will still be conflicted, still hesitant. Because we don't have more tangible evidence to show. What should we do then? A person needs 2 legs to walk. We can't just bet everything on the Mirage Palace. Miao Chen pondered for a moment. When I reach the realm of Martial King, we will make a move. We will first inform the world through our own means, but undoubtedly, our warning will lack credibility. There won't be many people who believe us. But the sooner, the better. Those who react first will have a chance to survive. In the doomsday, the biggest enemy is not the demons, but initially, it's our own people. All we can do is save a little bit, as much as possible, to let more of our fellow Earthlings survive. William came over. Uncle Jia, what should we do now? Miao Chen thought for a moment. Let's make preparations first. First, on a global scale, through the internet, television, radio, and other means of communication. Use the common language of all races to summon the ancestral spirits of the world. We need to be prepared on both fronts. If the people of Earth are not capable, then we will train the warriors of all races first. Second, on a global scale, find all the experts, strong individuals, and Earth compatriots to come forward, attracting strong individuals from around the world. Let the world know of our existence, and then find the right time to warn of the doomsday. Let's get moving. I am already at the 8th rank now. I don't need you to protect me here. Return to your own countries and regions, use all the money and power you have, and take action. 32 strong individuals shouted loudly, yes. But at this moment, Xiaoma said, China already has Su Tao. I don't need to exert myself, I will provide all the funds. I will stay here. Everyone looked at Xiaoma in confusion. Xiaoma pointed to the women's army training by the Yudai River. I will be their mentor. Everyone thought it made sense. Miao Chen, the backbone of everyone, had to focus on cultivation and had to focus on cultivation. He had to quickly enhance his own strength to deal with future challenges. If their strength was not enough by then, and they were not at the forefront of resisting the demons, but were killed by the people of Earth themselves, that would be a great injustice. But when Miao Chen had the strength to dominate the world, none of this would happen. Mirage Palace. Han Chen left and returned from Miao Chen. The first thing he did when he returned to the Mirage Palace was to summon the remaining 5 youths. 5 somewhat panicked teenagers looked fearfully at the powerful man in front of them, knowing he was the master of the illusory palace. They were all a bit afraid, unsure of what Red Dust would do next. They looked at each other for a long time. Red Dust was the first to break the silence. I won't make things difficult for you. I know some of you can understand Mandarin, right? He carefully observed the eyes of the 5 people. He saw evasion in the eyes of 3 of them, but confusion in the eyes of the other 2. Obviously, the confused ones couldn't understand what Red Dust was saying. Red Dust focused on the 3 who understood Mandarin and said in a deep voice, I already know your identities. You are beings from different races, right?
The three looked somewhat puzzled.
Beings from different races?
They had no idea. Red Dust frowned, looking at the three's confusion, which didn't seem feigned.
Had he made a mistake? After a while, Red Dust realized.
Beings from different races was Mu Chen's general term and description for them.
Of course, they didn't know what different races meant.
Red Dust summarized his words and asked again, I know your identities. You are not Earthlings, your souls have crossed over from other worlds to here.
You have taken over the bodies of Earthlings, hiding your true identities. Am I right?
As soon as he finished speaking, the pupils of the three teenagers shrank to the size of a pin. They looked at Red Dust in terror. This was the highest secret they had been guarding, a secret they protected with their lives.
And now, Red Dust knew. How did he find out?
Seeing the expressions of the three, Red Dust breathed a sigh of relief.
It was true. Mu Chen was completely right.
They were indeed crossers. Red Dust was somewhat amazed. He hadn't expected such magical things to exist in this world.
Crossers were actually real?
After a moment of silence, Red Dust said, I don't know why you have been so determined to hide your identity as crossers. To be honest, I had always thought you were concealing secrets that were detrimental to the world order, which is why I interrogated you harshly.
But now that I know you are crossers, I am relieved.
Beings from different races and Earthlings are eternal old friends.
I won't trouble you at all. I apologize for what I did to you before. I'm sorry. Our harsh interrogation was indeed justified. But if you had told me earlier that you were crossers, I wouldn't have troubled you at all.
But now that the situation has arisen, how can we eliminate the hostility in the hearts of our friends from other lands?
Other planets? I will do my best to compensate you. You can make any requests to me.
Two of them looked puzzled. The other three, however, looked at each other at this moment. They didn't believe Red Dust was so kind-hearted.
In fact, they didn't doubt Red Dust, they simply didn't believe that the Earthlings who had discovered their identities were trustworthy. Caution was the greatest rule for survival.
Seeing the three unmoved, Red Dust sighed in his heart.
If only I had asked Mu Chen earlier. Why did I have to interrogate them so harshly?
Every time he thought of what Mu Chen had said about the allied forces of different races, he felt ashamed and guilty. If Doomsday was real, these people would be the strongest allies to help Earth resist external enemies, comrades.
Just then, Lu Chang spoke up, I want to go home.
He hesitated for a moment.
After a long silence, Red Dust said in astonishment, I don't have the ability to send you home.
Lu Chang said angrily, you just need to send a helicopter.
You brought us here like this.
Oh, it was about going home. Red Dust smiled bitterly, so you mean you're home on Earth?
That's not a problem, I can arrange it. I will send all of you home in 10 minutes. Is there any other compensation you want?
This time, the three of them were shocked.
Do you really want to send us home?
These days they have been experiencing despair and panic, living in fear every day.
Now, all of a sudden, they are going home?
They find it hard to believe.
At this moment, another young man said, Can I make a request? Hong Chen replied, Go ahead.
I want to get into a martial arts high school, but our family is relatively tight on money.
If you want to compensate me, could you cover some medical expenses?
At this moment, Hong Chen really felt like crying. His calm heart couldn't help but ripple slightly.
These lovely beings. He only asked for compensation for some medical expenses?
Hong Chen felt emotional, looking seriously at the young man and said, I will compensate each of you with 10 billion in compensation. This is my apology to you, and also my desire to support your cultivation. Your future in martial arts is very promising.
The three of them. Is it really this good? Impossible. How was he treating us before? And now he suddenly turned so good? And sponsoring us to learn martial arts? Hong Chen looked at his watch, 8 minutes left. In 8 minutes, I will send all of you home. In these remaining 8 minutes, can we chat? Your biggest secret, is it actually your identity as travelers? I'm curious, why is this a secret in your hearts? The three remained silent. Silent. Wondering if Hong Chen was fishing. No one spoke. Hong Chen sighed and said, let's be honest. People like you, there are tens of thousands worldwide. The three were shocked. They had thought they were the only cultivators. But they never imagined that there were tens of thousands of travelers on Earth. This was too surprising. Hong Chen recalled Mu Chen's words and intermittently recounted the bizarre things about Tai Huang. After that, Hong Chen also mentioned the reason they came to Earth. Hong Chen didn't know if it was true or not, but he still said it. After speaking, he began to observe the reactions of these three. The three were amazed. Is there really such a thing? They had never heard of it. But at this moment, a young man from Earth named Lin Chi suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, Tai Huang. Martial Saint Mu Chen. Are you saying that the legendary martial saint is from Earth? Hong Chen sat up straight suddenly. How could an alien have heard of Mu Chen's name? How could this be? Hong Chen nodded quickly, that's what he said. They also have an organization called Lin Chi interjected, Earth Fellow Association. Hong Chen felt his scalp tingle. What? You've heard of the Earth Fellow Association? Lin Chi exclaimed, my goodness, I always thought it was a legend, didn't expect it to be true. What kind of legend have you heard? Lin Chi said, before I came here, there were several martial emperor powerhouses in my hometown. They claimed to have gone to Tai Huang to join the grand army of the myriad races. They said Tai Huang was targeted by strange creatures for occupation, so the people of the myriad races mobilized to help exterminate those strange creatures. And within Tai Huang, there is a superpower called the Earth Fellow Association. The Earth Fellow Association and our army are the main forces of one camp. A total of 20,000 people. Fearless and valiant, they are a presence in Tai Huang that makes those strange creatures tremble. And among them, the king of the Earth Fellow Association, named Mu Chen. Martial Saint Mu Chen. He is the only martial saint powerhouse among the human race of the myriad races. In a certain battle, the grand army of the myriad races, 800,000 strong, was surrounded by 90 million strange creatures. The martial saint descended from the sky, tearing through space. A palm descended from the sky, and tens of thousands of strange creatures were turned into minced meat. The martial saint began to chase, and alone, actually killed tens of millions of strange creatures. Then, a sun rose from the west, so bright that all the people of the myriad races couldn't open their eyes. That is the emperor among the strange creatures, also the martial saint. One of the three martial saints in this universe. It fought with the martial saint Myochen, and the aftermath of the battle actually caused tens of thousands of people from myriad races to die, and millions of strange creatures died on the spot. People panicked and fled, seeing two suns rising in the sky, shining like the sun. They flew out of the atmosphere and into the universe. Myochen and it, actually able to traverse the universe with their physical bodies. Later, the martial saint of the original inhabitants of the Tai Huang also joined the battle, fighting it alongside Myochen. Their battle lasted for more than 20 days without rest. The entire Tai Huang ceased fighting, and all living beings spent these 20 days just looking up at the sky. On the 20th day, a satellite of the Tai Huang planet suddenly exploded. It was the aftermath of the battle of the three martial saint powerhouses. They fought on the satellite, and in the end, they blew up that satellite. People finally understood why the three martial saints had to fight in the universe, because in the Tai Huang, they could very well shatter the entire Tai Huang planet. This was a result that no one wanted to see. That day, a meteor shower fell on the Tai Huang. The shattered satellite turned into meteorites and rained down on the Tai Huang. Countless martial emperor powerhouses flew up to the sky to smash the meteorites, averting a catastrophe. On the 20th day, the three martial saints each left. They never appeared again.
The martial saint of the original inhabitants of the Taiwan lost the left half of his body, only the right half remained. And Myochen, the martial saint, had an intact body, but was said to have suffered serious internal injuries. That day, all the races in the entire universe, countless living beings, saw for the first time the collision of martial saint-level powerhouses. It was so earth-shattering, so terrifying. Just the aftermath of the battle actually shattered a satellite. Yes, that satellite was almost as big as the moon on your Earth. The people in the mortal world listened in shock. Cold sweat poured down. Myochen is such a powerhouse? Rising sun-like brightness. Can everyone on the planet see this light? Traversing the universe with physical bodies. Shattering planets. Destroying millions of demons with one palm? Is this the power that humans can wield? Lin Shi continued, after the martial emperor powerhouses of our planet told this story, everyone thought they were lying. Because as far as we know, the martial emperor is the pinnacle of martial arts. But they said that above the martial emperor, there is a realm called martial saint. That was the first time we knew that among warriors, there are such powerhouses as martial saints. And Myochen is the only martial saint among all races. This legend is well known in our place. Although everyone thought they were lying, this story is still well known. Oh my God! I actually came to the hometown of the martial saint? The powerhouses of our world did not lie. There really is the Tai Huang in this world, there really is an Earth Same Clan Association, there really are powerhouses like the martial saint. Lin Chi was excited, looking fervently at the mortal world. You just said you went to find Myochen? Oh my God, you actually had the honor of talking to the martial saint? There was a bit of discomfort in his heart. What does it mean to have the honor? Then, Lin Shi said, you know, in the Taiwan, even the martial emperor powerhouses may not be able to witness the martial saint's style with their own eyes. How extraordinary that is! He has been invincible in Huaxia for a long time. Although there are many top powerhouses in other countries on Earth, once they reach the top, they do not fight each other. They all consider themselves invincible anyway. Now, someone has appeared to break this invincibility. Not just a little stronger than oneself, but so much. Traversing the universe? Shattering planets? Is this true or false? Lynch said again, Sir, may I? May I ask to meet the great martial lord? The strong ones on our planet once said a sentence, the two wild stories have ended, but that doesn't mean those strange creatures will end. Perhaps one day, it will be our turn too. If one day, someone from our planet can have the honor to enter the battlefield of the myriad races, there is a great chance to appreciate the style of the great martial lord. If people from our planet can see the great martial lord, please bring a message for me. Great martial lord, the people of the golden huge bowl planet are your eternal subordinates. Sir, I never thought that what I thought was legendary would actually become reality. Can you help me introduce myself and let me meet the great martial lord? Anyway, I want to bring a message for the strong ones in my hometown. The other two teenagers listened to Lynch as if they were listening to the Book of Heaven. What great martial lord? Like the sun? Shaking the entire universe with his name? Is it true or false? Red Dust was truly shocked in his heart, he couldn't understand. Is this really true or false? The main thing is that all this information is far beyond his expectations. And at this moment, the elder hurriedly walked in and whispered in Red Dust's ear, Master, there is a big movement in the Earth Compatriots Association. Red Dust asked, what movement? It seems to be a global-scale movement. They seem to be spreading some symbols and words that we don't understand through global information channels, the internet, the elder replied. Red Dust was surprised in his heart, he hadn't even agreed yet, and the Earth Compatriots Association took the initiative? Before he could figure it out, was Myochen setting up a conspiracy? Or is it true, why did he act ahead of time? Red Dust hurried into the office, and at this time, on the big screen, the people of the Mirage Palace were introducing with a serious expression, Master, just now, a series of well-known Chinese media companies such as Penguin and Tushio. And some local TV stations suddenly broadcasted a strange symbol. A picture was pulled up. White background, black words. But the words on it were not recognizable.
It looks like circles, triangles, and squares. It's completely incomprehensible.
Red Dust frowned. What does this mean?
I don't know.
The staff quickly added, but Penguin used QQ and WeChat to forcibly send it to nearly 1 billion users across China from the backstage big data. The delivery range includes WeChat groups, WeChat chats, WeChat interfaces, WeChat moments, QQ groups, QQ messages, QQ spaces, QQ skins,
as well as various game backgrounds and game interfaces in various online games.
At the same time, many local TV stations in China suddenly inserted such pictures in their programs. Just now, many conglomerates have hired millions of workers. They printed many such advertising slogans and pictures, posted them on cars, and brushed them in the corners of various cities and towns like small ads.
At the same time, it's the same in Europe,
the United States, Asia, Australia, and so on.
All countries have started doing this. We don't know what these pictures and symbols represent. But just now, the United Nations has activated an emergency plan. They are having a meeting to discuss, inviting linguists to identify the meaning of these symbols.
Establish an international organization to investigate the meaning of this symbol and the intentions of the disseminators.
Red Dust's face was full of suspicion, his heart was complicated. Should he stop it? Or should he approve it?
The elder urgently asked. The official is asking for the opinion of the Mirage Palace.
How should we handle this? Red Dust remained silent for a long time and said solemnly, wait and see.
The whole scene was in an uproar.
No one knew why the master chose to default? Doesn't wait and see mean letting the Earth Compatriots Association do as they please?
No one knows, including the Red Dust itself. His heart has already begun to slowly tilt towards trust. At this moment, the world exploded. A series of mysterious symbols suddenly began to spread globally. Almost within a few hours, it exploded globally in an instant. All netizens around the world were shocked.
Damn! Why do I keep seeing this symbol? Me too. All over YouTube is this symbol. All over Twitter too, the whole world is this symbol.
To say something more terrifying, in our city, many office building screens also have this symbol. We live in a mountain village, and this symbol is also on the electric poles in our mountain village.
Is this some kind of conspiracy? What does this symbol mean? Who knows, who knows? Oh my God.
In Times Square, New York, all the big screens are showing this symbol.
Oh my God.
The cover of Time magazine has also turned into these symbols.
Crazy.
At this moment, the whole world has gone crazy. Completely exploded.
At this moment, right now.
The United Nations held an emergency meeting, and all the official high-level officials of all countries in the world are now sitting on planes heading straight to the United Nations.
This is an unprecedented, unknown conspiracy. An unprecedented, global event.
And just as the world goes crazy, and the world speculates.
Just as the United Nations emergency meeting is about to begin.
Huaxia, a middle school in a certain city. Young Jiang Chuan finished school with his backpack, and he felt out of place with all his laughing classmates. He had no friends, just walking alone in loneliness. Because he is a weirdo, always saying strange things, and speaking stiffly and not fluently, as if he were a foreigner who had just learned Chinese. Everyone would stay away from him, thinking that he seemed to have some problems in his head. Jiang Chuan has been in this world for more than 2 years, and he has long given up hope of going home. At this moment, now, he just wants to blend into this world. He just wants to integrate into the life of the earth. He wants friends, he wants an organization, he wants a group of companions. Instead of being alone, living in a corner of this world. A van slowly passed by him, and Jiang Chuan subconsciously avoided it, but at that moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw a poster on the van. But it was not the usual advertisement, but a series of symbols. At that moment, Jiang Chuan widened his eyes, shocked, and incredulously looked at the series of symbols on the van.
10,000 races.
Mandarin for 10,000 races.
Universal language.
It's a universal language. Jiang Chuan's eyes turned red, and tears of excitement flowed from his eyes. He had left his hometown for more than 2 years, and he never expected to see the universal language used in his hometown in this strange world. This is the official language of his hometown, everyone knows it, everyone is born knowing it. It's like his mother tongue. And now, he actually saw it on the van.
I'm not alone anymore.
Stop. Stop. I didn't see it clearly, I haven't seen it clearly yet. Jiang Chuan roared, crying and running wildly on the street, chasing after the van.
But the van sped away.
Jiang Chuan chased for half an hour, running to the edge of the city on his legs, but still couldn't catch up. He panted, exhausted, crying out, "Stop, why don't you stop?
What does it say? What does it say? Is that my hometown language? Is it the language of my hometown?
I saw it, I saw it. Why didn't I catch up?
Why am I running so slowly?"
Jiang Chuan cried out, blaming himself and slapping himself. And at this moment, he suddenly saw a wall in the village in the city, also painted with this string of symbols.
The paint had not dried yet.
Jiang Chuan widened his eyes, carefully reading these symbols. "Comrades from all the races of the universe, my name is Miao Chen, I have returned from the great wilderness." If you have heard stories about the great wilderness in your hometown, then you will know the true purpose of your soul crossing to Earth. In the current world of Earth, there are already over 1 million people from various races in position. Because a great catastrophe is about to descend upon Earth. Friends, have you heard a voice saying to achieve great things and have the chance for your soul to return home before you came? You must be puzzled, what exactly does it mean to achieve great things? I will tell you, it means to become stronger. Let the legion of all races reappear on Earth, once again sounding the great horn that belongs to all the races of our entire universe. You are the first wave of comrades to arrive on Earth, but you are by no means the last. A year later, the main force will truly arrive. Friends, you are not alone in my home on Earth, your hometown people have also come. And I am also your family, I have always been. If you can understand the universal language of all races, you must come from a more advanced civilization among the races. Note, conceal your identity. Because most people on Earth today do not know that you are friends. Second, become stronger quickly. Third, if possible, you can come to Huaxia Furong City Yubai River, I will be waiting for you here. I will be responsible for protecting you during your weak period, helping you quickly become powerful warriors. Of course, here, you may also find your hometown people.
Currently known information, each race will send over 20,000 souls. Comrades, you are not alone.
There were only 2 lines of symbols. But the meaning they represented, when translated into Chinese, was enormous.
This is a symbol of civilization.
In the universal language of all races, in order to communicate effectively, the birth of a universal language is to use the simplest, most conducive symbols for dissemination, to represent the most comprehensive meaning and context as much as possible. Therefore, seemingly those 2 lines of symbols actually contain a huge amount of information.
This is not something that Earthlings can translate, nor can linguists.
Only those who have studied the universal language of all races, also known as cosmic language, can understand. And now, Jiang Chuan understood.
Not alone. I am not alone. Have 20,000 people from my hometown come?
Jiang Chuan kept wiping away the tears flowing from the corners of his eyes in excitement. He had been living alone in this alien world for 2 years, gradually learning Chinese from being an outsider, trying hard to integrate into this society. But he simply couldn't. And now, here he was, seeing it. Seeing the appearance of his hometown. Seeing the culture of his hometown. Seeing the writing and language of his hometown. He seemed to see 20,000 people from his hometown waving at him.
Jiang Chuan pretended not to pay attention to the universal language of all races written on the wall. He just glanced at it with the corner of his eye, then turned around with his backpack and walked home. As he walked along, Jiang Chuan saw many such symbols again. Countless people were brushing them on the walls, on the utility poles, on the buildings, like posting small ads. They were everywhere. The whole city was filled with them. Jiang Chuan was somewhat stunned for a moment. What was happening? How come suddenly the universal language of all races was everywhere in the world? Who was manipulating all this behind the scenes? Miao Chen? Who is Miao Chen? He introduced himself. But Jiang Chuan had never heard of who Miao Chen really was. After all, not everyone among the races can return alive. And even if they return, not everyone can quickly grasp the power of speech in the world. Even if they have the power of speech, not everyone will expose their experiences in the great wilderness. All of this is probabilistic. Of course, the probability is high. After all, the shock brought by the former martial sage to the myriad races was too much. At this time, there happened to be a man wearing a duckbill cap, taking advantage of the lack of people around and no urban management. He quickly used paste to stick a propaganda poster at the entrance of a factory, and the content on the poster was also a summoning order in the common language of the myriad races. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but walk up and ask, "Hello." The duckbill cap looked at Jiang Chuan with some vigilance. When he saw Jiang Chuan wearing junior high school uniform, he relaxed his vigilance and said, "What's up? I want to ask, why are there so many of these myriad? These small advertising symbols all over the street? What does this mean?" The duckbill cap chuckled and said, "Who knows what it means? I'm just doing business for money." For money? Yeah. Many wealthy people have posted recruitment orders online. As long as you post this small advertisement, stick 1, take photos and videos throughout, you can get a reward of 10 yuan. I've posted over 100 today. If you stick the small ads on the car, you can get 200 yuan a month. Jiang Chuan quickly asked, "Which website? How to get such rewards? You want to do it too?" Various job application software, local software. They all have it. As long as you are looking for a job, you can see it on those recruitment websites. Oh, how do I access those recruitment software? Which software is for recruitment? Do you not know 58 Tonchun? Do you not know Ganji? Com? Do you not know Boss Direct Recruitment? Jiang Chuan felt embarrassed. He had only been on Earth for 2 years and had only learned Chinese and basic pinyin typing. He didn't really understand the internet. The duckbill cap explained for a long time, feeling that Jiang Chuan was a fool who didn't know anything. It was like a fool who had never touched the internet before. He was too lazy to say anything and hurried away to make money. Jiang Chuan put away his thoughts and walked home, giving up the idea of finding the mastermind behind the scenes through the internet to learn more information. He was clueless. But he decided to go to a place called Furong City to find the organization. This was the only chance in this world to find someone who understood him, who was on the same path as him, and spoke the same language. Back home, his mother looked at Jiang Chuan and asked with a frown, "Why are you back so late today?" Jiang Chuan respectfully said, "Mother, I was doing homework for a while, so I was delayed." He spoke very respectfully. In their world, filial piety was emphasized. After crossing over to this world, Jiang Chuan knew that he had taken over someone else's son, and he felt guilty. After gradually getting in touch, he also accepted the mother of this world. In any case, it was a chance for him to start over in life. So he always spoke very respectfully. But his mother was not used to her son being like this. 2 years ago, her son suddenly changed, as if he had become a different person. At first, he didn't like to talk, but later, he suddenly became polite. This made his mother wonder for a while, thinking that her son might have experienced something during puberty and suddenly became sensible. His mother patted Jiang Chuan's head, pointed to the table, and said, "The meal is ready for you. Hurry up and eat, Finish your homework quickly. Don't stay up late like yesterday, you are still growing, it's not good to sleep late. Yes, mother. After that, Jiang Chuan put down his school bag and ate his meal with a heavy heart. During the meal, looking at his mother doing housework, Jiang Chuan hesitated a lot in his heart. What should he do? Should he tell the truth? Should he leave secretly? He couldn't make any decision. After dinner, his mother took the initiative to sit on the sofa and asked, "Do you have something on your mind?" Jiang Chuan contemplated for a long time. "Mother, there has been something buried in my heart for a long time. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to express it." Mother smiled. "You are already 14 years old, having your own thoughts is normal. If you feel it's not appropriate to tell me, then don't. If you think it's harmless to tell me, I can listen to your thoughts." Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly stood up and bowed to his mother. "Thank you for nurturing me all these years. I will never forget it, but I want to tell you something. I am not from this world." Mother laughed. "Then where are you from?" "I come from another planet in the universe." "Planet Ultraman?" Ha ha ha. "Stop watching so many cartoons, you're not a child anymore." Jiang Chuan said seriously, "I come from a planet called Purple River in translation. I don't know how far it is from Earth. I crossed over suddenly, that is, my soul crossed over. I became your son, even though I don't belong to this world. But I think, maybe I can never go back in this life. Whether I admit it or not, I am now an Earthling. I am your son." Mother laughed heartily. "Reading too many novels?" Jiang Chuan shook his head. "Mother, I know you don't believe what I'm saying. But after saying it, I feel much better in my heart." All right. Finish talking and go do your homework." Jiang Chuan hesitated, then returned to his room. As the door closed, his mother sitting on the sofa suddenly teared up. 2 years ago, that unruly son woke up one night and suddenly changed. He went crazy, he raved, he shouted in some strange language that he couldn't understand at all. I took him to the hospital for a checkup, but after all the tests, everything was normal. He was a healthy person. Then, he stopped his madness. He became silent, he didn't speak, not a word. Sometimes it seemed like he couldn't understand even when I talked to him. Maybe he didn't not want to speak, but couldn't understand. I took him to a mental hospital, but the doctor said he couldn't communicate. It couldn't be determined whether he was mentally ill, whether he had delusions. It could only be preliminarily diagnosed as autism. I took him home, and slowly, he began to understand when I called his name. Like a puppy, at first when you call a puppy's name, the puppy doesn't know what it means, but after a while, the puppy knows that this sound represents itself. At that time, I began to suspect. I knew that teenagers might undergo sudden changes, but it was impossible to change to the point of not knowing who his mother was. Impossible to the point of not speaking, not understanding speech. After half a year of recuperation at home, he slowly began to speak, very awkwardly. Very stiffly. Spelling out each pinyin one by one. I tried to buy him a children's book on pinyin recognition, trying to teach him Chinese pinyin. I pretended not to know all this. I told him, "You have forgotten the basics of Chinese characters due to exam stress, you must review them." I deliberately said this. Because in the mind of a normal person, what I said was ungrammatical, it was impossible. How could a Chinese person not know pinyin? How could they forget it? But he started to learn. He thought it was real. And then I witnessed him, from ABCDFG. All the way to forming words, making sentences. Going through the process of a preschool class, going through the process of recognizing characters like a child. At that moment, I was sure, my son was gone. My son had become someone else. I couldn't accept all this, often crying at night. But gradually, I found that he, my new son, accepted me as his mother.
He became very filial, very innocent, very polite, very sensible, and especially very smart.
His wisdom doesn't seem like that of a 14-year-old boy. I love him. My son is missing.
From today on, he is my son. But today, he confessed to me.
It's a crazy thing, but I know it's true.
The mother trembled all over, sobbing, tears silently streaming down. Just then, the door opened again. By the way, mother, there's something else.
Jiang Chuan walked out, suddenly stunned, and quickly walked up. Mother, why are you crying? What's wrong? What happened? Why are you crying?
The mother suddenly broke down emotionally, hugged Jiang Chuan, sobbing, my son.
Son. Mother.
Jiang Chuan was also moved. And suddenly, Jiang Chuan was stunned, as if he had remembered something.
Looking up, his eyes reddened. Mother, do you believe what I said?
The mother didn't speak, just choked up, wiping her tears silently. At this moment, everything was said in silence.
For a long time.
The mother wiped away her tears, then smiled and said, anyway, now and in the future, you are my son.
Right? Yes. Is your soul an alien? Yes. Son, tell me about your hometown. Tell me your story. Jiang Chuan thought for a moment, somewhat longingly said, my hometown is a small planet. But trade between different races is very close and developed. A plant called blue flower grows everywhere in my hometown. It blooms all year round, never withers, and has extremely strong vitality. They look like peonies on earth, but they are blue in color, with white roots, crystal clear. It is also used as food, rich in nutrients, and the blue flower nurtures all life in our purple river. In our hometown, there is also a river. This river is very long, encircling the entire planet. There is a purple floating weed in the river, which, when viewed from the sky, makes the whole river look purple. So my hometown is called Purple River. This river nourishes the blue flowers that cover the entire land, and the blue flowers nurture us on that planet. Like a mother to all living beings. Therefore, our planet has always followed filial piety from ancient times to the present. Mother, elders, are the lifelong goals of all of us. And as we grow old, our children will also strive for us. He murmured. The mother listened quietly. But I have never seen my mother since I was a child, she passed away. I struggle with a sense of confusion, I am also very lonely. I really want to fulfill my filial duty, but I don't have the opportunity. The mother held Jiang Chuan tightly, listening quietly to his words. Until I came here, I was very afraid. Very scared. But slowly I realized that you are my mother in this world, and I was secretly happy. I have a mother now, I have someone to strive for and protect. I am very happy. The mother's eyes turned red again. Child, is your hometown beautiful? Jiang Chuan nodded, yes, very beautiful. Extremely beautiful, the whole sky and earth are colorful. Children living on that fairy tale-like planet are kind. Yes, the people in my hometown are very kind. We help each other, support each other. We do not elevate ourselves by belittling others, nor do we enslave others in a class manner. Because the scenery of our planet is beautiful, it is a place where many races like to come for tourism. Our leaders are also wise, and long ago, they took the initiative to contact other civilizations and trade with them. So, we have no worries about food and clothing, and we are good at trading. Mother, I really wish that one day if I can go back, I would love to take you with me. Take you to visit my son's hometown, to see how beautiful it is. Then I will also introduce you to my friends and teachers in a grand manner. This is my Earth Mother. The mother listened, her face full of anticipation, if there is a chance. The mother and son sat on the sofa, silent for a while, but there was light in their eyes. All right, why did you come to find me? What do you want to talk about? Jiang Chuan said, someone has released a special symbol. The mother opened her phone, just opened it, randomly clicked on an app and saw that mysterious symbol. Is this it? It's everywhere on the internet now, I don't know what it means. Jiang Chuan pointed to the symbol and said,
this is not a symbol. This is the universal language of the myriad races, also known as Universal Mandarin. In the universe, as long as the civilization level is relatively high and there is trade between planets, they have mastered the universal language of the myriad races. And even after many years of development, the universal language of the myriad races has become the mother tongue of many planets. The mother was somewhat surprised. Are there people on Earth like you? Broadcasting your alien Mandarin? Languages and information that only you aliens can understand? Jiang Chuan nodded, yes. Let me translate for you. After listening, the mother was somewhat shocked. Legion of the myriad races? Once again sounding the great horn belonging to all races in our entire universe? Has it happened before? The mother caught the keyword and asked in amazement, comrade? Is this your own understanding, or the original meaning of this universal language? It's the original meaning. Jiang Chuan pointed to a diamond-shaped symbol. This symbol represents only one meaning, comrade. Brothers and sisters with the same aspirations. The mother was surprised. Why do they call you comrades? I'm not sure. So what do you want to say? Mother, I want to go on a trip. I want to see if I can find people from my hometown. Besides you, I have no one to talk to in this world. I want to see if there are people like me in this world. I hope they also come from Purple River. The mother immediately stood up. Pack your bags. Ha! Mom will go with you. You don't know how to take the high-speed train, you don't know the way. Mom will go with you. I also want to see your hometown people, and whether there are really so many alien races. Jiang Chuan ecstatic, it couldn't be better, mother. I'll pack up now. Oh, do I need to bring my homework? What homework? Let's go. Yeah. An hour later, at the high-speed rail station, a mother and son carrying luggage boarded the high-speed train to Jiangchang. Jiang Chuan looked around, his first time taking the high-speed train, his first time coming to this place, everything was so new to him. The mother kept explaining on the side, this is a high-speed train, powered by electricity. The high-speed train is very fast, very fast. Look, those outside are called farmland, large patches of yellow, that's rapeseed flowers. You see, it's beautiful here too. In your place, the land is covered with blue flowers. Here, in spring, there are these rapeseed flowers everywhere. That's an adobe house. Only in the countryside, made of rammed earth. The other passengers traveling together were speechless, looking at Jiang Chuan with a puzzled look, thinking, is this a mentally handicapped child? How does he not know anything? His mother is explaining to him in a tone of coaxing a child. At this moment, the first person of the myriad races, with his Earth family, set off. Los Angeles, USA. A beggar wandering in the black area, wandering aimlessly on the street, constantly searching through trash cans, looking for food to fill his stomach. This is an extremely thin beggar, looking like he is only in his teens. But he has been wandering, he has no parents, no family in this world. Having crossed over for 2 years, he still didn't understand what kind of world this was. His name was Shava. Hey! A woman waved to him and threw a $1 bill. Shava quickly bowed and thanked her. This $1 could buy him a donut, securing his meal for the day. Shava, who had just crossed over to this world, had great ambitions. He wanted to use his knowledge from his hometown to make a name for himself in this world. But he was desperate. The first problem he faced was the language barrier. He couldn't speak the language of this world and couldn't understand what others meant. Being a wanderer, he had no chance to learn the language of this world. He gave up. He also wanted to become a warrior. But in his previous life, he was not a warrior in his own world. He had no idea how to train or cultivate himself. Shava was completely desperate. He could only figure out a way to survive. When hungry, he searched through trash cans for leftover food. When tired, he found a dark alley to sleep in, covering himself with cardboard and newspapers.
When thirsty, he drank from the tap in public toilets. He almost broke down several times. This was completely different from what he had imagined as a crosser. But he couldn't reveal his identity as a crosser because there were warriors in this world, and he feared that if they found out, they would conduct experiments or research on him. So, in Los Angeles, he evaded the police and immigration authorities every day, wandering the streets like a stray dog. What does that popular symbol on the internet mean? Oh my God, is there an unknown mysterious organization in this world? How can they be so well informed? Could it be the legendary Freemasons? What message are they conveying with these symbols? I don't know. It's everywhere, all over the streets. Shava, who understood some English, listened to the conversation of two pedestrians and couldn't help but be stunned. What symbols? What power? What organization? His confusion flashed by, but then he returned to his path of searching through trash cans. Survival came first. Everything else was irrelevant to him. A flyer blew to Shava's feet. Shava picked up the flyer, a white A4 paper with two strange symbols on it. But when Shava saw this string of symbols, he was struck as if by lightning. Universal language of the myriad races. Shava stood there dumbfounded, looking around. No one noticed him. Meanwhile, the streets were littered with such flyers. A sanitation worker cursed as he swept them away. In the sky, flyers continued to fall like rain. Someone had used hydrogen balloons to carry the flyers into the sky. When the balloons exploded, the flyers rained down on the city. Sound the great horn again. Legion of the myriad races. Too desolate? Nochin. Shava trembled all over. He shook. A fanatical gleam erupted in his eyes. A thousandfold fanaticism. In Shava's hometown, there were myths about the desolation and the story of the martial Saint Myochin. 10 years ago, a strong man emerged, quickly reaching the realm of martial emperor and ruling the entire planet. At the same time, he and a dozen of his good brothers, who were also super geniuses, emerged. In just a few years, all of them reached the realm of martial emperor, sweeping away all the forces on the planet. No one knows where they come from, no one knows why they grow so fast, so terrifying. And after they ruled the planet, they officially established a dynasty. At the coronation ceremony, the monarch said, "I think you are puzzled about who we are. Also puzzled why our talents are so powerful. Today I rule this planet, I will answer your questions. We, returned from the wilderness, we are the Great Legion of the Earth Fellow Association. We are the first main force under the Earth Fellow Association. We are named after our hometown. Our name in the wilderness is Jaliva Fellow Association." At that moment, the whole planet exploded. No one doubted the monarch's words. Their global discussion: what is the wilderness? What is the Earth Fellow Association? Then, the dynasty personally published books detailing the wilderness. In that book, their autobiography is recorded. They distributed this book globally, and all students must learn and incorporate the contents of the book into regular exams. They require that everyone on the Jaliva planet must learn wilderness knowledge, warrior knowledge, wilderness history, and the blood and tears of the Legion. The book mainly conveys a spirit, that is, we are not greedy for power, but we have been authorized by the gods, we must rule the Jaliva planet to implement a warrior revolution. Because one day in the future, the wilderness encounter may be the encounter of our entire Jaliva nation. Yesterday's wilderness, tomorrow's Jaliva. Therefore, I assume the role of king. I must reform this planet. Everyone is a soldier, to prevent one day we follow the footsteps of the wilderness. Everyone thinks that this book, this story, may just be alarmist. Perhaps it is just a legitimate and reasonable reason for his enthronement after he seized power. But just thinking like this, no one said it out loud. Still, many people believe that the story of the wilderness is true. In the story of the wilderness, the king mentioned the various experiences of the wilderness. Mentioned the Earth Fellow Association, mentioned the only warrior saint of the human race, Myochin. And the indigenous warrior saint of the wilderness, lost half of his body after that battle. Lost the combat power of the warrior saint,
no longer strictly a warrior saint. And most importantly, the indigenous warrior saint of the wilderness is a bit cowardly. All his people died, but he never dared to take action. Nyochen, on the other hand, boldly took action countless times, constantly appearing in any corner of the battle.
Nyochen commanded the legion.
And the indigenous warrior saint of the wilderness, surprisingly, did not participate in the battle. So, the people of the legion do not recognize him. Shava recalled that in the knowledge she had learned, the king's publications had detailed the magnificence of the warrior saint. The story and legend of the warrior saint, leading the glorious deeds of thousands of troops of the legion, spread throughout the entire Jaliva.
Soon after, their Jaliva empire began to learn the spirit of the warrior saint.
The national emblem changed its symbol. The new national emblem is the warrior saint standing with his hands behind his back among thousands of troops, with the Jaliva king on the left and some generals of the Earth Fellow Association on the right. Then, the image of the national emblem was carved into various sculptures,
appearing everywhere in Jaliva.
As long as you are from Jaliva, it is hard not to know the warrior saint. Many of them gradually began to think that perhaps the Jaliva monarch was not bragging. If he was bragging, he would definitely boast about how powerful he was. However, he only boasted about how he was under the warrior saint, how the warrior saint favored him. He boasted about the warrior saint the whole time. He kept saying how close he was to the warrior saint.
Recalling these things, Shava was excited and trembling. Earth Fellow Association.
So, the world I crossed into is called Earth. Originally, I came to the old home of the martial saint.
Summoning order.
It's the martial saint's summoning order. The summoning order of the martial saint to the human race.
Shava's eyes were filled with excitement and tears. He never doubted that this was fake.
Nor did he doubt whether this was a cunning trick by the Earthlings to fish for time travelers. Because everything mentioned in this summoning order was what he had learned in various Vala planets. He learned about the great wilderness. Learned how to identify demons and monsters. Learned various things. And the keywords in this summoning order, if one has not been to the great wilderness or learned these things, it is difficult to know these terms. For example, sound the great horn of the Legion of 10,000 races once again. The Legion of 10,000 races, only those who have returned from the great wilderness would say that.
Mochen.
This name is only known to those who have been to the great wilderness.
How famous it is. Comrade.
This singular term, ordinary people do not have the qualification to address each other. The king said that only in the Legion of 10,000 races in the great wilderness, people in the Legion address each other as comrades. At the same time, the king also said, if one day, the souls of our Vala people are summoned again to fight on other planets, please remember the traditional oath of our Legion of 10,000 races. Even in the face of blood and fire, I will not retreat. This is the oath of our Legion of 10,000 races in the great wilderness, the common oath of all the people in the Legion. Remember, you must remember. The king also said, if one day, there are people from our Vala going to fight in the Legion of 10,000 races, please remember, you should call all those who fight alongside you comrades. The highest etiquette and greatest blessing between you is, comrade, I hope you can return home. Returning home is the common dream of all legionnaires. We all dream of winning the final battle and being able to return our souls home. The king also said, I guarantee that the great wilderness is the first time, but definitely not the last time. In the future, there will definitely be people going to fight in the Legion of 10,000 races. I promise you, all those who have fought in the Legion of 10,000 races and return are heroes. If you have experienced fighting in the Legion of 10,000 races, come to the imperial capital to report. I will hold a grand ceremony of honor for you, celebrating your triumphant return. I will make everyone in Vala know you, and one day in the future, if your strength and knowledge surpass mine, then you shall be the king. From then on, all the former commanders and kings of Vala must be appointed by the heroes who return from the Legion of 10,000 races. Is this building a career? Shava was excited and thrilled, trembling all over. Thinking about what the monarch of Vala said, thinking those who return are heroes. So, this is the purpose of my coming to this world. So, I have become a character in the book. Shava clenched his fists in excitement. I was just a clueless time traveler, but at this moment I realized that my meaning and destiny in this world is to be a member of the Legion of 10,000 Races, to revive the glory of the Vala Compatriots Association. I didn't know who was talking when I arrived, nor did I know what it meant to build a career. Now I understand. And I will fight against the demons and monsters of the legends with the monarch. Huaxia, Fuyang City. The call of the martial saint. I will meet the comrades of the Legion there. I will also meet the compatriots of Vala there. They have all come. They are all waiting there for me. Shava collected his thoughts. Without any hesitation, even if it was at the ends of the earth, he must go. No matter what difficulties he faces, he must accept the summoning of the martial saint. In the universe, the only saint of the human race. Shava didn't know where Huaxia was, so he used broken and awkward English to constantly ask other wanderers for all the information about Huaxia. Huaxia? That's in the distant east. How do I get there? Of course, by plane. Direct flight from New York Airport to Beijing. Oh, you can also fly directly to Magic City. Huh? You can't take a plane? Then take a cruise. Can't take a cruise either? But you need to cross the entire Pacific Ocean. Walking is not an option. Wandering, Shava spent a week hitchhiking, walking, cycling towards the port on the west coast. He was looking for a way and opportunity to go to Huaxia. A week later, exhausted but with a glint in his eyes, Shava arrived at the port and found hundreds of other young people like himself. When Shava arrived, he was noticed. Because of his appearance as a wanderer, as a young man, as someone searching, as someone inquiring about Huaxia. He was noticed. One day, a black young man walked up behind Shava and said in a universal language, "Comrade." Shava suddenly turned around to look at the black young man. Somewhat surprised, somewhat incredulous. The black young man saw his reaction, knew he understood, and immediately excitedly exclaimed in the universal language, "Can you understand?" Shava excitedly nodded, "I can understand, I understand." The universal language. You are also. The black young man also excitedly embraced Shava. "Yes, I am also a soul who crossed over to this world. I have inhabited the body of a thief, and I have been in this world for a year." "How long have you been here?" 2 years. "Do you know your mission? Have you seen it?" "I have seen it." "Yes, I know. The summoning of the martial saint." "You also know the martial saint?" "It seems that legends about the Tai Huang are also circulating in your hometown." "I come from Jinhezu." "Where are you from?" "Jaliwa." "Although I don't know Jaliwa, I know that you are also a future comrade." The black young man excitedly led Shava to the gathering place under the bridge. Here, more than 100 young people had already gathered. Some young people were well dressed, while others were ragged wanderers. But they were all young people. The black young man excitedly introduced everyone. "We have welcomed a new comrade, he is from Jaliwa. His name is Shava. He is also responding to the call of the martial saint, preparing to cross the sea to Huaxia." Over 100 young people all stood up, excitedly hugging and greeting Shava. It turned out that they were all indigenous people from various parts of the United States and Canada, all able to understand the universal language. They were all trying to find a way to Huaxia, and in the end, there was only one way, crossing the sea. They were all people heading to the west coast to find opportunities to cross the Pacific Ocean. And worth mentioning, among them, there were actually 10 warriors. 10 lucky ones who had advanced in their training and were already at the level of a 4th-grade warrior. The others had no opportunity for training and were still ordinary people. They gathered here, noticing each other. Communicating in the universal language, they formed an organization to cross the sea. Some of them knew who the martial saint was. Some did not. But during this time together, everyone learned who Mu Chen, the one who issued the summons, was and held him in great respect. Most of them, in fact, were excited to go to Huaxia to find the organization after seeing the universal language.
3 days later.
This group of people welcomed more than 20 sea crossers who responded to the call. Among them, there were no Jalaiwa people, which disappointed Shava somewhat. He watched as several people from the Jinjuan planet gathered, and they were happy to have found fellow countrymen in this strange world.
Departure.
Over 100 young people, 10 warriors, found a ship through various means. They gathered a lot of supplies, fuel, and sails. On this late night, over 100 young people gathered on the coastline, looking at the GPS navigation and the markings on the map, all extremely excited. Before leaving, they carved a universal language on prominent stones and embankments near the coastline. We are the legion of all ethnic groups, gathering 140 people from different races. We have taken the lead in searching for ships to cross the Pacific to Huaxia.
The method is as follows.
For those who come later, if you see the markings, you can follow this procedure. Please remember, celestial navigation, nautical charts, and GPS are essential preparations.
If you are also heading to Huaxia, you will respond to the call of the war god, and we will wait for you there.
We take the first step, all ethnic groups. Then, people from different planets carved words in their own languages on the stones.
I am Shawa from Jalaiwa, and I have gone to Huaxia. If you are from Jalaiwa, you will understand this line of text. We are from Jinjuan, and we are. If you are also from Jinjuan, you will understand this line of text.
Fellow villagers of Jinha, tell me, I am not alone here.
If you understand this line of text, I will wait for you in Huaxia. Fellow villagers of Tianyi.
Fellow villagers of Rhinoceros.
Fellow villagers of Purple River. Various symbols from different planets were left on the west coast.
Over 100 years, they boarded the ship.
Set sail.
The sails were raised, and the large ship drifted towards Huaxia in the night wind.
Comrades, we may sail at sea for several months, or even a year, or if we are lucky, only 1 or 2 months. Perhaps, we will die at sea. But as a warrior, I will do my best to protect you, the weak. I will fish for you every day, take care of you. At the same time, I will teach you the most basic cultivation methods.
I hope the number of warriors will increase.
Regardless of the future, we must go to Huaxia.
There, we can meet more comrades. We can also meet our compatriots from our respective homelands, telling us that in this strange world, we are not alone, although I used to think so.
Depart.
The ship sailed away. The young men felt it was not fast enough, so they formed groups of 10, picked up the oars, and rowed continuously. When tired, they switched with another group.
This lonely sea, this small boat. Insignificant.
Among them, however, were over 100 young people from all ethnic groups, gathering for their ideals and compatriots, heading to Huaxia. The war god called there, and more compatriots gathered there. At this time, the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Arctic Ocean.
Countless such small boats set sail.
Some boats advanced alone with only one person, some with hundreds of people, and some even with thousands of people.
And there were a few.
Those lucky enough to encounter a large force of all ethnic groups, to meet people also seeking organization.
Those unlucky ones went to sea alone.
The sea route is vast and boundless, not knowing how many will end up in the belly of a fish, not knowing how many will die in the wind and waves.
But no one is afraid.
As long as they can find the organization, as long as they can go to the banks of the Udai River, even if they die, they will go. In fact, most people who can understand the universal language of all ethnic groups know one thing: even in the face of blood and fire ahead, I will not retreat.
Countless people, heading to Huaxia, gathering in Huaxia.
Some travel by sea, some by land. Of course, there are also a few who quickly learn survival skills on Earth, opting for planes and cars. But more often, those who cannot integrate into the Earth's cultural environment in a short time, those who do not speak the language, make up the majority. They can only resort to the most primitive methods.
At this moment,
on the Himalayan mountains, in the ice and snow, there are dense footprints. The dragon-like mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, and the uninhabited wilderness is like a barrier.
Yet in the ice and snow, there are countless footprints.
The young men from the western regions, a foreign land, relied on their 2 legs to cross the world's roof and head towards Huaxia. In the midst of the snowstorm, the Indian youth wore thick down jackets, wearily trudging through the snow, mechanically moving forward. Ignoring the harsh weather around him, his eyes fixed firmly ahead, set on one direction, the east.
I can't fall down.
I can't fall down, can't rest or sleep here.
Perhaps if I sleep, I may never wake up again. I am a strong Redstone person.
I have received the bravest education from Redstone, the rulers of the Redstone planet once said. The Redstone Association is the second bravest legion in the wilderness after the Earth Association, the left and right arms of the War Saint. If one day a Redstone person reaches the battlefield of the myriad races, they must once again make the name of the Redstone people resound. But I have come to Earth, the hometown of the War Saint, the birthplace of the Earth Association. I must reach Huaxia. I can't disgrace the Redstone people in the hometown of the War Saint.
I am a strong warrior.
The young man muttered to himself, repeatedly bolstering his belief, ensuring he wouldn't rest or fall in this most dangerous cold wind. Ahead, buried in the snow, lay a corpse. The corpse wore a simple cotton jacket, no windproof clothing, carrying a bag, freezing to death there. Over these days of travel, the young man had already seen many people lying in the snow. He noticed a pattern. All of them were young people of similar age, some carrying flyers for the War Saint's summons. He realized they were all from the myriad races. And like himself, they had taken the most clumsy, primitive, and helpless way, trekking across the Himalayas on foot.
But some had fallen in the snowstorm. Now, he saw another person fallen here.
The young man sighed, walked over to take his belongings and give him a decent burial. As he approached, the young man suddenly saw a dagger clutched in the corpse's hand, and next to it, on a stone exposed in the snow, was carved a long string of symbols resembling tadpoles. Seeing these symbols, the young man was suddenly shocked, his eyes widened. Tears slowly streamed down his face.
I'm too late. I'm too late. Fellow countrymen. You are also a Redstone person. You are also a Redstone person. This is the first time I've seen someone from my hometown in this world. Wah!
The young man wailed, regretting being one step too late. If only he had arrived earlier, perhaps he could have saved his fellow countrymen. Written in Redstone language on the stone, I am from Redstone, my name is Charge. I have been in this world for half a year, I finally see the light, I must go to Huaxia, no matter how difficult the road ahead. I listen to the ruler's teachings, once again make the Redstone Association famous, I must achieve it.
But my feet are frostbitten and festering, I can't take another step forward.
I will die on this land, my spirit can never return home. The ruler said, each race will have 20,000 people, right? There must be compatriots of Redstone in this world, there must be. If someone sees this message, comrade, I hope one day you can return home, bring back memories of Charge, that is the only evidence of my existence in this world. Unfortunately, I can't reach the place where the War Saint is, if a Redstone person passes by. Please dig out my eyes, take them with you, go to the War Saint. Let my eyes see the splendor of the War Saint. Let my eyes see more compatriots. The young man looked at these words, wailing bitterly. This was the first time he had seen someone from his hometown in this world for so long, only to find them dead. His heart-wrenching pain. He took out a small knife, dug out the eyeballs of the Charge, and decided to take the eyes of the Charge to Huaxia, to the front of Wuxing. Before leaving, the young man took the dagger from the Charge's hand and carved another sentence on the stone, my name is Wardrum. I am also walking to Huaxia on foot. I saw the words carved by the Charge. I have taken his eyes away. If later Redstone people see it, I hope you take away the memory of him. With the eyes in his arms, Wardrum set foot on the road of wind and snow again. One day later, he finally descended the mountain and left the wind tunnel. He slept happily in a snow cave. Continuing on the road, 4 days later, stepping on countless footprints, he arrived at a place where spring blossomed. Here, people sang songs and herded sheep. There were also several ragged young people here, making fires and roasting meat. They noticed Wardrum, and Wardrum noticed them too. They saw that Wardrum came down from the snowy mountain, and Wardrum saw traces of the snowy mountain on them. The few people stared at each other for a long time. One of the young men slowly stood up and shouted, "Comrade." Wardrum was silent, tears slowly flowing. The few people embraced silently. After 2 days of rest, they met another young man coming down from the snowy mountain. Several people teamed up and set foot on the path to the Yudai River in Jiangcheng. Along the way, they unexpectedly encountered many ragged young pedestrians. They learned that at this moment, globally, countless people were walking to Huaxia. At this moment, they truly sounded the great horn of the multi-ethnic army again. At this moment, the world is boiling. Mysterious symbols spread worldwide in just a few days. The United Nations held emergency meetings for 3 days, but nothing was discussed. They knew nothing. Countless linguists were called in to decipher, but nothing was deciphered. Without any basis, without any documentary records, this universal language of the myriad races, no one knows, no one understands. In the end, the high-level officials of the United States angrily said, "This must be a conspiracy against the world." The mastermind of the conspiracy is your Earth Fellow Association in Huaxia. A mysterious organization with a huge conspiracy. The officials of Huaxia have been instructed and know that the Piaomiao Palace has tacitly approved all this, immediately retorting, "Why do you say this is their conspiracy? You have no evidence, and the Earth Fellow Association has not done anything to harm the security of the world." The high-level officials of the United States scolded angrily, "Hasn't done anything to threaten security? Then what does this symbol mean, spreading all over the world? Explain it to me." Just idle rich. I really don't know why you are so serious about holding meetings. The Earth Fellow Association are all powerful, wealthy, and idle. They just play around. I don't know why you care so much about them. I don't care how you explain it. In short, the Piaomiao Palace of Huaxia must give an explanation. It is ordered to immediately stop such behavior and arrest and transfer the chairman of the Earth Fellow Association, Mao Chen, to the International Court for trial. The conspiracy must be interrogated. Sorry, the Earth Fellow Association has not violated any laws or regulations of Huaxia. We cannot handle it. Forcing the issue. Aren't you afraid of the world's powerful people targeting Huaxia? Then you try it. Huaxia has one supreme powerhouse, can you handle that? I, the United States, have 2 supreme powerhouses. Are you really going to dance on the edge of a knife? So what if there are 2? Those 2 have long since ceased to care about worldly affairs, living in luxury, and will not intervene at all. And our absolute peak, often fighting with people, still maintaining the best state. The United States is speechless. In any case, if Huaxia does not give any explanation within 3 days, then the world strong will flock to Huaxia and demand an explanation in person. How dare you? Do you think we dare or not? We will use all means to prevent the occurrence of this threat to global security. The United Nations meeting ended in discord. But it was just a brief break, communicating with each other and with senior officials. No dispersal. After the meeting, global linguists, sociologists, philologists, and various experts are racking their brains to decipher the meaning of this string of symbols. The top officials of the United States looked at the thousands of experts and dozens of groups in the room, feeling annoyed. Haven't you figured it out yet? The manager sighed, we can't figure it out. There are a total of 40 symbols, but these symbols have no idea what they represent. Without more symbols to rely on, each symbol has no meaning. I think, at least we need to know what one of the symbols represents in order to understand the meaning of this string of symbols. You can decipher some Maya texts, but you can't decipher this? Maya texts have some basis, and there are many texts. By finding repeated texts from some texts, you can roughly decipher the meaning based on the repeated texts, and then use a method of analogy to decipher. But this symbol, with only 40, is impossible to decipher.
The top officials of the United States felt a headache. At this time, someone whispered, "Since we don't know the meaning of the symbols, why don't we deduce their purpose and intent?" If we don't know the meaning of the symbols, how can we know their intent? They are promoting this symbol globally, so they must want to attract global attention. Can we understand it this way, that there are some people globally who can understand the meaning of these symbols? Can we take a reward approach, offering a reward to anyone who recognizes these symbols and knows their meaning, $1 billion? Under a heavy reward, there will be brave souls, and there will definitely be people who recognize these texts and symbols coming forward. At the same time, we can promise to keep their identity confidential, so that they have no worries. The top officials of the United States thought it made sense. They decided to do it immediately. On that day, the entire United States was covered with news about the deciphering of this set of symbols. Whoever translates the meaning will be rewarded with $1 billion. At the same time, the United States split its forces and sent another team to Huaxia to investigate the details of the Earth Compatriots Association. They were preparing to take action against the Earth Compatriots Association. This organization is too mysterious, too powerful. It has communicated with more than 30 strong individuals globally, and these 30-plus individuals come from all over the world, all gathered in Huaxia, obeying one person's orders. No country can ignore such a force. Although the highest cultivation level is the 9th rank of the strongest, there are still so many strong individuals. The absolute peak is basically impossible to take action, and its role is more of a deterrent. The true strength of a country lies in the strong individuals carrying the weight. This is the truly practical cultivation. This world is gradually changing towards the direction envisioned by Myochen. Myochen also knew that the United States and the whole world had noticed him and were investigating him. But he didn't care at all. This was part of the plan. To come out, first there must be a big disturbance. With a big disturbance, people will know about him, pay attention to him. Once noticed, the disturbance will grow bigger and bigger, and then, he can better inform the world about the impending doomsday issues people will face. At the same time, this is killing two birds with one stone. The world has already become aware of the existence of the 10,000 races, and has taken notice of them. Sooner or later, people from other countries will also take notice. If others notice the 10,000 races' primordial spirits, who knows what measures they will take against them? Will they view the travelers as aliens? Detain the travelers for research? Or train them to become experts? Looking at the problem from the perspective of Earth humans, it seems that anything is possible. Myochen does not want the comrades of the 10,000 races to fall into the hands of Earth humans before the war breaks out. This is the most regrettable, most tragic, most guilt-inducing, and most despicable thing. He must gather the primordial spirits of the 10,000 races. At the very least, he can provide them with protection and shelter, assisting them in transforming from weakness to strength. Only when they have a certain level of strength will they have the ability to protect themselves, survive in this world, and await the end of days. "Hey, Uncle Jia." William's voice sounded excited over the phone. Myochen asked, "What's going on?" "Uncle Jia, I have used all the power I can use to promote the universal language of the 10,000 races throughout Northern Europe. We have secretly observed and identified many young people, confirming that they are the 10,000 races. Some of them are taking a conservative wait-and-see approach, afraid that China is fishing to lure them in. But many others are using various methods to travel to China. Some are traveling overland, taking the Silk Road to China, some are crossing the sea, and some are taking airplanes. They are on their way. And I have an idea. I want to establish a secret organization in Europe. Secretly receive the 10,000 races, let those who do not have the ability but want to go to China gather here. Then, after some time, I will transport a group to China. At least under my protection, their journey will be safer." Myochen thought for a moment. You can do that. But it must be done in secrecy, as the whole world is now aware of us. If we gather the 10,000 races recklessly, it will easily attract attention and be easily exposed. All of them are our future comrades,
and we have the obligation to protect them when they are weak. Rest assured, Uncle Jia, I will operate in secret. Myochen thought again. In this way, you inform those who are operating in various places. Also establish such secret organizations to secretly guide the 10,000 races who want to come to China. The journey is full of dangers, they are unfamiliar with the places, many of them cannot communicate due to language barriers. Their journey is too difficult. Yes, Uncle Jie. Remember, it must be done in secret. Do not let anyone notice. A new plan emerged, and at this moment, a storm was brewing secretly around the world. Europe. A young man picked up a flyer and his expression changed. Universal language of the 10,000 races. He stealthily tucked the flyer into his pocket, like a thief, and left quietly. In the distance, two men in suits saw everything through binoculars, and they glanced at each other. It was instructed from above that if someone recognizes the symbols above, he is the person we are looking for. Should we follow him? Let's go. The two men followed him all the way. Until the young man returned home. But they did not act recklessly, instead, they activated the in-car listening devices nearby to eavesdrop on the young man's every move, to make the final confirmation. They were afraid of making a mistake later on. It is said that this matter was instructed by the strongest. If things are done well, they can also show their faces in front of the strongest. After listening all night, the two men had almost confirmed that the young man was the person they were looking for. Because that night, the young man was just muttering incomprehensible words to himself, in a strange language. It was obviously not English, nor Chinese, nor even within the scope of human languages. But this happened to be the characteristic instructed from above, a strange language. Excited emotions. Alert eyes. Guarded mentality. And peculiar thinking. Young man. These characteristics all correspond to the young man named Jax in front of him. Early the next morning, Jax put on his backpack, rode his bike, and continued on his way to school. I really want to go to Huaxia, but it's so far away. I'm not sure if it's a fishing ground. I need to observe for a while longer. Don't act recklessly. Jax is an extremely cautious person. Just then, a Rolls-Royce in front stopped, rolled down the window, and a warrior inside scrutinized Jax. A trace of vigilance flashed in Jax's eyes. Who are you? His English was not fluent. The warrior in the car noticed this detail, opened a notebook, and checked the language not fluent option. Jax saw the contents of the notebook and couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Target: Jax characteristics: young, cautious, speaks strange language, understands special symbols, often experiences absurd incidents against common sense, sudden drop in academic performance, drastic change in personality, language not fluent. Seeing these characteristics, Jax trembled uneasily. How did they know? Who are they? How do they know so much about me? The warrior slowly opened the car door and walked down. Hello, Jax. My name is Badass, a 6th rank warrior. I work for Mr. William, the strongest man in the north. Can we talk? William. This name can be said to be thunderous in the north, the strongest man in the north. Everyone has heard of this name. And the person in front of him is actually working for William. Jax's mind raced, knowing that running away was impossible and not an option. He could only pretend. So, Jax stopped his bike, excitedly said, "Oh my God, Mr. William. I am his loyal admirer. Wow, you are a warrior, so powerful." Badass smiled and said nothing, because he caught Jax's change in expression. He was just vigilant a moment ago, and after hearing William's name, he was terrified. But in an instant, he put on an admiring expression. In the past, Badass wouldn't have thought much about it, but now he noticed these details, which were exactly what Mr. William was looking for. Jax. Do you recognize those symbols? Jax's expression froze. What symbols? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, right, you mean those mysterious symbols circulating everywhere recently? Badass had already anticipated his act of ignorance, did not argue or explain with him, and did not want to expose him. He just handed him a business card. This is my contact information. Mr. William is looking for people like you. We'll escort these people and send them to Huaxia. If you want to go. Of course, if you don't want to go. No one can force you, mister. William said, respect your own opinion. If you don't contact me within 3 days, we will delete your information, as if we never met you, and you never had anyone looking for you. You can continue your current life. If you contact me, I will come to pick you up and take you to Huaxia. By the way, mister. William also said. If you meet someone who fits the characteristics, you can tell them, you are not alone in this world, the battlefield of the myriad races is about to open. Every person from every place here has 20,000 compatriots. Well, goodbye. After speaking, Badass said nothing more, got into the Rolls-Royce, and left. Jax watched the car drive away with the business card in his hand, trembling, tightly gripping the card, his hands shaking. He understood this kind of cryptic message. Earthlings may not understand the meaning of this straightforward statement. However, Jax understood. I have 20,000 compatriots in this world? I am not alone in this world? Jax widened his eyes, standing here for a long time. 2 days later, Jax finally made a decision and dialed that phone number. In less than 10 minutes, a helicopter landed in front of Jax. Without saying much, he stepped onto the helicopter directly. The helicopter took off, flew for an hour, and arrived in a mountain valley. After the helicopter landed, Jax saw many temporary shelters in the valley, and all these shelters were occupied by teenagers. All the teenagers were excitedly chatting and talking together. Some were gathered in small groups, speaking strange languages that he couldn't understand. Some were in a large group, speaking in a language that was common to all races. Jax widened his eyes, amazed at the scene before him. He actually saw so many people speaking the common language of all races on Earth at once, and he was shocked. As Jax got off the helicopter, all the teenagers turned their heads to look at him curiously. At this moment, a teenager shouted at Jax in a strange language. Jax didn't understand. Then another teenager shouted at him, but he still didn't understand. The crowd became chaotic, with people shouting at him in strange languages from time to time. He couldn't understand any of it, feeling confused about what they were saying. At this moment, a shy girl in the crowd shouted at him. Amidst all the noise, Jax understood that the girl was speaking the language of his hometown. Not the common language of all races, but the common language used by the indigenous people of his own planet. The girl shouted, I am from Greenland. Are you? Jax trembled with excitement. Greenland. I am from Greenland. Are you from Greenland? The girl burst into tears and ran over quickly. Yes, I am from Greenland. I have been in this world for over a year, and I never expected to actually meet someone from my hometown here. I actually met you. Jax was also moved. I have been here for almost a year or two, and I thought I was the only one who crossed over to this world. Now I know I'm not. The two embraced excitedly, then sat down to talk at length. In this strange world, when compatriots meet, tears well up in their eyes. And not long after, another helicopter landed. Another teenager disembarked. A large group of teenagers immediately stood up and shouted in a strange language. Jax and the girl also stood up again, shouting in their hometown language, I am from Greenland, are you? In the end, the teenager joined a group called Red Stone, where there were already 3 people. He was a Red Stone person and understood the Red Stone language spoken by the crowd. In this way, people kept coming. Every time someone arrived, every teenager would stand up and shout in their hometown language, hoping to find more companions, hoping to find more compatriots. A day later, there were over 200 people in the mountain valley. Then, a man named William arrived here. This was a well-known name in Northern Europe. All the teenagers quieted down, looking at this man in awe. He was the strongest. William, however, was kind and had none of the airs of a strong man. He stood in a high place and said in the common language of all races, "Greetings, comrades of all races, I am William." With a buzzing sound, the whole place erupted. All the teenagers stood up in surprise, looking at William in disbelief. The mighty William could actually speak the common language of all races. Some were frightened, some were flustered, some were excited, and some were thrilled. The panicked and frightened people were thinking whether William had mastered the universal language and was using such language to lure them. But the excited people believed that William was on their side. William continued, "You must be feeling conflicted hearing me speak to you in the universal language of all races. But let me tell you, we are all family. And by family, I don't mean we are all from the same planet, but rather, all races in the universe are one family. My primordial spirit once traveled to a place called Tai Huang, where I fought, survived, and lived. I belong to the Earth Compatriots Association, and my comrades from all races in Tai Huang call me General Heishan. I follow Miao Chen. He is the president of the Earth Compatriots Association in Tai Huang. He is the spiritual leader of all races and the only martial saint among humans." With a buzzing sound, the whole place exploded. Some people were bewildered. But a group of young people started screaming with excitement. "Ah! Under the martial saint's command. General Heishan, I've heard of him. The Earth Compatriots Association, General Heishan. Our rulers have written about Tai Huang, detailing all the battles, and General Heishan became famous in the Battle of Heishan. He shook Tai Huang. He is also one of the 103 generals under the martial saint. He once followed the martial saint. Oh my God! I have seen the legendary figure on Earth. Gods, I have seen gods. In our hometown, our monarch said that everyone in the Tai Huang Legion is a god. The Earth Compatriots Association is the head of the gods, the true gods in the universe, and I have seen gods here. Mr. William, he has even projected his primordial spirit and followed the martial saint. Oh my God! If one day I return to my hometown, I will definitely tell the world that I have seen the great general under the martial saint." The young people were ecstatic. William continued, "You have all come here after careful consideration, deciding to go to Huaxia to find more compatriots and establish your base. I have been ordered by the president to take you to Huaxia. From today onwards, you should know your mission. Here, Earth is about to become a battlefield like Tai Huang, and we cannot send you back home, but by achieving merit and success, you can return home. The only thing the Earth Compatriots Association can do is protect you during your vulnerable period and teach you how to fight. Let you survive as much as possible in the future doomsday, let you, as much as possible, return home." The whole place fell silent. Everyone clenched their fists in excitement. Return home. This is everyone's dream. William pointed to the cars. "Now, get on the cars, we are going to the airport. I will take you to meet our president." Remember, those who do not know the universal language of all races must remain vigilant at all times. Do not say much, I think you understand what I mean. Oh, our president is General Huanyu, the martial saint. With a bang, the entire valley exploded. Martial saint. We are going to meet the martial saint. That legendary figure. That is a god. General Huanyu. The mythical figure that most races in the universe have been talking about. Before this, few believed that the martial saint truly existed. Few believed that above the martial emperor, there was indeed such a supreme martial realm. But now, everything has come true. And they will meet that figure who shook the universe. He became famous in Tai Huang, he was deified in Tai Huang. In Tai Huang, he led millions of troops from all races. He made different races set aside their differences, made them unite, cooperate in battle, and become comrades and allies. In Tai Huang, he commanded the legions of all races in battle. In hundreds of large-scale battles, the demons were forced to retreat one after another, reversing the fate of the survivors in the desolate land. He protected their homeland. He led a great army of 10,000 races, lasting for 100 years, and achieved the final victory. He also allowed countless original souls who could never return home successfully. In the universe, many races have legends about him. But words are not enough, no one can produce tangible evidence, so most people think that the desolate land is a fictional, absurd place, a lie fabricated by the monarchs for their rule. But now, they have seen the Black Mountain General under the legendary Martial Saint. The young men pedaled the car, the vehicle left the mountain stream, heading straight to the airport. Then they boarded a large passenger plane, took off directly, and headed towards Huaxia. Watching the increasingly distant land, all the young men clenched their fists in excitement, looking into the distance with infinite longing. The Earth Compatriots Association in the United States is secretly escorting a large number of ancestral spirits of various races to Huaxia. At this time, the Earth Compatriots Association members in Africa are escorting a large number of young people to Huaxia. Asia. Australia. All over the world, wherever the Earth Compatriots Association's influence can reach, there are organized and large-scale efforts to transport more young people to Huaxia. And of course, it is impossible for such a large-scale event to go unnoticed. At this time, the Mirage Palace. Palace Master. There's a situation. Hongchen hurriedly said, "Tell me." The elder lay solemnly next to Hongchen's ear and said, "Our intelligence organization has found that large numbers of young people from all over the world are heading towards Huaxia. Their destination is Fuyang City." Hongchen's expression changed. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the mysterious symbol that had caused a huge stir globally in recent times. That symbol. That symbol caused headaches for everyone in the world, and everyone was trying to decipher it, with many countries offering rewards. But so far, the meaning of that symbol remains undeciphered. And now, large numbers of young people from around the world are gathering in Huaxia. Hongchen widened his eyes and slowly stood up. Is that symbol calling for super geniuses from around the world? The elder only vaguely knew some things, but did not know the specifics. Hongchen did not reveal the things that Myochen had told him. The elder was somewhat astonished. Are you saying that there are not only super geniuses among the young people in Huaxia, but also globally? Yes. Ha! Why can they all understand this mysterious symbol? Who are they, and what is the relationship between them and the Earth Compatriots Association? Hongchen remained silent. He did not explain. But in his heart, he was calculating how he should proceed. The elder urged, "Palace Master, we have no idea what the Earth Compatriots Association is planning, what kind of conspiracy they have. What should we do? Should we stop this uncontrollable situation, or how should we proceed?" The elder continued, "Palace Master, the Earth Compatriots Association is not on the same side as us after all, they are independent of the world. They are definitely not on the same page as us. Those young people are all super geniuses, we all know that. If for some reason, they all join the Earth Compatriots Association, then in time, the Earth Compatriots Association will become the most powerful force in the world. And this force is in Huaxia. The position of my Mirage Palace is in jeopardy." Hongchen struggled, but still did not speak, did not make a decision. He was just calculating whether what Myochen said was true or false. He was so conflicted. If what Myochen said was true, and the end of the world is imminent, then nurturing so many young people will undoubtedly become a legion to turn the tide. But what if it's fake? Then he will rule the world. The Mirage Palace will become history. This is not a choice. It's a gamble. A gamble with the entire Mirage Palace at stake, a gamble with the future of all mankind at stake. At this moment, Hongchen only feels that being the master of the Mirage Palace is so difficult, he can't make any decisions. Because any decision could affect the future of all mankind, and is closely related to the life and death of all mankind. The elder gritted his teeth, "Master, it's time to stop all this." "It's time." "Master, say something. Even if we really don't stop the Earth Fellow Association, but at least our Mirage Palace should participate, right? We can't let the Earth Fellow Association take all the credit. At least, we should get involved and keep things under control."
Hongchen's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. When you can't make a decision yourself, why not get involved? By entering the Earth Fellow Association directly, participating in all the proceedings, and mastering all the details, the future can make better decisions. Thinking of this, Hongchen said in a deep voice, "I'm going to Yudai River." After speaking, Hongchen immediately flew away. The elders just sighed and watched as the Earth Fellow Association suddenly made such a big fuss and commotion. Everyone didn't know what to do, how to choose. The United States. In the highest conference room. Found it. Found it. It's the youth. That string of mysterious symbols is some kind of summons. The Earth Fellow Association is summoning mysterious young people from all over the world. Sir, we found it. The Secretary General pushed open the door and ran in, looking at the highest-ranking man in the United States today, and reported everything he had found. We found that there is a mysterious organization in the United States, gathering large numbers of young people from all over America and Canada. The average age of the young people is around 12 to 16, and this mysterious organization secretly gathers such young people in batches and sends them to Huaxia. Coincidentally, in Europe, several grandmasters and powerful individuals have been found to form a strong force, gathering young people from all over Europe. Sent in batches to Huaxia. Upon investigation, all these European powerhouses are members of the Earth Fellow Association. Asia, Africa, Australia. Mysterious forces have appeared everywhere. They are gathering young people and sending them to Huaxia. The man in a suit widened his eyes, listening to the Secretary General's report, looking at the strings of information on the tablet, and was stunned. Is that mysterious symbol some kind of assembly order? Summoning order? But why can't we understand this symbol, yet so many young people around the world can? Why? Do they have any special features? Upon investigation, most young people have the following characteristics: mental patience, mute, deaf. In the past 2 years, there has been a sudden change in character. Some are silly, and do not understand many common sense in life. The frown on the face of the President of the United States deepened. What kind of characteristic is this? After thinking for a long time, the President of the United States said in a deep voice, "Immediately dismantle the organization in the United States, arrest those young people, interrogate them one by one. Get to the bottom of this, and reveal everything." It's too late. The organization in the United States has already evacuated. We learned through customs that they have sent more than 5,000 young people out of the country to Huaxia. I think they have already sent all the people they need to send. The face of the President of the United States changed. He didn't know who these young people were, or what they were for. But one thing is certain, doing things behind his back is definitely not a good thing, at least not for him. These young people must have some special value. Bang, the American president slapped the table and suddenly realized a problem. Huaxia is delaying time, circling with us. 5,000 Americans have left the country, and it has only been clarified now. Huaxia has surged so many people in a short period of time. I don't believe that the Mirage Palace doesn't know. They must know, but they have been silent, pretending not to know. I even suspect that the Earth Fellow Association and the Mirage Palace are in cahoots. This is the conspiracy of Huaxia, gathering some special young people from around the world to Huaxia through a mysterious symbol. It's possible that something is going on. The Secretary General quickly added, "By the way, while we were reviewing the information, we discovered another thing. That is, these young people from good families, who did not start practicing before enrolling, have shown extremely strong talent in their practice. None of them have average talent, all of them have top-tier talent. And the other young people, all of them have not been assessed yet, have not been exposed to practice. You say, could these young people all be geniuses? Through some means, have they all been won over by Huaxia?" The American president suddenly realized. He felt that this was the only explanation. What's the use of gathering so many young people from around the world? What's the point? It must be that these young people themselves have strong value. What value can young people have? Without a doubt, talent in practice. If they all have strong talent and practice, growing up in Huaxia, wouldn't they become true-born Huaxia people in the future? The practice strength of Huaxia will become a crushing presence globally. These young people will become the backbone of Huaxia's future. The American president took a deep breath. What a big game. Sir, what should we do now? The American president remained silent for a long time and said, "Convene an emergency meeting of the United Nations again." On that day, the meeting was held again. All the people from various countries participating in the meeting were somewhat bewildered, not knowing why the meeting was suddenly called again. At this time, the American representative stood up and said in a deep voice, regarding the mysterious symbol that was circulating some time ago, with global spread, we have made a breakthrough. We finally know the meaning of that symbol. A buzzing sound filled the meeting room. The American representative picked up a script and said, "It belongs to a special summoning order, a gathering order. Only a part of people can understand it, and those people all have a common feature, extremely strong talent, young people aged 12 to 16, with a history of mental illness, or mute, or very low IQ in daily life." He went on and on. At this moment, the representative of England suddenly slapped the table angrily and shouted, "We have also recently discovered that many families in my country have reported to the police. They say their children have run away from home, gone missing, left without saying goodbye. And at the border, many young people trying to break through have been intercepted, many young people preparing to leave England have been persuaded to return. Our royal police have also launched an investigation, but there has been no breakthrough. Now I finally understand, Huaxia has actually abducted the geniuses of our country." The representative of the island nation also expressed anger. "We have also received news recently that many highly talented young people have gone missing. Our country is different from other countries. Here young people generally undergo talent testing at the age of 13. In other countries, it is basically at the age of 17, after starting high school. Because of our earlier testing, we have found young people with some intelligence problems, whose talent is actually the highest level of green. Over the years, we have been studying why these young people with extremely strong talent show abnormal behavior, have intelligence problems, or are deaf and mute. But there has been no harvest all along. Gradually, we all agree that geniuses have always been like this. This is the commonality of geniuses. So, because those geniuses need assistance in their daily lives, we have always protected these geniuses well. But during this time, there have been continuous cases of geniuses running away from home and going missing. We launched an urgent investigation, but there has been no harvest. Huaxia. Compensate. You have taken away our geniuses, compensate us. Boom, a loud noise. The whole place exploded. Some countries that were unaware immediately called back to inquire about the situation in their own country. Upon asking, it turned out that many cases of running away from home had also occurred in their own country. Suddenly, emotions ran high. What is that mysterious symbol for? What benefits are there? Indeed, the benefits are here. That mysterious symbol is to gather young people from all over the world, and all these young people, without exception, are all geniuses. Each and every one is a super genius. By nurturing these geniuses, they will undoubtedly become the backbone of their own country in the future. And now, during their youth, they all ran to Huaxia? Running to Huaxia, doesn't that mean becoming a Huaxia person? In the future, won't Huaxia be dominating the world? Huaxia, you must explain immediately. Immediately repatriate the youths who have come to Huaxia from my country, and make reparations. Huaxia, we in Australia have two absolute top talents, you better think carefully. What are the consequences of abducting the future elite talents of other countries? If you don't explain, the consequences are not something you can bear. 5 minutes, give us a satisfactory answer immediately. At this moment, more than 100 people stood up, accusing and cursing in anger. The Huaxia representative was dumbfounded. He looked blankly at everything in front of him, not knowing what to do. The development of this matter has completely exceeded his expectations. He didn't even know that this had happened. He had always been ordered by the elusive palace to maneuver, mediate.
But he had no idea there was such a complex relationship behind it.
Abducting geniuses from other countries? No, wait a minute. How did the elusive palace know that all the world's super geniuses could understand the mysterious symbol? Why can all the world's super geniuses understand the mysterious symbol, while others cannot? What is the reason for this? How can this be explained?
The Huaxia representative was sweating coldly, looking at the crowd, knowing that if he couldn't provide an explanation today, the consequences would be very serious.
This has escalated into an international crisis. Wait, I need to make a phone call.
The Huaxia representative said, taking his phone and hurriedly walking out. No one stopped him, they all knew he was just a spokesperson, without decision-making power, just a mouthpiece. They immediately let him go and come back quickly. Meanwhile, in the highest office of Huaxia, the Secretary General received a call from the Huaxia representative, and after listening to the information on the phone, his eyes widened in shock.
All the world's super geniuses have come to Huaxia under the call of the mysterious symbol? No. How come I didn't know? Why am I not informed about such a big thing? Why didn't the elusive palace consult with the authorities about such a big thing? This matter is too outrageous, right?
What's wrong with the elusive palace, seemingly having great benefits, but actually having extremely terrible consequences? You only get superficial benefits. It seems that there are more geniuses, and more future elite strong people.
But how to get through this current situation?
Super geniuses, no matter which country they are in, are considered national treasures. They are the lifeblood of a country.
And the elusive palace actually abducted so many. This time, the whole world is going to target us.
The Secretary General was so anxious that his lips were blistering. He hung up the phone and immediately called the elders of the Mirage Palace. When the phone was connected, the Secretary General explained the situation of the United Nations. The elder also felt a headache inside, saying,
I know. Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry.
The Palace Lord has already gone to the Jade Belt River to negotiate with Miao Chen.
Don't be in a hurry.
Elder.
How can we not be in a hurry?
The whole world is waiting for an explanation from Huaxia.
How can we not be in a hurry? How can you make such a huge decision at the Mirage Palace without consulting us? Why not discuss it with us?
Since our advantage is to master symbols that only super geniuses can understand, we can carefully design it well. You can slowly spread the mysterious symbols like boiling a frog in warm water, slowly gather those super geniuses to Huaxia. Why suddenly on such a large scale, so eye-catching? This is too irrational. The Secretary General respected the Mirage Palace, but at this time, his tone was also a bit urgent. The elder frowned. This is not what our Mirage Palace did. This was done by the Earth Compatriots Association, the Secretary General said.
I know it's the Earth Compatriots Association.
But without the support of the Mirage Palace behind them, how can they do such a big thing? The elder said with a worried look, that's right. The relationship between the Earth Compatriots Association and the Mirage Palace is currently ambiguous, not on the same side, but not enemies either.
It's like water and fire not interfering with each other. I'm worried about this too.
If these young people are coming for the Mirage Palace and will join the Mirage Palace in the future, then we will bear the risk.
We can just have a battle.
But the problem is, according to our understanding, these super geniuses are loyal to the Earth Compatriots Association.
I'm worried about this issue.
Once these young people are trained, undoubtedly, they will directly replace the position of the Mirage Palace in the future. This is not only a crisis for Huaxia globally, but also a crisis for the Earth Compatriots Association against my Mirage Palace. The Secretary General fell silent. He didn't know there was such a thing behind it. He asked in surprise, why didn't the Palace Lord stop all this from happening?
The Palace Lord is an absolute top powerhouse.
Even if the Earth Compatriots Association is powerful, they are just a few top powerhouses.
Can the Palace Lord afford not to give face?
Those top powerhouses are just doing their job, just following one person, Miao Chen. And the palace lord, I don't know why, I found that he seems to be somewhat wary of Miao Chen. I used to think that the palace lord only gave Miao Chen 3 points of face, but now I find that the palace lord gives Miao Chen 7 points of face. The Secretary General fell silent and asked in a deep voice, is Miao Chen also an absolute top powerhouse? No. It seems to be a 5th grade. The Secretary General looked puzzled. 5th grade? What kind of thing is 5th grade? What kind of thing is that? The Mirage Palace can easily slap anyone to death. How can they stir up trouble? And even make top powerhouses bow down to him? Such a person is too terrifying. The Secretary General was puzzled, but he was too lazy to ask, and just hurriedly asked, so now, is the Mirage Palace in cahoots with the Earth Compatriots Association? Give me a definite answer, will Huaxia protect the Earth Compatriots Association or not? The United Nations is pressuring us to make a statement. The elder's eyes flashed a sneer, the Earth Compatriots Association caused their own trouble, what does it have to do with the Mirage Palace? Why should the Mirage Palace protect them? Since they have the courage to dig up talents from around the world, let them bear the anger of all countries on their own. Issue an order to clarify at the United Nations that the members of the Earth Compatriots Association come from all over the world, not under the influence of Huaxia. They just live in Huaxia. The Earth Compatriots Association has no relationship with the Mirage Palace or Huaxia. Digging into the corners of the world, the Palace of Illusions is unaware, indifferent, and not responsible. The Secretary General nodded, okay, now I know. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, since the Earth Compatriots Association has no relation to China or the Palace of Illusions. He could just enjoy the show and watch from the sidelines. The strength of the Earth Compatriots Association is somewhat intimidating and worrisome, but one cannot afford to offend them. Now, the Earth Compatriots Association has angered people worldwide, and he wants to see how they will handle it. Engaging in a wave of mutual consumption among global powers is not a bad choice. 5 minutes later, at the United Nations. The Chinese representative entered the meeting room again, this time facing the anger of all countries worldwide, but he remained calm, confident, and returned to his seat calmly. Ahem, the Chinese representative cleared his throat, looking at the furious crowd, feeling no worry in his heart. He spoke loudly, I made a phone call to the higher-ups and the Palace of Illusions. Let me convey their message. This mysterious symbol is the doing of the Earth Compatriots Association. Throughout, China and the Palace of Illusions were unaware. The Palace of Illusions only just learned about everything that happened. Summon geniuses to China? Wrong. In essence, it should be summoning global geniuses to the Earth Compatriots Association. Everyone should pay attention to this distinction. The Earth Compatriots Association has no relation to China or the Palace of Illusions. The Palace of Illusions stance is as follows: unaware, not responsible, not accountable, indifferent. At this moment, the meeting fell into an eerie silence. Representatives of all countries worldwide felt as if they had punched cotton. They had been ready to target China, but now they suddenly learned that China was also unaware. It was a force within China causing all the chaos. This move by China completely silenced the scene. After a long silence, the representative of the United States said solemnly, regardless of whether the Palace of Illusions is aware or takes responsibility, we are about to sanction the Earth Compatriots Association. China, do you have any objections? The Chinese representative shrugged, it's not our concern. We won't intervene, but we won't stop it either. The representative of the United States breathed a sigh of relief and continued, our strongmen will enter China and hold the Earth Compatriots Association accountable for this incident. I believe China won't stop them, right? The Chinese representative sneered, that's impossible. We won't allow any force to enter China at will. Then please, China, expel the Earth Compatriots Association. The Chinese representative said, regarding this matter, I need to consult with my superiors. The crowd fell silent again. In Furong City, there have been many young people from out of town recently.
there are suddenly many wanderers in Furong City. It's different from what was expected. The young people are more cautious than anticipated.
No one actively comes to the riverside, no one actively seeks out Myochen, and no one actively seeks to join. Everyone tacitly agrees to observe secretly. At this moment, in a hotel room by the river in Myochen City, Jiang Chuan and his mother have been here for 2 weeks. However, during these 2 weeks, Jiang Chuan did not rush to the riverside to find Myochen or the organization. He is the mother of this world, and also a person with extremely rich social experience, who approves of her son's actions. The current situation is completely unclear, and there are no so-called people from all races by the Udai River. At least, from the surface, no one can tell who is from Earth and who is from all races. By the window, Jiang Chuan held a telescope and kept observing the movements by the Udai River. The advantage of the hotel by the river is the ability to have a panoramic view. He saw a group of women soldiers training a special formation by the Udai River, probably also locking onto a flat house by the river. After observing for 2 weeks, he confirmed that it was probably where Miaochen was. His mother also saw it and asked him, "When are you planning to go?" Jiang Chuan remained silent for a long time and said, "No one knows if this is a fishing expedition. At the moment, I haven't seen anyone going to that house to look for Miaochen. Everything is calm. Anyway, I have been waiting for so many years, a little longer won't make a difference. Although we people from Zihai are kind, kindness does not mean naivety." His mother was very pleased that her son from another world was much smarter than she had imagined. Although he was a terrible student, teachers and classmates all said he had a problem. But now it has been proven that sometimes, intelligence is not reflected in textbook knowledge. It is about staying calm in critical situations. At this moment, Jiang Chuan suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is flying down from the sky and heading towards that courtyard." His mother quickly picked up the telescope and indeed saw a figure descending into the courtyard. At that moment, the mother and son locked their gaze on the courtyard through the telescope. At the same time, almost all the rooms by the window of this hotel were occupied. Downstairs, 2 young men were also observing the courtyard with telescopes. Flying. This is a master-level expert. Indeed, after observing for so long, the summoner is indeed in this room. "Brother, when should we go and seek refuge? Let's wait and see a bit longer." Downstairs, a father and son were also using a telescope to focus on the flat house. The son exclaimed excitedly, "A master-level expert has arrived." The father also picked up the telescope to observe and after a moment, asked, "Son, when are you planning to go there to find your hometown people?" The son sighed, "So far, I haven't seen anyone going there. I can't take risks, the early bird gets shot, I won't be in the first batch." The father nodded approvingly, "Son, rest assured. Although you come from another world, I have always treated you as my own son. I may not have anything else, but I have plenty of money. I support everything you do. I also want to see your hometown people, those so-called Zai people, what are they like?" The son smiled happily. In this world, he also gained family affection. The people of Zihai value filial piety more than anything else. He confessed to his father shortly after learning Chinese. After several months of silence, his father gladly accepted this fact. The entire Furong city. Thousands of eyes were fixed on the movements in that small courtyard. In the entire Furong city, tens of thousands of young people were hiding, evading, and secretly spying on everything, but they had not found Miaochen's whereabouts. By the Udai River. The Udai River is too long. But in any case, tens of thousands of people from all over China and neighboring countries, as well as those who are closer, have come. There have even been many people from the same clan who have recognized and met each other. The ordinary people of Furong City did not notice any abnormalities, not even the most sensitive ones noticed any unusual situations. Because these tens of thousands of young people are not ordinary young people. All are adult souls who have had a lot of social experience on their original planet, and their insights are far deeper than those of Earthlings. Even the most knowledgeable Earthlings are just travelers who have seen the customs and landscapes of different countries. But a planet where the common language of all races can be understood is at least a race that trades with dozens of planets. Their social experience is the experience of dozens of planets, incorporating the cultures and wisdom of at least dozens of planets. Education on Earth is just world history, as well as the 5,000 years of China. But the various races are different. Their education is highly developed. They absorb the history of their own planet for tens of thousands of years, as well as the civilization and cultural achievements of other races. Therefore, the various races cannot be said to have higher intelligence than Earthlings. But their insights and experiences definitely surpass those of Earthlings of the same level, age, and status. If tens of thousands of outsiders enter Hibiscus City, they will definitely attract the attention of the governor of Hibiscus City. But tens of thousands of such cunning, clever, and cautious various races coming to Hibiscus City to gather, no one in Hibiscus City can possibly notice. They are very good at disguising themselves. Of course, not noticing in Hibiscus City does not mean that everyone in Hibiscus City does not notice. Miao Chen had long noticed that many people had come to the city. In the eyes of Earthlings, the various races are not much different from Earthlings. But Miao Chen and others have been fighting in the wilderness for decades or even hundreds of years, and have been in contact with various races of the various races for many, many years, making it easy to feel subtle differences. Even with a longer contact time, not only Miao Chen, but even everyone in the Earth Fellow Association can call out where the person is from. For example, those who come with their families and behave very politely. Without thinking, you know they are from Zai. This is their characteristic. They emphasize filial piety, etiquette, and believe in the principle of good deeds being rewarded. So their characteristics are obvious. If their eyes are firm and their character is brave, they must come from Hongshire. That planet is a very warlike race, and everyone is born to fight, exposed from an early age to the spirit of bravery, courage, and fearlessness. Their characteristics are also very obvious. If their eyes are evasive, their eyebrows are shifty, and they are always elusive. Then they come from the Golden Palace. The Golden Palace is not the name of a planet, but the name of a race. They used to have a planet, but later lost the war and wandered the universe in a spaceship. They are good at disguising themselves, and with this talent, they often roam between various planets to steal, always being denounced. In short, no matter what kind of various races, as long as they have been in contact for a long time, Miao Chen will definitely know where they come from. And suddenly, tens of thousands of people poured into Hibiscus City, indistinguishable in the eyes of the people of Hibiscus City, unnoticed. But Miao Chen just took a glance and knew. For example, these days there are often cars passing by the front door, and at a glance, you can see a pair, or even several pairs of eyes scanning their courtyard with the corner of their eyes. For example, these days, there are often students riding shared bicycles, chatting, and laughing by the Yudai River. They seem natural, but Miao Chen knows that their eyes are always on their courtyard and room. For example, Miao Chen flies up to the sky for a walk, overlooking Hibiscus City, and can probably see many strange symbols in the streets and alleys. These are messages left by various races in their native languages, looking for companions. Earthlings may think it's just a tiny bit of graffiti, but it can't escape Miao Chen's eyes. For example, Miao Chen often sees that several buildings and hotels by the river have long been fully booked. The curtains are pulled up every day, but there are always eyes behind the curtains looking here, searching. Everything is clear. However, Miao Chen did not take the initiative to contact or seek them out. He did not write slogans at the gate of the courtyard to call them to come. It's unnecessary. He knows the myriad races very well. Just like when he first arrived in Taiwan, he was always on guard against others trying to fish him out. He understands the psychological activities of transmigrators very well. 1. They are unwilling to be discovered as transmigrators by others, feeling that this is their biggest secret and trump card. 2. They strive to learn the local culture and language, trying to integrate as much as possible, making themselves less unique. 3. They strive to become stronger and find a way out. 4. They want to stand out. They think, after transmigrating so hard,
they have to establish themselves in the alien world. This is the mentality of every transmigrator when they first transmigrate.
And many people may maintain this mentality for a long time. However, when you find that everyone around you is a transmigrator, your mentality changes. You no longer feel that being a transmigrator is your biggest secret. Instead, you become eager to find fellow countrymen. Shama said, "Uncle Jie, Sinyu has reached the first rank."
Niao Chen raised an eyebrow. Good. Continue practicing.
I recently found that many people have come to Fuyang City, but they don't come to us.
It's not a good situation to keep this stalemate. Niao Chen smiled. Let them be. Everything must follow its course. We can only be the pushers at critical moments. We cannot control everyone, the desire for control cannot be so strong. But it's not a good situation to keep this stalemate.
The people of the myriad races should come for training earlier and become stronger sooner.
Stalemate? It won't last long.
Niao Chen said, raising his head slowly, "Our old friend has come.
Guess what decision he will bring this time?"
Xiaoma also looked up at the sky, and the red dust descended from the sky. Niao Chen muttered, causing such a big commotion, the Mirage Palace did not stop it. So I think the red dust is also hesitating. He dares not make a decision, he dares not believe in doomsday, nor does he dare not believe in doomsday. He feels really uncomfortable. But today, he has to make a decision. Shama suddenly looked serious. "I'll have the brothers come back and be on guard."
No need. Niao Chen twisted his neck. "I broke through to the 9th rank yesterday. If there is a battle, it's time to take action." Red Dust is a person with kindness and determination.
But like most people on Earth, he won't shed tears until he sees something concrete.
If he doesn't see something tangible, he won't make a decision easily.
Of course. If he makes a decision, he will definitely be our most steadfast supporter in the early stage. After today, the situation will not be deadlocked.
With that, Niao Chen laughed. It's a joy to have friends coming from afar.
The red dust landed, his face as calm as water. But the hint of shock in his pupils could not be concealed. Looking at the calm young man in front of him, the red dust's heart rate accelerated.
9th rank. He cultivated so fast? It's time to make a decision. Whatever decision he makes, everything must be revealed today. Otherwise, in a while, no matter what decision he makes, he will be powerless. Because by then, he may be in the same state as himself, the peak.
No, it's the martial king. Red Dust stared at Zhang Ke for a long time, finally exhaling, "Congratulations, you've broken through again."
Zhang Ke smiled faintly. "There's nothing to congratulate. This is only natural. Too arrogant." But
what he said is a fact. If he didn't deceive himself, he reached the level of martial saint in Taiwan.
The number 1 in the universe. But it sounds unpleasant. But there's nothing you can do about it. Red Dust bit his cheek and smiled. Is that mysterious symbol the language and writing of an alien planet? Niao Chen nodded. Yes, it's called the universal language of the myriad races. It's equivalent to Mandarin in China, and English on Earth. In the universe, 80% of races and planets will use the universal language of the 10,000 races. Language is not their barrier. Han Chen asked, "What did you write in the universal language of the 10,000 races?"
"I received news that many people from all over the world are rushing to Huaxia."
"Why are they coming to Huaxia?"
Zhang Ke said frankly, "Nothing. I just used the universal language of the 10,000 races to tell them to come to Furong City to find me. They will receive my protection, I will teach them cultivation and combat skills. Protect them when they are weak, so they won't be harmed by their own people. In the future, they will become a strong force against demons."
Cultivate? Teach? Protect? Isn't it that these young people will all obey him completely in the future? That's right.
The Mirage Palace will become a foil, the Earth Fellow Association will be Huaxia, the first force in the world, the most powerful force.
Hanchen looked at Myochen with some vigilance. Do you want to train them step by step into a legion from childhood? Completely obey your orders in the future?
Zhenke said as he should. Military orders are as important as a mountain collapsing, that is the most important factor in marching and fighting. Even the most qualified general, if his soldiers are scattered, they will have no combat power.
Isn't that right? Shouldn't it be like that? Hanchen was anxious. Are you saying that from now on, you will treat them as your own force to train?
That's right.
Myochen thought for a moment. It's not really my own force.
It's just that according to the experience of the Great Wilderness, the scattered 10,000 races have no combat power.
Each does its own thing.
But after I unified the Great Wilderness, and all the 10,000 races obeyed my orders and arrangements, we achieved victory. I think this applies to the Earth as well. No matter who it is, they can only obey one person's orders, rather than being scattered.
Bold. Hanchen rebuked. In this way, aren't you becoming overwhelmingly powerful? The Earth is so vast, but it will become an irresistible torrent.
Myochen nodded. Apart from that, there is no other way. If you want to save more compatriots, some of the inherent nobles of the Earth probably need to make concessions.
Are you saying that you want to become the most powerful force on Earth?
Myochen shook his head.
No. Not?
Hanchen looked at him in confusion.
Not this?
Myochen said, not the largest force.
But the only force.
Of course, personally, I think it is inappropriate to describe it as a force. It should be said that everyone is a soldier, and I am the only commander. Of course, if there is someone more suitable later on, I will make way for him.
Only.
Hanchen couldn't help but roar, the only force?
Do you want to rule the Earth?
You are so bold. Myochen looked at him calmly and said, perhaps in your eyes, ruling the Earth seems like such a remarkable and ambitious thing. Because in your eyes, unifying the Earth is equivalent to gaining endless resources and enjoying the most glory and wealth in the world.
But my thoughts are different from yours. Unity is not the goal, it is just a process.
Only after unification, with everyone united, is there a possibility of survival.
There is a possibility of victory.
An Earth that is not unified cannot unleash its combat power.
It's like a mob. What can they use to fight against others?
I don't care about resources, or glory and wealth. I'm not interested in these at all. Since I can return the primordial spirit to Earth, my only mission is to lead all mankind to victory. Myochen stared at Hanchen closely, saying word by word, in this process, anything that becomes an obstacle will be eliminated by me, destroyed by me.
I will show no mercy.
Although the strong are precious resources of the Earth, the strong who block the way are tumors.
I will uproot them completely.
The eyes of the red dust narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, Miao Chen, your heart is too big.
Bigger than I imagined. I have no heart. I just want victory.
I just don't want my homeland to end up in ruins, even if we win the battle but only a few thousand of our people are left. I want to avoid such an outcome. And this process is very bloody, very cruel, very cold-blooded, very ruthless.
The red dust's eyes widened in anger. Miao Chen.
If you continue like this, before the demons arrive, the Earth will descend into chaos.
Many people will die. You are destroying this peace.
Peace?
Miao Chen sneered.
He said firmly, let me tell you this. Before the demons arrive, as long as the Earth can achieve unity, even if more than 1 billion people die, it is within the range I can accept. Because after the demons arrive, if the Earth is still divided, the first wave of deaths will be counted in billions. My mission on Earth has always been one thing, to ensure the continuation of the human race, the diversity of all ethnic groups, to preserve culture, to preserve our history, to ensure that our lives can return to normal after doomsday. If we achieve unity, then even if humans temporarily lack combat power, after the demons arrive, I can organize an effective evacuation, organize all humanity for military training, practice, formation of armies. They will form a huge fighting force in a short period of time.
A billion. The red dust looked at Miao Chen in disbelief. Are you still human? Even if more than 1 billion people die in internal strife, you still want to continue unifying? Our compatriots will not die at the hands of demons, but will die at your hands? Miao Chen said, kindness does not control soldiers.
I have emotions, but I also have absolute rationality. I regret the stumbling blocks that will fall in my great unification plan, but there is no other way. Yes, you can also say that I am cold-blooded, I do not deny it. I have personally killed more than 2 billion demons in the wasteland. In the wasteland, the number of people sacrificed as bait under my command has exceeded 1 billion. I have suffered, it is unacceptable, but it is a fact, and it must be done this way. Because we have achieved greater victories. Let me tell you, Red Dust Lord. The war between humans and demons is unlike any war in Earth's history. In the wars between nations in Earth's history, there can be truces, reconciliations, negotiations, even compromises to delay time. But with the demons, there is no such possibility. Either our race will be exterminated, or they will be scared off, retreat, or be exterminated. And such a war is destined to be cruel. In past history, what had the highest death toll? World War I? World War II? How many people died? Hundreds of thousands, or tens of millions. But this time, it will be in the billions. Unprecedented. Do you think only humans will die? Let me tell you, large areas of Earth's ecosystems will be destroyed, turning into deserts. Wherever the demons pass, all animals will be eaten clean. They won't even spare the maggots in the latrine. Do you expect them to pity you and kill fewer? You don't understand demons, just like you don't understand what my true ambition is. Miao Chen was somewhat disdainful, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Because Red Dust's thoughts were actually representative. He was very certain that the vast majority of people on Earth had thoughts like Red Dust's. They would think that compared to demons, they were the cold-blooded devils. They believed that unifying Earth was ambition, for their own enjoyment. They simply did not understand such pain. How could they understand the cunning of demons in battle? How much struggle it took when the commander had to sacrifice a force of about 200,000 as bait? They did not understand when the general expressed his thoughts. All the people of the 10,000 races raised their hands high and stepped forward, shouting, "I'll go. Let me go. My cultivation is low, I can't help, let me go." When they saw such a scene, how did the commander feel? They don't understand. They don't understand even more, standing on the platform, bidding farewell to the 200,000 comrades, watching their backs, knowing they are doomed. They don't understand. Among them are their brothers for many years, joking, "Uncle Jia, I can't go home anymore, I'll be your deputy in the next life." They simply don't understand. Just feel that being the king who calls the shots on Earth is a good thing? No. It's the situation that creates heroes. You have the ability, if you don't go up, you shirk. Then you are truly selfish, truly irresponsible. And coincidentally, there is no one in this world more suitable to be the commander than Zhang Ku. He has won in the Tai Huang. He is the general of the universe, the only human martial saint in the universe. There is no one like him anymore. The mortal world will not understand. Without seeing the power of demons, they will not believe, will not understand. They can only speculate about Miao Chen in the most malicious way, just as people all over the world speculate in the most malicious way. Miao Chen, do you want to eliminate all the forces in the world? From now on, there is only one force, the Earth Fellow Association? Miao Chen shook his head, let me correct you. It is to eliminate even the Earth Fellow Association. From now on there is only one force, the Legion of the 10,000 races. The mortal world trembled and asked, do you have to do this? What if I, the first one from the Mirage Palace, stand up to oppose? Miao Chen looked at him calmly and said with a smile, then I will uproot the Mirage Palace, leaving nothing behind. The mortal world suddenly took a cold breath, and a huge killing intent gradually emanated from his body. Little Ma, standing aside, tensed up all over, quietly moving towards Miao Chen's left hand. At the same time, Little Ma sent a message to the training women by the river, asking them to be prepared to escape separately. But after a moment, the killing intent of the mortal world dissipated. Looking at Miao Chen lightly, I am 90% convinced of the doomsday you mentioned.
And from a rational point of view, global unification is also the most rational approach. But
the Mirage Palace must have a backup plan. The Mirage Palace must be fully involved, witnessing all of this.
Miao Chen asked, are you suggesting that the Mirage Palace should take up the banner of commanding the world?
At least, it should be integrated with the Earth Fellow Association. Miao Chen smiled, if you have the ability, I don't mind.
I will abdicate now and follow your orders without blinking an eye. But obviously, you don't have the strength, nor the ability.
I will not make any decisions that harm the Legion of the 10,000 races.
The mortal world was angry. Are you saying that the Mirage Palace is not worthy? If you insist on understanding it this way, then yes, you are not worthy.
Miao Chen added, if the Mirage Palace has such strength, not only would your influence be limited to China, you would have extended to the whole world, or even ruled the earth.
But obviously, you can't do it. If you can, then I agree with your strength. Unify the world? The mortal world sneered, do you know how difficult it is to unify the world? And to unify the world. Miao Chen interrupted, but I can.
Within 2 months.
He didn't believe it. Miao Chen knew he didn't believe it, and said, let's make a bet. What bet? Have you seen the group of women practicing outside?
My sister is first rank, the other 20 are fifth rank.
Counting as 21 people.
The Mirage Palace can send out all those below 7th rank to battle, I mean, everyone.
Even if you bring tens of thousands of people, it's fine. The only goal is to defeat them. The world's eyes narrowed, tens of thousands of people? You are too arrogant.
Miao Chen calmly said, words are nothing without actions. If your Mirage Palace can defeat 21 of them, I will let you join the Earth Fellow Association, and in the future, we will govern this world together, preparing for resistance. If you dispatch the same number of people with the same level of cultivation to defeat them, then I will follow your lead, and everyone will follow your lead. If your Mirage Palace can't even defeat them, then from now on, all members of the Mirage Palace will join the current Earth Fellow Association. In the future, all will be incorporated into the Legion of 10,000 races.
Obey orders. That's the bet. Do you accept?
The world was astonished, it was too exaggerated.
Why was he so confident? 21 women holding broken knives, what kind of combat power could they have? Why was he so confident, saying that even tens of thousands of people below the 7th rank could fight against them? He was too arrogant.
You are underestimating my Mirage Palace too much.
No.
The Mirage Palace is not that special. In my eyes, all the forces on the planet are about the same as you. Strictly speaking, I look down on all the current warriors in this world.
The world angrily said, fine, I will make you remember and be more vigilant. Don't say I bully people, I will give them some time to grow.
How about 10 days later, give them some time to prepare for growth?
What do you think?
Okay.
He. Really arrogant.
If you hadn't just reached the 9th rank, I would have wanted to bet with you.
Unfortunately, I don't want to bully you. The main reason is,
the world is uncertain, he dare not bully. Afraid that after killing Miao Chen, his soul would possess him, silently waiting to take revenge in the future.
This is what he is afraid of. With powerful people, one can talk about the way of a gentleman. With weak people, the world has always been domineering. Miao Chen smiled, let's make a bet. The world looked puzzled, what are we betting on now? Miao Chen said, within 3 moves, I can kill you.
If I can't kill you, I will worship you as my teacher, and apart from military operations, I will listen to you in all other matters. If I can kill you, from now on, the Mirage Palace will immediately support the Earth Fellow Association with all its strength.
Winning over the Mirage Palace is a very important part of the plan.
If representing the Earth Fellow Association to compete, it would probably take a long time. Those major forces do not think much of themselves and are unwilling to take action. But if representing China, completely aligning with a country, then the whole world will truly be in chaos.
Only with rapid chaos can there be rapid unification. This saves time. The world opened his mouth wide, seemingly unable to believe what he heard. What did you say? 3 moves, kill me? You are only at the 9th rank. I was already a top expert 20 years ago. Do you dare to challenge me? Miao Chen frowned. Let's add another bet.
I don't like the term top expert, I said. That's called a martial king. If I win, you add one more condition: don't call yourself a top expert anymore. A grandmaster is just a primary school student among warriors, and a martial king is just a middle school student.
This level should not be given such a nice name.
It sounds like you have reached the end of martial arts, which can easily confuse people and make them think it's really over.
How dare you?
The world was furious and cursed loudly, arrogant.
You are simply too arrogant. I am not arrogant. I am stating facts. Of course, Miao Chen would not explain to him. Do you accept the bet? The world took a deep breath. When? Do we need to schedule a time for the 3 moves?
Let's do it now. After I defeat you, I still need to continue practicing. The world was furious. Don't blame me for saying this in advance. Fists and feet have no eyes. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me for being heavy-handed.
He is afraid of Miao Chen's primordial spirit. It's better to leave some space for talking to oneself in advance. Miao Chen nodded. Yes, but I will show mercy. You are sensible. I won't really kill you. Too much deception.
The red dust flew into the sky, standing above the Yudai River, took out a long sword from nowhere, angrily pointed at Miao Chen, and shouted, "Come at me!" The sound shook the sky. He was so angry that he didn't care about the noise anymore. Filled with anger, at this moment, the entire Furong city heard it. With a buzzing sound. At this moment, all the eyes of the people of all races in Furong City were locked in the sky above the Yudai River, shocked to see the red dust standing in the sky. Feeling the momentum emanating from his body, the young people of all races widened their eyes. Warrior King.
Is this the realm of the Warrior King? Is this a strong warrior of Huaxia? What does he want to do? Is he challenging the Saint of War in that place? Could it be that he wants to challenge the Saint of War? But the Saint of War is only a primordial spirit in the primordial wilderness. Is he also a Saint of War on Earth? Look, the Warrior King of Earth is going to challenge the Saint of War. At this moment, all the primordial spirits of all races in Furong City locked their eyes on the sky. And at this moment, in Furong City, all the common people also heard this shout, and couldn't help but rush to higher places to look in the direction of the sound. They were at a loss, not knowing what had happened. But they knew that the person shouting was a top-notch powerhouse, because his voice could be heard throughout the city. At the same time, the governor of Furong City, who was driving past the riverside, also heard this shout, and couldn't help but look out the window, only to see a figure standing in the sky. Supreme Peak Expert. Supreme Peak. Huaxia only has one Supreme Peak, that is the Palace Master of Mirage Palace. Ah, is the Palace Master of Mirage Palace going to confront Miao Chen? The whole person of the governor of Furong City shuddered, and began to ponder. Is there any enmity between Mirage Palace and the Earth compatriots? Is there any grudge? Which side should I stand on? He quickly stopped the car. He was also a warrior, with excellent eyesight. His gaze was locked on the sky. But his brows furrowed. In the courtyard, Miao Chen looked at the angry red dust in the sky, then glanced at the extremely nervous Shema, and said softly, "The so-called Supreme Peak of Earth is actually the realm of the Warrior King. And he is still in the early stage of the Warrior King realm. When did you start distrusting even me? Why are you so nervous?"
After saying this, Xiaoma suddenly relaxed and smiled. Yes. He had been on Earth for too long and had developed a sense of identification. What level are the warriors on Earth? In the primordial wilderness, they wouldn't survive a day. And what level are the warriors in the primordial wilderness? They may seem to be at the same realm, but they are chaotic killers. Because every warrior who can survive is someone who has fought their way out of a sea of corpses and blood. Each one is like a demon, each one is a person who values practical combat efficiency. Xiaoma secretly estimated that perhaps Uncle Jia at the 7th rank could fight against the red dust. But he was nervous. Why was he nervous? Because he had been away from Earth for too long and had forgotten about the issue of combat power in the primordial wilderness. Miao Chen then transmitted, "Fly up to the sky now and see how much area needs to be planned. There are countless people coming to Furong City, so there must be temporary residences for the comrades of all races, and there must be a place for training, right?" After incorporating Mirage Palace, the first thing to do is to plan an area nearby to become a temporary place for the comrades of all races. I think, after this battle, the comrades of all races will also come knocking. Xiaoma understood and quickly flew up to the sky to survey. The battle had not yet begun, but victory was already assured. He went to plan the area in advance, and once the battle was over, Mirage Palace would be ordered to arrange for nearby demolition and reconstruction work. The red dust looked at Miao Chen talking in the courtyard and roared, "What ink? Come up. Didn't you say you could defeat me in 3 moves? Come on. Miao Chen. Are you scared?" With this sound, Furong City was once again in an uproar. Everyone who looked up at the sky couldn't help but widen their eyes. 3 moves? Defeat the palace master of the Mirage Palace in 3 moves? What kind of existence is this? Too arrogant, isn't it? It's simply too much arrogance. At this moment, amidst the attention of the crowd, a figure was seen slowly flying out of the small courtyard. Miao Chen flew into the air, looking at his worried sister below, and smiled, saying, "Let me borrow your knife." Miao Xinyu said nothing, gritted her teeth and forcefully threw the knife in her hand into the sky. Then, along with 20 maids, they all looked up at the sky with worried expressions. They knew that Hongchen was an extremely powerful individual. And Miao Chen is just a few grades? 5 grades or 6 grades? They didn't know that Miao Chen had already reached the 9th grade, their impression still stuck at the time when he was at the 5th grade. Thinking about it, in a month's time, even if it's fast, reaching the 6th grade is already quite remarkable, right? But now, he's challenging Hongchen. Hongchen looked at Miao Chen without even a weapon, actually asking for an unsharpened iron knife from below. Instantly furious, "Are you humiliating me?" Miao Chen smiled and said, "You misunderstood." Then he added, "I just suddenly felt that it's time for you to know the difference between people. It's time for you to know the difference between warriors who retire on Earth and true warriors." "How dare you!" Hongchen couldn't bear it anymore. With a roar, he raised his long sword and quickly formed hand seals with his left hand. The movements of his left hand were as fast as flipping a flower. Miao Chen suddenly smiled, shook his head and said, "The prelude was too long, the setup took too long, if it was a life or death situation, you would already be dead. But I've decided to give you a chance to make a move, just once. Hurry up." Miao Chen was telling the truth. In a battle in the wilderness, who fights like this? The enemy gives you time to form hand seals and use Dao techniques? What are you thinking? The moment you form hand seals, they would have already rushed up and eaten half of your face. Would they still give you this chance? But in Hongchen's ears, it was a great insult. His face turned red, and he roared, "I won't hold back. The purple thunder sword art is extremely powerful, I can't control it either." Miao Chen nodded, then yawned, "So, are you ready yet?" He didn't say anything more. Hongchen was holding back his anger. Damn it, if he killed him, he killed him. I already warned you that punches and kicks have no eyes, it's not my fault if you die.
2 seconds later, Hong Chen suddenly pointed his sword at Miao Chen. Ja. Wow, quite a momentum.
In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and a purple divine thunder suddenly boomed down towards Miao Chen. The divine thunder was extremely fast, but when it reached Miao Chen's side, he suddenly ghostly moved 10 meters away. Just these 10 meters made the divine thunder miss its target.
Holding the knife, Miao Chen flew towards Hong Chen. Is that all? Hong Chen grinned. Do you think that after all this time, I only have one thunder? Let me tell you, there are a total of 99 divine thunders. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Chen once again pointed his sword at Miao Chen. Kill. Another divine thunder rumbling down towards Miao Chen. Understood. The prelude of the previous 10 seconds was equivalent to the time it takes to load a rifle, but once loaded, this rifle is automatic. Capable of firing 99 shots. These 99 shots don't need any more setup. Miao Chen smiled, ghostly dodging the second divine thunder. At this moment, Hong Chen suddenly felt that things seemed a bit bad. Immediately, he swung his sword across the air. Kill! Rumble 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 dash. Suddenly, dozens of divine thunders, like a waterfall, came crashing down, covering all directions and indiscriminately striking towards Miao Chen. He saw it. Miao Chen's body technique was extremely strange. If it came one by one, he couldn't hit him at all. But now, with dozens of divine thunders pouring out, let's see how you dodge? Miao Chen smiled again and simply stood still. After dozens of divine thunders flowed down like a waterfall, Miao Chen suddenly raised his knife and slashed towards the sky. With a boom, a terrifying wave rushed towards the divine thunder falling from the sky. At the moment of contact, they melted into each other like sunlight meeting snowflakes. Around him, divine thunders continued to fall, but above Miao Chen's head, it became a vacuum zone. Hong Chen exclaimed. He was at the peak, while Miao Chen was only at the 9th rank. His casual slash could actually dissolve his attacks? At this moment, Miao Chen's voice came again in his ear. Looks good but not effective. Critique, the prelude is too long, and the power is too weak. Even if your coverage area is large, I only need to break through the one above my head. The rest, even if 10,000 divine thunders fall, they are meaningless to me. Just like a torrential rain pouring down, even if you turn mountains and rivers into lakes in an hour. But I only need to hold an umbrella, and this torrential rain has nothing to do with me. Hong Chen was stunned, listening to the voice in his ear. His face turned red with anger. The other party not only directly blocked his attack but also gave feedback. Just as he was about to say something, Miao Chen's voice came again in his ear. Alright, you've finished your performance. I'm going to start now. 3 seconds later, I will be in front of you. Please use your greatest ability to resist me. By the way, in real combat, I won't inform you of my actions in advance. 3 seconds. Although Hong Chen was angry, the other party wanted to give him a heads up before the fight. But he knew, anger aside, caution was necessary. He took a deep breath, focused on the distant sky where Miao Chen stood with a raised knife. In the sky, a voice appeared. Hong Chen took a deep breath, secretly circulating his true essence and blood, keenly observing everything around him. 1. As the voice fell, Hong Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, he found Miao Chen still in the sky ahead. But suddenly, he heard the sound of wind behind him. No! Hong Chen's heart screamed, the figure in front is fake. Shifting positions. Just now, Miao Chen had already moved behind him. But he left a shadow in front of him, and his attention had been focused on the front, completely ignoring the back. Was this an ambush? No. This was a battle. Sure enough, the figure in front began to slowly fade and then dissipated. Hong Chen turned back in horror, and in that instant, he used all his strength to sweep his sword out. He couldn't see where Miao Chen was, so he could only sweep, trying to force Miao Chen back. And the next moment, as he turned around, the sword was also swung out. He saw Miao Chen's simple slash coming straight towards his forehead. But at this moment, he had no retreat, no defense. Because the sword in his hand, in the sweep, halfway through, there was no way to retract it to block the attack on his head.
I'll trade my life for his.
Hongchen roared in his heart.
It was a desperate choice because he had no way to avoid it, and he couldn't stop it. At most, he would sweep his sword and cut him in half while his sword would cut off my head.
You said Earth warriors are for retirement?
I'll show you the spirit of an Earth warrior.
Hongchen roared, ferocious.
But the next moment, he felt something was wrong because Miao Chen was standing there without moving forward an inch. His posture and movements were somewhat funny, somewhat ridiculous. It turned out that the body was bent like a big shrimp, holding the knife handle in the right hand, and reaching towards his head in a just enough posture.
Finished.
At this moment, the pupils of Hongchen contracted violently, and he saw his sword tip rubbing against Miao Chen's abdomen.
Just 1 centimeter. Just 1 centimeter. Just 1 centimeter away from the sword tip touching his skin. Just 1 centimeter, damn it. Hongchen was desperate. Dead. It's over. Without using 3 moves, just 1 move. Just 1 move, he ended his life in this seemingly funny but actually simple and brutal way.
Hongchen closed his eyes in despair, and the sword completely missed.
But Miao Chen's knife tip happened to split his forehead. A touch of coldness, a bit sharp, a bit stinging. Hongchen slowly opened his eyes, and Miao Chen smiled slightly. Exchange lives? It's useless to exchange lives, meaningless. No one will exchange lives with the enemy. Exchanging lives is just a choice made out of helplessness. You are very passive. After resisting your divine thunder, I predicted that your attention would be focused on me. So I used my true element to create a phantom standing in the sky. You thought that was me, but I had already come behind you.
At the same time, I predicted that under your panic, you would subconsciously swing a sword horizontally behind you. I also knew that as long as I avoided your sword, you would die. So when I swung the sword, I didn't solidify my position, but instead moved my body back and reached out my hand. I don't need to use much force, or fancy moves and steps, I just need to be 2 centimeters longer than you. As long as I am 2 centimeters longer than you, you can't hit me, but you will die. To achieve this, 2 prerequisites are needed. The first is observation. 3 minutes ago when you took out this sword, I visually measured the length of your sword. This laid the foundation for where I stood later. The second is distance sense, gained through countless life and death battles, knowing what distance won't be hit, what distance will hit others just right. This cannot be learned, it's experience. And everyone who walks out of such experiences has it.
Gulo Hongchen swallowed his saliva. Feeling the stinging on his head, he didn't dare to move.
Because his life and death were in Miao Chen's hands, he only needed to slightly press down with his wrist, and his head would be cut open.
A 2 centimeter incision, from the top of the head to the chin.
Just enough to cut open the skull, just enough to instantly kill himself, with brain matter flowing out.
He didn't dare to move.
At this moment, the tip of the knife pressed on his scalp, the blade that was not open, but with the side edge cut a small slit on his scalp. Looking at the man in front of him, Hongchen felt a little frightened. For the first time, he felt fear. In his mind, only one sentence popped out: the so-called gap in realm in front of him was useless. His fighting style was so simple and brutal. Every move, every action, every thought of his was aimed at killing the opponent in the simplest way. But what exactly is the difference in realm? Is it stronger power, richer true element, faster speed? Such differences can create a huge gap between the peak and the 9th rank, enough to crush a large group of 9th ranks. But in front of him, it was meaningless. It was useless. Because you simply do not have, nor deserve the opportunity to confront him head-on. When facing him, all your advantages cannot be utilized, so it's equivalent to you having no advantage. And the reason you have no advantage is because of his step-by-step calculations. These calculations are all subconscious. It's experience and real combat. With a su sound, Miao Chen sheathed his knife. Hongchen subconsciously trembled in fear. Miao Chen smiled and said, "I know you are not convinced. I'll give you 2 more chances." Understood. Hongchen's heart exploded a bit. He had just said,
3 moves to kill me?
It turned out that it didn't mean killing me within 3 moves. Instead, it meant that each move would kill me.
Killing me 3 times. Damn! Hongchen was angry, once again humiliated.
But in his anger, there was also fear. The kind of fear that made the soul instinctively tremble with dread. He retreated hundreds of meters, to a very safe distance, looking at Miao Chen with uncertainty and shouted, "Careless, I just..."
Furong City exploded.
In front of the car, the governor of Furong City took a cold breath. He hadn't seen clearly just now, it was too fast. He only saw the sky full of divine thunder, and then Miao Chen placed the knife at Hongchen's neck.
The palace master of Pyomia Palace lost? Lost? Lost like this? If Miao Chen hadn't held back, the palace master of Pyomia Palace would have fallen in the Yudai River. Miao Chen, who exactly is he? The top powerhouse of Huaxia, unable to get past even one move in his hands?
And at this moment, the people of the entire city were in an uproar. By the Yudai River, a teenager in school uniform excitedly said to his classmates, "That's right, that's right. Martial saint, martial saint. Indeed, a martial saint. Our planet's books record that those who return from the great wilderness are all super practical. No fancy moves, no complicated actions. Everyone with a sword or spear only knows 2 moves, stab or chop. I have always wondered, how can they fight with just these 2 moves? It's too simple, easy for enemies to figure out and counter.
Now I understand. The essence, this is the true essence and true secret of combat.
In real combat, there is no need for so much showmanship. Stabbing and chopping are the most powerful killing moves, they only need to use these 2 strongest moves. I have also read records. It is recorded that a martial saint never kills with more than 2 moves, because a martial saint only knows 2 moves. Even in battles with the emperors of demons and monsters, they only use 2 moves. And the emperor of demons and monsters also only knows 2 moves. His spear only stabs, and sweeps through 1,000 troops. Just 2 moves. I have always been puzzled, why do the 2 strongest beings in the universe only know 2 moves? What does this mean? Knowing only 2 moves, why can they fight for 20 days without a clear winner? I understand now, they are not fighting with fancy moves, but with experience and wisdom of combat. This is true combat. I believe that when 2 martial saints fight, that is when the real danger and excitement come. 2 people who only know 2 moves, fighting for 20 days, must be constantly countering each other's moves, while looking for opportunities to attack. Martial saint. Martial saint. Martial saint. This is a true martial saint. I no longer doubt, in this world, there are no warriors as practical as this. All warriors use fancy moves, impressive momentum. Only those who return from the great wilderness can cultivate such powerful and invincible moves. It's terrifying. Truly. Simplifying complexity. Only true strong ones can simplify complexity. Furong City was in an uproar. The martial saint killed Hongchen with just a simple move. If it were a real battle, that would be too terrifying. The divine thunder that Hongchen unleashed seemed terrifying, but in reality, it consumed a lot of energy. The divine thunder that covered the sky took more than 10 seconds to set up, making it practically useless. It also consumed at least 30% of his true elemental power. But what about Miao Chen? What did he consume? He didn't consume anything. He only used a negligible amount of true elemental power for flying. And, to resist one of Hongchen's divine thunders, he estimated that it consumed 1 in 10,000 of his true elemental power to disperse the thunder. If it weren't to let the world die, if it weren't to let the world know that God's thunder has no combat power, Mu Chen probably wouldn't even consume this bit of true element. And the knife that killed the world used pure physical strength, without even using true elements. If calculated according to the Battle of Wheels, with Mu Chen's level of consumption, killing someone like the world, wouldn't it be? How many to kill? Keep killing. Unlimited. Below, by the Yudai River. The maid Xiaohong was shocked, bursting with extremely fanatical admiration in her eyes. I understand.
I finally understand what the masters have been saying all along, that real combat is not about who is more magnificent.
It's about who consumes less and has greater killing power. I finally understand the meaning of chopping Iron Men every day, the sense of strength, distance. In every chop, find the most effortless way, but with the greatest angle, force, and intensity to inflict maximum damage on the opponent. Chopping thousands of times a day is actually training physical strength and endurance. Musin, you also seem to have some enlightenment, efficiency. Is this efficiency? This is completely different from what I imagined a warrior's battle to be. This is the true battle of a warrior. No action, no magnificence, not even. No consumption. It's just simplifying complexity. It's also a cliché everyone knows, but can't understand, returning to simplicity. In the sky, the world took a deep breath. I've had a lesson once, I won't be fooled again. Come on. The world roared. Running the true element all over his body, guarding against Mu Chen in front. At the same time, attention was also focused on the sky, the ground, behind, left, and right. Unable to guard against. He was somewhat afraid of Mu Chen's unpredictability. Mu Chen smiled, okay, here I come. So, Mu Chen flew towards the world again. Watching Mu Chen getting closer and closer, the world didn't dare to be careless at all, even suspecting whether the figure flying over was really the original self. Could it be a phantom? Even if seriously observing that it was indeed a real person, he still couldn't be sure. But he dared not underestimate the opponent in front of him. Soon, Mu Chen arrived in front of the world, and at the same time transmitted to the world, please note, this time, I will use the stabbing action. As the voice fell, Mu Chen's figure flickered like a ghost and suddenly appeared in front of the world. And the world, who had been waiting for a long time, gathered all his strength and slashed at Mu Chen. He predicted that when Mu Chen flew over, his sword would just reach him. This time, let's be careful and remember for a long time. And the world still didn't dare to use true elements to attack outward. It's okay to attack others with true elements, which can extend the reach of the attack. But when facing Mu Chen, he didn't dare. Because although attacking with true elements externally would increase the attack range and power, there were vulnerabilities. He didn't know what vulnerabilities there might be, but he didn't dare. He was afraid that Mu Chen would seize the opportunity. The moment the sword was swung out, the world's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn! Fell for it again. Sure enough, Mu Chen, who had just bravely rushed over, suddenly braked. Suddenly stopped. The world watched as the sword swung over, and the tip of the sword was only a centimeter away from Mu Chen. Another centimeter. 1 centimeter. How come it's a centimeter short again? The world despaired and roared, the sword missed, and in that moment, Mu Chen dodged the sword and casually raised the knife to stab at the world's neck. A casual stab, not even using true elemental power, just pure muscle strength. A very small force came over. But couldn't dodge, couldn't block. The neck, it was like an open gateway. Stinging. Cold. The world swallowed a mouthful of saliva, the Adam's apple rolling as it touched the blade, making the Adam's apple a bit sore. One move. Another move. Miao Chen smiled and said, this time, it's all about judgment and maintaining the right distance. Judgment comes from experiencing numerous real battles, which helps in understanding the enemy's psychological activities. So I judged that you were both angry and cautious, and that you wouldn't dare to attack from a distance. I also predicted that you would strike first, so I deliberately rushed towards you, but suddenly braked when I reached you, dodging your attack and then launching my own after you finished your move. Then comes the distance. When you raised your hand, I knew where to brake. This allowed me to dodge your attack and deceive you because if I braked too early, you would realize and stop your move immediately. If I braked too late, you would hit me. So I needed to brake at the right moment, a time that would trick you into attacking first and allow me to avoid your strike. Do you know why I didn't aim for your head or chest?
Hong Chen subconsciously shook his head. I don't know.
Miao Chen explained, a stab to the head can be dodged by moving it to the side, and a stab to the chest may not kill you immediately.
But the neck, you can't dodge that. A strike to the neck instantly disables a person from fighting. This is also part of real combat. Feeling like crying, is he treating me like a child? Teaching me while fighting? I am a supreme expert. I am a supreme expert. Being treated like a child by him? At this moment, the entire Furong city fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the sky, at Miao Chen's blade tip pressed against the neck of the supreme expert Hong Chen, and then withdrawn. The whole city was silent. All the martial artists of Huaxia were incredulous at this scene. Miao Chen actually treated the supreme expert like a child, dominating the fight completely. The supreme expert had no resistance at all, being led and controlled throughout the fight. But the spirits of the various clans were uplifted. This is real combat. This is the legendary back to basics that everyone has heard of and understood, but no one has ever used before. Back to basics means using the simplest, most primitive, and most direct methods to achieve the core goal. Everything external is discarded. Down by the river, the women warriors of the Nyangzi army looked up in admiration at the man who treated the supreme expert like a child. They were shocked. How many battles had this man experienced to be so incredibly strong? With every move, he rendered a supreme expert completely powerless. He made a supreme expert unable to unleash anything. Unable to release true energy. Unable to exert strength. Unable to use advantages. Unable to do anything. Helpless. As if under some kind of restraint. Too powerful. Hong Chen's voice was hoarse. I still have some doubts. I feel like I haven't truly displayed my strength. Miao Chen smiled and sheathed his sword. I know you're not convinced, you have one more chance. But if you still resist after the third time, then you're just asking for it. On the fourth time, I won't hold back. I will kill you without looking back. Hong Chen took a deep breath, looking at Miao Chen's smiling face, feeling a chill from the bottom of his heart. Feeling scared from the bottom of his heart. But more than that, he felt angry. Because he hadn't even displayed his true supreme strength. What a disgrace. It was like watching two ordinary people fighting. Not using any true energy, unable to perform any techniques. Just relying on a sword and a blade, back and forth. Is this what martial artists do? Is this how a 9th grade and a supreme expert fight? I refuse to accept this. Hong Chen retreated hundreds of meters again, screaming hysterically, come at me again. This time, I will give it my all. Miao Chen looked at the red dust hundreds of meters away, feeling a bit regretful. In fact, in terms of true strength, he was definitely not a match for the red dust. But he was too careless, and he had no actual combat experience. In this environment on Earth, players of his level had few opportunities to personally engage with others. There were more flashy moves when showing off in front of ordinary people, to demonstrate his status. The main goal was to let others know how powerful he was, so his moves were magnificent, like an angry hedgehog using his strong appearance to arm himself. But he lacked real combat ability. Therefore, relying on a strong foundation in actual combat, Miao Chen estimated that he could crush him when he reached the 8th rank. If the red dust had been cautious from the beginning and not used those flashy moves, relying instead on strong true energy to press him, maybe he would have had some chance of winning. But he didn't. He wouldn't. It wasn't that he wasn't used to that kind of fighting style, but rather, he simply didn't know how. He had no concept of that fighting style at all. Furthermore, after experiencing the previous 2 encounters, the red dust's mentality had collapsed. He was now like a madman consumed by anger, simultaneously furious and ashamed, yet also cautious. If Miao Chen needed to exert 8/10 of his strength against the red dust before, now, facing the red dust in this state, he didn't even need half of that. He could defeat him with his eyes closed. What battles required was calmness, not anger. Anger had no meaning other than unleashing a force of catharsis.
And he wouldn't give him any chance to vent. Miao Chen held a knife above the sky, gazing at him for a moment, and asked in a deep voice, "I can give you a minute to adjust your state, to adjust your mindset." Perhaps the red dust in this state was not one to admit defeat. He was already furious. So Miao Chen felt that he needed to calm him down to completely subdue him. But to the red dust, this statement sounded like a complete mockery and ridicule, and he roared angrily, "No need, come at me. This time, I will go all out and show you the true power of Huaxia." True power? Miao Chen heard this name and inexplicably wanted to laugh. Seeing the red dust's refusal, he didn't say anything more. His eyes became calm, yet also filled with killing intent, as he said in a deep voice, "I will attack you in 3 seconds. This is your last chance. Do you understand?" It sounded like an order and a notification. But it made the red dust not dare to have any other emotions, and inexplicably, he chose to obey. Ready for battle. Miao Chen moved. This time, he didn't wait for the red dust to make a move, but took the initiative to attack. In the previous 2 encounters, he had tricked the red dust into making the first move before striking, presumably because the red dust was unwilling. So this time, he took the initiative to make a move, to make him acknowledge defeat. And indeed, that was what the red dust was thinking. He looked at Miao Chen hundreds of meters away, feeling a bit wary, reflecting on himself. In the previous 2 encounters, he had made the first move, and Miao Chen had found an opportunity to attack after tricking him into making a move. So this time, he decided to remain unchanged in response to all changes. To be still and respond with calmness. Thinking this, the red dust saw Zhang Ke swiftly flying towards him and chose to remain motionless like a mountain. He tightly gripped the long sword in his hand, his eyes sharp as a knife, observing all the subtle changes in Miao Chen. As Miao Chen charged, as Miao Chen raised the knife, the red dust's mind raced. Is he going to strike me? Or stab me? Or is the first move a feint, with the real attack coming later? Or is it truly false, false truly? Is it all a deception? The red dust clenched his teeth, staring fixedly at Miao Chen. He raised his sword. He raised it. He raised his sword when he was still 10 meters away from me. Feint. It must be a feint. Red dust thoughts turned quickly, otherwise, why would he raise his sword from such a distance? This must be self-intimidation. It must be. His real move should be to feint, deceive himself into making a move during the feint. Then, after he makes a move, he immediately changes his attack? It must be like this. Thinking of this, red dust nervously held the sword, not making a move at all. Once again decided to use stillness to control movement. But at this moment, red dust's thoughts turned again, no. Miao Chen is a person with very strong combat abilities. He must also consider, did I guess that his move was a feint? Right? So, at the moment he raised the knife, if I don't move, then this knife will really come down. If I move, he will immediately change to a feint. Right? Transforming between truth and falsehood? So annoying. Red Dust's heart roared a bit. He had never thought that fighting would be such a brain-consuming thing. Isn't it enough to just crush directly? Why does it consume so much brain power? Can't guess. Just can't guess. What move does he want to make? Closer. 3 meters. Miao Chen's knife has already fallen. Red Dust could no longer think of anything else. In this split second, he still decided not to make a move. Instead, he chose to block. With his absolute strength, can he directly block his knife? It should be fine, right? A straightforward block should be fine. This time, he won't make a move. First block him, bully him with his own cultivation, block him, then plan for the future. Thinking this, Red Dust raised his sword above his head, wanting to block this knife head-on. The sword and knife intersected. In that instant, Red Dust's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw in horror that the muscles on Miao Chen's arm suddenly burst.
The cuff of his clothes was suddenly torn to pieces by the bulging muscles, revealing the terrifying muscles like a demon.
And that falling knife, under the influence of this force, suddenly accelerated for the second time.
In the middle, it can still accelerate? Red Dust was dumbfounded.
No need to think, he knew, Myo-chan, he wants to oppress me without relying on any sneak attacks.
He's at the 9th rank, oppressing me at the peak?
Although Red Dust guessed it, he had no way to respond, he couldn't accelerate for the second time. He could only forcefully block the long sword on top of his head. And in this split second, Red Dust once again saw that Myo-chan's entire body suddenly turned into a presence like an ancient savage beast. He was overbearing and sharp. After the second acceleration, his whole person erupted with an even more terrifying aura, making the speed of that knife faster again.
Third acceleration. Is this still a human?
How can he, at the moment of the knife falling, in such a fast speed, complete 3 consecutive accelerations?
Red Dust's heart trembled, looking at the knife about to fall, wondering, can he block it?
At the moment he gritted his teeth to block it.
At the moment the knife fell.
Red Dust saw again, Myo-chan's whole body bowed, his wrist lifted up. He was very puzzled. What kind of movement is this, what kind of effect?
The next moment, the sword and knife intersected.
The imagined powerful collision sound, explosion sound, and the terrifying hard collision force did not come. He just felt his long sword emit a trembling sound of friction, squeak 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 squeak. Red Dust glanced over, but was shocked to see that this knife hitting his sword had no great force at all. It was not a head-on collision at all. Myo-chan raised his wrist, and the knife in his hand immediately changed to an upward angle. The effect of the knife originally chopping on his sword, immediately because of this raised wrist, turned into a light touch passing by the sword.
Passed. However,
his knife continued to chop down.
Then, Hong-chan watched helplessly as the blade of the knife swept across his eyes, face, and neck.
Then, Hong-chan felt a cold sensation in his chest, accompanied by a slight stinging pain.
This pain extended from his chest to his abdomen, navel, and lower abdomen.
Hong-chan still held the long sword in a defensive posture, but Myo-chan had already struck down with a single blow. Hong-chan slowly lowered his head and saw blood flowing all over his body. His clothes were torn from the armpits, and the surface of his skin had a long, narrow wound from the tip of the knife. The wound extended from the armpit to the lower abdomen. It was over 20 centimeters long, but only a few millimeters deep. It just cut through the skin without spilling his guts.
Hong-chan froze on the spot. Myo-chan stood opposite, the tip of the knife dripping blood. It was the blood of the abyss. I have killed you 3 times. If there is a 4th time, I will push the blade a few more centimeters forward and spill all your entrails. If there is a 5th time, I will go a few centimeters further and cut all your entrails. If there is a 6th time, I will go a few centimeters further, from the front, extending to your spine, cutting your spine as well. If there is a 7th time, I will split you in half. Each time, I will advance a few centimeters in the same wound, deepening it continuously on the same wound until I split you in half. Hong-chan Daoren, are you ready to experience the 4th time?
Myo-chan said emotionlessly, with a blank expression, as if speaking to a corpse, as if speaking to a piece of dead wood. It was as if the Hong-chan in front of him was no longer a living person in his eyes. Hong-chan's heart trembled subconsciously, he hesitated, remained silent for a long time, and asked, "How did you do it?" "I clearly blocked your knife, but why could your knife bypass my sword and cut me open?"
"I raised the knife 10 meters away. It's because there is a major taboo for knife wielders, and that taboo is the chop action, which requires the action of raising the knife first. Raising the knife will leave your chest wide open, and if the opponent is faster than you at this moment, you will lose all defensive opportunities.
So, I had to raise the knife and chop down towards you from a far distance. And once I entered the striking range, the knife had to fall precisely. In this way, the flaw of my knife-raising action would be concealed by this time difference."
Astonished.
This was a combat philosophy he had never heard of before.
He was going crazy. So many details? Was he obsessed with details? Isn't this too detailed? Even a few milliseconds of time difference have to be taken into account? Even such a simple action, the flaws in attacks in a single strike have to be calculated? What have they experienced? What has created so many detail monsters?
Miao Chen continued, when I say I will chop you, there will be no feint attack.
You have two choices, either to block hard or to counterattack.
But these two choices don't matter because when I chop down, due to the time difference, I haven't left any loopholes for you.
You can't find any openings to attack me.
Even if you exchange one life for another, you will die first. Because when I reach you, my knife has already fallen, very quickly.
But you, no matter how you choose to attack, need a preparatory action, no matter how small.
It is determined that I will chop you to death with one blow first, and your move will come later.
But your move cannot hit me either because I am confident that I will split you in half with one blow, and you will instantly lose all fighting power. Secondly, if you choose to block hard.
So all I need to do is to flick my wrist up, my straight downward strike will immediately change angle due to this small movement, becoming slanted. A straight collision with your sword will be a head-on clash. But a slanted collision with your sword, that's called friction.
You can experiment with your index finger. Let your left index finger collide with your right index finger.
When both index fingers are in a straight state, they will collide. If one of the index fingers collides at an angle, then, that index finger will rub against the other one as it comes down at an angle. It will miss, and in this process of missing, adjusting the angle again, the tip of the slanting index finger will extend out.
Two index fingers, just like swords. Miao Chen wiped the blood off the knife and said lightly, a true warrior.
Until they reach a real desperate situation, they will never choose to clash head-on with others. Head-on collision is the most brainless way, it will result in mutual damage, consume a large amount of true essence, and damage one's own weapon.
But it is meaningless.
What I pursue is always to kill 1,000 enemies without any self-harm.
Instead of killing 1,000 enemies and self-harming 800.
If one rushes in for a head-on collision, that's not a warrior.
That's a club. Because in battle, one goes to kill. While killing, protect oneself. That is the true essence of battle. Not what you think, those fancy things. Nor is it acting under the influence of emotions. He was speechless.
A kind of despair surged in his heart.
3 times. 3 moves. Each move kills me. 3 times, all different. 3 attacks, all forewarned me in advance. Even told me how he would kill me. But I still couldn't resist at all. Completely defenseless.
Initially, Hong Chen thought that according to his supreme strength, he could attack from a distance.
Fight while retreating. Using his powerful cultivation to bully Miao Chen. But now, he gave up.
Miao Chen is a combat expert, a killing expert. He would never recklessly attack. Using those Dao techniques have loopholes, there is no direct way to rush forward in fight. So, before using Dao techniques, one might already be dead. If using long-range attacks, fighting while retreating. Using the principle of flying a kite to hang Miao Chen. But Hong Chen now realized that Miao Chen is a person with combat skills hundreds of times stronger than himself. If he uses long-range attacks to hang and fight him, then it is possible that he will simply stay in place, not chase, and wait for him to finish casting his spells before coming out.
No. There is an even greater possibility.
That is, Miao Chen will instead become a kite flyer. His own kite-flying tactics are likely to be turned against him. If he uses long-range attacks to hang and fight him, then Miao Chen may pretend to chase him, wait for him to cast long-range attacks, and when he does, Miao Chen won't come. Just as he finishes casting, Miao Chen takes a step forward to chase him, forcing him to cast long-range attacks again to avoid being approached.
And after he finishes casting, Miao Chen will chase him again.
In this way, he will advance and retreat, constantly flying his own kite. He only needs to consume flying true essence, while he himself needs to consume a huge amount of true essence. He will continue to push himself to the ends of the earth. He will continue to exhaust his true essence, then come in front of him, and even without needing a bit of true essence, he will kill him. This is a terrifying opponent. This is a terrifying enemy. If he is his enemy. Hongchen's heart trembled, feeling a soul-deep sense of fear. This is the fear that arises when facing an opponent with no solution, due to despair and powerlessness. Hongchen took a deep breath and tentatively asked, "How can I defeat you?" Niuchen shook his head, "You can never defeat me." Why? Perhaps you will start to change from now on, start to learn, start to focus on practical combat, and try to catch up with my footsteps. But I have been in practical combat for 100 years. In other words, my combat awareness is stronger than yours by 100 years. Assuming I stand still here, you need to experience more practical combat than me, more near-death experiences than me to catch up with me. But the reality is, our time is the same. When you make progress, I will also make progress. I am not stagnant, I am still learning. So, you will never catch up with me. Hongchen felt a bit desperate. Never able to catch up with Niuchen's footsteps? Hongchen asked again, "Are the people in your Earth Homeland Association all equipped with such combat capabilities like you?" Niuchen nodded, "More or less." "I dare not say how strong exactly, but anyone at the 9th rank can easily defeat you. Those around the 8th rank may need to exert all their strength to kill you." Hongchen was very angry, but helpless. He really couldn't think of any rebuttal. Niuchen didn't want to waste any more time with him and said in a deep voice, "Do you remember our bet? If I can kill you in 3 moves, from now on, your Mirage Palace will fully support everything related to the Earth Homeland Association. At the same time, you should no longer call yourself the Absolute Peak, this realm is called the Martial King." Hongchen sighed, unable to say anything for a moment. He didn't want Mirage Palace to become a vassal of the Earth Homeland Association. This was his own power. This is the most powerful force in China. Seeing him silent, Niuchen continued, "You can choose not to comply with this bet. But I will personally take back all the bets. In the following process, if I find that you are going against your word, I will personally come to kill you. And take back the bets. If 1 person from your Mirage Palace disobeys me, I will kill 1 person. If 10 people disobey, I will kill 10 people. If 10,000 people disobey, I will kill 10,000 people. If millions of people disobey, I will kill millions of people. In my eyes, anything that stands in the way must be uprooted. Keep killing until you obey. You must not doubt the strength of the Earth Homeland Association. I can kill you in an instant, and the others in the Earth Homeland Association can also instantly eliminate all your other strong individuals. Then, hunt down the rest of your people around the world." Hongchen was extremely ashamed and angry, and rebuked, "Can you be so ruthless and turn the butcher's knife on your own compatriots?" Niuchen shook his head, "In our eyes, those who support the overall situation are called compatriots. Those who stand in the way are called enemies. I think, if the demons do not invade the earth, I might enjoy all the happy times in this hometown peacefully, without getting involved in anything between warriors. Even if others provoke me, I would just let it go. Even if others bully me, as long as it doesn't involve my brothers and family, I wouldn't care. I enjoy the taste of human warmth and coldness. But now that the demons have set their sights here, I can't continue like this. Everything must be for the greater good, for unity. Perhaps by killing billions of stumbling blocks, I can unite billions of people on Earth. Even if it's out of fear, it's worth it. Because the billions who died, I can see them as sacrifices of the battle. From now on, there is no more human sentiment in my eyes. In my eyes, there is only one goal, victory." Niuchen did not say the second half of the sentence. Without victory, it means extinction. He cannot let the earth repeat the mistakes of the past. If the war is won, leaving only a few thousand people, isn't that extinction again? The mortal took a deep breath and looked seriously at Miao Chen. "Sometimes I doubt whether your goal is to completely dominate the earth and become a war fanatic like Hitler." Miao Chen sneered, "Power, wealth, pleasure. In my eyes, they are just passing clouds. I don't care about those things. Even if I care, even if that is my true conspiracy. Do you think I need to go around such a big circle? Let me say something arrogant. With the strength of our Earth Fellow Association, is it difficult to kill the leaders of various forces, establish the largest force? The reason I go around in circles is just to hope fewer people die. The mortal sighed in despair. He knew Miao Chen was telling the truth. He had the capital of arrogance, too much of it. With his strength, he could kill himself in an instant, that is to say, he could go door to door and kill all the top powers on this earth. And the ninth rank, his peers, in his eyes, were no different from ants. Moreover, behind him, there were 32 strong men who came from the same place as him. Moreover, he said that his strength in his previous life was a martial saint. And he returned to this world less than a month ago, and he had already reached the ninth rank from an ordinary person. In other words, he could soon become a top power, no, a martial king. Soon, he could become a martial emperor. Soon, he could become a martial god. At the ninth rank, he could challenge everyone in this world, so when he reached those realms, who would be his opponent? The mortal lowered his head. I promise. I will follow our bet. From now on, Mirage Palace will do everything to support the Earth Fellow Association. From now on, there is no mortal red dust in the world, only Martial King red dust. Miao Chen nodded. He waved his hand towards the distance. After a moment, a pony flew up. The mortal looked puzzled at the pony. What are you doing? The pony smiled, picked up a map of Jiangcheng, pointed and gestured for a moment, and then outlined an area with a red pen. From now on, within 7 days, all the houses, residential areas, public facilities, enterprises, etc. in the area will be demolished. The mortal widened his eyes. Miao Chen said, clear the land. The people of the Wan Clan Legion are coming. Soon, many people, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of comrades of the Wan Clan will gather here. I need you to demolish all these places and then rebuild them to include a small amount of residential and living areas. Large areas of land will be left as training grounds. From now on, we need to start training the Wan Clan Legion in advance. The mortal said in astonishment, but until now, no one has come at all. Your call has been out for 2 weeks, and no one has come to join you. Miao Chen smiled and pointed to the highway along the Yangtze River below. No one? What is that? The mortal looked over. On the highway along the Udai River, more than a dozen young people ran frantically with fanatic and nervous faces. Looking up, they shouted and roared in the universal language of the Wan Clan towards the sky, see the Martial Saint. Martial Saint, we are here. Martial Saint, is it the legendary Martial Saint? Martial Saint, the Golden Giant Bull civilization obeys the call, we are here. We are all people of the Golden Giant Bull civilization. Martial Saint. More than a dozen young people suddenly knelt on one knee, shouting in unison towards the sky. They were fanatical. Extremely fanatical. This was a legend that had been circulating on their planet for a long time. In the legend, the Martial Saint was the god of the universe. And today, they saw the real thing. They saw the Martial Saint with the 9th rank cultivation, the Martial King who could kill strong opponents with every move. In the end, he would open the belly of the Martial King with one blow. They saw it. Wasn't this exactly the description of him in the legend, simplifying complexity, returning to simplicity? In the sky, the dust watched in astonishment as a dozen or so young people knelt on one knee below, shouting fervently in a language he did not understand. Then, an unlicensed, stolen commercial vehicle came speeding from a distance. The vehicle stopped, the door opened, and the commercial vehicle looked like a can of tuna. More than 20 ragged young people ran out of it, looking up at the sky fervently. We are the Redstone Civilization. War Saint, we saw your summons. We are the Redstone Civilization. We all arrived a week ago, and here, we found fellow countrymen. We agreed to come and see you together. War Saint, lead us. They came, all of them came. A battle in the sky above the Udai River shook the entire Furong city, and the Furong city was in an uproar. And the tens of thousands of young people hidden in Furong City saw all this. They no longer hesitated, they no longer hesitated. They no longer doubted. This is not the war saint, then who is it? Although he is only at the 9th rank now, everyone has crossed over, and who doesn't know what the 9th rank means? The war saint is the war saint of the Taiwan, the war saint of the universe. After winning the war and returning to Earth, he will definitely start cultivating from scratch, and now, he has returned to the 9th rank. It's just a temporary 9th rank. But he is, sooner or later, the war saint. The people of the 10,000 races will not judge the war saint by his realm, because they have also crossed over, and they understand that cultivation is a matter of time. Instead, it is not important. In the Lijiang Hotel, Jiang Chuan, a young man from Zhahe, and his mother witnessed all this. The battle between the strong brought them too much shock. At this moment, Jiang Chuan no longer doubted. He pointed excitedly at the man in the sky holding a bloodied knife. Mother, that is the war saint. He is the war saint. There is no mistake, there will be no mistake. His mother also became nervous. Should they go and seek refuge? At this moment, the mother suddenly said, "How come so many people have gone?" Jiang Chuan followed her gaze, but all he saw was that all the streets of Furong City, all the roads leading to the Yudai River, were densely packed with people. It was a group of young people running. They occupied all the roads, they occupied all the streets. Some were ragged, some were dressed in luxury. But they were all young, all running. Running towards the Yudai River. Jiang Chuan also saw that some young people were running and shouting hoarsely, unable to hear. But they held up signs high in their hands, running and shouting. The signs were written in unreadable symbols. Then he saw that many of the young people running in the crowd were excitedly converging in the direction of some raised signs. They talked to each other while running, then hugged and cried. And continued to run. Many signs. Looking around, Jiang Chuan was puzzled by what those signs said. But inadvertently, he saw familiar words. Inadvertently, he saw symbols that he could never forget. It was a cuneiform script, the language he had been learning since birth. It was his mother tongue. The language of his hometown. There was a barefoot, long-haired, dirty-looking boy like a beggar, holding up a sign. The beggar-like boy was surrounded by a dozen or so young people with different clothing and family backgrounds. They gathered together and ran towards the Yudai River. And some young people were accompanied by parents and adults. They held the hands of their parents and ran together. The content on the sign was simple, whether there were compatriots from Zhahe. Jiang Chuan understood, and at that moment, tears streamed down his face. He had been in this world for more than 2 years, and 2 weeks ago, he saw the familiar language of the 10,000 races. He knew that there must be compatriots in this world. But now, he really saw the language from his compatriots. Now, he saw his mother tongue. There were people from his hometown holding signs in their mother tongue, running towards the Yudai River. Now, about 20 of them had gathered together. But, weren't they, like me, lonely before? Did they also think they were the only lonely souls who crossed over to this strange world? Did they also feel that they would forever keep their identity as travelers a secret because they were different? Did they also feel that they could never go back? Mother saw Jiang Chuan staring blankly over there, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. Worried, she asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chuan turned back, tears in his eyes, grabbed his mother's wrist, and pointed to about 20 teenagers running along the river road, "People from my hometown." The content on their signs is written in the mother tongue of the Purple River civilization. They all come from the Purple River, Mother, they all come from the Purple River. They and I come from the same place, we use the same language, we have the same history, we have the same civilization. We have all come to this world. Mother, people from my hometown have come. Mother also excitedly looked at the dozen or so teenagers, and she quickly noticed the differences between these people and the others. Because among these people, quite a few of them were holding their parents' hands, running towards the banks of the Yudai River together. they were all with their parents. And this matched what her son had told her. He said that filial piety was the most important thing to the people of the Purple River, and coming to this world, they had new parents. They would still greatly value filial piety towards the parents of this world, so they would have a very good relationship with the parents of this world. Now, they came to find the martial saint and the people from their hometown, all with their parents. Although many of the teenagers in the crowd were also with their parents from this world, they were all with their parents. However, unlike the people from the Purple River, except for a few, all the others were with their parents. Jiang Chuan quickly packed up his things, grabbed his mother's hand, and headed straight for the hotel. Now, he was also going to meet his people from his hometown. He was also going to pay his respects to the martial saint. He no longer hesitated. Just as the mother and son opened the door to the hotel room, they heard the continuous rumbling sound of the hotel. They looked around, only to see that many doors in the hotel corridor were open. Teenagers carrying luggage opened the doors and walked out. Some rooms had several teenagers sharing, while others had one person per room. Some even walked out with their families. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chuan saw a dozen more teenagers in the corridor. And the whole building was still rumbling. Everyone glanced at each other, rushed to the elevator, only to find it full. All floors were stopped. So, everyone headed for the stairwell and ran down from the 12th floor. The noise in the stairwell was deafening. Looking up, countless teenagers were running down the stairs from above. The running sound from above was very heavy. Looking down, many people had already run down the stairs. The footsteps below were getting farther and farther away. Only then did they realize that the continuous rumbling sound throughout the hotel was the noise made by countless people running down the stairs at the same time. Jiang Chuan and his mother ran to the hotel lobby, then to the street. Only to see that this street was already congested. Countless teenagers were running wildly on this street. Many people even shouted. Although they couldn't understand. The entire street, all vehicles had stopped, and countless drivers looked bewildered at all this, not knowing why so many teenagers had suddenly appeared in this city. What were they running for? Why are they running? Many locals in Furong City also stopped and looked puzzled at the teenagers running wildly towards the Udai River. Who are they? Where did all these people come from in Furong City? Are they all students? It seems like they are all students. Where did these people come from? Why are they running? Where are they going? No one knows. In Furong City, no one will know all this. No one is clear. In the sky. The world was stunned. He looked at the densely packed teenagers suddenly emerging from every corner of the city. It was like opening a kitchen cabinet and suddenly a swarm of cockroaches running out. It was like turning over what seemed to be a peaceful land, but countless ants emerged. So many. They have been hiding in every corner of this city, but no one knew, no one noticed. And now, they all suddenly came out. At this moment, the world was a little confused, and he suddenly understood why Zhang Ke, such a stable person, would provoke himself and challenge himself. He figured it out. Because this battle would alarm the entire Furong City, let the entire Furong City see. So he initiated this battle. The world side, everything is in his hands. Below, the chaotic roar continued. In a panic, by the Udai River, hundreds of people were already kneeling on one knee, shouting alien languages towards the sky. The world couldn't understand, but he knew that this must be a tribute to Myochen. And in the distance, more people were running towards the road. There were also many vehicles rushing over, but the vehicles found that the road was full of people, so the road was impassable. They abandoned their cars and ran towards this side panting. The whole city was in chaos. The world side, so many people. Indeed, a special area should be designated in Jiangqing for them to live, practice, and cultivate. The world is also a decisive person. He was willing to admit defeat. Although he was skeptical of everything Zhang Ke said before, now he chose to believe unconditionally.
Full support. It was not the scene before him that moved him, nor how realistic the story was. Maybe both. But the most important thing was that he couldn't get past Myo-chan's hand with a single move. This powerful strength convinced him. It made him unable to disbelieve. Because he knew that such a strong person, even if he wanted to cultivate a terrifying force, wouldn't need to go through such a big detour. Perhaps what Myo-chan said was true. Taking a detour was just to hope that fewer people would die on the path to unification. Sporadically, the world heard some teenagers below shouting in a mixture of Chinese, "Greetings, Martial Saint. Martial Saint, we have been in this world for 4 years. For years, we finally waited for you." It was standard Chinese. The world understood, suddenly looked down at the few teenagers shouting below. They were all warriors. The lowest rank, 5th rank. The world deeply looked into the eyes of the teenagers and remembered their appearance. At this moment, there was no more doubt. 5th rank, 15 or 16 years old? This was already a talent close to a monster in his cognition. If one was discovered, it would definitely be nurtured with the strength of the whole country. But now, several came out at once, all kneeling and paying homage. Speaking in Chinese. The world finally understood that those people below were shouting in an incomprehensible language. They were shouting, "Martial Saint." The world felt a strange sense of pride and frustration in his heart. Proud that Myo-chan had made the name of the Earth Fellow Association known throughout the universe after 100 years of desolation. All the races in the universe knew that there was a great race of Earth civilization in the depths of space. Countless civilizations also know that in the vast universe, the only martial saint is Myo-chan. From Earth. This is the pride of being an Earthling. Fellow countrymen, the strongest in the universe, the only martial saint in the universe. Renowned and famous, known throughout the deep space of the universe, recognized by all races. And also defeated. Because of this. The name of the red dust, unknown beyond China. The name of the illusory palace is the same. The red dust has some understanding of the situation, speculating about Myo-chan from the perspective of a frog in a well, wondering if he wants to take over their territory? But now he knows that the man he maliciously speculated about has long dominated the sky outside the well. Taking the initiative to pick up the map, the red dust said, "I think we need to dismantle here. There are too many people here. I think we need to send at least tens of thousands of people from the illusory palace to protect them. After all, they are the backbone of the future Earth. They have not yet grown. I don't know if other forces on Earth will come and destroy them while they are still in their infancy." Myo-chan looked at the red dust talking to Xiao Ma, discussing, and interjected, "From what I see, most of them are probably Chinese, as well as Asian faces. I think people from all over the world are probably still on their way." The red dust asked in amazement, "How many people are there exactly?" Myo-chan shook his head, "I don't know. Maybe tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. Maybe there will be hundreds of millions. But a year later, the total number will definitely reach at least billions. When the war reaches its peak, perhaps the number will eventually reach over 100 billion. The red dust took a sharp breath. Over 100 billion? Is it that terrifying? Where did so many people come from? But then he thought, all races? All races. Does that mean over 10,000 races? Over 10,000 civilizations? Even if not over 10,000, it must be close, right? If each race sends 20,000 people, then Earth will be bursting at the seams. The red dust asked in astonishment, 100 billion people? How could Earth possibly accommodate them all? Myo-chan looked somewhat bitter but remained silent. Xiao Ma sighed and said, "The death rate on the front lines is very high." In the early stages, Uncle Jie unified the army of all races. By then, many races had already been wiped out, with many of them suffering more than half casualties. When the troops were mustered, there were over 90 billion soldiers from all races. A month later, over 70 billion had died. But 10 years later, the number had risen back to over 90 billion. These few simple numbers brought great shock to the red dust. Over 70 billion soldiers died in a month? So many people. So many people died? Such casualty rates? At that moment, the red dust completely believed in Miao Chen. There was no more doubt. He knew that what Miao Chen had said before, that if the Earth's compatriots did not lay out their plans early, after victory, Earth might be exterminated, leaving only a few thousand people. This was not an exaggeration. The red dust asked again, how many demons will come? Xiaoma shook his head, I don't know, they keep coming. It depends on their spatial channels, how many people can pass through each day. The red dust felt some fear. He said, I think dividing these areas is still too conservative. I will immediately arrange for all the original residents of Furong City to evacuate. Vacate this city and reserve it specifically for our comrades from all races. This was what he should do. Such casualty rates. It meant that most of those present would not be able to return home alive. When one side is in trouble, support comes from all sides. Earth is about to face a catastrophe. The primordial spirits of all races in the universe have come to support, but among them, 99% will not be able to return, they simply cannot go back. They are fighting for the Earth race. They are fighting to ensure that the Earth race does not become extinct, even if it costs their lives. So, they are comrades. And now, as the Lord of the Illusory Palace, the only thing he can do is to do everything possible to make room for them. Make them strong. Let them grow quickly. Let them try to survive in the war as much as possible, save more people, help the people of the Earth through this catastrophe smoothly, and return to their hometown. Then take the story of the Earth back. How tragic it is. Hongchen remembered torturing and interrogating those few teenagers in the Mirage Palace before, feeling guilty and wishing to slap himself a few times. Thinking of this, Hongchen couldn't bear it anymore and flew away. Floating to the low altitude, looking at the young people who kept coming, he shouted with some emotion, comrades of all races, I don't know how many of you can understand Chinese. I, the Lord of the Mirage Palace in Huaxia, my name is Hongchen. From now on, I declare that the Earth is your second home, and Huaxia is your second hometown. From now on, the Mirage Palace will do everything possible to support your growth and help you survive. You are friends of the people of the Earth, friends of the people of Huaxia. Friends of the billions of creatures in this world. It is no exaggeration to say. You are also the saviors of the billions of creatures on this earth. I never believed there were saviors in this world. But now, I believe. The savior is you, the ones in front of me. Yesterday, the catastrophe of the vast wilderness, assistance from all races. Today, the catastrophe of the earth, assistance from all races. If tomorrow, there is a catastrophe of all races, the people of the earth should also remember it forever and go to help one after another. I, Hongchen, thank you all once again. The young people below listened quietly without commenting. Some of them understood, some did not. Among those who understood, they did not know whether Hongchen was speaking ceremoniously or sincerely. There was silence. In the silence, Hongchen suddenly made an unexpected move. He suddenly landed, then knelt down in front of the young people and knocked his head. This move stunned not only the young people of all races but even Miochin. Never thought that he would make such a move beyond ordinary understanding. But in fact, from Hongchen's perspective, this move was reasonable. He had heard the story of the vast wilderness. He believed that the people of all races, the elemental spirits of the earth, were the saviors of the vast wilderness people. If it weren't for all races, the vast wilderness might not even have a few thousand people left. It would be completely extinct. But the people of all races arrived, leaving a few thousand people in the vast wilderness. They even produced a martial saint. Although somewhat cowardly, he was indeed a martial saint. And now, the earth is facing the same fate as the vast wilderness. Who can guarantee that the earth will not be extinct? And these people in front of him are here to support the earth.
But this support is very cruel because the casualty rate of these reinforcements is much higher than the death rate on Earth.
Isn't this the savior? This is the savior. The savior is not one person. It is the creatures of all races.
In the eerie atmosphere, there was silence for a long time. A young man from all races applauded.
Then, countless young people followed suit.
They looked at Hongchen with strange eyes.
Obviously, they thought that Hongchen might be putting on a show or speaking ceremoniously. Obviously, this applause was also a kind of show, right? Perhaps it was just going through the motions, right? Trying to exchange sincerity with sincerity, saying something is meaningless.
They may look like young people, but they are not young people, they are adult souls with very deep knowledge and experience. It is impossible to move them by saying a few sincere words.
Unless it is said by the martial saint.
It still depends on strength. It still depends on prestige.
Hongchen felt a bit embarrassed and stood up.
He felt that he had just spoken so many words from the bottom of his heart, but did not get the emotional response he had imagined.
He even knocked his head. He was a little angry.
But this anger did not affect his respect for the young people of the various races in front of him.
He was just angry at himself for bowing down. In fact, he still didn't understand that these people were not from Earth.
Nor would they acknowledge a mere king of War Realm. The people of the various races do not eat painted cakes and chicken soup. At this moment, Nyochen ascended and looked down at the young people below in the common language of the various races, saying loudly, "I, the leader of the Earth Compatriots Association, the commander of the various races army, Nyochen." In this instant, tens of thousands of young people suddenly became excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood.
Applause thundered.
Clatter. Tens of thousands of young people suddenly knelt down, worshipping and looking fervently at the young man in the sky.
They shouted in unison, "Lord Martial Saint, Lord Martial Saint."
Hongchen thought to himself, "Damn it." At this moment, his face turned red to the roots of his ears. As a representative of Huaxia, I have said so much and even bowed down, but they don't care. Nyochen said two incomprehensible sentences, and the applause thundered, with the young people of the various races all kneeling down in unison to pay their respects. Nyochen continued, "You have come here passively, not voluntarily."
"I know. Because I once arrived in the great wilderness and was angry about why I was chosen, why I had to sacrifice myself to save a strange race. You must be thinking the same.
But there is no choice, coming to this world, you can only achieve something and make a name for yourself in order to return home. And the only way to achieve something is to kill demons, kill enough demons, and sacrifice everything.
To make a name for your race, that is what counts as achieving something. Later, I fought in the great wilderness. As I fought, I understood.
Seeing one great wilderness person after another die, seeing the various races' battlefields join the fight out of helplessness.
I slowly understood that today's great wilderness could be tomorrow's Earth.
Over the decades, many surviving comrades of the various races also understood this and began to truly fight the demons.
No longer for themselves. In order to preserve a race in the universe from extinction as much as possible. In order for your comrades around you to return home, to survive.
After all comrades who come to support have only one goal, that is, to return home after the war is won.
This is your only wish.
But in the future, as time goes on, you will gradually realize that if sacrificing yourself can allow your comrades to return home, you will not hesitate to make that choice.
And you cannot do that now.
Because you have not experienced the baptism of war, you do not understand what comradeship is. You may even feel unfamiliar with this term, but in the future, you will understand. And you who are about to experience the baptism of war on earth, are like us who were once in the great wilderness.
Take this as a tempering.
Because only the primordial spirits who have experienced the wars of the various races are truly powerful warriors. Going through such a baptism once, when you return home one day, you will understand the true essence of a warrior.
You will realize how important this tempering is for you. From now on, the banks of the Udai River will be the place for your cultivation and growth.
The demons will arrive in 1 or 2 years, and during this time, I will summarize all the knowledge we have gained in the great wilderness and teach it to you. To help you grow, to become strong. To help you survive in the war. In any case, the races of the universe are one family. It is incorrect to say that those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Finally, I sincerely wish all comrades of the various races a safe return home. Applause thundered. The people of the various races, after coming here, knew their mission. There was no choice. Only war. To fight to protect Earth from extinction. And also to fight for themselves. Because only by achieving something can they return home. With no other choice, they must accept all of this. Just strive to adapt to all this. This feeling is too familiar to Myochin, because he has also been like these young people, experiencing many years before smoothing out the anger in his heart. Why me? Why let me guard the people of Taihuang? Why let us fight while the people of Taihuang hide behind? Gradually, it will be understood it is to fight for oneself. In the distance, the governor of Furong City looked at all this, bewildered. He saw so many young people appearing out of nowhere in the city, puzzled and surprised. He saw the red dust, the ethereal palace lord flying down, actually bowing to these young people. He was shocked. He also heard what the red dust said in Chinese, understood it, but was even more puzzled. What does it mean? What does it mean to fight for the earth? What's wrong with the earth? What catastrophe will there be? He simply didn't understand. And at this moment, many locals in Furong City who came to watch the excitement were also confused. They simply did not understand what the red dust was talking about, what it all meant. They understood, but it seemed like they didn't understand, as if they were saying, the earth will experience some kind of catastrophe? It seems like saying that aliens are coming to help the earth fight? To protect us? This is too fantastical. Too magical, right? Is this what it means? Or is there another meaning? They didn't know, they simply didn't know what was going on. They just quietly took out their phones to shoot. Soon, short video websites from all over the country, exploded. Countless videos flooded the internet, playing the battle between Red Dust and Myochin. Countless netizens saw Red Dust being defeated, saw the supreme powerhouse being defeated by a mysterious young man. They saw the whole city boiling, with countless young people rushing over. They saw Red Dust bowing to everyone. They heard what Red Dust said, especially the phrase "I don't know if you can understand Chinese." What does it mean? Aren't these young people in front of us Chinese? What does it mean that they may not understand Chinese? The internet exploded. But the people across the country were confused. And this time, this very large public opinion video was not censored or banned. Because this time, the ethereal palace said it's time to reveal the truth. Of course, this was also with Myochin's permission. With such a big scene now, let's start exposing it. Red Dust returned to the ethereal palace to preside over it personally, convening a meeting of all members of the ethereal palace. At the same time, ethereal palace personnel from around the world picked up their phones and started a video conference to watch Red Dust's speech. In the meeting, Red Dust told the story of Taihuang. At that moment, the ethereal palace exploded. At that moment, they realized that those young people were all aliens. At that moment, they understood why Red Dust bowed to those young people. Said those strange words. At that moment, they suddenly understood what the Earth Fellow Association was and what kind of existence Myochin was. His name resounded throughout the entire universe. Aliens even knew his name? Understood, comprehended. But didn't believe it. All of this was too magical. And at the signal of the ethereal palace, Red Dust's speech video, the story of Taihuang, flowed to the official authorities of China. At that moment, everyone in the official authorities was shocked. Dumbfounded. All this magic exceeded the understanding of all normal people.
99% of people's first reaction was disbelief. The governor of Furong City also saw the video. He was stunned, then thought of the many young people appearing in the city, and then thought of the mysterious Earth Fellow Association. Slowly, he connected the dots, understood all this. But still, he felt incredulous. In the office, the governor of Furong City looked at the secretary in astonishment, and the secretary also stared at the governor in shock. The two stared at each other for a long time. The governor of Furong City asked, "Is it true?" The secretary was at a loss. "It feels like making up a story, right? It's too magical. Demons are going to attack the Earth, and souls of countless races in the universe fly to Earth to protect it? Even novels wouldn't dare to write like this. This is too absurd. I also think it's too absurd. Why would aliens help us? Different species have different hearts. Why would they help us?" Exactly. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the phone rang. The governor of Fuyong City quickly answered the phone, listened for a moment, and was suddenly shocked. "What? Ah. I see." Hanging up the phone, the secretary asked, "What's wrong, Governor?" The governor of Fuyong City's face turned pale, trembling as he said, "The higher-ups have ordered that within 7 days, all the people of Fuyong City must complete the demolition and evacuation of Han City. Make room for the Wan clan. Temporarily, the entire city of Fuyong. All the high-level officials of the Mirage Palace, as well as the high-level officials of China, came here, along with various experts, professors, and scholars." Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was oppressively terrifying. Everyone's gaze turned to the red dust true man, their eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. After a while, an expert specializing in martial artists said, "Master of the Red Dust Palace, I would like to ask, this so-called story of the Tai Huang is so bizarre and convoluted. It's obviously fabricated. Why do you believe in all of this?" This question was also the curiosity of everyone. Red Dust, is he stupid? Is he lacking common sense? In this day and age, there are still aliens invading Earth with this twisted theory? Even science fiction novels would be criticized for writing like this. But Red Dust, he just believes it. And this so-called evil alien doesn't even have advanced technology. They are also martial artists? In other words, the entire universe is a civilization of martial artists? All martial artists? All aliens are martial artists? And the most absurd thing is, Earth is invaded. What does it have to do with other alien civilizations? They came over just to help Earth resist demons? Isn't this absurd? What else is it? Red Dust fell silent for a moment and replied, "Because I feel that this is a real thing. Do you all remember the day when the colorful auspicious clouds descended all over the world?" No one spoke. Red Dust continued, "At the same time, many countries discovered a dark cloud in the sky above the North Pole. In the dark cloud, an eye was observing and overlooking this world. Do you remember this incident?" At this point, the Secretary General of China retorted, "So far, there is no evidence to prove all of this. Only eyewitnesses have seen it, but there is no image data left behind. Ultimately, it's just what those few eyewitnesses said. Who can confirm whether they made up the story? That's not a story." Red Dust said, "Miao Chen once said that before the demons arrived, there was also a dark cloud in the Tai Huang, and I looking at that world. A glance means that the Demon King has locked the coordinates of this world, and is using spatial techniques to open a passage between their world and Earth. In fact, the Wan clan has already arrived, and their early arrival means that the demons have indeed set their sights here." The Secretary General said again, "Who knows if this kind of nonsense is true? Tai Huang? Did he really go to Tai Huang? Is there any evidence? Any image data? Didn't Miao Chen, in a short period of time, break through from an ordinary person to the 9th rank? Isn't this evidence? Didn't Miao Chen defeat me in 3 moves? Isn't this evidence?" The Secretary General was speechless. He wanted to say that Miao Chen defeated him in 3 moves not because he was so strong, but because he was too weak.
But he didn't dare to say it out loud, only saying, "It's possible that Miao Chen was originally a super strong individual. He might have been hiding his cultivation level all along. Otherwise, with so many powerful individuals worldwide, why should they unconditionally obey the orders of an ordinary person? I suspect that Miao Chen and their team are laying out a plan to control the entire world. They started planning many years ago, fabricating such a story, using special means to find many geniuses worldwide, brainwashing them, implanting memories about extraterrestrial planets, all for today."
Dumbfounded.
After a long silence, Hongchen bitterly smiled and said, "Then let me ask you. How much ability is needed to achieve all this? How much influence is needed? Can China do it on a global scale? Can the United States do it?" The Secretary General was speechless. This is an irrefutable matter. Planning globally when the whole world is blind? This is an impossible task. Despite this, everyone present still does not believe in all this. This matter cannot be proven or refuted. Only after a year can the truth be revealed. If demons descend after a year, it means Miao Chen was right. But by then, wouldn't it be too late? If demons do not descend after a year, it means Miao Chen has spread a huge lie to dominate the world. But wouldn't it be too late by then as well? All of this is a contradictory issue. Hongchen said solemnly, "Regardless, I choose to believe. I believe unconditionally. As the master of the Mirage Palace, I should protect all the children of China. Now we face such a big issue concerning their life and death. On this matter, we must be cautious. I would rather give up all my rights and ruling position than risk the lives of 1.4 billion Chinese people. I am not willing to risk the safety of the entire civilization of Earth. I am willing to be a whistleblower like this. I will bear all the consequences." The whole room fell silent. No one spoke. Because the master of the Mirage Palace is absolute in power. Before Hongchen makes a decision, everyone can offer suggestions. But after he makes a decision, no one can question it, as it would undermine his authority. Hongchen continued, "Now, I make the following decisions, listen carefully." At the scene, even though many were dissatisfied, they still took out their notebooks and recorded everything meticulously. Hongchen said, "First, all national media, all platforms, will start live broadcasting tomorrow. Today, notify the whole country and announce the letter to the children of China. Tomorrow, Miao Chen will personally step forward for the first time, facing the public, the people of the whole country, and the world, to speak about this matter." As Miao Chen said, even with all the warnings before the real catastrophe arrives, many people will still not believe. People won't cry until they see the coffin. This is a common trait of all humans. But, even knowing they won't believe, we must still speak, because on the basis of the vast masses, some will choose to believe and take action. Notifying this part of the population is enough. In the future, we must try to let more people survive. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Only the sound of pencils and notebooks rubbing against each other could be heard at the scene. Even the Secretary General, at this moment, was diligently recording every word Hongchen said. Although unwilling, they had to do so. Hongchen continued, "Secondly, China will open up martial arts. In the past, there were barriers in martial arts. Only during the transition from junior high to high school would there be martial arts assessments to select talented individuals to enter martial arts high school. During the college entrance examination, there would be evaluations again to select outstanding martial arts high school students to enter martial arts university and officially become warriors. The reason for this was that the path of martial arts is long and requires huge resources. Resources are limited and precious. Therefore, only the most outstanding individuals could be cultivated. But from now on, everyone will practice martial arts, including the elderly and children. Everyone must become a warrior. In the future, having more strength to protect oneself will be crucial. Everyone will become the primary responsible person for their own lives. Before that, China will protect them. Support them. Open all martial resources in the national treasury, open all martial arts resources in high schools and universities across the country. Teachers of martial arts, enter the community, enter the villages and towns, and cultivate martial artists door to door. From today on, martial arts in China will prosper and officially enter the era of nationwide practice. At this moment, the whole audience gasped. Everyone was shocked, looking at the master of the Red Dust Palace. If before this, people believed that Miao Chen was foolish, then at this moment, the second decision made people feel that he was not only foolish but also bold. Nationwide martial arts practice. How huge is this consumption? Experts have specifically calculated that an ordinary talented martial artist, from starting at a martial arts high school until reaching the realm of a third-grade martial artist, would require a total expenditure of about 8 million yuan, and this is under the condition of their own efforts. Therefore, martial resources are precious, martial arts resources are precious. There is no other way. In order to produce more top-notch experts, it is necessary to sacrifice the resources of the majority of mediocre talents to serve the top geniuses. This is because, between nations, only the quantity and strength of super martial artists can compete. If the martial arts era is ushered in nationwide, then it can be said that all the backbone forces and geniuses of excellent martial artists above the 6th grade throughout the country will completely lose their advantage, and resources will no longer be tilted towards them. This is a major event. At the same time, this is also a major event for the Mirage Palace. Where were so many martial resources gathered before? In fact, they were all concentrated in the hands of the Mirage Palace. They are the national treasury. Because of martial resources, everyone wants to join the Mirage Palace. And the Mirage Palace also rules over all martial artists in China with martial resources, and all martial artists in China rule over the entire country. This is the case globally. But now, Red Dust has decided to open the national treasury, which means that the people of the Mirage Palace will also lose their advantage. Resources will be dispersed to ordinary people all over the country. In the long run, won't the Mirage Palace disintegrate as well? This is sacrificing oneself to usher in an era where everyone is as powerful as a dragon. Everyone looked at Red Dust in horror. However, what was even more surprising was yet to come. Red Dust continued. Third, martial artists must compete. From today on, all regions of the country will focus on cultivating the practical combat abilities of martial artists, with killing as the main focus. All martial arts academies in the country will cancel all impractical martial arts training. Only two things will be taught: first, killing techniques. Second, escape techniques. Everything else will not be taught. From today on, all martial artist evaluations in the country will also be based entirely on practical combat. Promote the culture of nationwide martial arts competition in China. Set up city-level arenas in all city centers. Set up county-level arenas in all counties. Villages and towns will have their own arenas. Encourage martial artists to come forward and compete, encouraging the flourishing of martial arts. Offer rewards, status, power, and wealth to all martial artists. The Earth Fellowships will intermittently teach martial artists killing techniques, practical combat experience, and training methods to the entire country and even globally. The whole audience. Encourage killing? Encourage underground fighting? Encourage bloodshed at the slightest provocation and abolish civilization? Shocking. Completely insane. Red Dust continued. Lastly, fourth. After laying the foundation for the nationwide promotion of martial arts, prepare for everyone to be soldiers. The Earth Fellowships will teach the warrior formation to China and all people globally. It is known that everyone must learn the formation. At the village level, establish village militia organizations, forming formations based on the village collective, with daily training of no less than 5 hours. At the county level, establish county-level militia organizations, not less than 10,000 people. Establish official county military organizations, not less than 20,000 people. Daily training battle formation, coordination, not less than 5 hours. City-level units, establish city-level militia organizations in each district, with no less than 500,000 people in the large battle formation. Establish city-level official military organizations, with no less than 1 million participants.
Daily training battle formation not less than 5 hours.
Those who join the militia organization will be paid 200 yuan per day, and the militia will become their job. Those who join the official military organization will become full-time military warriors, with a daily salary of not less than 500 yuan, and support for all expenses incurred during the warriors' practice. From today, China, everyone is a soldier. Buzz dash completely crazy. Mirage Palace, completely exploded. Unheard of, unseen. What kind of era is unfolding? At the same time, the United Nations. After a long wait, they finally received a response. The phone of the Chinese representative rang. He walked out of the meeting room and answered for a long time, his face gradually becoming serious.
5 minutes later, the Chinese representative walked back into the meeting room. The United States asked, "How? Have you come up with a solution? Either you drive the Earth Fellow Association out of China, or we will go in and find them ourselves. Answer quickly." The Earth Fellow Association abducts global talents. This violates the heavenly laws, and they will be a cancer on the world. We must eradicate them all. Answer quickly. The Chinese representative remained silent for a long time, slowly stood up, and solemnly said, "Gentlemen. Everyone. Representatives from various countries around the world, hello, I am now representing the Mirage Palace to convey a message to everyone. Please be informed." The whole room quieted down, watching him quietly. The Chinese representative cleared his throat, summarized the language, and said, "The Earth Fellow Association aims to protect the safety of people around the world. In a year, demons will descend upon this world, posing a great catastrophe for humanity, with the risk of extinction at any moment. At this critical juncture, the Earth Fellow Association stepped forward, voluntarily taking on all risks, calling on the world and all races to join forces, forming a coalition of all races to resist. Sacrifice oneself for righteousness, die for a just cause. And I, Mirage Palace, am willing to stand up and be the world's first whistleblower, willing to be the first ally firmly standing behind the Earth Fellow Association. From today, the Earth Fellow Association is me. I am the Earth Fellow Association. We will stand together with the Earth Fellow Association, protecting and supporting comrades scattered around the world, also known as the so-called super genius figures of various countries. All consequences will be borne by Mirage Palace." The entire venue fell into silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the Chinese representative. For the first time, he was hesitant. After hearing about the abduction of global talents, he was extremely shocked. The second time, he felt relieved. After learning that the actions of the Earth Fellow Association had nothing to do with China, he was relieved. The third time is now. After receiving the formal notification and order, he solemnly announced this notification, feeling extremely proud. His 3 changes were all seen by everyone, but they couldn't help but wonder, what happened in China in such a short time? How did his attitude and emotions change 3 times? At this moment, the United Nations fell silent. A kind of anger, suppressed to the extreme, was about to erupt in the silence. The Chinese representative stood there, taking in everyone's expressions and anger, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, "Come on, I am ready to face the storm." So is China. So is Mirage Palace. So is the Earth Fellow Association. At the same time, explosions erupted throughout China. Like a magnitude 12 earthquake, it spread across the country. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, the news broadcast began. The news that spread throughout the internet during the day today has sparked discussions nationwide. The name Pyongyang Palace has entered ordinary households. Previously known only to high-end martial artists, it is now widely known across the country. Everyone wants to know who those young people are. Everyone wants to know who the young man who effortlessly defeated the top experts above the Udai River is, and who that top expert is. Everyone wants to know why the top expert bowed to the young people, and why he said those seemingly simple yet fundamentally confusing words. Everyone wants to know. As a result, today's news broadcast had exceptionally high viewership. Everyone is looking forward to it.
They are anticipating the official media to report the truth about this matter.
Maybe they will report it, maybe they won't, who knows?
But everyone has tuned into the news broadcast on time, eagerly waiting. The news broadcast officially began, with the two anchors introducing themselves as usual. Then they proceeded to report domestic news, followed by international news and breaking events. Next, they reported on the situation of martial artists from various regions and the global martial arts landscape.
At 7 minutes and 20 seconds, all news interfaces abruptly stopped.
Just after the final news report about martial artists concluded, a message appeared simultaneously on the television screens and mobile interfaces of everyone nationwide. It was a white background with black text. There was only one line of text, which read, "Please be informed that tomorrow at noon, all national TV stations and online media platforms are requested to prepare for a live broadcast." Miao Chen, the president of the Earth Compatriots Association and the only martial saint in the world, will deliver a speech, a letter to all mankind.
A letter to all the people of China. Silence fell. The news broadcast fell silent.
There was no music, no one speaking, just a silent interface with that one line of text. Yet, that line of text stirred up a storm in the hearts of all the people in the country.
All televisions fell silent, all online media platforms fell silent, but the entire China exploded. What does this mean? A letter to all mankind? What are they going to inform us about? What exactly are they going to tell us? Who knows, who can tell me? It feels like something big is happening. What exactly is it? Who can tell me, who can tell me? Is it related to the battle above the Yudai River today? Is it? That top expert mentioned the catastrophe of humanity. Is this the matter? Is it?
The whole country was shaken. Everyone was nervous and shocked as they stared at that line of text on the television screen.
A letter to all mankind. This silent line of text hung on the television screen for 2 full minutes. After 2 minutes, the screen changed.
The camera shifted to the news studio, focusing on the faces of the two anchors.
At that moment, the expressions of the two anchors were unusually serious, exceptionally grave. There was a 2-second silence.
The male anchor picked up the script in his hand and solemnly read, "Please be informed.
Starting today, China will usher in an era of nationwide cultivation."
A nationwide craze for cultivation led by the Earth Compatriots Association and spearheaded by the Pyongyang Palace is about to begin.
Please be informed.
Starting today, China will usher in an era where everyone is a soldier. A battle era initiated, called for, and led by the Earth Compatriots Association, responded to by the Pyongyang Palace, is about to begin.
Starting today, the following is announced.
Organizations will enter the public domain to conduct preliminary assessments and evaluations of martial talent in cities, counties, and villages.
Free testing of martial qualifications and talents will be provided to everyone above the age of 2. National opening of martial artists training experiences, methods, techniques, etc. All uploaded to the internet, major local libraries, freely available for public borrowing, downloading, learning. Everyone above 2 years old, all practicing. A human catastrophe is imminent, only martial artists can protect themselves. Please actively join the ranks of martial artists, proactively learn martial arts combat skills, and improve yourself. In the upcoming human catastrophe, everyone will become the primary responsible person for their own lives. And before that, we will protect you and support your growth. The anchor announced. And at that moment, the whole country exploded. All the people sat in front of the TV, dumbfounded. National practice. How can everyone practice? Isn't it necessary to pass through formal channels to practice? Aren't martial arts techniques supposed to be sealed in secrecy, prohibiting unauthorized practice? How can it be open? If it's open, won't everyone become martial artists, causing chaos in the country? Heavens, oh my heavens! National practice. It's too crazy.
At the same time, in a residential area in southwestern China, a young man and his parents sat at home watching the news on TV, and at that moment, the young man broke down. He cried bitterly, shouting, "National practice? No! I finally detected my martial artist talent. I'm about to take the college entrance examination. I'm about to enter the martial arts university, and now you're telling me the era of national practice has begun? What am I going to do? My advantage is gone, my privilege is gone." The parents also stood up, angrily rebuking the anchor on TV. "This is outrageous. Our son has studied hard for so many years, exercising diligently every day. He's finally about to enter the martial arts university, and now they're starting national practice? Unfair, too unfair. I refuse. We refuse." The young man broke down, crying bitterly, shouting, "What doomsday, what catastrophe? Who is making up these lies? This rumor, it's a rumor. They actually believed it, actually want to start national practice for this catastrophe? Even if there is a catastrophe, not everyone should practice. What am I going to do? I'm about to enter the martial arts university, become an esteemed martial artist. Even if there is a catastrophe, that's the martial artist's business. What does it have to do with everyone? They have no talent, they should die anyway." The family of three cursed angrily. And as they cursed, the anchor turned a page of the script and continued reading. "From today, the National Treasury is open, martial arts resources are distributed nationwide. Any ordinary people dedicated to martial arts can receive, obtain, purchase. There are no longer any restrictions, as long as the nation becomes stronger." The family of three cursed even more fiercely. Meanwhile, also in the southwest, in a mountain village, an old man and a young man living in a mud house were also watching the news broadcast on TV attentively, not daring to breathe. Xiao Lu is a left-behind child who has been growing up in the mountain village, attending high school in the county. His parents work in the city, so he only lives with his grandfather in his hometown. Because of poor family conditions, Xiao Lu's physical development has been lagging behind since childhood. Thin and weak, at the age of 17, he is only 1.6 meters tall and weighs less than 100 kgs. He dreams of becoming a martial artist, but his congenital malnutrition has led to poor physical fitness, making it impossible for him to enter the martial arts university through the college entrance examination. Last month, the teacher said that his physical fitness was the first hurdle he failed, and he didn't need to go through the talent test and other aspects. This was a bolt from the blue for him. The first hurdle failed. But at this moment, Xiao Lu, watching the TV news broadcast, trembled with excitement. From today. On TV, the anchor's voice was resolute and powerful. Grandpa looked at his grandson with a hint of guilt in his eyes, tightly holding Xiao Lu's hand and said, "Listen first." Xiao Lu turned to look at his grandpa, his eyes slightly red and nervous, extremely nervous. He nodded vigorously, "Okay." The grandfather and grandson looked at the television. In the old TV, the anchor said, "Starting today, all martial arts high schools and universities nationwide will deploy their teaching resources to the public. All official martial artists and teachers will immediately go to cities, districts, counties, and villages to conduct martial arts outreach activities. The aim is to spread martial arts knowledge to all people in the country up close and personal, guiding martial arts practice, combat skills, cultivation, and all aspects of martial arts teaching. No age limit. No discrimination. Teaching without distinction." With a bang, Xiao Lu felt a blazing fire ignite in his heart. Tears welled up in his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Lu also heard the village, which was quiet in the dead of night, suddenly erupt in cheers and shouts of joy. Xiao Lu excitedly squeezed his grandpa's hand and couldn't contain his excitement as he shouted, "Practice! I want to become a martial artist too. Grandpa, I want to become a martial artist." Martial arts teachers are going to the countryside, spreading martial arts knowledge to all regions and people in the country. Martial arts knowledge is no longer exclusive to ordinary people, no longer a mysterious and noble existence, it is going to grassroots. Grandpa, with tears of excitement, said, "The Lu family will also produce martial artists."
Our Lu family will also produce martial artists. Wait, does that mean I can also practice? Can I also become a martial artist? We all are going to become martial artists. Just then, Xiao Lu's phone rang. It was his parents calling. Hello, Dad. Son, did you see the news? Martial arts are going to be popularized nationwide. Yes, I saw it. I saw it. The neighborhood committee just notified us that the martial artists will arrive in our area at 8 o'clock tonight. Anyone who wants to learn martial arts should register at the neighborhood committee. The first lesson will officially start at 8 o'clock. Has anyone come to the village? Is there any activity in the village? Not yet. Just as he finished speaking, outside the village head's voice came through a loudspeaker with excitement and trembling, shouting, "Fellow villagers, we have received a notice. Our resident martial arts teacher in Beidou village, a martial artist of the second realm, is already on the way and is expected to arrive at our Beidou village for teaching at 9:30 tonight. Regardless of age, gender, children, disabled, or elderly, as long as you want to learn martial arts, want to become a martial artist, come to register with me. Hurry up, come and register with me." Villagers, according to the superior notice, Beidou village is officially launching militia training. Those who participate in the militia, regardless of age or gender, will receive a daily wage of 200 yuan. It won't affect farming or cultivation. Being a militia is cultivation. Those who want to join the militia, come and register with me. The country has said, the superiors have said. The era of everyone being a soldier has arrived. Such broadcasts echoed throughout Beidou village. At the same time, it resonated throughout the entire Huaxia, in thousands of households. Xiao Lu listened to the chaotic commotion outside, suppressing the restlessness in his heart, stood here, watched the news broadcast in its entirety, and then quickly ran out of the house. As he stepped out, he saw that the village committee was already crowded with people. Countless Beidou village residents were lining up here to register. Men, women, young, and old, all were present. Xiao Lu looked around, gazing at the deep mountains in the late night, the scattered lights of flashlights moving quickly towards here from the distant mountain roads. Living in the deep mountains, the mountain people, at this time, holding flashlights, walking on the mountain road are also rushing here. Sign up. I, Lu Hansheng, sign up to be a warrior. I want to be a warrior. Little Lu shouted excitedly, tears wetting his eyes uncontrollably. The villagers all turned to look at little Lu, looking at him with satisfaction, feeling happy for him. This child has grown up before their eyes, and everyone has always believed that he is very talented since he was young. Because he can endure hardship and hard work, he knows that warriors need strength. He used to get up 2 hours earlier than others every day, lifting stones in the mountains to build up his strength, without anyone guiding him. He knows that warriors need a strong memory. So he exercises his memory every day and can remember things at a glance. Now, he is the top student in liberal arts at the school. He knows that warriors need to be able to fight, so he studies the 18 types of weapons by himself. Surprisingly, he has actually gained some insights. When he was 14, a bear came to the mountain, and he took down the bear with a spear he made by himself. However, he couldn't pass the warrior selection test at school. Because he had poor nutrition since he was young, his physical fitness did not meet the requirements. He was rejected. And now, an opportunity has finally come to Lu Hansheng. It has also come to countless Lu Hanshengs in the world. I sign up. The voice was loud. One after another. Southwest, Martial Arts University. It was late at night, and the lights were on. Buses parked in the Martial Arts University's playground one after another. Teachers going to Hansheng, get on the bus. This way, to Hansheng. Teachers going to Xiangcheng, get on here. When you arrive, the local area will arrange your teaching location. Teachers, get on here. 80% of the teachers at the Martial Arts University picked up their bags, carried all their luggage, and excitedly boarded the bus to their destination. Not long ago, they received a notice. A catastrophe for humanity is about to come,
and they hope they can take on the responsibility of a warrior, protect the weaker, spread more knowledge, and empower more weak people.
Increase in salary, increase in benefits. Better than teaching in a university. More promising.
Martial arts teachers with experience in village assignments will have priority to join the Mirage Palace, and even join the Earth Fellow Association.
They don't know what the Earth Fellow Association is.
But they do know that the Earth Fellow Association must be an incredibly powerful existence. A mysterious existence.
Perhaps even more powerful than the Mirage Palace. Their president can defeat top experts in 3 moves. This is a fact. Joining them will create a more brilliant future.
These convenient conditions have infinite appeal to the teachers.
With a stirring mood, each martial arts teacher selected their destination and boarded the bus.
Tens of thousands of students from the martial arts university walked out, silently and shockingly watching the buses shuttling through the school, their familiar teachers leaving one after another.
They felt complicated. They didn't know what had happened. They didn't know what the so-called catastrophe was. They only knew that from now on, the shoulders of the warriors would bear even greater responsibilities. A student pouted, "I am also a warrior now, why can't I join the work?" Another student sneered, "You are only second tier, what can you do? Teaching ordinary people is enough." Well, I don't know why suddenly everyone is being mobilized. Is there really a huge disaster about to happen? We'll find out tomorrow.
The president of the Earth Fellow Association, Marshal Saint Myochen, will announce it nationwide tomorrow.
Marshal Saint. Why haven't I heard of this title? Is it a realm? Or a title? I don't know. Unclear.
At this time, the voice of the president sounded on the radio of Southwest University, all the teachers who went to the village to popularize martial arts, hello. Thank you for your selfless dedication and contribution, burning yourself, lighting up others. More future martial artists in Huaxia rely on you.
I always believe that there are more people with martial arts talents hidden in our society.
They cannot become martial artists for many reasons. However, they have always had the heart of a martial artist. I hope that the teachers who are going to various places can be patient, serious, and responsible as usual. The superior told me a sentence, "From today, being a martial artist is no longer a privilege, but a responsibility." It may not be as big a responsibility as protecting the country, but it is a responsibility like a dandelion. A dandelion seed, because of a gust of wind, can cover a whole mountain with dandelions.
Teachers, you have worked hard.
The teachers waiting for the bus to set sail had calm and firm eyes. Perhaps now, they understand the meaning of being a teacher. At this time, the president's tone changed. There is a shortage of martial artist resources nationwide. There is a shortage of teacher resources. I received a notice from the higher authorities that now in our school, any student with a cultivation level of second-rank martial artist or above can sign up to go to various places in the entire province of Southwest China to teach. Whether you choose to go to a certain city, a certain district, a certain neighborhood committee, to teach the residents of a community, or go to a town, a village, to teach the villagers of a village, it is up to your choice. Although you are students. But you have advanced one step further than most ordinary people, and now, are you willing to turn around and help the people behind you? Boom, the whole school exploded. Many students were also excited and went to sign up one after another. Teach others? It's very meaningful. I am willing to turn around and help the people behind me? I am willing. After so many years in school, so many years of becoming a martial artist. I still remember the day I became a first-rank martial artist. The teacher told me that martial artists have privileges given by the people. And what we have to do is to naturally enjoy this privilege, and of course, when the people have needs, we also need to take on the responsibility. The responsibility of a martial artist is to protect and assist those ordinary people who have given us privileges. I am willing. I am willing too. I also want to go to the village to teach. This is a very cool thing. Since there is a catastrophe coming in the future, then I am also willing to contribute my own strength. A second-rank martial artist is simply not enough, but if, with my help, 100 second-rank martial artists appear, I can also be considered as having contributed to this world, right? In the late night of Southwest Martial Arts University, buses carried martial artists and teachers one after another towards the 5 lakes and 4 seas of the world. There, in the 5 lakes and 4 seas, in various places around the world, there are countless pairs of expectant eyes waiting for their arrival. They are ready with delicious food and wine. Ready with candles and dinner. Ready with flattery and compliments, of course, also ready with humility and eagerness to learn. Ready to become a martial artist. Southwest Martial Arts University is not the only school dispatching martial artists. All martial arts universities in the country are the same. The scene is the same. Of course, all over the country, they are also preparing for the same, waiting for their arrival. Beidou Village. All the villagers have signed up, waiting to become martial artists. They still do not believe, to this day, that the country will really open up martial arts practice, and will really start to popularize all the knowledge of martial arts practice. This is an incredible existence in the eyes of anyone. In this world, martial artists have always been a very small number of people. Perhaps only 1% of the population can become martial artists, and the remaining 99% are ordinary people. In this ordinary majority, most people have a warrior's dream. Who doesn't envy the immortals who fly and escape? Who doesn't want to become an immortal who flies and escapes? Who doesn't want to become a Taoist who moves mountains and fills the sea? Who doesn't want to be a swordsman traveling the world? In the hearts of many people, they even feel that becoming a warrior, even if they die in a day, is worth it. Especially for young people, such thoughts are even stronger. However, due to strict assessments, it is destined that the existence of warriors, just having a dream, is not enough. But now, there is an opportunity. Everyone has a chance now. The path of the warrior has become an advantage for people like Xiao Lu from Beidou Village. Because before this, the most important criteria for selecting warriors were physical fitness and talent. Initially, these things can indeed allow warriors to have greater development prospects. But Zhang Ke brought a new idea. He told the world that a warrior can only be called a warrior in battle. If you only cultivate, you cannot be called a warrior. Talent is a false proposition. The way of the warrior cannot be said to be that as long as you have talent, you can become strong. Talent can only make a person's starting line higher than others, but this is like the race between the tortoise and the hare. The rabbit runs fast but cannot withstand resting halfway. The tortoise runs slowly but cannot withstand moving forward all the time. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. In the current world, in Miao Chen's view, all warriors are soft-shelled shrimp. They have no combat power, no fighting spirit, and everyone is practicing meditation like clocking in every day. Becoming a warrior is just a display of their noble status. This kind of warrior is the majority, but for this majority, the future is very limited. They have the initial talent for cultivation. However, they lack other talents such as diligence, dreams, motivation, insight, and thinking. These things are also called talents. They are truly comprehensive talents. However, among the vast masses of people, many people possess these comprehensive talents but lack early talents. Miao Chen and others have seen through the essence and true meaning of warriors in the experience of the Tai Wang. They found that warriors do not actually have talent. Fast cultivation speed can only be called early entry-level talent. Because for warriors, especially after the 5th rank, whether you cultivate or not is not that important anymore. It all comes down to one word: insight. Besides, after the 5th rank, warriors need to constantly experience life and death challenges. Only by experiencing life and death challenges on the edge of life and death can one produce that hint of opportunity and breakthrough in the midst of enlightenment. Conventional cultivation can of course break through to the 6th rank. But without talent advantages, if a genius follows conventional cultivation, it may take 10 years to go from the 5th to the 6th rank. So, a person with comprehensive talents who studies martial arts daily and experiences life and death challenges may only need a year, or even a few months.
Even
A few tens of days. This kind of super overtaking on the bend is the true way of the warrior.
But it is a route that is unknown.
It is impossible for anyone on earth to know this path because the majority of people who do not have early talents simply do not have the conditions for cultivation. And those who become fifth-rank warriors, having worked hard to gain high status, are also unlikely to fight with others.
Therefore, this is a path that will never be taken by anyone.
Zhang Kuo and his group are the ones who have taken this path.
This is the true shortcut for real warriors. Otherwise, why do so many people in the Taiwan break through and cultivate so quickly? The ultimate reason is still warriors do not need talent.
Xiao Lu, like most ordinary people, actually possesses a comprehensive talent.
Because they are more eager to become martial artists than other warriors.
They cherish the opportunity to become martial artists. This is diligence.
Before becoming a martial artist, they study all day long. After becoming a martial artist, they verify all day long. This is called thinking.
These majority of people are actually the backbone of the future of the earth. Among those who have become martial artists, only a few are, but most are not, because they are used to being pampered.
Why haven't they come yet? It's already 9:30. Will any martial artists really come to our Beidou village for training? Oh, I can't even imagine. People discussed anxiously, waiting eagerly. Xiao Lu in the crowd was trembling nervously. Perhaps this is his only chance? An opportunity to shape his dream.
The village committee was brightly lit, and the whole village gathered there. The village leader called on everyone to cook, urging, "The martial artist is about to arrive. We must treat them well in Beidou village. Everyone who can cook in the village should come and help. They are coming to train martial artists for us voluntarily, teach everyone martial arts knowledge, and all we can do is to treat them as well as possible.
Keep your hands and feet clean. Those martial artists are noble and used to fine dining. When cooking, wash your hands clean and ensure the hygiene of the ingredients."
All the women in the village who can cook were busy at the neighborhood committee. At this point, they couldn't buy vegetables and meat, so each villager congratulated themselves on their ingredients and gathered together to cook. Xiao Lu also changed into a clean school uniform, and after a moment of anxiety, he also helped cut and wash vegetables at the neighborhood committee. Beidou village, with its meager strength, tried its best to entertain the martial artists from the city.
Another hour passed.
The villagers of Beidou village were waiting anxiously, receiving constant calls from relatives and friends saying that martial artists had already gone to their places. But now, it was past 10 o'clock, and no martial artists had arrived at Beidou village.
Everyone was in a panic. Could the higher-ups have forgotten about Beidou village? Finally, at 11 o'clock at night. Just as the whole village was sitting on the ground at the neighborhood committee, dozing off, a gust of wind blew. In the dark night, two figures came flying through the air. They stepped on the branches of the mountains and leaped dozens of meters high, landing and taking off again, like a giant eagle spreading its wings.
They carried weapons on their backs, one with a knife and the other with a gun. Both looked young. All the villagers of Beidou village stood up, astonished, watching the two people flying from the mountainside towards them. Xiao Lu clenched his fists excitedly. Martial artists, martial artists!
Is this the technique of levitation?
The martial artists have arrived. The martial artists have arrived. The whole scene was shocking. In a moment, the two young men flew from the cliff and landed in front of the village committee, looking at all the people in the village. One of them spoke up, saying loudly, "My name is Lu Peng, and he is Wang Qiangxing. We are students of the Southwest Martial Arts University, also second-grade martial artists, and volunteer residents of the village. From today onwards, the two of us will be fully responsible for the village's martial arts training. We will live here long-term, starting from scratch to teach you martial arts. The teaching time is from 6 in the morning every day, gathering at the village committee, until 4 in the afternoon. Those who have signed up cannot be absent, because martial arts cannot be interrupted, and training must be done every day. The villagers of Beidou village fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into joyful applause. Great! Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. Warm welcome. Lu Peng smiled. We were delayed on the road. The original plan was to arrive at 9:30. But your village is not accessible by car. The car drove around in the mountains for a long time and got lost. In the end, there was no way. The two of us had to use the technique of leaping and walk here. In short, we knew that everyone in the village was waiting for us, so we couldn't delay. We hurried all the way, turned around in the mountains for a long time, and finally found it. We are late, please forgive us. The warriors apologized to us instead? The villagers were surprised. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. The village chief reacted, excitedly shook hands with the two warriors, and said, Quick, please. Please take a seat. We don't have much to offer in Beidou village. Knowing that you two gentlemen were coming, we prepared a feast. Please take a seat and eat. Please, please. Although the two warriors were warriors, they were also college students. They were a bit embarrassed by the warmth. They even prepared a feast? Following the enthusiastic guidance of the villagers, the two sat at the head of the round table. Then the village chief and a few elderly people from the village sat with them. The other hundreds of people just stood there watching. Only one table was set. Lu Peng was a little embarrassed. This, we two will eat, this. The village chief smiled bitterly. Time is tight, resources are limited. We only prepared one table. The villagers standing around also quickly said, We have already eaten. Enjoy your meal. Eat and drink well. Don't mind us, you eat. The two were a little embarrassed, but since it was prepared, it would be impolite not to eat. So rice was served, they declined to drink, quickly finished the meal in a few minutes, and then breathed a sigh of relief. 1 o'clock in the morning. Lu Peng looked at the villagers who were still enthusiastic and unwilling to leave, and thought for a moment before saying, I see everyone is so enthusiastic today, so how about we start right now? What do you think? The villagers were eager to start learning martial arts immediately and happily agreed. They were afraid of the night being long and having many dreams. Soon, the teaching began. The first lesson, breathing in. Breathing in, this was something everyone knew. It was also the basics of becoming a warrior, and a secret technique of martial artists. Everyone was shocked. The first lesson was so impactful? In the past, breathing in was something only warriors could learn. Ordinary people couldn't even touch this knowledge. Unexpectedly, the first lesson was so stimulating. Everyone started to study more diligently. Surprisingly, Xiaolu succeeded in breathing in within just an hour. This greatly shocked Lu Peng and the others. Success in breathing in within an hour? A genius, a super genius. Lu Peng looked at Xiaolu, who successfully breathed in amazement and asked, Did you get into the martial arts university? Xiaolu replied sadly, No, I was rejected. Why? Lu Peng couldn't understand why such a person would be rejected. Because my physical fitness was not up to par, I couldn't pass the first screening for warriors. The two of them. Such a genius was rejected because of inadequate physical fitness? Then, the two quickly took out a talent testing machine. Xiaolu placed his hand on it, and after the test, a dim yellow light was emitted. Yellow represented low level, barely able to practice. A dim yellow indicated no talent. Red represented high talent. And green was the highest level of talent. The two were even more puzzled to see that Xiaolu was unqualified and unable to practice. That's not right. Even for those with talent, it usually takes several days to succeed in breathing in. Why could Xiaolu succeed in just an hour? And his talent was also deemed inadequate. When asked, Xiaolu revealed the truth. I have always dreamed of becoming a warrior since I was a child, and I have read many books about warriors. Train yourself in some of the simplest ways and polish yourself. Train yourself to have good strength. I know that warriors need to breathe in, so I have studied a lot of Qigong and other knowledge. pondered on my own, and practiced blindly. When the two teachers just taught me, I felt that many of the knowledge points matched the theories I had pondered before, and I understood them all at once. Then I found the key to breathing in. After listening to the two people, they were greatly shocked. Can there really be such a thing in the world? Without qualifications, without talent. Just because of love for pondering, they actually showed talents far beyond ordinary people? What kind of principle is this? At this moment, the two warriors began to doubt the so-called talent assessment, whether it is scientific or not. Because this assessment simply doesn't make sense. Such scenes also happened all over the country at the same time. Many warriors who went to the countryside actually discovered some super geniuses from the folk. Their qualifications were average, but their cultivation speed was fast. But they had insights far beyond ordinary people. Where can this be explained? Each event was reported, and among some of the super geniuses detected, the most extreme case was a 90-year-old man. Buried almost to his neck in the yellow soil, he was the least talented person. But such an old man actually succeeded in breathing in within half an hour and successfully walked towards the gate of becoming a warrior. This incident caused quite a stir. It was then learned that this old man had a dream of becoming a warrior 90 years ago, but he had never been able to become one. He studied the books of warriors every day, started training himself based on some theories he had pondered, and over the 90 years, he had actually turned it into a hobby. Because he practiced according to his own methods every day, his body was much better than others, living to 90 years old, and surprisingly his health was not much different from that of a 60 or 70-year-old man. Because he studied these things every day, longing to one day become a warrior through his own pondering. So, when the warriors went to the countryside, with just a pointer, this 90-year-old man showed astonishing talent. At 90 years old, his life ushered in a second spring. The second phase of life began. Such strange events were happening all over the country. And the superiors saw that just on the first night, so many cases appeared in the folk. In their hearts, they also began to doubt whether the so-called talent assessment was correct or scientific. Slowly, they felt that the theories of the Illusory Palace and the Earth Compatriots Association were correct. Initially, they denied Miao Chen's theory, saying that not everyone could become a warrior, that warriors relied on talent, but not in the traditional sense of innate talent. It was about diligence and insight. They did not accept such statements. But now, seeing so many cases, the superiors slowly began to believe. At this time, by the Yudai River, the authority of the Illusory Palace was unquestionable. On the day when the decision was made by the red dust, tens of thousands of construction teams came to the vicinity of the Yudai River, starting to plan, construct, and relocate, making way for the warriors of the myriad races, and building residences. The entire Hibiscus city also began the demolition and relocation work. The demolition work went smoothly because the compensation was relatively high, very high, almost double the compensation amount. The people of Hibiscus City also cooperated, quickly relocating, making way for more and more warriors of the myriad races. And that night, while the whole country was waiting for warrior training, and when martial arts were being popularized all over the country, by the Yudai River, Miao Chen took advantage of the night to popularize the knowledge of Tai Huang to the warriors of the myriad races. Now, in the Yudai River, the registered Wanzhou battlefield has reached 40,000 people. However, these 40,000 people are definitely not all. Miao Chen thought that this should only be a part of the Chinese people. Many people from all over the world have not come yet. Or they are still hesitating whether to come or not. The story of the wilderness is very familiar to many people before they come. Before they came, there were many legends about the wilderness on their planet, but at that time, it might just be a legend. Now, hearing the story told by Wuxing in person, the information they received was completely different. A young man raised his hand and asked, "Lord Wuxing, how long will the demons descend?" Miao Chen thought for a moment, "This is uncertain." Because a year and a half before the wilderness, demons appeared to observe the world of the wilderness. A year and a half later, the demons suddenly rushed in. In the wilderness, there is a buffer time of a year and a half, but on Earth, we are not sure. Maybe a year, maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years. Maybe, not even a year. The young man asked nervously, but now, we are all just ordinary people. Even if our talents are good, it is impossible for us to grow to the point where we can confront the existence of demons in a year. Mo-chan said, indeed. You cannot grow in 1 year, so I will give you 10 years. 10 years. Yes, 10 years. During these 10 years, the people of Earth will go first. I hope that the people of Earth can hold on for these 10 years to give you time to grow. When the crowd heard Mo-chan say this, they suddenly understood why Mo-chan was going to announce to the world tomorrow, and also understood why the Mirage Palace agreed to immediately start popularizing martial arts. Because there is only 1 year to prepare the people of Earth. Mo-chan must let billions of people on Earth master the skills of killing enemies and self-defense in the fastest time possible. Kill demons as much as possible and minimize the casualties of their own people. At this time, another young man raised his hand and asked, Lord Wushing, what do we need to do? Just cultivate here? Mo-chan shook his head. Cultivation is just the most basic thing. Everyone should practice in their spare time. Cultivation is not important. Actual combat ability and the ability to form a team battle formation are the most effective weapons. What you need to master is not powerful cultivation. Even powerful cultivation cannot exert much effect in war. Only battle formations, only cooperation can. Cooperation? How to cooperate? Mo-chan said, battle formation. A small team of a few people, or even tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in a group. What you really need to train is the ability to cooperate in battle formations and effective combat. The power of battle formations is unquestionable. If a small team of 100 people, all at the 5th rank, trains well in battle formations, they can kill continuously when facing enemies of the same rank. Even if the opponent has tens of thousands of people, they can break through them. With a buzz, the entire Yubai River was in an uproar. A team of 100 people can break through tens of thousands of people? Everyone felt that this was simply unbelievable. It's just bragging. How is that possible? Infinite stamina? Are the opponents idiots? How is this possible? Mo-chan knew they wouldn't believe it, and turned to look at the 21 lady soldiers standing there, not understanding the common language of the Wanzu, with a bewildered look on their faces, and said in a deep voice, they have been training in battle formations for over a month and will soon have a battle with the Mirage Palace. There are a total of 21 of them, 20 at the 5th rank, and 1 at the 1st rank. I told the Mirage Palace, anyone below the 7th rank is fine. Soon, you will see the power of battle formations. At the same time, I will let the whole world see the power of battle formations. 40 million people of different ethnic groups turned back in surprise and uncertainty, looking at these women. Is it true? 5th rank. How many to kill? Is it like this? They all didn't believe it, but the one who spoke was a martial saint, and their hearts had to choose to believe. A martial saint never speaks arrogantly, a martial saint never deceives. What is said is what it is. Then, Miao Chen informed them again in Chinese. I have arranged a battle for you. Do you have confidence? Miao Xinyu and 20 maids were stunned. A battle arranged? Just us? Miao Xinyu asked in astonishment, with whom? Illusory Palace. Miao Chen said lightly, 9 days later, a battle with Illusory Palace. I said, as long as the opponent is below 7th rank, any number is fine. Even if tens of thousands come to fight against you, it's fine. I said, you can win, you can keep killing, even kill all the people below 7th rank in Illusory Palace. The 21 women soldiers took a cold breath, looking at Miao Chen in horror. How come we didn't know? We are only 5th rank. Facing 7th rank, crossing 2 levels. How could we possibly win? 25th ranks, struggling against 7th rank is as difficult as reaching the sky. Not to mention killing as many as come. This is simply a joke, this is simply an impossible thing. Miao Xinyu was also shocked, she had only been practicing for less than 2 months.
How come a war is about to break out? I am only first rank.
If it weren't for believing in her brother, Miao Xinyu would have thought Miao Chen was tricking them. Miao Chen continued, and I made a bet with Hongchen. I said, if you win, Hongchen will lead Illusory Palace to merge completely into the Earth Fellow Association. From then on, Illusory Palace will obey all orders of the Earth Fellow Association. If you lose, Illusory Palace will join the Earth Fellow Association to rule the world together. The 21 women soldiers were completely frightened at this moment.
The stakes are so high. Miao Xinyu exclaimed, brother, are you joking? You can't be serious, right? If you really want to test our strength, we will fight. But can we cancel this bet? The other maids also hurriedly said, yes, my lord. My lord, please cancel the bet. Even if we die, I think it's fine. But if we lose in battle and make you lose so much, I can't accept it. The pressure is too great. My lord, I am only 5th rank. We are all only 5th rank. The women soldiers spoke in a flurry, extremely afraid.
The pressure is simply beyond expectations. However, Miao Chen smiled and shook his head. No one in this world has ever seen what a battle formation is. No one believes that a battle formation can exert infinite effects, including yourselves. Because you have never fought with others, what you don't know is, you are far more powerful than you imagine, far more excellent than you imagine. Saying this, the women soldiers still didn't quite believe it.
Are we excellent? Are we powerful? No.
They didn't have a bit of confidence, but completely and thoroughly lacked confidence.
Tens of thousands of people?
Not to mention tens of thousands of warriors below 7th rank. Even if they saw tens of thousands of ordinary people, they would be nervous.
But Zhang Ke didn't say anything more.
Looking at the 32 members of the Earth Fellow Association who had returned, he issued training instructions one by one. The 32 people immediately began to lead their comrades of various ethnic groups to divide into camps and settle down. Then, they tirelessly began to impart knowledge of cultivation. It is worth mentioning that among the 40,000 people, nearly 10,000 were already warriors, and their ranks were not low. These people who had become warriors were originally warriors on their previous planet. After crossing to Earth, he immediately began to cultivate, without the need for teaching or guidance, secretly cultivating on his own.
Most of the non-warrior people are not warriors because they were not warriors in their past lives and have not cultivated.
On Earth, there are age restrictions. They are not old enough, so they do not know their talents, do not cultivate, and have no one to teach them.
Now, people from the Earth's Hometown Association have started to collectively give them classes, divided into 2 camps. One is the warrior camp, and the other is the cultivation camp.
In the warrior camp, they directly tell them the shortcuts in cultivation, tell them what the real breakthrough for warriors is. At the same time, they also teach them the most practical and efficient ways to kill. In addition, they begin to instill the concept of battle formations. In the non-warrior camp, they cultivate collectively guide the chi into their bodies, and take the first steps towards becoming warriors. In the future, they will also learn those things.
By the Udai River, Miao Xinyu and 20 maids sat together, all looking worried. What should we do? What should we do? My brother is not joking. Miao Xinyu looked worried. How can we possibly defeat the people from the Mirage Palace?
If the other party is at the same level and number as us, I feel very confident.
But my brother said, no matter how many come?
A maid sighed. Since coming here, my mindset has slowly changed.
I understand that the adults want us to make a name for ourselves in battle.
Because only when the effect of the battle formation makes progress and is seen by the world, can he promote the battle formation and unite the world to resist those demons in the future. So, I train hard every day. I know that one day we will step onto the stage of this world. But I didn't expect it to be so soon. I feel like there are still many things I haven't mastered at all. And, I didn't expect that we would step onto the stage so soon.
The first enemy we face is so powerful, and the stakes are so high. Yes. The pressure is too much. There are only 9 days left, what should we do? What should we do? Is there a quick way?
It's okay if there are side effects, I want to improve my cultivation in a short time.
I want to as well.
20 maids sat by the river, looking worried. In their eyes, perhaps they were already destined to lose. At this moment, Xiaoma slowly walked over, looking gently at the 20 maids.
Master Ma. Brother Ma. Everyone greeted him. Xiaoma asked, do you all think that you are no match for the Mirage Palace?
Yes.
How many of us are there? The adults said that anyone below the 7th rank can come, meaning that most of them are high-level 6th ranks?
So many high-level 6th ranks, maybe even thousands, we are already destined to lose.
Xiaoma waited for everyone to finish speaking, and said softly, it hasn't started yet, why do you think you've lost? Xiaoma said, battle formations are a way, and also a wisdom. Don't you really think that the longer you train in battle formations, the stronger your combat power will be? Everyone looked puzzled. Isn't it?
Xiaoma chuckled, battle formations are something that goes against common sense.
Under our inherent understanding, everything needs more time to become stronger. This is not the case for battle formations.
Because the truly powerful aspects of battle formations are the experiences summed up through countless actual battles, as well as the clever and efficient ways to kill enemies designed. These things have already been designed before, and to master them, it probably only takes a few days.
And the reason you train together every day in battle formations is not to train proficiency. Instead, it's about tacit understanding and trust.
Uncle Jia has long observed your achievements and has an estimate of your level, that's why he challenged you.
Uncle Jia never gambles unless he's sure to win.
You may think your strength is insufficient, but in Uncle Jia's eyes, you are already invincible.
Invincible? The women present simply couldn't believe this statement. No one could be that confident.
Xiaoma continued, a battle formation inherently possesses powerful killing capabilities. It existed from the beginning. While you may think your training time is too short, you are definitely capable. In fact, you have already mastered a great weapon, you just don't realize it yet. In the remaining 9 days, you shouldn't be anxious, but rather work harder to coordinate and build trust with each other.
What is coordination?
It's when you understand what the other person means even without them speaking.
What is trust?
Trust is when the captain believes you should charge out and sacrifice yourself without hesitation, because you know it will ensure everyone else survives.
The real thing that truly requires time for training and coordination is this. You won't lack this. Yu anxiously interjected, but.
Xiaoma shook his head, there are no buts.
Do you remember when I told you about the uses and power of the battle formation in the Desolate Land? Everyone remembered.
In the Desolate Land, when people of the same realm formed a battle formation, they could continue to kill demons of the same realm. Xiaoma continued, but don't forget another thing.
That is demons. And what are the people of the Mirage Palace? They are a motley crew. Let me put it this way.
If a demon of the 5th rank were to come to Earth, it would probably take 5, 6, or 7 martial artists of the 7th rank to subdue it. Yet, it could easily kill martial artists of the 5th rank on Earth. Because in the eyes of demons, Earth's martial artists are just a motley crew, powerless and feeble. Demons live in an environment even more brutal than the Desolate Land, where they have to constantly guard against being eaten by their own kind or even their parents. They compete and fight every day. Such demons, when placed on Earth, wouldn't they be formidable? And what about Earth's martial artists? They merely possess cultivation levels, can they kill enemies? Have they killed enemies? They only used their cultivation levels to exchange for status and wealth. While we kill demons recklessly in the Desolate Land, you can't do the same with these martial artists on Earth, right? Hearing this, the women gradually felt relieved. They probably understood Xiaoma's point. He meant to say that their 21 female soldiers might not be enough in the Desolate Land, facing demons might be challenging. They might not be able to keep killing like before. But on Earth, they could kill martial artists recklessly.
What level are Earth's martial artists at? The maids who were once Earth's martial artists were not sure, they thought they were strong.
But recently, they have become increasingly clear. After undergoing training from the desolate land, they realized they possessed the ability to defeat enemies.
Most Earth martial artists probably haven't even fought anyone in their lifetime, right?
Such people are useless. They had secretly compared themselves and could now see that their current selves could easily defeat their past selves. Moreover, today during the day, they saw the mysterious and powerful Mirage Palace Master appear weak in front of Mi Chen, as fragile as paper. This further boosted their confidence. Mi Chen is only at the 9th rank, while the red dust is at the peak.
Yet, in front of Mi Chen, they were easily defeated.
They were no different from paper or mud. This truly showed them what a real martial artist is.
Xiao Ma's words gave them a bit more confidence.
They realized they were already on the path to becoming true martial artists.
And what we are facing is a mob. At this moment, Miao Xinyu asked, "Ma Go, what if the Mirage Palace really brings tens of thousands of people?" Xiao Ma laughed heartily, "Don't be intimidated by numbers.
Let me ask you this, if the other side are all 5th grade martial artists, how many people do you think you 21 would have confidence in facing?" Miao Xinyu thought for a moment, discussed with her companions, and said, "If the other side has only within 200 people, all of whom are 5th grade experts,
we believe that we should be able to win."
After all, these things are not learned in vain.
Xiao Ma said, "What if the other side brings 100,000 people, so what? Can 100,000 people all attack you at the same time?"
At most, only 100 or 200 people can attack you at the same time, and the rest of the people are just outside squeezing in and anxious. At this point, the 21 women's eyes lit up and suddenly stood up. At this moment, it was like a sudden enlightenment, everything became clear. At this moment, the clouds cleared, and a big stone fell in their hearts.
Xiao Ma said, "Let me give you another example. If you are being beaten by 100 people alone, as long as you shrink in the corner, I tell you, only 2 or 3 people can reach you. What's the use of the remaining more than 90 people?
They simply can't squeeze in because their own people are in front of them, they can only crowd and push.
But they can't touch you at all. If you can fight 5 people alone,
and with unlimited physical strength.
From a theoretical point of view, even if 1,000 people come to attack you, you can kill all 1,000 people alone. Can you understand this principle?"
At this moment, the 21 women nodded in unison.
Shocked. Completely understood. The number has intimidated them. This is actually a false proposition. What does it matter if there are 100 people or 10,000 people? As long as you ensure that you have unlimited physical strength, it's just a battle of attrition.
The 21-person team huddled together. It only takes less than 100 people to surround these 21 people. And the number of people needed to surround these 21 people represents how many people will attack them at the same time. They don't need to consider how many people the other side has. They only need to consider, at this moment, how many people they have to face. How can they most efficiently kill all the opponents with the least physical effort? It's just a battle of attrition. And coincidentally, they have been trained in physical strength and efficiency all along. At this moment, the 21 women suddenly had a deeper understanding of the swordsmanship that William had taught them before. Thousands of knives every day, honing physical strength from thousands of knives, finding the most efficient and direct angles and techniques. This is swordsmanship. And such an efficient and effortless swordsmanship. In the battle formation, if all teammates have such swordsmanship, isn't it just chaos? Xiao Ma gave them a boost of morale, finally reluctantly making them regain their confidence. They began to train their battle formation and coordination closely by the riverbank. Meanwhile, what? The elder was shocked and lost color. This is too arrogant, right? Miao Chen is strong, I admit, but can't say that more than 20 women who have just been taught by him for over a month are also so strong, right? Others were also furious. 25th grade women, plus one who has just reached the 1st grade. They dare to challenge all martial artists below the 7th grade of the Mirage Palace? No matter how many come? This is unreasonable. He is too arrogant. I admit that Miao Qin does not take the Mirage Palace seriously, but isn't he too disrespectful? Looking down on the world like this? Damn it! Palace Master, we can't let him have his way. We can't really send so many warriors. We are just like them, we can send 25th grade warriors to participate in the confrontation. Exactly, the other party is originally a group of women. It's not good to win their face, and it's even worse to lose. In my opinion, it's better to be straightforward, not follow his tactics, and directly send a 6th grade warrior, just one person, to wipe them all out. Even if we lose, we only sent one person, so losing wouldn't be embarrassing. If we win, it will be glorious. In this way, we can gain both fame and fortune. Yes, I suspect Miao Qin is playing tricks. He is using this to attack our Mirage Palace. It would be embarrassing if it spread out. If we really send out thousands of people, not to mention thousands, just a few hundred to fight those women, it would be a disgrace. The crowd was excited and indignant. Han Qin fell silent for a moment and said, "We also made a bet. If we win, Mirage Palace can participate in all the activities of the Earth Homestead Association. If we lose, Mirage Palace will be completely merged into the Earth Homestead Association and belong to them." When this was said, everyone fell silent. Such a big bet? But it has to be said that this bet is fair to both sides. The elder pondered, but, if we really send hundreds of people to participate in the battle, even if we win this bet, it would be embarrassing. People will mock us. Another elder added, but if we lose, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Ah, we shouldn't have agreed. Everyone felt a bit helpless. Han Qin was also a bit annoyed. If this bet had been made after the fight with Miao Qin, after seeing Miao Qin's true strength, he would definitely not have agreed. Because this is obviously a difficult situation. But unfortunately, this bet was made before the fight with Miao Qin, at a time when his strength was not yet known. He just thought he was arrogant, believed he would win, and was only struggling with how to win. Never did he expect that now he regrets it, and it's too late to repent. This bet, winning is not good, losing is even worse. A dilemma. The crowd discussed vigorously for a long time. Finally, a scholar made a rational analysis, so now, it's a multiple-choice question. Choose face, or choose substance. Face means it doesn't matter if Mirage Palace wins or loses, but it shows integrity. Send the same number of people to fight them, or even fewer, and face the enemy with a light attitude. The risk of losing is high, but even if we lose, others won't say that our Mirage Palace is weak, they will only say that we underestimated the enemy. That's all. However, we will lose the entire Mirage Palace. If you choose substance, then go all out to win, no matter what others say. Just send 10,000 people to fight them. Don't consider any face issues, just focus on the benefits. Elders, Palace Master. Please make your choice early, face or substance. The crowd fell silent. To be honest, they also wanted face, the dignity and tradition accumulated over hundreds of years, they didn't want to lose it. But substance, they wanted more. How can they have both? Perhaps they can't have both. After hesitating for a long time, Han Qin said, "Let's vote." 10 people in total, those who want face raise their hands. The whole room fell silent. You look at me, I look at you, and no one raised their hand when it came time to vote for face. Han Qin said again, those who want substance raise their hands. The people hesitated. After a moment, 2 people tentatively raised their hands. The other 8 remained silent, heads down, not raising their hands. Han Qin sighed, 10 people voted, 8 abstained. 2-0, substance wins. He was also decisive, and after saying this, he did not continue on this topic, only saying, let's discuss the next step. These 25 grade warriors are actually Su Tao's people from before, sent to serve as maids for Zhang Zi. Come, project the information of these 20 women on the big screen, let's study them. The 21st person is Miao Chen's sister Miao Xinyu. She started practicing over a month ago and is now at the first grade level. This is their theoretical strength analysis summary, and these 20 women have never fought anyone before, with no achievements. 10 high-level members of the Mirage Palace, as well as many official experts and scholars, all focused on studying the details of these 21 female soldiers. The more they studied, the more they couldn't understand what makes them strong. There is nothing special about them. There are no highlights. They don't even have any achievements. Why is Miao Chen so confident, daring to let them fight against all of Mirage Palace? Why? Unable to understand the reason, could it be that Miao Chen secretly hopes that Mirage Palace will participate in the Earth Compatriots Association, just using this as an excuse to get involved? But this idea was ruled out. Miao Chen is so strong, does he need that? There is absolutely no need at all. At this moment, an elder blushed and hesitantly said, since Miao Chen said so himself. Then, let's just be shameless and send 26 great warriors. Send 205 great warriors to fight? Another elder frowned and coldly snorted, what kind of talk is this? The elder who spoke then said, I just said that, although it's a bit shameless, this is what Miao Chen himself. Before he could finish speaking, the other elder interrupted, in my opinion, 106 grade and 505 grade warriors, just to be conservative. Damn it, you are shameless enough. An expert said, let's be even more conservative. Let's ensure victory. Since we've already lost face, it doesn't matter how big the loss is. 506 grade and 1005 grade warriors. Isn't that a bit too much? Either shamelessly win or shamelessly possibly lose, what do you choose? This is getting out of hand. No, we can't give out numbers so hastily. At this moment, a professor with reading glasses stood up, Master of the Red Dust Palace, may I ask you a few questions? The Red Dust nodded, go ahead. The professor thought for a moment, Miao Chen focuses on combat efficiency. I'm thinking, are the female soldiers he trained also efficient in real combat? If that's the case, it might be difficult. The Red Dust's heart stirred, understanding somewhat. The professor continued, forgive me for being bold, master. Miao Chen is at the 9th grade, but can defeat you without any resistance. The Red Dust's face turned red, but he didn't say anything. The professor continued, I want to ask, if Miao Chen and the master are at the same level, then does the master have the confidence to win against him? You bastard! Are you trying to open old wounds? The Red Dust's face turned red, and he said in a low voice, no confidence. The professor continued, so, master, how many of you do you think can collectively defeat him through a siege? The Red Dust thought for a moment, how many? I don't know. I've never calculated that. But as he thought about it, the Red Dust began to understand the professor's meaning. He thought seriously, recalling his own state at that time. Recalling Miao Chen's combat power and all his moves at that time. After thinking for a long time, the Red Dust came up with a number that startled himself. He was embarrassed to say. The professor noticed his hesitation, didn't dare to rush him, just looked at him with hopeful eyes. In the meeting room, everyone stared at the Red Dust with their eyes. No one urged him to speak, but every pair of eyes was urging him. The Red Dust sighed inwardly, on this day, he had completely lost face. Anyway, the mortal world has also been resolved. Chen Ning said solemnly, I have never seen such an efficient killer move from him. Unheard of, unseen. He is a figure who has been killing wildly for 100 years, not something we mere realm possessors can compare to. But I think, if there were 200 cautious people like me facing him, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be defeated. The crowd rolled their eyes. Damn it, 200 cautious you. You speak quite proudly. 200. 200 of you at the same realm level can suppress Mu Chen? But this number is truly shocking. They originally thought that Chen Ning might only be one move weaker than Mu Chen, just enough for that one move to firmly hold Chen Ning. But they did not expect that in the hearts of those who witnessed it, Mu Chen was actually so strong. 200. 200 at the same realm level, to suppress Mu Chen? He's so strong. The professor was also somewhat shocked, but then said, then let's consider those 21 women as Mu Chen. After all, Mu Chen must have brought back very advanced combat skills from an alien planet, and we Earth warriors are at a disadvantage due to lack of knowledge. So we must be cautious, those 20 women must have also learned. So, to ensure victory, be conservative. Then each person should be assigned 200. 21 female soldiers, excluding Mu Xinu, she should be just a filler, the real combat power lies in those 20 people. According to this ratio, we would need 4,000 fifth-grade warriors to ensure suppression. 4,000. The crowd's eyelids twitched, some with thin faces even lowered their heads and dared not raise them. Even though they were members of the illusory palace, at this moment, they couldn't help but curse inwardly. It's too much, isn't it? 4,000 at the same realm level, to bully 20 women? Shameless. This is not just a matter of unfair competition, it's simply bullying. At this moment, the professor said again, in addition, we need 100 sixth-grade powerhouses to hold the line. The crowd. Chen Ning looked at the professor in astonishment, so many people are needed for this? The professor said, to ensure victory. We must follow this basic mathematical model. Chen Ning felt a bit embarrassed, isn't this a bit too much? If this gets out, how will the illusory palace face others in the future? The professor sighed, hundreds of people versus thousands of people, what's the essential difference? It seems like a big difference, but in fact, it's just a lot more than the other party. No difference. But the difference between winning and losing is huge. If we send out the same number of people as them, we are not confident of winning. If we send out more, we lose face. So it's better to protect the inside and lose face. If we strictly block the news and don't let this matter leak out, maybe we can still save face. As the conversation ended, the elder sighed and said, it's impossible. Using so many people, thousands of high-level warriors. It's impossible to keep it a secret. We can silence a few mouths, but we can't silence thousands of mouths. The professor shrugged, then there's no way. It seems that we have to lose face, and just protect the inside. Well, that's it then. Elder, go arrange the manpower. The elder sighed and walked out with a somewhat worried expression. Chen Ning continued, the competition will start in 9 days. This matter is settled, Elder 2, tomorrow Mu Chen will give a televised speech, that's the main event. You supervise it, since we've made a decision, let's do it thoroughly. Make sure that tomorrow Zhang Ke's live speech is seen by everyone in the country. By the way, try to spread this matter abroad as much as possible. This is not just a matter for the Chinese, but for all human beings in the world. Mu Chen's intention is to use China as a springboard to jump to a global scale. So now it's time to lay the groundwork globally, mobilize all available forces, spread this matter abroad, and prepare early. So as not to be caught off guard later, with only us, the people of Huaxia, leading the way globally. Palace Master. But now the entire world is hostile to the illusory palace. They think the illusory palace and the Earth Compatriots Association are in cahoots, all trying to snatch global talents. They are asking us for people, at this critical juncture, if we use means again to spread Miao Chen's speech. Will it? Red Dust rolled his eyes, anyway, they have all turned against us now, no matter how much we say, it's useless, our position cannot be changed. After all, the nationwide popularization has already begun, we can't turn the gun around again. Since that's the case, offending them once, or offending them countless times, what's the difference? At this point, Red Dust sneered, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Miao Chen originally planned to pick off all the so-called top experts in the world one by one. Since that's the case, since those foreigners are still determined to make us hand over the Earth Compatriots Association, then let's just make it public, let them come to Huaxia themselves.
It's not just me who's embarrassed.
It's not just me who's getting beaten up under Miao Chen's hand.
I'm getting beaten up in Huaxia. You still ask me for people? Still say the illusory palace has offended the whole world? Well then. Come settle the score, come cause trouble, I'll introduce you.
One comes, one gets taken care of. He figured out that the only way to save face for the illusory palace was to let the whole world take a beating together. Let the whole world be hung up and beaten by the terrifying power of the Earth Compatriots Association. In this way, among the many beaten, the illusory palace wouldn't be so embarrassed. After all, the whole world is in it together. He would be happy to see those so-called top experts, who were once as arrogant as he was, being continuously killed under Zhang Ke's hands. He wanted to tell the world in this way. It's not me who's weak, it's the whole world. At this time, in the United States. In the highest office. Report, urgent information. The secretary walked in quickly.
The president stood up. About whom? Miao Chen. It's urgent information about Miao Chen. Speak quickly. Tonight at 7 o'clock Huaxia time.
The Huaxia news broadcast announced nationwide emergency news, in which 3 strategies were announced. First, Huaxia will openly practice from now on. Second, all martial artists in Huaxia will go to grassroots levels and teach cultivation hand in hand, dispersing resources to the public.
The era of nationwide cultivation is beginning.
Third, various regions in Huaxia are starting militia organizations and cultivating something called the battle array.
The era of all people being soldiers has arrived. There is another major news.
Tomorrow at exactly noon Huaxia time, Miao Chen will accept an interview and give a live speech. A letter to all mankind will be made public to the entire Huaxia. After the secretary finished this brief message, the president was stunned for a long time.
Wow! What is it? Universal cultivation in Huaxia? All people being soldiers? And Miao Chen will give a TV speech tomorrow?
The illusory palace.
What is the illusory palace doing? Are they going to stand with the Earth Compatriots Association, completely break with the world? Bang, a slap. The president slapped the table. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. I asked them, the illusory palace, to hand over the Earth Compatriots Association. Not only did they refuse, but they also want to completely stand against all of humanity, and even stand with Zhang Ke? All people being soldiers? What does that mean? Do they want to attack the whole world? The secretary stood trembling on the side. After a moment, the door was pushed open, and a group of high-level officials from the United States, as well as martial artists and various professors and experts, walked in. Everyone looked extremely serious, and they all heard the news. The commotion at the Mirage Palace was truly shocking. This is simply too terrifying. If this goes wrong, it will trigger a global martial war. In the office, the atmosphere was extremely tense. After a while, the President of the United States squinted his eyes and said, "Call the Mirage Palace and ask them if they really want to stand against all of humanity?"
Immediately, someone dialed the Mirage Palace's phone number. The one who answered the call was the Mirage Palace's elder, who, upon hearing the inquiry from the United States, solemnly said, "We do not intend to stand against all of humanity.
On the contrary, we are preparing to help all of humanity.
A catastrophe of the end of the world is about to reach Earth, and we are now preparing in advance to teach all of humanity to cultivate, to teach all of humanity effective means of counterattack in advance, with the aim of dealing with the impending catastrophe." If you are asking whether the Mirage Palace is going to completely join forces with Earth to fight against the world, then the answer is no. But if you are asking whether the Mirage Palace is going to mobilize everyone, even if it means being in opposition to the world, then the answer is yes. Buzz, the President of the United States, felt his head buzzing.
Doomsday? Nonsense. This so-called catastrophe, this end of the world, isn't it just an excuse for the Mirage Palace to turn billions of people in China into warriors, to train them all as an army?
If there is no reason to train them, it will cause panic worldwide.
But training them under the guise of doomsday? Then this.
The president said in a deep voice, the World Martial Arts Alliance once made a promise together. Warriors must be selected based on merit to ensure the survival space of all humanity. Preventing all of humanity from becoming warriors, in this way, the whole world would be chaotic, and we would not be able to manage a world full of warriors. Therefore, most people must not become warriors, only then can we manage this world well. Therefore, spreading martial arts without authorization is a capital crime for all countries in the world.
And now, are you going to violate this promise?
The elder of the Mirage Palace said, because doing so is beneficial to the world. Not only China needs to do this, but soon the whole world will need to do this.
How dare you? You dare! The President of the United States was furious. Do you want to go against the whole world? Do you want to go against the World Martial Arts Alliance? I'm sorry, sir.
We never intended to go against the whole world, and as for the Martial Arts Alliance, I believe they will also understand the actions of the Mirage Palace. If they do not understand, then the Earth Alliance will help them understand.
The President of the United States understood the implied meaning in the words. Are you suggesting that the Earth Alliance also wants to replace the World Martial Arts Alliance? Do you want to control the world's warriors?
The elder fell silent for a moment, considering whether to reveal this information in advance.
Should he help the Earth Alliance provoke hatred? Could the Mirage Palace benefit from it?
After much thought, the elder decided to provoke this hatred. He said, I believe the Earth Alliance will replace the World Martial Arts Alliance and unite all of humanity. Bang! The President of the United States hung up the phone directly.
Looking at the colleagues in the meeting room, he said in a deep voice, have you all understood?
Everyone nodded silently, their eyes filled with endless killing intent. After a moment of silence, an explosion erupted.
Then destroy this Earth Alliance and capture Muchin alive.
I believe that the Earth Alliance is likely just a puppet of the Mirage Palace. The Earth Alliance represents the ambitions of the Mirage Palace. I boldly assume that this is even the Mirage Palace's long-standing conspiracy, supporting an Earth Alliance in secret.
If that's the case, then let's completely remove this tumor of the Earth Alliance.
If circumstances allow, we will directly remove the Mirage Palace.
Attack!
The mere ethereal palace has only one supreme peak. But in my country, we have two supreme peaks. This time, Huaxia openly opposes the World Martial Arts Alliance. Presumably, the allies of the ethereal palace will not help them. They have only one supreme peak in the mortal world from beginning to end. And we stand on the side of righteousness, we bridge the gap, and it is even possible to have 15 supreme peaks worldwide simultaneously take action against Huaxia. I think we must fight. Whether it's true or not, this time, it is when the 15 supreme peaks unite globally to completely eradicate the ethereal palace.
And incidentally, uproot the Earth Fellow Association. Agreed.
The President of the United States remained silent for a while, picked up the documents, and signed them solemnly. After signing, the President immediately called other countries with supreme peaks one by one, explained the situation, and waited for their response. They want to fight, but they feel they cannot do it alone. It is best to bring along the 15 supreme peaks globally. In this way, the risk can be minimized. While the White House was in full swing with meetings and discussions on countermeasures.
Morning in Huaxia.
Early in the morning, everyone in the country experienced a dreamlike night, and at the same time, early in the morning, the entire country's internet was vigorously discussing what Miao-chan was going to say to all the people of Huaxia. What kind of TV speech is going to be delivered? I think this speech is about the practice of martial arts for the whole nation. At the entrance of the alley, an old man shook a fan and said. A group of old men around him echoed, "You're talking nonsense. It must be related to the national martial arts." I even suspect that this person named Miao-chan is the one who initiated the national martial arts.
Who is Miao-chan after all? Why have I never heard of him before? I don't know.
I haven't heard of the Earth Fellow Association either. But this national martial arts is really good. I practiced for the first time last night, and today I feel refreshed. It seems that even a 70-year-old man has a chance to become a warrior. I used to count the days. Now, there is hope. In my lifetime, I can also become a warrior. What time is it? Hasn't the speech started yet? Don't miss it. It's only 9 o'clock. The speech will start at 12 o'clock. Watch the time, don't miss it. Several old men were talking. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of a car engine was heard. Then an emergency signal vehicle stopped at the entrance of the alley. The staff in the car got out, started adjusting the equipment, and then placed a large screen next to the car. Everyone around was stunned. When they went out of the alley to take a look, they found that the entire street, all intersections, and all alley entrances were filled with such emergency signal vehicles and TV broadcasting vehicles. The old man asked, "What are you doing?" The staff, busy with their work, replied without looking up, "National live broadcast starts at 12 o'clock. All TV stations, online platforms will broadcast. At the same time, every corner of every city must have a live broadcast vehicle with LED screens on the streets. All buildings and skyscrapers will have live broadcasts on their screens. In remote mountain villages without conditions, signal vehicles will be stationed, broadcasting the sound." The old man was shocked. Is this speech so important? Isn't it enough for national TV stations to broadcast? Why broadcast from all directions? The staff could only smile helplessly. Exactly. I've been working for so many years, and I've never seen such a big show. What is Myo-chan going to talk about? Who knows? It's said to be related to some kind of world-ending catastrophe. End of the world. The old man fell silent. The staff chuckled. Come on. What era is it, talking about the end of the world? With so many warriors worldwide now, even if a comet hits the Earth, the global warriors united can resolve the crisis. I don't believe in any doomsday. I think it's more like using the doomsday as a gimmick. Promoting widespread cultivation is the real reason. Why do you say that? I guess our Huaxia has long wanted everyone to cultivate, to become like dragons. But there are restrictions on global martial artists. If Huaxia does this without a suitable reason, won't the world be in an uproar? The total number of martial artists in the world is less than 5 billion. With a population of 1.4 billion in Huaxia, if all 1.4 billion become martial artists, what then? What about the rest of the world, who can eat and sleep peacefully? So I think it must be just an excuse using the doomsday as a reason. Makes sense. The old man figured it all out in his mind. It has to be said. This is the collective mindset due to a series of coincidences. No one believes in doomsday. Everyone is more willing to believe that doomsday is just an excuse. Even foreigners think this way, not just the people of Huaxia. After all, with only 500 million martial artists in the world, such a powerful force, what doomsday could threaten all of humanity? It doesn't exist, it simply doesn't. Earthquake? The rescue speed of martial artists is very impressive. One person can search and rescue an entire neighborhood. Their strength is limitless. Tsunami? Shouldn't happen. Extreme cold doomsday? Ice age? Non-existent. Martial artists can lead all of humanity to survive. Even if a comet hits the Earth, martial artists can fly into the sky to shatter the meteorite. There is simply no such thing as doomsday. Therefore, the day before doomsday is proposed, coincidentally, the practice of martial arts is open to the public. There is much to be said about this matter. What the people think, what all of humanity thinks, the Mirage Palace cannot control. The Mirage Palace is only there to fulfill Mao Chen's instructions. They can only cooperate with the Earth Compatriots Association to carry out this matter thoroughly. But will this announcement to all of humanity really have a significant impact? Will anyone believe it? The Mirage Palace cannot control this. In fact, Miao Chun himself cannot control it either.
The only thing that can be done is to awaken more people before doomsday. Everything else is beyond anyone's control.
At the same time, Huaxia News Radio. Military vehicles have long been parked here, with thousands of special forces armed to guard all the traffic routes. There are even tanks and armored vehicles parked at intersections. Snipers have occupied all the high-rise buildings within a radius of 10 kilometers. A red carpet, hundreds of meters long, extends from the road to the interior of the broadcasting building. Thousands of media reporters from around the world have been waiting here early on.
English journalists, looking at this epic and powerful scene, are extremely shocked and say to the cameraman next to them, "Such a grand scene? Does Miao Chen have such a supreme position in Huaxia? I don't know." "Shu, speak softly, do you think everyone here is just ordinary soldiers?"
"I saw many special forces disguised as martial artists."
"Martial artists?" The journalist exclaimed, "Those noble martial artists are willing to be bodyguards?" "Shu, don't make noise. Be careful not to be overheard, martial artists have very keen hearing." "But I still can't understand, what is Miao Chen's identity after all? How come so many martial artists are standing guard for him?"
"I don't know, I think he is probably a leading figure among Huaxia's martial artists."
"Isn't the leader of the martial artists the master of the Mirage Palace?"
"But there was a video circulating online before, showing Miao Chen fighting against the Supreme of the Mirage Palace."
"What, he defeated the master of the Mirage Palace?"
The English journalist stood on either side of the red carpet, his heart filled with long-lasting shock. But at the same time, a doubt filled his mind.
What kind of speech does Zhang Ko want to deliver today?
What kind of speech is so serious and solemn that it is called the Declaration to all mankind?
What does he want to inform?
Not only were the journalists from England uncertain, but even the journalists from China were also uncertain. They have been standing here for 5 hours, waiting here for a long time.
Everyone's heart is full of questions. What exactly is the Declaration to all mankind? Rumors on the internet say that it is because the end of the world is coming. Miao Chen is a warning person. But, the end of the world. What a sensational and cliché saying. Could it be true? They are more inclined to think that this should be a political act.
It should be using the pretext of the end of the world to give a reasonable explanation to the whole nation of martial arts. This is like how the United States often uses the pretext of aliens to study new types of aircraft. Xiangtan TV reporter Xiao Zhang whispered, "Before this, I had never heard of Miao Chen."
Suddenly, he rose overnight.
Suddenly, everyone knew him.
"I don't know either. But I heard that Miao Chen seemed to be a vegetable before." "A vegetable? Ha? Is he immortal?" "I don't know. But the video from yesterday showed that Miao Chen is a 9th grade martial artist. Now I can't tell the truth from the false information on the internet. It's too strange."
Saying that, Xiao Zhang looked at his watch, frowned, and said, "It's 11 o'clock.
Hasn't he arrived yet? Shouldn't he be here for a rehearsal in advance?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of engines revving up. At the end of the road, a black convoy slowly approached. When the crowd saw the license plate number, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Suddenly, all the journalists guarding the gate were in an uproar.
"Secretary General! The second person is here! The Secretary General is here! Damn, the Secretary General is the first to arrive? Impossible! Miao Chen hasn't arrived yet, and the Secretary General arrived first? That's too rude.
Quick, start the live broadcast, the live broadcast is starting."
It's officially starting. 12 o'clock is the time for Miao Chen's speech. I think the live broadcast should start now.
In an instant, thousands of journalists from home and abroad all turned on their devices, turned on their cameras, and started broadcasting live.
Hello, audience friends.
Hello, audience friends, this is Central Video Channel, and today is a grand day. It is the solemn day when Mao Chen, the president of the Earth Compatriots Association, is about to deliver the television speech declaration to all mankind.
And we can see that a convoy is coming from the end of the road. This is the Secretary General's convoy, and he has come in person. The Secretary General is getting off the car and warmly greeting us. The journalists didn't know what the Earth Compatriots Association was, let alone who Mao Chen was. He just read the opening remarks according to the script. At the same time, the whole country was in an uproar. It's on air. The live broadcast has started. Quick, quick, turn on the TV, the live broadcast suddenly started. Everyone, turn on the TV quickly. All over the country, countless people heard the news, immediately put down whatever work they were doing, and quickly turned on the television, phone, and computer. The old man at the alley mouth was chatting with the staff, and suddenly saw the LED screen light up, and the broadcast car sounded the journalist's opening announcement. The old man shook his fan and hurried back. Quick, it's starting. The live broadcast has started. Old lady, turn on the TV. The old lady also rushed out with a small stool. Turn on the TV for what? There's a big screen live broadcast at the alley mouth, let's watch it outside. Yes, watch it at the alley mouth. The old man hurriedly ran back to the alley mouth. By this time, the whole alley was in an uproar. Countless neighbors were carrying small stools and running outside. Has it started? It's only 11 o'clock and it's already started? Quick, let's go check it out. Oh, the Secretary General is already here? Where is Mao Chen? Where is Mao Chen? Hasn't Mao Chen arrived yet? I want to see who Mao Chen really is. He hasn't arrived yet, right? Mao Chen is probably still on the way. At the same time, at a certain middle school in Huaxia, Teacher Lao Huang is explaining the X equation on the platform to everyone, when suddenly, the campus loudspeaker starts broadcasting. All teachers and students, bring your own chairs and gather on the playground. The live broadcast has started. Within 5 minutes, all classes, all teachers and students, please go to the playground to watch the live broadcast together. All teachers and students, bring your own chairs and gather on the playground. The live broadcast has started. Teacher Lao Huan was stunned for a moment, looked at his watch, it's only 11 o'clock. Has the live broadcast started? He looked at the already restless class, feeling somewhat annoyed. I was only halfway through explaining the equations, and now a live broadcast? What's so important about Mao Chen's speech? Going to watch it an hour early? Who is Mao Chen? No one thinks explaining equations is important. If I don't teach well, how will they perform well in the high school entrance exam? How will the enrollment rate task be completed? It's all because of this Mao Chen. Once Mao Chen appeared, the children stopped studying properly and started thinking about martial arts since last night's self-study session. Everyone's minds are focused on martial arts. They are all practicing martial arts, so who will study equations? Who will study calculus? What about the enrollment rate, my performance, my tasks? Will everyone be into martial arts in the future, and I'll be out of a job? Mao Chen deserves to die. Lao Huang, with a cold face, looked at the students who were already restless and ready to move their chairs downstairs, and sternly shouted, "What are you all doing? Did I ask you to move?" The whole class was surprised. Ha! Everyone looked at Lao Huang in confusion. At this moment, the class monitor said, "Teacher Huang, the principal's notice asked us to gather downstairs within 5 minutes to watch the live broadcast and listen to Mao Chen's speech. We need to hurry, or we'll waste time." Lao Huang's eyes sharpened, and he said sternly, Mao Chen, who is Mao Chen? Just a nobody, why are you all in such a hurry to listen to him speak? Can he say something extraordinary? Sit down, I was just getting to a crucial point in my lesson. Remember this question, it will definitely be on the exam. The students in the whole class were already distracted, watching other classes bustling downstairs with their chairs, their minds elsewhere.
With a bang, Lao Huang slapped the podium. Listen to my lesson seriously.
What use is there in listening to the words of the insignificant Miao Chen? Will it get you into Tsinghua or Peking University? Will his words help you get good grades?
The class monitor couldn't wait and said, Teacher Huang, without Miao Chen, I think Huaxia would never have popularized martial arts nationwide. Ordinary people like us would never have the chance to pursue our dreams.
How can he be unimportant? Martial arts, martial arts. Nonsense, what's the use of martial arts? It's just about being brave and tough. Knowledge and culture are the crystallization of our wisdom.
Only they can help us get into good universities, only they can help us. At this moment, a rebellious student shouted, You're talking nonsense.
What's the use of grades, even if you score well? Can it help us achieve our dreams?
Want to enter the Warrior Academy, with a 99% elimination rate? Ask which student here doesn't aspire to become a warrior.
Who doesn't want to become a powerful superhero, protect their home and country? This is the real dream and values. What's the use of grades? Lao Huang exploded, You. Before he could finish, other students chimed in, What's the use of scoring well? Can't become a warrior, destined to be an ordinary worker in this world.
Only warriors can have a greater purpose. To build their own country.
Exactly, warriors have endless energy. Even if the whole country becomes martial artists, I am still an ordinary worker.
But with my martial arts strength, I can exert 10 times more energy and physical strength to do more things. Now that martial arts is popular nationwide, why does Teacher Huang still want to stop it? For hundreds of years, the voice of all humanity has been to open up martial arts practice. Last night it was finally opened up. Teachers in other classes are teaching martial arts today, discussing martial arts with students.
This is the future mainstream. You are still talking about equations here.
Forget about equations, Miao Chen is about to speak. The principal has asked us to gather downstairs, and you are still stopping us.
Classmates, I don't care, I will charge for love. Me too. Let's go. Forget about him. Damn, this stupid old Huang.
I won't go to class anymore. I have decided to focus on practicing martial arts. We have teachers teaching in our neighborhood committee. It's a waste of time to not listen to him here. In this era, learning this stuff is already a waste of time. Online says that doomsday is coming soon. The reason why the whole nation was armed last night, why everyone is practicing martial arts, is to resist the impending doomsday.
Soon, whether we can survive is another matter, and you want me to learn equations at this critical moment? Let's go, classmates.
The students in the class didn't hesitate, they didn't listen to old Huang at all, they picked up their chairs and ran out.
Old Huang was extremely angry. It's chaos, it's a mess. Miao Chen is a criminal who brings disaster to the country. He is a criminal. He has completely messed us up in our peaceful times. Stop, all of you, stop for me. Let me finish this question. Stop, this question will be on the exam, it will definitely be on the exam. Don't you want good grades? Don't you want to get into a good high school?
Martial arts should be destroyed, there shouldn't be martial arts. Just a bunch of violent and ruthless social scum, just garbage.
No one listened to old Huang's hysterical insults.
Even the former class monitor, who used to listen to him the most, was now running out with a chair.
The whole classroom became empty.
This night, the world's situation changed. Many people liked it, it was what they had been dreaming of. Some people hated it, unable to accept this change in a short time. Unable to switch their thinking in a short time. So, they began to hate Zheng Ku, hate martial arts, hate this nationwide popularization.
After all, everyone has their own aspirations.
Before long, the entire junior high school playground was filled with students,
excitedly sitting together.
But surprisingly, there was no noisy chatter. Everyone sat on their chairs, eyes fixed on the projector, listening to the live broadcast on the radio.
There were no teachers to supervise discipline. Everyone followed the rules.
This was their second day of exposure to martial arts. About the changing world situation, about the changing martial arts scene. At this moment, everyone in the country cared immensely.
They paid great attention.
At this moment, almost everyone in the country, in every corner, even in the most remote mountain villages, everyone was watching or listening to the live broadcast. And when the Secretary General made his first appearance, the whole country erupted.
No one expected that the first to appear would be the Secretary General?
What was even more unexpected was that after the Secretary General got off the car, he did not walk the red carpet, but instead walked through a side door into the venue. With a buzzing sound, the whole country was in an uproar. At this moment, not only the whole country, but even the whole world exploded.
Not walking the red carpet? Then who is the red carpet prepared for? Could it be prepared for Miao Chun alone? Nonsense.
How is that possible? Miao Chun is just a nobody. Why would the red carpet be prepared for him? I think it should be prepared for the illusory palace.
What exactly is the illusory palace? Ordinary people cannot reach the ethereal palace, but if you are a warrior, you will know that the ethereal palace is the true center of Huaxia. It is the holy land of all warriors in Huaxia, the supreme authority of warriors. I think this red carpet is prepared for the ethereal palace. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, another convoy slowly arrived. All red flag L5 sedans, as many as 10 of them. And as the cars came to a stop, all the doors opened simultaneously, and a group of people wearing Taoist robes and carrying long swords quickly got out of the cars and dispersed to the side to stand guard. When the crowd saw these Taoist figures, the whole scene exploded. Dragon Tiger Mountain. The big shots of Dragon Tiger Mountain, all coming down the mountain.
Damn, judging by the grade of their Taoist robes, they are all at least 6th grade warriors.
6th grade warrior guards? Could it be Zhang Tianchi of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Damn it! Zhang Tianchi has been in seclusion for many years, and now he's come out. After so many years in seclusion, could it be that he has reached the pinnacle?
Click, click, click. At that moment, journalists from around the world frantically pressed the shutter button.
The warriors have arrived. Finally, the big shots have arrived. And it's very likely that they are pinnacle warriors.
Under the gaze of the public, an old man in Taoist robes with a solemn face walked out of the car, and in an instant, countless flashes flickered.
Zhang Tianchi of Dragon Tiger Mountain.
Zhang Tianchi glanced at the crowd and waved his hand to all the disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain around him, saying, "Disperse, don't surround me like stars around the moon." I didn't go to meet the president when he returned, because it would be disrespectful while I was in seclusion breaking through to Martial King. Today I came, and you still insist on following.
The president may not say anything when he sees it, but my fellow comrades will definitely scold me for showing off in front of the president.
A young disciple said in a low voice, "Master, but..."
I said disperse, didn't you hear me? In an instant, a large group of Taoists quickly scattered and left.
At that moment, the whole scene fell silent, as quiet as a pin drop.
Everyone heard Zhang Tianchi's unreserved voice. Martial King? What is a Martial King?
Among warriors, there are only 9 grades. If there is another term, then
Pinnacle. Is he really at the pinnacle? Is Martial King their own term for pinnacle? The man Zhang Tianchi repeatedly referred to as the president, isn't he the president of the Earth Compatriots Association featured on the news yesterday?
At that moment, countless pieces of information exploded in the minds of the crowd.
They knew each other before.
Miao Chun is not an unknown soldier, he has only recently been exposed. Zhang Tianchi is a martial king. The martial king actually shows great respect to Miao Chun. Who is he exactly? Zhang Tianchi's face remained somewhat solemn. He walked to the red carpet, bypassed it, and entered the broadcasting building through a side door. At that moment, the whole scene exploded.
Zhang Tianchi isn't even worthy of walking on the red carpet? A pinnacle powerhouse, actually not walking the red carpet? The master of the ethereal palace is also at the pinnacle. Zhang Tianchi of Dragon Tiger Mountain is also at the pinnacle. The two are on equal footing, and Zhang Tianchi actually takes a detour through the side door? Damn! I can't believe my eyes. How did this world suddenly become so strange overnight? Has the underground side been exposed? The whole scene was shocked. And at this moment, the Secretary General at the door looked deeply at Zheng Tianchi entering. At that moment, his heart also stirred up a huge wave. First, Zheng Tianchi broke through to the pinnacle. He became the second pinnacle powerhouse in Huaxia. The Secretary General was already a grandmaster, and in almost an instant, he could sense the surging power emanating from Zheng Tianchi. That was absolute power. He was shocked, but also pleasantly surprised. Huaxia finally had a second pinnacle. But secondly, the Secretary General was shocked. Zheng Tianchi, was he also a member of this so-called Earth Compatriots Association? Master Zhang, have you also been to the Taiwan? Have you also fought there? Master Zhang, were you once a major general under Miuchen? The Secretary General heard about those things from the world of mortals, but still half believed, thinking that it was mostly a lie made up by Miuchen. The powerful ones were just cooperating with Miuchen's lies. But now, seeing Master Zhang's attitude, he knew that maybe what Miuchen said was true. Who is Master Zhang? He couldn't possibly cooperate with someone else's lies. He has no desire to rule the world or gain power and status. He is simply a pure martial artist. The Secretary General took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions in his heart, and walked quickly towards him, Master Zhang. Master Zhang shook hands with him, said few words, and then stood in the hall waiting for the others to arrive. But the Secretary General couldn't hold back any longer and asked quietly, I know about Taiwan. Master Zhang was taken aback by the words, looking at him with some surprise. The Secretary General quickly explained, after the Lord and Miuchen had a long conversation, they told us. Master Zhang suddenly realized, oh. Have you ever been to Taiwan? Master Zhang knew that the president was about to come forward and announce it to the world, and the answer was about to be revealed. And the demons had finally set their sights on the earth, unable to escape this fate. Some secrets no longer needed to be kept, they could be made public. So he nodded and said, I returned from Taiwan 6 years ago. 6 years ago. The Secretary General was puzzled, this time didn't match up. Some of the people from the Earth's Hometown Association returned a year ago, some 2 years ago, and most 3 or 4 years ago. How could there be someone who returned 6 years ago? The Secretary General raised his own doubts. Master Zhang smiled, in our common understanding, the universe has 2 layers. The first layer is called space, and the second layer is called time. At first, I didn't understand, but later I realized that there is actually no definition of time in the universe. Time is false. For example, I survived in Taiwan for 70 years. But in my body on Earth, I only experienced half a year. But the president spent 100 years in Taiwan, and the Earth went through 5 years. This time is chaotic. How to explain the chaos? It cannot be explained at all. Our time is not unified. And if time is not unified, then it indirectly confirms that time in the universe is a false proposition. Something that is not unified is disorderly and chaotic. The Secretary General looked puzzled, like listening to a heavenly book, so how do you explain it? What do you think? Master Zhang said, in the universe, there is only space and events. There is no concept of time. We live on Earth, and the reason we divide time is for our convenience to understand. In fact, time is just a mark and symbol we put on the development nodes of events. Do you understand? Not very clear. Forget it, I only have a vague understanding. This issue is not very important, I was just puzzled for a month or so. Later, let it be, love it or leave it. It's meaningless to figure it out. The Secretary General smiled bitterly, but his mind became even more confused. Does it mean that everyone's time is different? Some people spend decades in Taiwan, while the Earth only experiences a few months. Some people spend years in Taiwan, while the Earth has passed more than 10 years? Is that so? Everyone is different. The Secretary General asked, I heard that people who have been to Taiwan will have their primordial spirit leave their body. The characteristic of the primordial spirit leaving the body is that they will have a serious illness, become a vegetable, or brain dead, or in a coma. But I haven't heard that you were in a coma. Master Zhang smiled bitterly, yes. It's just. Let me put it this way, in my body on Earth, I was only in a coma for half a year. Not known to outsiders, in fact, the people of Longhu Mountain do not know. Because, during that half year, I happened to be breaking through the 7th rank while in seclusion. Just happened to be in the process of seclusion, the primordial spirit left the body. So, no one knew. They only knew that after I emerged from seclusion, I had reached the 7th rank. They only knew that my personality had changed greatly after emerging from seclusion, and my understanding of martial arts had deepened. They just thought that I had experienced a powerful enlightenment during seclusion. In fact, unknown to them, during the half year of seclusion, my primordial spirit fought in another world for decades, experiencing a segment of life. Master Zhang smiled bitterly. The secretary's face was full of embarrassment, but he asked cautiously, This should be a big secret, right? You're telling me just like that? Master Zhang said lightly, in the past, this was a big secret. But half an hour later, these secrets will no longer matter. Everything will be revealed in half an hour. Master, are there really demons and monsters like that? After speaking, the secretary stared seriously at Master Zhang. At that moment, he actually saw Master Zhang's pupils contract, and his body tremble involuntarily. Fear. It was fear. What? The secretary was shocked in his heart. Master Zhang was actually frightened when he heard the words demons and monsters? For a long time, Master Zhang muttered, their terror is beyond your imagination. I thought I was not afraid of death at all, but when you see the demons and monsters coming at you like waves, one after another, you will find that even if you are not afraid of death at all, you will still feel fear and trembling from the depths of your soul. Because they are like locusts, constantly multiplying, constantly wanting to devour all life to strengthen themselves, starving, even eating themselves. Everyone faces demons and monsters with fear, with immense fear. What you fear is not death, but despair. Because you will find that you can never kill them all. You simply cannot kill them all. Even if you are invincible in the world, you cannot kill all those demons and monsters. Because they multiply at an extremely fast rate, if you are slow, you may not even be able to keep up with their reproduction. They are extremely vicious, because they devour everything in this world except for soil and rocks. The secretary was astonished, everything? Do they even eat iron? Not only do they eat iron, they eat fire too. They don't even spare the shit in the latrine. They don't spare shit. This. Is Master Zhang exaggerating or is it the truth? Master Zhang continued, their planet is an extremely harsh place. There is a huge temperature difference between day and night, and there is nothing on the entire planet except rocks. But they seem to be cursed by the Creator, living in such a barren place, yet having a cruel temperament, born hungry, never satisfied, and reproducing at a particularly fast rate. How did they survive on their own planet before going to the wilderness? Starving, they have to swallow even rocks and soil. Under certain conditions, they kill their own kind to eat their bodies. Under better conditions, they marry dozens of wives and have children every day to eat. Such a civilization, tell me. Who wouldn't be afraid? The secretary was dumbfounded. He had only heard from the mortal world that demons were very scary, eating everything. But he had no concept of how terrifying they really were. And the mortal world didn't have much of a concept either. Although Miao Chen described it in great detail, he himself couldn't imagine what it meant. Now, the secretary, who was good at making associations, felt inexplicably cold inside after hearing Master Zhang vividly describe it. Unnatural cruelty in character, unnatural hunger. Having a hunger that can never be satisfied. Yet possessing great talent. Fast reproduction rate due to natural cruelty. Because of their fast reproduction rate and cruel nature, their monarchs don't even care about their lives. What kind of race is this? Perhaps, the Creator created them, and the Creator was afraid, so they were placed on a barren planet with only rocks. Wanting to use the law of energy conservation, let them consume each other, slowly consume themselves completely, and then exterminate the species? But one day, their king learned spatial magic. Then, the secretary asked the final question, why is Mr. Newton so sure they will definitely come to Earth? Just because a legend says an eye appeared in the Arctic? Isn't this a bit too hasty, without any substantial evidence to prove they will definitely come? Zhang Tianxia said lightly, not only will they come, but including me, I am sure they will come. Breath, feeling. The people of our Earth Homeland Association are too familiar with us. We have been fighting against them for hundreds of years. Every day is a battle with them. We are very sensitive to them, and I felt restless some time ago, with that familiar indescribable feeling in my heart. At that time, I just thought I had post-war trauma, because I was too afraid of them back then, leading to nightmares. But the president also felt it, so there is no mistake. They will definitely come. Another point is, I have cast a divination. The hexagram does show the catastrophe between heaven and earth. The secretary continued, the palace master of the Mirage Palace also cast a divination. Yes, now that the secrets are leaked, the aura of the catastrophe between heaven and earth is revealed. Anyone good at divination will get this hexagram. Zhang Tianxia added, and the president is more sensitive to them. Because the president has even been to the world of demons. The secretary was shocked, Mr. Newton has been to the world of demons? How did he go? He went through their spatial channel. The president once wanted to break that channel, but eventually gave up. Because the president found that it was useless to break it, they would open another channel again. And the next channel would be unknown. To prevent unforeseen events, it's better to be in the wilderness. It's very complicated. Zhang Tianxia said no more. It's meaningless to say these things. And the secretary didn't ask anymore. Asking too much is also meaningless. Now, 80% of his heart already believes. It's very fantasy, but this is reality. In the end, Zhang Tianxia sighed softly, actually, all the people on Earth should thank the president. Of course, his warning is just one aspect. What I want to thank him for is that he is a martial saint in the wilderness, with a reputation that echoes throughout the universe. Back then, in the wilderness, even if we won the war in the end, the wilderness ended up with only a few thousand people left. A few thousand people, that civilization was almost extinct. Because in the hearts of our legion of 10,000 races, we strive to survive and return home is the real mission. Not to try to preserve the civilization of the wilderness. But now, the president being an earthling will prevent this from happening. Because he can unite all the people of the 10,000 races, strive to preserve the civilization and race of Earth, so that there won't be only a few thousand people left. Can you understand this concept? If the president is not on Earth, even if the legion of 10,000 races all come in the end, even if they win in the end, drive the demons away from this planet, but the earthlings are left with only a few thousand people, or none at all, then the victory belongs to the 10,000 races. What does it have to do with the earthlings? We will all disappear. This is the real reason you should thank the president. He will try his best to let more people survive. If they can't survive, he will try his best to preserve the fire of Earth's civilization. Of course, this war is more brutal than you can imagine. Perhaps not long from now, if you look outside, almost 90% of the people you see will die. Including you, including me. The Secretary General fell silent. Outside the door, another commotion erupted. In the sky, several figures descended. Judging by the residual images left by their speed, everyone unanimously concluded 9th rank. 5 9th ranks. The 5 individuals were dressed alike, and after landing, they bypassed the red carpet and entered the broadcasting building through a side door. It was only then that the reporters reacted. Who are those people? The illusory palace. Damn, it's the 5 elders of the illusory palace. 9th rank, all of them are 9th rank. Ah, they took a detour, now I understand. Just now, even the Supreme Peak took a detour. It's normal for 9th ranks not to walk the red carpet. All the elders of the illusory palace are here, but where is the palace master? When will the legendary palace master arrive? Of course, the palace master will definitely make a grand entrance. The crowd discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, martial artists across the country watching television were getting excited. The illusory palace. The illusory palace is here. Damn, big shots, those are true big shots. In Huaxia, the illusory palace represents the spiritual leader of all martial artists in Huaxia. It's the spiritual pillar. I've only seen portraits of these 5 elders. I haven't even seen a photo. This is the first time I've seen them in person. It's frustrating. I really want to be there in person. I want to experience the style of the illusory palace firsthand. In the martial world of Huaxia, the illusory palace not only represents absolute authority but also absolute leadership. It is the spiritual leader. The ultimate dream of all martial artists is to join the illusory palace. And now, the illusory palace has arrived. The 5 elders entered the broadcasting hall, gazing in awe at Zheng Tianshi, sensing the surging and terrifying power within him. Immediately, the 5 elders set aside all their pride, bowed respectfully, and saluted as juniors. Greetings, Supreme Peak. Congratulations, Huaxia now has its 2nd Supreme Peak. Greetings, Supreme Peak. Zheng Tianshi waved his hand. There's no Supreme Peak. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Ah, right, Martial King. He now calls himself the Martial King, not allowing people to call him Supreme Peak. It's really strange. Zheng Tianshi said lightly, there is no such thing as a Supreme Peak in this world. Even if the president is the only martial saint in the world, he wouldn't dare to call himself a Supreme Peak. A mere Martial King, is he worthy of being called a Supreme Peak? It's laughable. The Grand Elder. Laughable? Who would dare to laugh at this level? This is the ultimate dream and goal of all martial artists, the true end of martial arts. There's no need to be so modest, right? But he didn't dare to bring it up. Zheng Tianshi naturally wouldn't explain it to him either. Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Saint. These realms are too distant for them. Before this, they hadn't even heard of them. Not to mention Zheng Tianshi, even if Miao Chen personally told Huang Chen wouldn't believe there were so many realms above him. Huang Chen himself is considered the so-called Supreme Peak, and he himself finds it hard to believe. Let alone the others who are only 9th rank. At the same time, within the Martial Arts University of the capital city, all martial arts students and teachers were gathered on the playground watching the live broadcast. When they saw the elders of the illusory palace appear, everyone was excited. A student trembled and said, "The elders of the illusory palace." I saw the elders of the illusory palace. It's unimaginable. They are now in the capital city, and the distance between us is less than 10 kilometers. It's the first time I've been this close to the elders of the illusory palace. I really want to be there in person. I dream of joining the illusory palace. Seizing the moment, the teachers of the school excitedly said, "Students, did you see that? Those are the elders of the Mirage Palace. Practice martial arts well, work hard, and one day you will all qualify to join the Mirage Palace. One day. As long as you study martial arts diligently, as long as you practice hard. One day, you will no longer just see the elders of the Mirage Palace on TV, you may even see them with your own eyes." All the students were excited. They drank this soul-stirring chicken soup. At this time, some students became noisy and asked, "The elders have all appeared, it's already 11:50. Why hasn't Miao Chen appeared yet? Is he so arrogant? He is an unknown person, rare for the Mirage Palace to raise him overnight. Yet now he doesn't show respect? Coming later than the Mirage Palace elders? Where is Miao Chen? The Mirage Palace elders are all here, why isn't he coming?
Who is this person, so uncouth, doesn't know how to respect his seniors?
Miao Chen is only in his 20s, when the elders became elders, he was just born.
Yet he shows such disrespect to his elders.
Today I want to see what announcement Miao Chen will make. With such a grand scene, such arrogance, I think his future won't go far. He doesn't even have a bit of humility.
Exactly, even if you don't understand etiquette, don't know humility.
Shouldn't he arrive early to familiarize himself? Memorize the script? Not even this? Nowadays, the most hated person by the students of the Martial Arts Academy is actually Miao Chen.
Because in the past, martial arts students were of noble status, enjoying the highest level of privileges. They had a vast amount of cultivation resources.
But now, martial arts have spread nationwide overnight.
All their resources have been distributed to those ordinary people who are not worthy of cultivation, given to the ants who deserve to die.
What's the point of ants practicing martial arts?
Even if there is a doomsday, a disaster.
Shouldn't we gather resources and let elites like us strive to survive? Why spread the net wide and benefit the ants? What use are ants if doomsday really comes? No use at all. Isn't it the warriors who should stand at the forefront?
Now, not only have martial arts resources been distributed. Originally, each martial arts student could receive a portion of cultivation resources every day, including money, elixirs, etc. But last night, the teachers announced that the daily distribution of resources will now be changed to once a month.
It's outrageous. Not only that.
Wherever martial arts students used to go, they were the center of attention, enjoying the most noble privileges. Now, everyone is a warrior.
What special privileges are left?
No more being the center of attention.
No more being respected. All martial arts students are holding a grudge, a burning anger, hating Miao Chen to death.
Especially when everyone heard the rumors online that Miao Chen might announce the news of doomsday, their hatred grew stronger.
No one believes in doomsday.
Everyone knows that Miao Chen is actually the eternal sinner who drove the whole nation to cultivate, just using doomsday as an excuse. Of course, some people are thinking, how could an unknown like Miao Chen have such great power? Surely it's the Mirage Palace behind the scenes. Miao Chen is likely just a pawn pushed out. But this is something ordinary people dare to say.
Dare to say online. Warriors dare not say. They dare not say online.
The Mirage Palace doesn't care about ordinary people, but they do care about warriors.
Because they dare not speak, warriors can only vent all their anger on Miao Chen. They immediately conclude that Miao Chen is an eternal sinner. At this point, someone else said, wait, for such a big event, I think the Mirage Palace Master might also appear, right? Ah, yes, the Master will definitely appear. Damn. I can see what the Master looks like. An absolute top powerhouse. That's an absolute top powerhouse. I'm going to see what the absolute top powerhouse looks like.
The students were suddenly excited, although they had seen the confrontation between Hongchen and Miaochen on the screen before. However, the warriors generally did not believe that it was Hongchen.
Because it was too far away. And because it was too far away, they couldn't see Hongchen's appearance clearly.
They became more and more expectant.
Hongchen can be said to be the god in the hearts of the warriors. And now, Hongchen may also appear on TV. Who do you think will be the last to appear, the Palace Master or Miaochen?
It must be the Palace Master.
What does Miaochen have to rely on? Yes, what does Miaochen have to rely on? No.
Looking at the situation now, I suspect that it is very likely that the Palace Master and Miaochen will appear together.
Together? Miaochen. What does he have to rely on?
As everyone said this, discussing it, they gradually began to worry.
Can't be, right? Could it be?
Who appears first, who appears later?
From the perspective of ordinary people, this is irrelevant.
But for the core strength warriors of Huaxia, this is very important.
Because once this order is reversed, it means that the overall cultivation system of Huaxia will be completely overturned.
The pattern of all forces in Huaxia will undergo earth-shaking changes, changes that do not affect ordinary people, but can profoundly affect all vested interests of the Mirage Palace. It affects all those in the Mirage Palace, as well as those who dream of joining the Mirage Palace. If the Mirage Palace still maintains its authoritative position, then the vested interests will continue to enjoy superior rights.
But if the later ones from the Earth Fellow Association rise to the top, then all vested interest systems will completely collapse. The Mirage Palace will no longer be the god of Huaxia. And this change in the pattern can be seen from who appears first and who appears later. Time passed by every minute and second.
It came to 11:58. At this moment, everyone in the country held their breath. Their hearts were clenched together. Everyone stared closely at the live screen, not missing any details.
And all the reporters on the scene also held their breath, knowing that the last moment was about to come. Suddenly, a reporter pointed to the sky. "There is a halo." Everyone looked up. Then, there was a commotion on the scene. Countless cameras all aimed at the sky. "No! That's not a halo. It's a person. Damn, it's Juidian. Juidian is here. Juidian. Could Mochin also be Juidian? Myochin? It can't be the palace master, right? If Myochin hasn't come, how could the palace master arrive before him? Juidian powerhouse. The second Juidian has appeared."
At this moment, everyone held their breath, staring at the sky intently.
The halo grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, a figure became clear in everyone's sight.
An old man, wearing the robe of the Mirage Palace, with a solemn expression, slowly descended.
Mirage Palace, Palace Master. Honchen Daoist. At this moment, the scene exploded. All the warriors in the country exploded. Honchen Daoist has arrived. Myochin hasn't arrived yet. What kind of show is he putting on? What kind of face is he showing? What does he have to rely on? I don't accept it. Will the Mirage Palace eventually become history in this world? The Earth Fellow Association is rising.
It's Juidian. Damn, I saw Juidian in the live broadcast. Amidst the attention of the public, Honchen slowly descended. And at this moment, everyone who had arrived early in the broadcasting hall walked out. Except for Zhang Tianchi, everyone, all walked out. The elders of the Mirage Palace, the Secretary General, and all the staff, all walked out. Everyone, in unison, bowed, "Greetings, Palace Master." Honchen nodded to everyone, glanced at the cameras of the media on the scene, then scanned all the people on the scene, and said loudly, "Everyone, be prepared. Is the live broadcast ready?" The director of the Broadcasting Bureau shouted excitedly, "Report to the Palace Lord. Everyone is in position, and now we have ensured that all the people in Huaxia can watch the live broadcast. And the broadcast has been going on for an hour. In this short time, we have been continuously adjusting to ensure that the upcoming speech goes smoothly." Honchen nodded and asked loudly, "Are our overseas compatriots' live broadcasts ready?" At the scene, thousands of foreign journalists answered in unison, "Okay." They were very excited, even though Honchen was not asking them. But they still wanted to take the initiative to answer the questions of the powerful. How honorable it was to have answered the questions of the powerful. Honchen nodded. "Have the streets been cleared? Has the security been strengthened? The president of the Earth Compatriots Association, Myochin, is about to arrive. Is everything in order?" The Secretary General replied loudly, "Report to the Palace Lord, everything is in order. We will do our best to treat them with respect and hospitality." Hospitality? Respect? Honchen looked deeply at the Secretary General, feeling puzzled because he had not been convinced by Myochin before. Why the sudden change in attitude,
answering publicly instead of urging others to answer. He did not know that Zhang Tianchi had talked to the Secretary General a lot, causing a huge wave in his heart. Especially the words, "all of humanity should thank him." Because he not only ensured victory in the war, but also allowed more people to witness the victory. No extinction. Those words had a significant impact on the Secretary General's heart. After Hongchen finished speaking, he subconsciously walked towards the red carpet. But at that moment, as he hesitated before stepping onto the red carpet, he slowly retracted his left foot. He changed direction, walking towards the broadcasting building from the side road and small door. At that moment, everything fell silent. The whole world quieted down. Everyone, at that moment, widened their eyes collectively. The journalists were stunned, some even forgot to take photos. 1 second of silence, 2 seconds. 5 seconds. Then there was an explosion. What's going on? The palace lord is not walking the red carpet? Who the hell is the red carpet for? Can someone tell me, even though I already know the answer? No. This can't be happening. Why Myochen? Why? What qualifications does he have? He's just an unknown person. The journalists were shocked. The Secretary General was also shocked, knowing the strength of Myochen, who overshadowed the palace lord. But he did not know that Myochen had already reached such a high position in the palace lord's heart. All the special forces responsible for security on the scene were shocked, their eyes widened, speechless. In the distance, the disciples of Longhushan were also shocked. At that moment, the disciples of Longhushan finally understood a bit why their master Zhang Tianchi was so in awe of the so-called Zhangko, the so-called president. Because even the elusive palace lord, the veteran powerful figure, the spiritual leader of the Huaxia warriors, dared not step on the red carpet. In front of the TV, countless warriors, countless viewers exploded. Shocked. All the students of martial arts academies, even, were in turmoil. They could not imagine, nor understand, why all this was happening. Amidst the silence, Hongchen walked to the door, did not enter, just stood there. Then he faced the sky, waiting. Welcoming. At that moment, the Secretary General walked to his side, and the 5 elders silently stood on his other side. Then Zhang Tianchi of Longhushan, who did not come out to greet Hongchen, also slowly walked out and stood side by side with Hongchen. At that moment, everyone, all came out and stood at the door. They felt it. They felt an incredibly powerful aura slowly approaching from afar. The journalists were in an uproar. Is he coming? That man, is he coming? The entire palace of Mirage, the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain, all came out and stood at the gate, waiting to greet. I'm finally going to see him. Finally going to see that mysterious man of legend. He's coming. He is coming. Swish, 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 countless cameras aimed at the sky. The sky was cloudless, nothing there. But the lenses still focused on the sky. The reporters stopped talking, stopped reading from scripts. At this moment, they felt that no words could describe it. Just stay silent. Watch in silence. Wait in silence. At this moment, all across the country, viewers in front of their televisions held their breath, slowly stood up, eyes locked on the TV. Miao Chun. This name echoed around the world last night. But no one has ever seen what Miao Chun looks like, only vaguely glimpsed a young man's appearance from online videos, holding a knife. No one has seen him up close, no one knows what kind of demeanor he has. A dark shadow appeared on the horizon. It's not one person. It's a group of people. They're close. Seen them. Seen clearly. 32 people. A total of 32 people. Among the 32, 24 are top-notch experts. There are 8 grandmasters. The 32 people flew together through the air. Each person wore a tattered cloth vest with a few Chinese characters written on it: Earth Compatriots Association. Among the 32, the leader is Su Tao, the top expert of China.
Su Tao flew at the forefront with a serious expression, holding a flag high in his hand. The flag was tattered, fluttering violently in the wind. On the flag was the shape of the earth, with two large characters Earth. Su Tao held high the flag emblem hastily set by the Earth Compatriots Association years ago, leading his 31 comrades back to the studio. His emotions were stirred.
Miao Chen said they didn't have to come.
But they felt they had to come. Because this was not only Miao Chen's message to all mankind, but also the Earth Compatriots Association's first open appearance in the world, to be known to outsiders. That tattered flag was once the glory of blood and fire. Those hemp cloth vests were once the proudest features in the wilderness. Su Tao looked down at the crowd below, at the cameras from around the world focusing on him, proudly puffing out his chest.
In a vague moment, his memory seemed to travel back to the wilderness.
That year, the Battle of Black Mountain, the president led us in battle.
And I was the soldier holding the flag behind him.
In the end, I became a general. I made a name for myself in the legion of thousands of races.
I made a name in the wilderness.
My name even made it onto the demons' kill list, becoming one of the 100 people the demons must kill at all costs.
I was number 20. The president was number 1.
That year, I became famous. I also became a prominent figure in the legion of thousands of races in the wilderness. But I still followed closely behind the president, still holding the flag, and my comrades behind me followed the flag. Where the flag goes, people go. Today, it's been 4 years since I returned to Earth.
I once again raised the former glory.
Leading my remaining comrades, flying to the starting point of the next battlefield, to guard the president who is about to address the world.
Su Tao's emotions were stirred.
And behind him, the 31 members of the Earth Compatriots Association formed a neat formation and flew. Their emotions were also stirred. Flying with the front flag, their memories seemed to be pulled back to the depths of the wilderness. The whole scene fell silent. The world fell silent. All the viewers, watching these 32 people flying in, looking at their strange attire, their worn-out vests. Looking at that deliberately worn-out flag. Speechless. Yet inexplicably shaken. Who are they? Is this the members of the Earth Fellow Association? There are so few of them. However, they are all strong. The strongest have 24 members. Yes, there are so few people. Once, we had over 20,000 comrades in the wilderness. They all never came back. Only a few of us came back. The rest, they never came back. Some died in battle. And some always remained as foot soldiers, without any achievements. After the war victory, their merits were not enough to return. Forever staying in the wilderness, they became the people of the wilderness. They also miss home, they also want to go back. But they can't come back. Only we came back. And at this moment, at the entrance of the broadcasting hall, the secretary suddenly turned around, looking astonished at Master Zhang. However, at this moment, Master Zhang trembled all over, trembling. Tears slowly flowed from his old eyes. The people of the Red Dust and the Illusory Palace also looked at Master Zhang in surprise, not knowing what was wrong with him.
Fellow Association.
Brothers.
My fellow comrades. Master Zhang muttered, then suddenly turned into a halo and flew into the sky. At this moment, the whole scene focused, everyone bewildered about why Master Zhang flew over.
The people of Longhu Mountain were also stunned. Master Zhang flew in front of Su Tao and suddenly shouted hoarsely, "The Earth Fellow Association of the Legion of 10,000 Races, Master Zhang, requests to return to the team."
Su Tao and others looked at Master Zhang with complex expressions.
Master Zhang was one of the first to return, he had been back for 8 years. Later, some teammates returned and recognized each other. Master Zhang also recognized them, but he didn't contact everyone much, he had been in seclusion for these years. Even on the day when the president returned, he was in seclusion, only sending disciples.
This made everyone very dissatisfied with him.
But now they understood, he was in seclusion to break through to the realm of martial king. Although this path was plain as an ancient well, this was on earth. In the wilderness, no one can stay out of it. Master Zhang in the wilderness was also a brave warrior. Having spent decades in the wilderness, at this moment, he saw this flag, and his DNA stirred. Countless memories and thoughts were pulled back to the rugged years in the wilderness. He wanted to return to the team. Su Tao shouted, "Return to the team!" Master Zhang immediately joined the team, found his place, and continued to fly neatly with the flag. Below, everyone was stunned. The same question arose in their hearts. What kind of organization is the Earth Fellow Association? All are grandmasters, all are the strongest. Even now, the second peak of China, he is actually a member of the Earth Fellow Association? And what exactly is the meaning of their special ceremony? They were like old soldiers who had been on the battlefield together, gathering in this peaceful era, reminiscing about the past years. No one understood. Unable to understand. But on the scene, the people of the Red Dust and the secretary were somewhat moved. They were the ones who knew the Earth Fellow Association and the wilderness battlefield the best. They felt the emotions of these people. They felt their sentiments. The tattered flag was deliberately made old. Because in the wilderness, the flag was originally tattered. Tattered, representing the baptism of countless blood and fire. Arrived. Su Tao waved the flag, a total of 33 people slowly landed on the ground. Then, without saying a word, 32 people stood on both sides of the red carpet, guarding the red carpet. Su Tao raised the flag high, standing at the starting point of the red carpet. 33 people, the 33 people who have now returned from the Earth Fellow Association, were like guards, guarding the path to the broadcasting hall. They were waiting for their commander to return. Silent. They were waiting, ignoring the eyes, expressions, and comments of everyone around them. They all ignored it. Even if someone whispered and laughed, calling them crazy. Even if someone secretly mocks and says it's a grand scene. They ignore it. Because in this world, before today, no one could know what the general of the universe is. What concept is the only martial saint in the universe among the myriad races? Because in this world, before today, no one would know how wild the battlefields of the myriad races were when the martial saint appeared. Because in this world, before today, no one would know what it means when even the fearless demons are terrified and flee in all directions upon hearing that the martial saint is going to personally intervene. They also do not know that the martial saint and the demon emperor fought for more than 20 days, and the aftermath actually shattered the satellite of the wilderness. When countless meteorites and satellite fragments fell on the wilderness, what a scene it was. At this moment, the world fell silent. The White House. The President of the United States watched this scene live, his eyelids twitching continuously. Watching the silent scene on the TV, watching the 33 guards holding tattered flags, waiting for their commander. He was shocked. Everyone was shocked. In the meeting room of the White House, all the top officials and warriors slowly stood up. Their eyelids twitched as they watched this live scene in silence. The Earth Fellow Association. What kind of organization is it after all? Who is Miao Chen really? The president trembled and said, "China has a second unparalleled figure." The assistant continued, "This unparalleled powerhouse is also a member of the Earth Fellow Association." Miao Chen, the president of the Earth Fellow Association, can actually command an unparalleled powerhouse to serve him, and this unparalleled powerhouse is so fanatical about him. What kind of organization is this? This organization is so terrifying. Among the 33 members, there is one unparalleled figure, 24 top experts, and 8 grandmasters. So few in number, yet such terrifying power. The president just stared at the TV, his eyes showing a hint of fear. He urgently wanted to know, what level of cultivation is Miao Chen at? Is he above the peak? Should he attack the Earth Fellow Association or not? England. The Prime Minister and all his aides stood up in silence,
watching the live broadcast on TV. Then, they slowly turned their heads and locked their gaze on a middle-aged man sitting at the end of the sofa in the conference room. He is the unparalleled powerhouse of England. And at this moment, the once proud him also slowly stood up, his eyes full of fear as he watched the live broadcast signal from China on the TV. The Prime Minister took a deep breath and tentatively asked, "Sir." The second unparalleled figure of China is a member of the Earth Fellow Association. The unparalleled figure murmured, "I saw it. But the White House has invited us to take action together against the Earth Fellow Association." A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the unparalleled figure. Deal with the Earth Fellow Association? In an organization of just over 30 people, there is an unparalleled figure, 24 top experts. And their president, who can command so many subordinates with such fanaticism, what kind of powerful existence is he? Should we deal with such an organization? Even an unparalleled level powerhouse is so fanatical as to willingly become a guard to escort their president. Can I handle such an organization? The unparalleled powerhouse remained silent for a long time, with some fear in his eyes, but said lightly, "I need to consider this matter." The Prime Minister quickly added, yes, we need to think this over carefully. We don't have any information about the Earth Fellow Association at all. I think we should thoroughly understand the strength and information of the Earth Fellow Association before deciding whether to take action. Although they hesitated, it was more out of fear. The unparalleled figure thought, but what if they were to attack the whole world? Such organizations can only be at peace if they are destroyed in their cradle. But such organizations are too mysterious. How powerful are they really, and does anyone know? If we rush in, won't we become cannon fodder? A president who can drive the absolute peak, isn't he an absolute peak himself? If not absolute peak, at least quite close to it. After all, he crushed the mortal world before. So, 3 absolute peaks in China. Can they still make a move? He fell silent, hesitant, and conflicted. In the venue, everyone fell silent. This powerful aura, the seemingly ridiculous behavior of the Earth Compatriots Association in the eyes of the public, made people feel trembling and unable to speak. For some reason, a terrifying and fierce killing intent could be felt from the Earth Compatriots Association, as if seeing Azura, as if seeing evil spirits from hell. No one knows how much blood they have shed to condense such killing intent. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly came from above the 9 heavens. Below on the ground, everyone was in an uproar. What is that sound? Is it a cow mooing? No, it seems like the legendary dragon's roar. No way, how can there be dragons in the world? It's true. What kind of sound is this? This sound is so terrifying. My ears are numb. At this moment, someone pointed to the sky and said, "Look, that sound even scattered the clouds in the sky." Everyone looked, and indeed, with the low and empty roar, the clouds in the sky rolled violently. The momentum was astonishing. The whole country exploded. Dragon's roar? Everyone was discussing. The Secretary General and the mortal world, however, understood each other without speaking, inexplicably turning their heads to look at Zheng Tianshi. Their eyes were extremely complex. CCTV reporter Xiaowan looked up at the sky, suddenly feeling chills all over his body. In the gap of the clouds, he saw a dark golden pupil overlooking the people on the earth, with a cold, icy gaze, devoid of any color. Just one glance made people shudder. Xiao Wang shivered in fear, wondering if he was hallucinating. When he looked up again, the eyes were gone. Just as he was about to say it was an illusion, he saw scales flashing black light shuttle through the gap in the clouds. A scream echoed through the entire venue. The reporter pointed at the sky in horror. "Dragon! Dragon!" With a buzzing sound, the whole venue was in an uproar. Everyone looked up at the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the clouds rolled and billowed. And in the gaps of the clouds, black bodies kept shuttling through. Slowly descending. Its huge body appeared in everyone's sight. Part of it was obscured by the clouds, but the exposed parts were enough to show how massive it was. A giant creature over 100 meters long. It snaked and coiled in the sky above the 9 heavens, shuttling through the clouds. The dark golden pupils continuously scanned the people on the earth, like the compassion of a god, like the covetousness of a demon. It coiled and slowly descended. Below, the crowd was in turmoil. Countless people were in an uproar. Damn, it's coming down. Run, run fast. Python, it's a python. It's a monster, it's the legendary monster. No, this isn't a python, this isn't a monster, this seems like a dragon. Dragon? Yes, a dragon. It has 4 legs and a horn on its head. This is a dragon. Damn, there really are dragons in the world. I know there are monsters in the world, but a dragon too? Isn't this a legendary existence? Will it eat us? Sob, 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 so scary. Should we run or not? Run a fart, there is a supreme scene on the spot, are you still afraid of it? Damn, there is a person standing on its head. As soon as this statement came out, the whole scene boiled. People? Countless people watched intently. The cameras were zoomed in. Sure enough, a human figure was seen standing on top of the dragon's head. Someone is riding the dragon. This dragon is at least at the Grandmaster level, and someone actually treats it as a mount. Could this be the president of the Earth Fellow Association? Oh my god. At the same time, all the martial arts students in the capital city exploded. Dragon. Has the president of the Earth Fellow Association arrived? He can actually ride a dragon as a mount? Ah! Legend has it that there is a mountain demon in Longhushan that is a dragon. Could this dragon be? Yes. There is a legend in the martial arts world that there is a mountain dragon in Longhushan. Now Zhang Tianshi, the Supreme of Longhushan, is also a member of the Earth Fellow Association, so the person who came is very likely to be the president of the Earth Fellow Association. At this moment, the students of the martial arts university suddenly found it hard to hate Myochin. Unable to hate. Not worthy of hate at all. When they saw that the supreme expert, after returning to the team, actually acted as his guard. They just couldn't bring themselves to hate. Only deep fear. How powerful must this person be to have the supreme act as his guard? And now, seeing this legendary man descending on a dragon, their hearts were filled with even more awe. They began to understand why the Mirage Palace was so willing. No wonder even the mundane world dared not step on that red carpet. The president of the Earth Fellow Association is a true immortal. They watched intently as the image in the projection showed the dragon slowly descending with its huge body. It was clear that on top of the dragon's head stood an ordinary young man in Zhongshan suit. The man's face was calm, without any weapons. Calm and composed, very ordinary. This kind of ordinariness would not attract attention in a crowd. But when this kind of ordinariness appeared riding a dragon, no one dared to call him ordinary. In fact, Myochin did not want to come in a big way. But his sister insisted that he ride her dragon mount here, because this was the first time her brother appeared in front of the world to alert them. The world is very practical, if you are plain and low-key, no one knows your strength. Then they won't believe what you say. But if you are powerful, high-profile, what you say, they will take as a model. His sister's 5 years of bitterness had long seen through the hearts of men. Myochin obeyed. The people of the Earth Fellow Association also advised him, saying that it was the first time the Earth Fellow Association appeared in front of the world, the first time they brought the story of Taihuang back to their hometown. Even if the president did not want to show off for himself, he had to let the world know that we still have 20,000 brothers and sisters who have not been able to return from Taihuang. This is to help them show their glory. So Myochin obeyed, he rode the dragon. He finally arrived. He was the last to arrive. Using the biggest card to show off in front of people.
With the biggest show, let the world wait for him to arrive. Not for himself, but to completely showcase the Earth Fellow Association. To make the world truly understand this organization. Not for himself, but for the 20,000 brothers and sisters left in Taiwan. They cannot come back. But they also want him to bring their names back home. Before the dragon arrived, Misinyu also told it many, many precautions, in short, to show all its majesty. The dragon learned. So, it first shocked the world with a dragon chant. Then it shuttled through the clouds, revealing its mystery. Finally, it slowly descended. But it could only be viewed from afar. It could not land on the ground. Because Miaosinyu said that her 4 short legs were too ugly. If she fell completely on the ground and lay there, she would look like a 4-legged snake. Miaosinyu repeatedly urged herself not to touch the ground. She must float at a height of 100 meters in the air. Jialong deeply understood the way to show off. Miaosinyu made it clear in an instant. So, at this moment, Jialong was winding and sprawling in the sky 100 meters high. It enjoyed looking down at the terrified crowd below with its cold pupils. It opened its mouth again, another dragon chant. A close-range dragon chant. All the cameras on the scene made a howling sound, some even lost their voices. The originally terrified crowd below was suddenly frightened by this dragon chant, their livers and gallbladders almost splitting. Ah 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 ah. My ears, my ears. I can't hear. I can't hear. My ears are bleeding, ah. Is it going to eat us? Run, run quickly. Below, there was a commotion. Everyone was terrified. All the reporters were scared to death. If it weren't for the absolute peak on the scene, they would have run away long ago. Except for the reporters, even the special forces dressed as warriors on the scene, at this moment, under this dragon chant, their legs involuntarily went weak. Their faces turned pale. They were afraid. They were also terrified. This is a Jialong. Apart from the master realm of cultivation, just the length of over 100 meters would make people develop a fear of giants. Moreover, at this moment, it was looking down at the crowd from a high vantage point, its body blocking the sunlight. Already afraid, it suddenly let out a roar, scaring even those who hadn't peed themselves to drink less water. But this sudden roar made Miao Chen frown and transmit, "You better behave yourself, or I'll skin you alive." Jialong heard this and looked fearful. It was afraid of Miao Chen. It wasn't afraid of even the absolute peak like Hongchen, but it was afraid of Miao Chen. It was a monster, extremely sensitive. It could feel the overwhelming killing intent naturally emanating from Miao Chen, the kind of overwhelming aura that could only be possessed after slaughtering countless creatures by hand. Under this aura, not to mention it being a Jialong, even if it were a true dragon, a glare from Miao Chen would make it tremble in fear. Moreover, it had witnessed Miao Chen's 9th grade cultivation, fighting against the absolute peak like Hongchen as if playing with a child. This made it even more fearful of Miao Chen. This roar also made Hongchen and Master Zhang frown. It was a bit too much. Master Zhang looked at this familiar mountain-guarding divine beast. Although it was now given to Miaosinyu, it had followed him for many years. He was about to scold it through transmission, but he saw a flash of fear in its eyes. He felt relieved. It seemed like one creature could subdue another. This Jialong used to be very mischievous and hard to tame. Now, under Miao Chen's subjugation, it was as obedient as a cat. And Hongchen also noticed the change in the Jialong's eyes after Miao Chen's transmission. He couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Miao Chen wasn't intentionally scaring people, it was the mischievous Jialong. Let's see if you're still mischievous. Be careful not to anger Miao Chen and end up being stewed. The people below soon calmed down after the initial panic, all trembling, looked up at the Jialong. Although they knew it wouldn't attack them, they couldn't help but feel afraid. At this moment, the Jialong slowly lowered its head. Miao Chen took a step into the void. Then he walked down from its head. In the void, it was like there were steps. Miao Chen calmly walked down step by step. There was no flying in the air, but there was a more terrifying power than flying in the air. Flying in the air wasn't difficult, but condensing true essence under your feet and walking on steps in the void was indeed extremely difficult. Miao Chen didn't want to do this, it consumed too much true essence, and he was used to being frugal. But last night, after everyone planned for half a day, they insisted on making him appear saintly in public. He had no choice. So, step by step, he walked down from the top of the dragon, step by step from the void. From beginning to end, all cameras were focused on him, and from beginning to end, the national audience stared at him.
Staring at this legendary man.
President of the Earth Compatriots Association. One foot stepped on the ground.
Miao Chen landed. In this moment,
the 33 members of the Earth Compatriots Association, in unison, shouted, "General!" Su Tao in front of the red carpet suddenly stepped aside. The members of the Earth Compatriots Association on both sides of the red carpet suddenly stood at attention. Miao Chen calmly stepped onto the red carpet, with Su Tao holding a flag closely following behind.
Walking all the way. Countless flashes lit up. Miao Chen walked on the red carpet with his hands behind his back, suddenly feeling emotional. Brothers left in the wilderness, can you see this glory now?
Suddenly moved, Zhang Ke took a step on the red carpet and shouted loudly, "Earth Compatriots Association, Vanguard, Li Shaoed." The 33 members of the Earth Compatriots Association were stunned.
Li Shaoed? Isn't he dead?
In the Battle of Black Mountain, as the vanguard, he led the troops deep into the enemy lines. Surrounded and killed.
Died in battle. But then, everyone suddenly understood. The president said. He promised that one day, he would bring the brothers back home. Even if they died in the wilderness, he would bring their names back home. The 33 people were moved, suddenly teary-eyed, and shouted in unison, "Charge!" Miao Chen took another step forward, Earth Compatriots Association, Death Squad, Wang Shan, Jing Xinghai, Lu Xiaohan, Dali Fuzi. He paused his steps and called out the names of 50 people in a row. The 33 people wept like rain, shouting in unison, "Charge!" Miao Chen took another step forward, Earth Compatriots Association, Mobile Team. Eustace, Franklin, Jirwa, Yamada Murakami, Lu Kajing. And the names of dozens of people. The 33 people shouted in unison, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" The whole scene fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes, looking puzzled at this scene. What are they saying? What are they shouting? Whose names are these? The scene was silent, only Miao Chen's voice calling out names incessantly. Only the voices they shouted. The elder of the illusory palace whispered, "Master. This is." The red dust's eyes were somewhat moved, this is probably his way of bringing back the names of his deceased comrades. He said that the dream of everyone in the wilderness is to go home. The elder muttered, "Go home." The Secretary General also chewed on these two words. Unable to understand, because we are at home every day. We go home every day. This is routine. Shocked, because in another world, so many people, their only dream is to go home. Earth Compatriots Association, 1st Battalion, Li Shouren, Sun Shang. He walked half an hour on this 100-meter red carpet. The people across the country watching the live broadcast quietly listened to him recite names for half an hour. Some families suddenly felt dazed. Because some of the names Miao Chen recited seemed to be the names of their vegetative sons, husbands who died in car accidents, fathers who died of illness. Probably just a coincidence. They didn't know the meaning of these names. Even if they were mentioned, they just thought it was a coincidence. But this coincidence reminded them of how their sons, husbands, and fathers looked when they were alive. In the end, Miao Chen walked to the end of the red carpet. Suddenly turning around, he looked at everyone with red eyes. I once promised that I would bring their names back home. We are the Earth Compatriots Association, established in the wilderness, fighting for 100 years in the wilderness. Today, we are back. Once, there were over 20,000 of us. Now, only a few of us remain. You may wonder, where is Tai Huang? What is the Earth Fellow Association? What does over 20,000 people mean? Today, I will tell you all the answers. At this moment, there was silence in Huaxia. Miao Chen stood at the entrance of the studio, not going in. It was unnecessary because all the reporters from around the world were gathered at the entrance, broadcasting live. Seizing this live broadcast, he decided to say everything he wanted to say. And the first thing he wanted to say was the names of all the fellow Taihuang people. The second thing he wanted to say was about their stories. At this moment, all the media reporters looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what he was talking about. No one understood what he was saying. What is Tai Huang, and what is the Earth Fellow Association all about? Standing in front of the global media cameras, Miao Chen slowly began. 5 years ago, I was a young man who had just entered a martial arts high school. I had a bright future ahead of me because I was about to become a warrior. In this world, warriors are the absolute mainstream, warriors are the true gods. Becoming a warrior means that one is about to grasp the power, wealth, and status of this world, right? The scene fell silent, no one answered the question. Everyone looked puzzled, realizing he was starting from 5 years ago. Miao Chen didn't wait for anyone to answer, he continued to speak softly. My parents died early, and I have a younger sister named Miao Xinyu. After our parents died, they left us a house in our hometown and another one in the city of Zhangchang. Just relying on the houses was not enough, I had to work to support my sister and myself, to help my sister Miao Xinyu complete her studies and become a warrior. Life was a bit tough, but on the day I entered the martial arts high school, I thought it was all worth it. Isn't life about hardships before rewards? At the same time, in Furong City, by the Yudai River. Listening to the voice coming from the live broadcast on her phone, Miao Xinyu's eyes suddenly turned red. She remembered the past years and all the grievances she had suffered before her brother returned. 20 maids at this moment also held their breath, quietly listening to the story of this mysterious warrior saint. He was about to reveal how he rose in this universe. At this moment, by the Yudai River, people from all races were quietly listening to Miao Chen's legend. Those who didn't understand Chinese gathered together. Those who understood translated into the common language of all races for them to listen. A young man sighed, the story of the warrior saint is similar to mine. I am just as ordinary in my hometown, dreaming of becoming a warrior like him. I can hardly imagine how the warrior saint's youth was connected to the only warrior saint of the later human race. Shu, listen quietly. The story of the warrior saint is rarely told clearly. It's just fragments. Shu. At this moment, in the whole of Huaxia, the whole world. Everyone frowned, watching the live broadcast, still not understanding what Miao Chen was going to talk about. Why start from 5 years ago? But those who knew Tai Huang held their breath, filled with anticipation. They all wanted to know the growth history of the warrior saint. In thousands of households' televisions, Miao Chen continued, life was supposed to be full of expectations, but on that day 5 years ago, as I crossed the street, a car hit me and sent me flying. I could clearly feel myself flying, hear the sound of many bones breaking, but I didn't know which one. But I knew, I was done. At the last moment when I lost consciousness, I felt despair in my heart. What will happen to my future? I just got admitted to the martial arts university, I was about to become a warrior, I had a bright future ahead of me, am I going to become disabled now? And the martial arts university does not accept disabled people. What about my younger sister? She just entered junior high school. Later, I fell into a coma. I probably hit my head first, how could I, who was not yet a warrior, resist such a powerful force? My brain died, I became a vegetable. Whoosh, the scene was in an uproar. Journalists from around the world, all the viewers across the country were shocked at this moment. A vegetable? Was Miao Chen once a vegetable? Impossible, that's not right. Miao Chen is at the 9th rank now, right? He was just an ordinary person 5 years ago, and a vegetable? How did he reach the 9th rank in 5 years? This is too unbelievable. Why am I getting more confused as I listen? This doesn't make sense.
The whole country was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone couldn't figure out this question.
This question was too unsolvable. How did a vegetable from 5 years ago manage to reach the 9th rank in 5 years? And how did he establish the Earth Fellow Association? No matter how you calculate the time, it just doesn't add up. Earth, after I became a vegetable, the doctors confirmed. I will never wake up again because I am already brain dead. My sister, Meowsinyu, she will not give up on me. Once, when I was 14 or 15, I carried this family on my shoulders. I am brain dead, and my sister, at the age of 14 or 15, is holding up this family. She did not give up her studies. As a junior high school student, she started doing odd jobs everywhere, venturing into a society dominated by warriors, where ordinary people could not even raise their heads. Her small shoulders bore a heavy burden. And she not only had to complete her studies, not only had to ensure her own survival, she also had to persist in treating me, bearing my medical expenses. For a full 5 years, Meowsinyu has transformed from a beautiful young girl into a skinny black girl standing at 1 meter 65, weighing only 60 or 70 catties. The trials of the past 5 years have made her eyes no longer clear, her skin no longer tender. But she still does not give up. I thank my sister. I also thank those who helped our family during this time. The doctors and nurses at Furong City Hospital, and even those patients. Because during the 5 years of my coma as a vegetable, our story became known to everyone in the hospital, and everyone mobilized donations. From the hospital leadership, to the doctors, to the nurses. Even the families of those patients spontaneously donated to us, greatly reducing the burden on Meowsinyu, allowing her to barely afford my treatment. I want to tell you seriously, there are many kind people on this earth. But they are all very ordinary. I want to tell you here that this time, I will use everything I have to save this earth. I want more ordinary people to live on, and a major reason for this is the stories that happened during my 5-year coma. At the same time, in Furong City, at Dr. Lu's home. Dr. Lu's entire family watched the live broadcast on TV, and everyone was deeply moved. His wife and son looked at Dr. Lu with admiring eyes. His son said, "Dad, you always helped them before." And now, he is actually the president of the Earth Fellow Association, and all the top powerhouses are his soldiers. Dad, you are amazing, you saved such a big shot. Dr. Lu was puzzled, he was very sure that Miao Chen was just an ordinary person. He had only been awake for a month or two, but why did he suddenly transform into the president of the Earth Fellow Association? Become a 9th-rank powerhouse? Become such a world-shaking figure? He didn't know. He continued to listen quietly, wanting to know all the stories behind it. But at the same time, Dr. Lu also felt a strange touch in his heart. Ordinary people. We are all ordinary people. But Miao Chen said that because of the ordinary people in this world, he must pay the price to save us. What exactly does he want to save? How to save it? What dangers will we face? Dr. Lu didn't know, but when he turned around and saw his son and wife looking at him with admiration, he suddenly felt that all of this was worth it. Kindness in an ordinary world always seems insignificant. Yet it always has a huge impact. Too desolate. Miao Chen's tone suddenly became heavier, and everyone in the country became alert, listening intently. On Earth, I am a vegetable, I have already experienced brain death. But I want to say that each of us has a primordial spirit in our bodies, which you can understand as a soul. When the soul disappears, it means that the person's physical body has died. So, when I became a vegetable, my primordial spirit left my body. I flew into the universe, I saw the brilliant starry sky, I traveled through space and time, through everything in this world. I crossed over. Yes, just like the TV dramas you see, like the time travel novels you read. I crossed over like that, crossed over to another planet, that planet is called Too Desolate. The whole place exploded. All the reporters present stared at Miao Chen with wide eyes. Crossing over? Damn!
In such a public setting, in such a serious live broadcast, facing the whole country, and even the whole world. He said he is a crosser. Crossing, this incredibly mysterious thing, has actually happened? The reporters whispered to each other, each one deeply shocked. He said he crossed over? So too desolate refers to another world. He crossed over to a world called too desolate. And they say they come from too desolate? Damn, did I hear wrong, or did he say it wrong? Is this an illusion? At this moment, I heard such an incredible thing. Oh my god. It's going to explode, now Chen's story is going to explode. I understand, I suddenly understand. The vegetable man on Earth for 5 years, actually his soul lived in the world called too desolate for many years? So, he quickly reached the 9th rank? At that moment, the whole country exploded. At the same time, in the United States, inside the White House. In the meeting room, a group of bigwigs who had experienced countless storms all stood up. Everyone stared in astonishment at the live broadcast on the projector. The president trembled and said, "Are you sure you didn't translate it wrong?" The translator hurriedly said, "No, that's what he really meant." Crossing over, he said his soul went to another world. He said that world is called too desolate. How could such a mysterious thing happen in the world? Impossible, absolutely impossible, you must have translated it wrong. No, he really said that. In the meeting room, everyone fell silent. They came here to listen to a story, but never expected the bizarre extent of this story, surpassing the imagination of all of them. Too bizarre. So bizarre that it makes people feel like they are having hallucinations, experiencing auditory hallucinations. At the same time, high-level officials from various countries around the world watched the content of the live broadcast. All silent. Crossing. So, too desolate refers to another planet. Miao Chen continued calmly, too desolate is a world very similar to Earth, their technology is relatively more advanced than Earth, and their martial arts are slightly more prosperous, but overall, it's not much different from Earth. The only difference is the language barrier. In that world, my body is that of a 15-year-old boy. Without parents, just beggars wandering the streets. In my first year in the wilderness, I worked hard to learn their language, and I dared not reveal my identity as a traveler, so I became a strange teenager. In the second year, by chance, I came into contact with martial arts and officially began practicing. On Earth, I have not formally come into contact with martial arts techniques, but in the wilderness, I have. The control of martial arts in that world is not as strict as ours. After I started practicing, I inexplicably found that my cultivation speed was so fast, beyond my imagination. In 1 month, from an ordinary person, I broke through to the first rank. No one taught me, all self-taught. This speed is something I have never heard of on Earth. In the second month, I became a second-rank martial artist. My cultivation talent attracted the attention of some dignitaries in the wilderness, and they were eager to win me over. I also became famous in that city in the wilderness, and they called me a genius. The dreams I did not fulfill on Earth were successful in the wilderness. I was overjoyed. But soon, I discovered super geniuses in that city who were similar to me. He was also a teenager of the same age as me, silent like me. Yes, my silence was because my wilderness language was stiff, speak less, make fewer mistakes. And he was the same. With the same talent, the same genius, the same silence as me. Like me, always behaving strangely. One day, the two of us sat together to exchange martial arts, and an animal jumped out, startling both of us. And I heard him subconsciously say a sentence in Chinese, damn. Buzzing, the whole scene was in an uproar. What's going on? Damn. At this moment, the whole country was in shock. Did a curse word just come out? This is too much, hearing a curse word on an alien planet? Everyone in the audience was shocked. Not sure whether to laugh or be speechless. The people in the audience had a strange look on their faces, holding back a smile, not sure how to react. while the Secretary General and other dignitaries were trying hard to hold back their laughter, listening seriously with a straight face. When that damn reached my ears, I was shocked. My whole body was covered in goosebumps. You don't understand how I felt at that moment. Then, I tentatively said a sentence in Chinese, Imperial Court Jade liquid wine.
Puff dash at that moment, the Secretary General couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing.
But immediately put on a serious face again. But the whole audience burst into laughter. This twist is too big, right? At the same time, in the White House, the President of the United States frowned. What does this mean? I don't know. What does Imperial Court Jade liquid wine mean? Hiss, I don't know. According to Myochen, this seems to be some kind of code from China? But how come we don't know this code? Look it up. What does Imperial Court Jade liquid wine mean? At that moment, people around the world were extremely conflicted. Myochen, after I said Imperial Court Jade liquid wine, he was stunned for a long time, and then, he excitedly shouted that sentence. The reporters couldn't help it and shouted in unison, 181 cups. The sound was extremely uniform. At that moment, watching the live broadcast, the people in the White House were even more shocked. What does this mean? Do they all know? What kind of code is this for the Chinese people? Why can't we find out? This is big intelligence, this is big intelligence. We have been paying attention to China for so many years, and there is information we don't know? It seems to be a code and secret that every Chinese person knows, but we don't know? Go check it out. Can't find it. On site. When all the reporters shouted 181 cups together, Myochen smiled. Yes, he shouted, 181 cups. I said, how's this wine? He said, let me blow it for you. Just like that, we hit it off with just 2 sentences. I was absolutely sure that this super genius, just like me, also came from Earth. He cried at that time, and I cried too. We hugged each other and poured out our hearts. He came from the Northeast, his name is Liu Yang. I also introduced myself to him. At that moment, we knew that we were not alone in crossing over to the desolate land. It seems that we are not alone. In the following months, we consciously sought out some talented young people from various places, using the same code to communicate. After 3 months, we actually found 3 compatriots from Earth's Huaxia. The 5 of us got together and discussed forming an organization. Let's call it the Huaxia Association. At that moment, the Huaxia Association was established in the desolate land. The 5 of us dreaming that one day we would conquer the desolate land, all 5 of us becoming super strong, ruling the entire desolate land. Then spreading Chinese characters, spreading our language, spreading our culture. Perhaps we can't return to Earth in this lifetime, but we must leave our mark in this different world. But this is ultimately a dream. Just a few days later, an unbelievable secret appeared among the top ranks of the desolate land. They said that a year ago in the desolate land, a crack appeared in the sky in a certain place, and then I looked down on the earth from the crack. This news was sealed by the top ranks of the desolate land a year ago, and no one knew about it. The top ranks of the desolate land had been investigating this crack in secret for a long time, but found no clues. But on that day, news spread again among the top ranks of the desolate land. In the east, there was chaos. They said that many strange people came down from the sky. These strange people looked like us, but their bodies were covered in scales, and they were invulnerable to weapons, with only one eye. This eye was as big as half a fist. Troops were dispatched from all over the desolate land to resist. They said that many people died. They said that those strange people killed on sight. They even ate people. Ate everything. They said it was overwhelming, not only eating people, but also eating the clothes and pants people were wearing, even eating the excrement in the latrines clean. They said they were Azuras, hungry ghosts coming. This news spread among the top ranks, and we heard it too. In fact, many people in the area heard it, but dismissed it as a ridiculous joke. But a week later, we realized something was wrong. Many soldiers and warriors came to our city every day, passing through for supplies. Many wealthy people in our city began to move their families and flee to the west. To the west, the opposite direction of the east. We sensed that something was wrong. We found that resources in our city were becoming scarce. The order in our city began to collapse and disintegrate. We felt uneasy, and all of us in the Huaxia Association believed that the legend of war in the east had begun. Maybe it was true. So, we also started fleeing to the north. Regardless of the consequences, we had to run first. A few days later, the desolate land began to fall into chaos. Some said that the situation in the east was not good, and many warriors had died. But we, along with many people in the desolate land, remained optimistic, thinking that even if there was a war, it would not affect the whole world. When the sky falls, there will always be someone tall enough to hold it up, so the sky won't fall. That's what we thought too. But later we found out that the one tall enough to hold it up was actually us. As the people watching the video gradually quieted down, their expressions became more serious. They gradually understood the story. They remembered Miao Chen's mention of doomsday. The desolate land of the past, the earth of today? Is this what it means? Everyone was unsure, feeling a bit nervous, as they listened to him continue. Later, we found that more and more people were fleeing to the north. The high-level officials of the Taiyuan no longer concealed the truth and openly revealed it. They said that a year ago, a crack appeared in the sky, which was the eye of the demons observing whether this world was abundant. And now, their monarch has opened a passage through time and space, leading their race to this world to conquer. They said that our situation is not optimistic, and they hope that all the military and civilian people of Taiwan will immediately start practicing martial arts and immediately publicize the cultivation methods. They said, in the future, everyone will be the first responsible for their own lives. The high-level officials may be powerless to protect everyone, and they hope that everyone will start protecting themselves from today. They released many videos of on-site warfare. We saw them for the first time. They were demons. They continuously flew out of that crack, like locusts, fluttering in the sky. Our Taiwan army surrounded them, constantly bombing them with hot weapons. But they did not attack our army at all. They were like starving ghosts, landing in Taiwan. Their first action was not to fight, but to eat. They could eat anything they could eat. Disgusting, nauseating. Where they passed, even the grass on the ground disappeared, turning into yellow sand. They covered a city, and that city disappeared. They even ate the reinforced concrete. Our warriors resisted them, but they brought more of their kind, not fighting our warriors at all, but rushing forward regardless of life or death, biting our warriors alive, biting off a piece of flesh from a living person, chewing and swallowing quickly as if afraid of being robbed. From the video, we saw one of our powerful martial kings. Oh, the martial king is what you call the pinnacle. After killing many demons, the martial king fought continuously for 4 or 5 hours, exhausted. But more and more demons rushed up, and after they rushed up, they actually lay on the ground eating the bodies of their own kind. After eating the bodies of their own kind, they continued to rush towards him. He swung his sword, splitting open the chest of a demon, but it bit his arm, tearing off a piece of flesh. He was shocked and angry, killing the demon, but before the demon died, it used all its strength to swallow that piece of flesh. The martial king was scared. He had the intention to retreat, but tens of thousands of demons surrounded him. In the video, we could only see the martial king being torn apart alive and eaten. Before his heart and head were eaten, he was still shouting for help. That was the first time everyone in Taiwan saw those demons. We were terrified. We were disgusted. What kind of creatures are they? They are not afraid of death, they are only afraid of starving. In the video, we also saw the high-level officials of Taiwan launching an antimatter annihilation bomb. That antimatter annihilation bomb leveled an area of several thousand kilometers, killing many demons. But the next moment, more demons came down from the crack in the sky. They came in waves, endlessly. At that moment, we knew it was over. That day, doomsday officially arrived. On the scene, there was a collective gasp.
Not afraid of death, just wanting to eat more before dying? Are we going to face such enemies?
This is too disgusting, too terrifying.
How can we fight against these relentless starving ghosts?
At this moment, even the Secretary General's face turned pale.
What kind of existence is the antimatter annihilation bomb?
Earth is also researching antimatter, but Earth cannot produce it at all.
Taiwan can produce it, indicating that Taiwan's technological strength is at least 100 years ahead of Earth.
But Taiwan lost.
What about our Earth? Can the Earth survive? Will everyone on Earth face such an existence?
Miao Chen continued, half a year later.
The demons are increasing.
More and more terrifying, every moment, every second, there are still demons coming into this world from the cracks. In half a year, half of the people in the wilderness died. Wave after wave of resistance forces have been organized, but they found that they couldn't kill them as fast as they came. 1/10 of the soil in the wilderness has turned into desert. Because those places have been eaten up, including vegetation.
We are so desperate.
And during this half year, we learned that there are thousands of races in the universe, and the various civilizations of these thousands of races have actually arrived in that world ahead of us travelers.
The characteristics of us travelers are that we cultivate very quickly and have extremely strong talents. In half a year, we went from hiding our identities as travelers to openly declaring our identities as travelers.
Everywhere we go, we write Chinese characters, English signs. During this half year, the people of our Chinese Homeland Association have reached thousands. We also saw other civilizations that arrived in the wilderness, also organizing manpower.
Just like us.
In this half year, we encountered many troops. These troops are composed of young people just like us.
There are probably hundreds of them, all from different planets and civilizations.
And gradually, the people of the wilderness also realized that besides the demons descending, people from various civilizations in the universe have also arrived in their world. They began to pin their hopes on us.
And we. Finally, we also understood the meaning of our arrival in the wilderness to save their civilization.
But obviously, although we know, no one has such enlightenment.
What does it have to do with me and other civilizations? We just want to survive in this desperate world.
5 years later, the wilderness has become a completely desperate world.
Half of the planet's soil has turned into desert.
And the people of the wilderness have completely lost all their combat power. They cry out, desperate, hoping that the troops from our various civilizations can save them. In these 5 years, our Chinese Homeland Association has changed its name to the Earth Homeland Association. Our numbers have reached 20,000.
We also learned that every race in the universe will send 2,000 to 3,000 people to the wilderness.
Our Earth Homeland Association began to hide and seek, trying to avoid fighting the demons as much as possible, trying to preserve our strength to survive. At the same time, we also want to play for time, because of our fast cultivation speed, so in the 5 years, most of us in the Earth Homeland Association have reached the realm of Grandmasters, and I have become the highest cultivation level in the Earth Homeland Association, 9th grade. We want to continue to delay time, hoping to give us another 5-10 years. But obviously, the armies of other civilizations also think so, hiding and seeking, not daring to fight the demons head-on. The civilizations of the thousands of races are all fighting guerrilla warfare.
As for protecting the civilization of the wilderness? What does it have to do with me whether the alien race survives or not?
The original population of the wilderness, which was originally billions, has been reduced to less than 1 billion in these 5 years. Because for us outsiders, we want to survive, and for the people of the wilderness, they want to defend their homeland, so they continue to organize resistance forces, continue to go to their deaths, and continue to consume the number of demons. We have also felt pity and compassion in our hearts.
But I know, we cannot act impulsively, we must not.
I have only one task, and that is to let the people of the Earth Homeland Association survive. At this moment, the world fell silent.
This is a selfish story. A desperate story. If you were a person of the wilderness, you would feel desperate. Your homeland is being eroded, your race is on the brink of extinction. Your civilization is about to disappear.
And selfishness is because the armies of all races are hiding everywhere, letting the people of the wilderness take the lead. As for themselves, they retreat, engage in guerrilla warfare, try to avoid conflicts as much as possible, and prevent their own people from being harmed.
But this kind of selfishness is normal. Because at that time, everyone just wanted to survive.
At that time, there were even defenses between the various races of all races. After all, those who are not of my race have different hearts.
If others perish, what does it have to do with me? All the people of Huaxia fell silent. Is this the end of the world? So, will this kind of end also come to Earth? Yesterday the people of the wilderness, today we Earthlings? Will there also be races coming to our world? Will there also be those extremely evil hungry ghosts coming to our world? They were afraid. Miao Chen continued, 50 years later, the civilization of the wilderness only had tens of millions of people left. I have reached the realm of Martial Emperor.
Above the 9th rank is Martial King, above Martial King is Martial Emperor, and above Martial Emperor is Martial God.
I have almost touched the peak.
I saw a civilization extinct in front of me, I saw a race dissipate in front of me, and soon, it will be our turn. I told all the people of the Earth Fellow Association, I said, we can no longer remain silent.
How many living people of the wilderness once begged us to take action and save them?
I said our strength is weak, we need to develop, let them seek help from other powerful civilizations. But today, the land of the wilderness is still green, only 20% remains.
If we do not come out today, one day, we will all die here.
So, I convened 7,000 leaders of civilizations and conveyed my intentions. I told them, the meaning of our arrival in this world, everyone knows in their hearts. But our repeated evasions, today, we can no longer evade.
Join the war, fight back.
The wilderness sacrificed billions of people to protect our growth. Today, we have grown, let us stand up, at least, let this poor civilization have a few more people left, let the civilization continue. 6,000 civilizations responded to the call out of the 7,000 civilizations. Other civilizations remained neutral. So, we officially established the Legion of All Races. All civilizations elected me as the leader of the Legion of All Races. As the leader of the Legion, I am thinking hard about the scarce art of war and modern military history that I can remember on Earth. I want to do a good job as the leader of this Legion. I have been planning and thinking for a long time, and finally I decided to start a war.
So, I launched the first direct confrontation war between the Legion of All Races and the demons in the history of the wilderness, the Battle of Black Mountain.
At this moment, 33 members of the Earth Fellow Association suddenly stood up straight.
They stood tall. The Battle of Black Mountain. The DNA stirred. This battle, a battle to fame. The Earth Fellow Association, renowned in a battle. This battle completely established the down-to-earth spirit of the Legion of All Races. This battle completely dispelled the fear of demons deep in everyone's hearts. And it was this battle that shaped over 1,000 heroic figures of all races. This battle brought forth dozens of leadership figures in the Earth Fellow Association. Dozens of spiritual leaders of the Legion of All Races completely established the position of the Earth Fellow Association as the leader of the Legion of All Races. Su Tao, the strongest, held up the flag, standing behind Miao Chen, his whole body trembling with excitement. He looked at the flag in his hand, tears streaming down his face, murmuring to himself, the Battle of Black Mountain. During the Battle of Black Mountain, I held our military flag behind you. During the Battle of Black Mountain, the general said, even if you die, you must not let this flag fall. I used all my strength to hold up this flag, I held it for a year. I dared not put it down. Jack Ma, at this moment, tears streaming down his face, murmured in a trance, before the Battle of Black Mountain, I was so scared in the crowd that I wet my pants, I was the last cowardly soldier in the unit. I thought I was doomed to die. You told me not to embarrass the Earth Fellow Association. After the Battle of Montenegro, they called me General Montenegro. Hong Chen and the Secretary General heard their soliloquy, and suddenly their hearts were filled with hot blood.
That is to say, almost everyone in the Earth Fellow Association became famous in this battle.
Fallen.
This battle was profoundly significant for them. Niaochen continued, an army of over 120 million has been mobilized. Over 6,000 races responded to the call and arrived as promised. They gathered at a place called Montenegro, which is the headquarters of demons. It is also where they continuously summon demons. I said in this battle, either we are completely defeated, or we severely damage the vitality of the demons. The battle began, and casualties were severe.
The demons suffered even more.
A civilization had previously taught us a formation, which we trained urgently for several months, and this battle formation greatly helped us. It reduced the casualties of our united army and inflicted severe casualties on the demons. This battle made the demons take us seriously and fear us.
It made the demons realize that humans are not just food. It also made them feel fear.
This battle lasted for half a year, fighting day and night, every minute and every second, without stopping, without rest.
Many legions of civilizations sacrificed entirely.
Over 120 million troops, after 6 months, only over 50 million remained. But the estimated number of demons we killed reached billions.
Their bodies piled up as high as Montenegro. Yet we remained desperate because it seemed the demons could never be completely killed.
And we, on the other hand, were limited in number. But in the 7th month, someone in our rear used the universal language of the United Races to shout, "Comrades, we are joining." All of us turned back, and a vast army flew towards us like smoke. Over 30 million were our comrades. They were legions of over 1,000 civilizations that had previously been observing. They held their respective civilization flags and joined the battle.
With the addition of 30 million reinforcements, our numbers reached 80 million. Following the command of our Earth Fellow Association, we killed even more demons. During this time, I broke through the realm of the War Emperor and became the number 1 among the United Races. 9 months later, shouts of "Comrades, we are here," were heard behind us. As we turned back, the sky was filled with legions of battlefields. 1 billion people. 1 billion people.
They were all the civilizations that had come to the desolate land of Taihuang. At that moment, the true united army was established on the battlefield. They gathered. No one avoided battle, no one hid, no one selfishly thought of exterminating others. What did it matter to me? At that moment, we, the United Races, were one.
We were one family.
From that day on, we addressed each other as comrades. At that moment, we, the United Races, were as close as brothers. Then, the resistance forces of Taiwan also joined, and over 5 million combat-capable Taiwan legions joined us.
We continued to fight.
We fought for several months. We fought for a total of 1 year, without stopping, without resting. Everyone had no supplies, everyone kept fighting tirelessly, day and night. When tired, one would step back, close their eyes, stand there and sleep for 2 hours, and those not tired would take their place.
Many died in battle at Montenegro, and many died from exhaustion at Montenegro.
In the 12th month, we welcomed the dawn.
The extremely evil demons finally showed fear in their eyes.
They began to retreat, which was the first time in decades that they had retreated. They were avoiding our edge, evading our edge, and it was the first time we had scared them.
We drove them away. That day, 1 to 2 billion people from all over the universe embraced and wept.
No one knows which race they are embracing, no one knows who they are embracing and crying with, whether they know each other or not.
The bodies of demons piled up much higher than the Black Mountain.
We also have many bodies, and the blood has gathered into an ocean. But on that day, our tears washed away the blood under the Black Mountain. This is our first victory. At this moment, many people listening to the live broadcast clenched their fists.
A milestone battle in the wild world. A milestone battle for Earthlings. It is also a milestone battle for all civilizations in the entire universe.
And this battle was initiated by the Earth Compatriots Association.
This battle was led by Niaochen. He led the myriad races.
At this moment, everyone suddenly understood what position Miao Chen really held. The story of the Battle of the Black Mountain completely made everyone understand the position of Miao Chen in the hearts of the Earth Compatriots Association members.
It is a godlike position.
It also made the mortal world suddenly understand why those young people from the myriad races were so fanatical about Miao Chen. They came from far and wide to pay their respects to Miao Chen. Because he is the only man in the history of the universe who has led the myriad races and repelled the demons for the first time. And his story is now known on Earth. But long ago, it had already spread throughout the entire universe. The people of Earth's homeland now know what a great person was born on their soil. But the myriad races of the universe are already familiar with him.
Miao Chen continued, the Battle of the Black Mountain completely ignited everyone's fighting spirit. No one is afraid of demons anymore.
We began to constantly modify our tactics, constantly launching wars against the demons. We went from avoiding battles, hiding, to passively counterattacking, then to actively engaging in battles, and then to hunting down demons. We have experienced too much. When I was 70 years old, in another battle, I encountered the Demon Emperor. It could not destroy us because thousands of war emperors formed a war emperor formation, making it helpless even as a saint of war. At that time, we were all thinking, if we humans also had a saint of war, it would be great. The saint of war, that is the supreme martial arts skill. And when I was 70 years old, I suddenly realized in a battle. I became a saint of war. The day I became a saint of war, a thunder tribulation occurred, and then the entire universe was filled with colorful light. The demons were terrified, and they all retreated in fear from the battlefields around the world, while everyone in the myriad races army was extremely excited. The first saint of war they had been waiting for was born, and it was me. And the next day, the universe once again filled with colorful light.
Another thunder tribulation descended.
In this universe, the second saint of war among the human race was born. He was from the great wilderness. In our universe, two saints of war appeared. That month, all the demons shrank under the eastern crack and dared not attack again. They used to be fearless because they had saints of war, and we did not.
But now, we have them. And there are two.
On the day I became a saint of war, our myriad races army officially sounded the horn for a major counterattack. We fought back vigorously and began to help the people of the great wilderness reclaim their lost land on a large scale. We started to slaughter the demons on a large scale. 20 years later, I arrived at the first centenary of the Great Wilderness, and the total number of the myriad races army was 210 million. The total number of the living forces in the Great Wilderness army was 980. In total, 210,980 people. They surrounded the last batch of demons for the final siege under the Eastern Great Crack. There are only 1,840 people left in the entire Great Wilderness. They are witnessing, recording, and watching from 100 miles away. Everyone in the country took a deep breath. What? In the first centenary, that race, once more prosperous than Earth. Only 980 people left in the army? The entire population of the race has dwindled to only 1,840 people. Over 2,000 people? A race, a civilization, reduced to just over 2,000 people? Miao Chen ignored the commotion of the crowd and continued, that was a historic day. 200 million people surrounded the Eastern Rift. The demons trembled in fear, kneeling down and begging for mercy, crying out for us to spare them, claiming they had just arrived in this world and done nothing wrong. But how could we let them go? I personally sounded the horn, and the army of all races crushed them. 3 days later, there were no more demons in the Great Wilderness. The Demon Emperor was scared out of his wits, injured and fled. The crack in the sky finally disappeared, and I, along with the martial saint of the Great Wilderness, used rudimentary spatial techniques to erase all traces of the crack in the Great Wilderness, preventing the Demon Emperor from ever finding and locating that world again. We won. We cried. On the day of victory, my primordial spirit returned. Perhaps, in that world, my body also became a vegetable. But before I left behind more than 13,000 comrades from the Earth Fellow Association, who will forever remain there. 90% of the people in the army of all races also remain there forever. Because their bodies on Earth were destroyed. Or for other reasons, causing their primordial spirits to be unable to return. Miao Chen looked directly at the camera and said slowly, "The names I just read are those who can never go home again."
Do you still remember those names?
At that moment, the whole country fell silent.
Those names. The names he read when he walked the red carpet.
In a village in China, an honest elderly couple suddenly burst into tears. The two turned their heads together and looked at a black and white portrait hanging in the living room. In the photo, the young man was smiling brightly. 6 years ago, this young man named Jing Xinghai fell seriously ill, with a virus attacking his brain, leading to brain death and becoming a vegetable. The elderly couple, in dire financial straits, after a year of treatment and facing destitution, gave up treatment and chose cremation. An hour ago, before Miao Chen told the story of the Great Wilderness, he loudly read on the red carpet, "Earth Fellow Association, Suicide Squad, Jing Xinghai." The elderly couple trembled all over. That was their son's name. But at that time, they thought it seemed just a coincidence, right? But now, after hearing Miao Chen finish the story in his own experience, the elderly couple suddenly regretted deeply. They burst into tears. "My son. The name Miao Chen just read is my son's name." The 33 people from the Earth Fellow Association, they also answered. They answered, "My son, Jing Xinghai is my son." Did he stay in that world? Is it because the body of the earth is no longer there? So he can never come back? Woo woo woo. My son also participated in this battle of all races, and even became famous in the universe. Is he a member of the Suicide Squad? Has his name also spread throughout the universe? Did he also participate in the Battle of the Black Mountain? But he can't come back. It's my fault, all my fault. It's all my fault. I should have borrowed money, I should have borrowed more. I should have sold blood and organs, just to preserve his body and let him come back. Like Miao Chen, today, I also stand in that place, wearing the vest of the Earth Fellow Association. At that moment, the elderly couple collapsed. At the same time, in Russia. In a high-level conference room, all the senior officials watched the live broadcast. After listening to Miao Chen's story, translated by the interpreter, everyone fell silent. This story is too heavy. Too grand. Beyond everyone's imagination. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. And at that moment, the Secretary General of Russia suddenly trembled all over, tears streaming down his face. Everyone slowly turned to look at him. The Secretary General pointed to the screen and said with a crying voice, "I remember. I remember." Miao Jie shouted a name on the red carpet, calling it Delevsky. His comrade helped answer. Is it true? Is it called Delevsky? At that moment, all the top officials of Russia seemed to have realized something, staring in disbelief at the Secretary General. I remember, your son had a car accident 3 years ago and became a vegetable, right? At that time, the world's most powerful brain doctor said he would never wake up. Maybe living was more painful, and in the end, he was cremated? No way. He is your son? Is your son like Miao Chen, crossing over to the Great Wilderness? The Secretary General of Russia collapsed. He sat weakly on the ground, crying loudly, "My son can't come back. He's in the Great Wilderness, he can't come back. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have cremated his body. Woo, I didn't know, I really didn't know, my son didn't die, he went to another world to fight. And he made great achievements. It's all my fault." All the top officials looked at him with complex eyes. After a moment, Russia's top powerhouse stepped forward, personally helped him up, and said in a deep voice, "But Miao Chen brought back your son's name. Now, everyone on Earth knows. Your son, once famous in the universe, was a great hero on the battlefield of all races. He was a top figure.
Don't cry, you should be proud of your son. He represented Russia and participated in the most glorious battle in the universe. The Secretary General cried even more fiercely. The story is over. Many families reacted at this moment. Many families with vegetative members also inexplicably hoped that their loved ones had just gone to the great wilderness. But the story is not over yet. After Miao Chen finished telling the story, the world fell silent for about a minute. Then, his tone changed suddenly, and he said, "The former great wilderness, the present Earth." 2 months ago, a crack appeared in the sky above the Arctic, and I looked at this world. With a whoosh, all the journalists, officials, and warriors widened their eyes. Even though they were mentally prepared when Miao Chen told the story, they roughly knew what this declaration to all mankind was about. But now, hearing Miao Chen say it in person, many people collapsed. Doomsday. Doomsday is not a natural disaster. It's an invasion by another race. It's another race coming to this rich land to slaughter. They are not afraid of war. But in this story, the demons of the great wilderness are so disgusting. They make people feel nauseous and give them chills. Do we have to face such opponents like locusts? Where they pass, it becomes a desert. No living beings survive, even the grass on the ground is eaten. Are those starving hell demons coming to Earth? This is a terrifying and chilling thing. Because at the end of the story, Miao Chen said that until the victory of the war, only over 2,000 people were left in the Great Wilderness race. And once, the population of the Great Wilderness was over 100 billion. The Great Wilderness is a world similar to Earth in martial arts but much more advanced in technology. In such a world, with the support and redemption of the Legion of all races, after the victory of the war, there were only over 2,000 people left? What kind of concept is this? Then, after a battle, how many people will be left on Earth? Earth is not as good as the Great Wilderness. And as Miao Chen said, if others perish, what does it have to do with me? Earth will also have the support of the Legion of all races, right? But in the hearts of the people of all races, the Earth is the Earth of your Earthlings, not the Earth of our people of all races. They are more interested in surviving on their own and then going home. People cannot defend their homeland like Earthlings. In the early stages, they must be cautious and delay time. Even if the war is won in the end, can we see it? Can we, Earthlings, see it? Will there be only a few thousand people left on Earth in the end? Will there even be? After the war is won in the end, not even one person left on Earth. There are still more than 2,000 people witnessing the final victory in Taihu, but will there be no witnesses left on Earth? Miao Chen continued, just a year or two ago, the spiritual gates of all races also began to descend on Earth. Now, probably millions have descended globally. By the Yudai River, I have already accommodated tens of thousands of comrades who have come from all races. Like us back then, they need to grow, they need time. We Earthlings should not expect others to protect us, just like in Taihu, even if we win in the end, there will only be a few thousand people left, what's the point? A civilization's break, a race's destruction, victory, will no longer be so important, right? The companions who came from all races are just starting to cultivate. How long will it take for them to become the main force? Do you think it will be 10 years, 20 years? Or 30 years? But now, we only have 1 year left. I don't want to comfort the world, because what everyone needs more is to face this cruelty. So I want to tell you, now there are 8 billion people on Earth. If things go well, maybe after the war victory, there will still be around 2 to 3 billion left. If nothing unexpected happens, maybe after the victory, there will only be 1 or 2 billion left, which would be good. If something goes wrong, maybe we won't even have descendants to witness the victory of the war, maybe we will be extinct. What I want to say is, those of you listening to me now, including myself, may all die. You may die early, you may die late. But you will definitely die in the mouths of demons. If you are lucky, your body will be snatched back by your compatriots for cremation. If you are unlucky, you will become their food. Don't expect others to protect you, just like in Taihu,
where no one can protect anyone.
The only one who can protect yourself is yourself.
In the end, I will use a sentence from the high level of Taihu back then. From now on, everyone will be the first person responsible for their own safety.
Public martial arts last night, everyone is a soldier.
I hope that in this last year left to us, everyone can grow rapidly. I will also pass on the battle formation of our all-race army to everyone on Earth, which is our weapon to defeat demons.
I hope everyone can master it proficiently.
At the same time, in the upcoming doomsday, there are no old or young, no women or children, none, all gone.
Everyone will become a battlefield.
Whether you want it or not, hope for it or not, you will truly step onto this cruel battlefield.
After speaking, Miao Chen bowed to the audience.
Just as he said, there is no need to comfort the world, to console the world. These words are quite cruel, but this is a bloody fact. You will all die, either die with value or die without value. Soon, every person in this world will have no right to choose whether they live or die. But they can choose whether their death is valuable.
In countless criticisms of philosophy throughout history, it is said that one cannot treat living human lives as cold numbers. But in the long river of history, in the bloody and cruel reality, that is a number. Nationwide uproar. Countless people watching TV, who were originally excited, suddenly found it difficult to accept when they heard the final turn of the speech. Unable to accept. It's too cruel. Will demons come? Bullshit. Impossible, damn it, Miao Chen is definitely fear-mongering. We are living well, how could it be as tragic as in the stories? I don't believe it. I fucking don't believe it. This must be a story made up by Miao Chen. Too absurd? Fake. What soul out of the body? Fake. What legion of 10,000 races, also fake? How is that possible? Don't choose not to believe just because it's too cruel. Damn, I just don't believe it. I think it's fake, false. It's a lie. It's Miao Chen's conspiracy to rule the world. I understand. I understand. Miao Chen just wants to spread panic to achieve domination. Ha, a little trick, I've seen through it long ago. Still pretending so much. Fake, everyone don't believe it. The doomsday will not come, demons are legends, too absurd is his own fantasy. The battle is just their conspiracy. The country exploded. In front, everyone listened quietly to this story. But now, they can't listen anymore. Because this cruel and thrilling story is starting to become closely related to themselves. That's how people are. When you hear a thrilling and tortuous story, you will sigh and say, cool. But you would never want to be the protagonist of the story. Miao Chen had long anticipated people's reactions. How similar to the past absurdity. Before the demon invasion, people didn't believe it. After the demon invasion, people didn't believe it. Even when the demons really appeared, people still didn't believe it. And then, when the demons are right in front of you, killing next door to you, you think, not afraid, the higher-ups will handle it. Others will handle it. The authorities will definitely take care of it. When the sky falls, there will definitely be someone tall to hold it up. I just need to temporarily avoid the edge. But in fact, when everyone thinks like that, it's really over. In fact, everyone really thinks like that. At the same time, everyone will only realize in the end that the tall person is themselves. You think that when you are peaceful, someone will silently bear the burden for you. But in fact, where is it? Why should others bear the burden for you? Everyone will bear the burden. It's just that some people go ahead, some people go later, and some people are forced to go because they have no choice. The president stared in astonishment at the high-ranking officials. Is he telling the truth or lying? Everyone fell silent. No one could respond. False. This is a lie fabricated by Huaxia. Yes, they want to rule the world, deliberately create panic.
There is no absurd story, even if there is, it's just a long dream that Miao Chen had during his vegetative state.
This kind of conspiracy is seen through at a glance.
At this moment, someone said softly, but, 2 months ago, a crack really appeared in the sky above the Arctic.
Someone really saw an eye overlooking the Earth.
When this was said, the whole scene fell silent. A hint of fear appeared on everyone's faces. Of course, the fear now is not really about fearing demons. It's about fearing that their rights might disappear, that wealth might become meaningless, and that their current way of life might cease to exist. They are not afraid of demons. It's only when they really see it with their own eyes that they will fear it.
The president stammered, could it be? Could it be that, after Huaxia knew about the crack in the Arctic, they specifically fabricated a story based on this crack?
With that said, the atmosphere on the scene relaxed a lot.
Almost everyone laughed, saying that, it's really possible.
Yes, I also think so.
Very likely. They said so, not knowing how much they truly believed in their hearts. The live broadcast ended.
This world is in chaos. The hustle and bustle arranges everything calmly, and the current live broadcast is only happening in Huaxia. The global audience cannot watch the live broadcast, except for relevant departments of various countries who may use technical means to watch it.
The global population is unaware.
So, record the screen at the first opportunity.
Then produce videos, translate them into various languages of different countries. Then,
use intelligence agencies to start spreading Miao Chen's speech globally. After arranging these matters, the hustle and bustle sighed and said to the Secretary General, "This is not just a matter of one country in Huaxia, it concerns all of humanity.
Why should we become the tall one holding up the sky? Everyone has a duty and should stand up." Please continue. When spreading these videos, by the way, let's popularize all martial artists' cultivation techniques, translate them into various languages, and spread them worldwide.
The hustle and bustle looked expressionless at the Secretary General.
The Secretary General took a deep breath.
In the past, he would have definitely said something. The consequences of doing this are too significant and would surely be targeted globally. But now, after taking a deep breath, the Secretary General just smiled, "I understand. If a year later, demons arrive, and everyone in Huaxia is a martial artist, then the people of Huaxia will surely be at the forefront.
Without even teammates.
If a year later, everyone in the world is a martial artist, then we will face the same disasters, the same identities, the same environment.
Only then can we become comrades and compatriots." These are some tricks, but we have no choice but to use them. No one in this world wants to be a savior, everyone wants to hide under someone else's protection and enjoy what they don't deserve. However, there must be saviors in this world, so let everyone become a savior. This way, there will be no unfairness. This is a very realistic issue. Humans have always been concerned not with scarcity but with inequality.
After being a savior for a long time, inevitably, anger arises.
Why should you not contribute? So, when everyone is a savior, naturally, such thoughts will not exist, right?
The hustle and bustle are extremely skilled in playing these small tricks and schemes. After all, he has been dealing with those international relations for decades. At the same time, in the deep space of the universe, in the dazzling starry sky, a quiet earthy yellow planet quietly revolves around its star. This planet was not earthy yellow in the past but emerald green. Because many years ago in ancient times, fierce beasts roamed here, and people were driven to very few survival corners. Their knowledge of a larger territory was limited, and there was a strong yearning for the outside world. So, from ancient times, the people living here called this place Tai Huang. One day, a group of predators surged here, eating everything, devouring all vegetation and creatures. This turned the originally emerald green planet into an earthy yellow one, so from then on, it became the way it looks now. It is still rightfully called Tai Huang. A ripple appeared in the space outside the universe, and after a moment, a silver shuttle-shaped spacecraft emerged from the crack. The spacecraft bore a distinctive flag, with a fiery red sphere as the emblem, depicting detailed mountains, rivers, and streams on the sphere.
That was the appearance of a planet.
Inside the spacecraft, four beings with dark red skin sat in the cockpit. The captain took a sip of their drink and savored the sight of the planet before them. Over 20 years ago, we captured abnormal gamma-ray signals coming from this location. The fluctuation of these gamma rays was abnormal, significant, not like a natural occurrence. The people at the space agency thought that this might have been caused by a small asteroid explosion. At least the size of a satellite exploding would produce that level of fluctuation.
Their civilization enjoyed capturing radiation waves in the universe.
I hope to capture some lively scenes in this quiet universe. It would be best to discover some backward civilizations.
It would be even better to find primitive civilizations with simple life forms.
On a planet without primates, whoever discovers it first can claim it and develop it into a tourist attraction. Therefore, their civilization is filled with commercial probes, monitoring the entire universe.
A supernova explosion produces intense gamma-ray fluctuations.
This is the first thing to rule out, as they generally avoid places with such extremely intense fluctuations.
Because a galaxy near a supernova explosion does not support any life.
Even if there is life, it will surely be destroyed in the explosion. Their civilization is merely curious and willing to lend a hand to other civilizations if possible.
However, no one wants to be a savior in the universe, saving beings everywhere.
They only go to places with abnormal gamma-ray emissions and where the fluctuations are not so strong. These weak fluctuations represent asteroid impacts, as well as explosions of some small moons. But there is also a possibility that a civilization has created powerful weapons, and the fluctuations are a result of weapon explosions. In this range, they use the process of elimination.
They investigate all abnormal fluctuations they encounter.
The captain looked at the tan planet with disappointment in his eyes. Look, it's all desert.
Life will not emerge in the desert.
We have encountered so many civilizations and can rule out silicon-based life. Only carbon-based life forms that undergo photosynthesis and carbon dioxide processes are the ones we are looking for. The first officer frowned. It should be around here.
We've been searching for many years, probably to confirm this location. But where is it? Where did the explosion happen?
At this moment, the captain noticed some meteorite debris floating around the tan planet and immediately started the computer to scan, analyze, and reset.
90% of those fragments are likely from a small moon.
This moon should have been orbiting the tan planet before, but for some reason, it exploded. It could be from a meteorite impact.
It could be from internal disintegration.
It could also be from a weapon bombardment.
But I think this tan planet probably wasn't bombed because there is no life. They spoke and analyzed.
Just then, an alarm sounded inside the spaceship.
Beep 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 dash life form approaching warning.
Threat level, full star. The spaceship fell silent for a while, then suddenly panicked.
Run! Life is approaching? How? How is that possible? It's not a flying object approaching, it's life approaching? What kind of life can traverse the universe? Can it fly with a physical body? Even the emperor-level super-powerful beings don't have such certainty. Oh my God! What kind of monster is it? An unknown monster, quick! Wait!
The entire spaceship exclaimed. Just as the captain was about to press the escape button, he stopped. His eyes widened in fear as he stared at the screen displaying everything.
In the screen, a stick-shaped life form was rapidly approaching the spaceship in a terrifying manner. It got closer.
They saw clearly that it was not a stick-shaped life form. It was a humanoid race with dark blue skin similar to theirs, except with only one hand and one leg.
So from a distance, it looked like a stick.
And behind him, there were a dozen or so humanoids with dark blue skin, 2 legs, and 2 feet, also traversing the universe. However, their speed was much slower than that of the stick-shaped individual. The captain took a sharp breath, feeling goosebumps all over his body, traversing the universe with a physical body.
The planet of warrior civilization. This is a planet of cultivation civilization. This is a civilization that has cultivated to the extreme. So many people can cross the universe with their physical bodies. At least, they are terrifying powerhouses above the martial emperors. Let's make contact. 800,000 kilometers away. A powerhouse with one hand and one foot, named Defender. He is already 120 years old this year. He was born in the era of desolation, the first year of calamity. That was the year of the invasion of demons. His parents died in the mouths of demons, and he witnessed his parents, family members, and clansmen being eaten one by one. So, he vowed to cultivate and become a powerful warrior, giving himself a new name, Defender. He wants to defend his homeland, defend his race, defend his civilization. 40 years ago, he became a martial saint. He became the second martial saint in this universe. However, because of many mistakes he made over 40 years ago, watching his clansmen diminish continuously, he dared not fight. While all clans were fighting against the Great Desolation, he kept his clansmen alive. He dared not face the demons, nor did he dare to act, or let the demons know of his existence. All clansmen called him a coward. Even though he became a martial saint, all clans did not acknowledge him as one. People only recognized a powerhouse named Myochen from Earth. They believed that there was only one martial saint in the universe now, and that was Myochen. At first, he felt wronged and angry too. But slowly, he accepted everything. He also believed that the martial saint from Earth, Myochen, was the true and deserving martial saint of the universe. Besides his cultivation, he felt unworthy of everything else. 20 years ago, that powerhouse led all clans and himself through 100 years of war to achieve the final victory. Then, he left. Some powerhouses also left. There were only over 2,000 people left from the era of desolation. But there were over 2 billion clansmen who would forever stay here. They still had the bodies of the people from the era of desolation, but housed the souls of all clans. 2 billion people here formed a new power structure. A martial emperor named Lu Shun from the Earth Fellow Association ruled over all clans. After the departure of Martial Saint Myochen, all clans willingly followed Lu Shun and recognized him as the second Grand Marshal. Defender did not compete with them. He knew they were all heroes, so he just did his job well, defending. Over the years, all clans gradually harmonized. Everyone knew that they could never go back, so they accepted their fate. Even though they could cross the universe with their physical bodies, it was only for short distances, and they could never travel between star systems. They accepted that they could never go back, and the Great Desolation would be their future home. So, they became the new generation of people from the Great Desolation. Defender began to feel happy. The Earthlings of the Great Desolation were almost extinct, with only 2,000 left. But now, over 2 billion powerful souls remained here. Although their souls were not those of the people from the Great Desolation, their bodies carried the genes and seeds of the people from the Great Desolation. They would take root and grow here. After generations, they would truly become the people of the Great Desolation. This is a unique civilization revival. Since then, Defender has been very happy every day, watching these clansmen complain but still accepting their identity as people from the Great Desolation. He falls asleep with a smile every day. In the 20 years of development, Defender encouraged the only women among the clansmen to strive to unite with these powerful souls and work hard to have children. In 20 years, the Great Desolation had a new generation of lives numbering over 100,000. Everything was getting better. In 20 years, they developed many residences. They actively made small improvements to the living environment. In 20 years, they set up countless detectors around the planet. They were afraid of invasion, fearing that other civilizations might discover this place. Around here, there were only warning lines. So, when the spaceship from beyond the domain arrived, it triggered the alarm, and the strong ones swarmed out, defending this place. Over the past 20 years, they have worked hard to plant vegetation. Over the past 20 years, a great fusion and collision of cultures from all races have occurred.
In this place called the Great Wilderness, infinite possibilities have been born. Infinite civilizations and cultures merge here, infinite possibilities are shaped here.
Defending thought more than once, even death is worth it.
Watching the Great Wilderness be reborn in flames, watching the new Great Wilderness emerge from its cocoon, he felt that even if he died immediately, it would be worth it.
Not to let down the tribe. Not to let down their own civilization. Today, someone triggered the alarm. The first defender flew out.
As he flew closer, the defender saw the emblem on the silver spaceship. At that moment, the defender's pupils suddenly contracted. He was very familiar. He was familiar with everything. He was familiar with all the symbols of the races. He deeply remembered all the symbols of the main forces of the races, those were the hometown symbols of the benefactors. Not only him, but all the people of the Great Wilderness remember. They all recognize. Not only recognize, but now the people of the Great Wilderness, as well as the new generation of the Great Wilderness, each person knows at least a dozen languages. There are languages of the Great Wilderness, universal languages of all races, Chinese, English, Russian, Greenland language, Golden Bowl language, Purple River language. The mainstream languages of the Earth Compatriots Association are three, quite difficult to remember, but all the people of the Great Wilderness must master these three languages. They must master them from birth. And now, the defender saw that the emblem on this spaceship was a red planet. Looking at the mountains, rivers, and streams above, the defender widened his eyes and murmured, "Red. Redstone. It's the Redstone planet." The defender carefully pondered for a moment, looking at the spaceship, and directly transmitted a message to the interior of the spaceship. "Are you from Redstone? Is this a spaceship from the Redstone civilization?" At that moment, inside the spaceship, four nervous crew members suddenly widened their eyes. How does he know the language of Redstone? My goodness, after wandering outside for these years, speaking the universal language of all races every day, I myself don't remember how to speak the local dialect of Redstone. How does he know? It's impossible, this strong one who crossed the universe, he actually knows the Redstone language? Immediately, the captain's mind raced, and he quickly pressed the launch button. All the conversations and videos recorded by the spaceship's recorder, as well as the coordinates, were sent back to Redstone. Then, the captain quickly replied using a special communication device, "Yes, we are from Redstone." "Where is this? What civilization are you?" The defender stood here foolishly. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly shouted, come to visit our Great Wilderness. There are many of your Redstone people here, tens of thousands." After speaking, the defender turned around and quickly flew back. Passing by the other War Emperor strongmen who had come, the defender transmitted the situation. Then he continued to plunge into the Great Wilderness planet. After passing through vast deserts, he flew into a large canyon. In this canyon, there are cities, rivers, mountains, vegetation, and rare animals that have survived the disasters. There are people. Some are practicing martial arts, some are sunbathing, some are doing all kinds of daily activities. There are children following teachers from various racial civilizations, learning languages, cultures, and histories of various races and civilizations. There are teenagers standing in front of the statue of the martial saint in unison, pledging not to forget shame, to strive forward. They will not let down the expectations of the volunteer army of all races, and make the Great Wilderness no longer weak. The defender quickly shuttled through everything, one scene after another. Then he entered the broadcast control room of the Great Wilderness and sounded the alarm. At that moment, the entire Great Wilderness planet sounded alarms from all directions. Everyone widened their eyes. They knew that when the alarm sounded, it meant that the Great Wilderness was once again facing new changes. At this moment, all the strong ones come out. Countless strong ones emerge from the underground. In countless caves, strong ones come out of seclusion. In an instant, countless people put on armor. Tens of thousands of various flags begin to stand in every corner of the wilderness. And at this moment, the defending voice spread through the broadcast across the entire planet. The Redstone people are here. Comrades of the Redstone Association. Beyond the wilderness, there is a spaceship from Redstone. Your fellow Redstone hometown folks have arrived. Comrades of Redstone, your fellow villagers have arrived. At this moment, the entire wilderness fell silent. The current strongest of the Redstone Association, the Redstone War Emperor, suddenly froze, looking at more than 10,000 of his compatriots at this moment. He found that everyone's body was trembling, eyes turning red. Then his vision became blurred. It turned out that there were tears in his eyes too. All the top leaders of the 10,000 races began to gather in the current capital of the wilderness. Soon, a silver spaceship, guided by more than a dozen war emperors, landed in the capital. Everyone looked up at this spaceship. All the children were full of curiosity and joy. The Redstone people are here? Are they here to take them away? Redstone, one of the 10 civilizations of the wilderness. It has been studied countless times in history books. In the 100 Years of War, there are many stories about Redstone, and all the new generation are excited to see what the Redstone people, one of the top 10 civilizations, look like. In the spaceship, the captain and others walked down nervously, looking at countless pairs of eyes staring at them. Just by sensing the atmosphere slightly, the captain was so scared that he trembled. The captain is a 5th grade warrior, and at this moment, he could feel that among the millions, tens of millions of pairs of eyes, half of them are stronger than the War King level. What concept is this? My God, how can there be such a terrifying civilization in the universe? At least tens of millions of War King level existences? What a terrifying civilization! Shortly after, streams of light flew from all corners of the wilderness towards the capital like rain. The captain and others dared not even breathe. Because those streams of light represent one war emperor after another. At least hundreds of thousands. No, millions. Damn! Is this a divine-level civilization? Soon, a person from the wilderness led more than 10,000 people from the wilderness here. The captain saw that the moment they landed, they surrounded his spaceship, everyone staring at the flag on the spaceship. Then, everyone hugged each other and burst into tears. What are they crying for? Why are they crying? I don't know, I'm not sure. The Emperor of the Wilderness, the current Second Marshal of the Wilderness, Lu Xun, the current Chairman of the Earth Association, stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the scene below. The civilization and technology of Redstone are very advanced. The existence of the wilderness in the lonely corner of the universe, discovered by Redstone, means that it has been discovered by the 10,000 races. Soon, those capable among the 10,000 races will bring them back home, right? What about us? Will we ever have a day to go home? Lu Xun felt a little compassionate. At this time, the president of the Purple River Civilization smiled and comforted in fluent Chinese, "Marshal, our Purple River's technology is also advanced. If Redstone has discovered this place, then soon, Purple River will come too. We have already memorized the characteristics of Earth and the Milky Way. Rest assured, after we return home, at least 1,000 advanced civilizations in the universe will work hard to find the coordinates of the Milky Way and Earth. One day, we will help you go home." Lu Xun was suddenly filled with hope upon hearing this. Really? Yes. Really, I am now a war emperor. When I return to my hometown, I will definitely become a key figure. At least, my Purple River civilization will definitely mobilize all forces and strive to help you find the way home. At this time, another person flew over. We Greenland will do it too. Our people from the Swan constellation, technology should be considered quite advanced in the universe. Once I go back, our Swan constellation will directly screen the entire universe. We will definitely help you select the coordinates of Earth. By the way, what are the characteristics of Earth? Lu Xun quickly said, Earth, a blue planet. There is a satellite called the Moon. There are the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are. Everyone took note. The Purple River people pointed down with a smile. You see, in the universe it is dark, but as long as a place emits light, the entire universe will take notice.
The red stone people have already made contact with their planet. Soon, all civilizations in the universe will know about the desolate land.
They will know the story that happened in this corner.
We will all go home. Everyone will go home.
At the same time, deep in the universe, a red planet resembling a red giant star revolves around a star. Then, countless spaceships flew out of the red stone planet in a frenzy, breaking through space fissures and shuttling towards distant universes.
An hour ago.
Red Stone Imperial Palace.
The current ruler of the Red Stone, the top 100 martial emperors of the Red Stone, invincible in battle. He rose to power a few years ago, ruling the entire planet. He told his story, making it known to all the Red Stone people. But everyone thought it was just a story he made up, a lie he fabricated to justify his usurpation. But today, he proved it all. In the Imperial Palace, someone connected to a spaceship coordinate signal in the universe and told him, "Your Majesty, we have a spaceship that seems to have found the legendary, desolate land." The ruler, who was not angry but awe-inspiring, trembled at this moment. Found it? Really found it? Yes, they said they want to talk to the highest level. They said the desolate land is at least tens of millions of levels above the martial kings, millions of levels beyond the martial emperors. Like a mythical civilization in stories. It's all yellow sand, all desert, there. He listened. Then he personally spoke with the president of the Red Stone Association in the desolate land. He confirmed it. Found it. The Red Stone ruler wiped away his tears and immediately issued the highest level permission for the entire civilization. All the Red Stone people on the planet, flowers lined the way. All spaceships set off. To pick up their families, to go home. Then, he also sent this information, as well as the coordinates of the desolate land in the universe, to nearly 200 civilizations. These 200 civilizations are the ones he has confirmed are currently ruled by civilizations from the desolate land. Then, the Red Stone ruler personally boarded a spaceship and headed for the desolate land. At the same time, the entire universe was in turmoil. Over 200 civilizations issued a call to arms at the highest level, launching spaceships and traveling through wormholes towards the coordinates of the desolate land planet. Countless spaceships. Countless aircraft. The universe exploded. Other civilizations saw such a commotion and didn't need to make much effort to find out. The legend of the desolate land that circulated among the myriad races, was it really true? Was it really found? So, all civilizations, all races, poured out and headed towards the desolate land. Just one Earth day later. In the universe, at least more than 4,000 races dispatched ships to the desolate land to pick up people. At the same time, over 2,000 civilizations in the universe issued a bounty to the entire universe, the Great Screening. From the entire universe, based on the characteristics of the Milky Way and Earth, screen the coordinates of Earth. They promised to let everyone go home. 3 Earth days later. Desolate land. Over 200 million people from all civilizations gathered in the capital, the Great Canyon. All races, gathered once again. Everyone lined up neatly according to different races of civilizations. Each civilization raised its own flag. They looked up at the sky. Then they saw, like a swarm of bees, densely packed spaceships beginning to descend from the sky. On the largest mothership, the Red Stone flag was particularly prominent. Everyone from the Red Stone Association burst into tears. Their fellow countrymen had come to take them home. After 100 years of war and 20 years of construction here, they thought they would never have the chance to go home again in this lifetime, never have the chance to see their families again. But surprises always come so suddenly. The people of the Earth Association stood at the forefront, also holding up the flag of the Earth, and everyone looked up, not knowing what to expect. Perhaps, they were hoping that the Earth would also come to take them home. But that was obviously impossible. Yet they still hoped. The mothership's door opened, and the monarch of the Red Stone, along with over 40 strong individuals from the Red Stone, descended from the sky in tears, breaking through the air directly.
The monarch choked up, saying, "I couldn't wait for the mothership to land." He turned into a stream of light and landed. The monarch looked at the defender and excitedly shouted, "Defender, do you remember me?" The defender looked at the stranger and shook his head. "Former president of the Redstone Association, Gleda." The defender looked in astonishment at the person in front of him. "My goodness, you are all red-skinned." Gleda didn't even talk to him, rushing towards the camp of the Redstone Association, choking back tears as he embraced everyone. "Brothers, compatriots, I've come to take you home. Compatriots, I've come to take you home." Then, the strong individuals of the Redstone whose souls had returned to their bodies also entered the camp, excitedly introducing themselves to everyone and mentioning their former names. Cries filled the air. Dozens of people embraced over 10,000 people. All the races looked on enviously. Then, Gleda walked into the camp of the Earth Association, suddenly stood at attention, saluted the flag of the Earth Association, and then embraced Lu Shan, comrade. Lu Shan was also moved, hugging Gleda with tears in his eyes. Gleda asked, "Where is the great martial saint? Where is the great martial saint?" Lu Shan said, "After the war victory, the martial saint's soul returned to its place. Only the body was left in this world." Gleda took a deep breath. "Take me to pay my respects." Then, there was a large wave of spaceships landing, followed by another wave, and another wave after that. People from the Purple River Civilization came. People from the Golden Bowl came. People from the Swan Constellation Civilization came. They all came. They all came. Today, over 4,000 civilizations poured into the wilderness. Billions of spaceships arrived. Some came to pick people up, some came to visit, some came to see the excitement. Everyone wanted to witness this legendary place. Then, over 4,000 people from different civilizations, at least hundreds of millions, bowed and saluted in front of the huge sculpture in the capital. That sculpture was Miao Chen. His beard was unkempt, his temples were graying, his clothes were tattered, he wore an old vest with Earth Association on it, and he held a knife, gazing ahead. This was the sculpture erected for him after the victory of the war. The monarch of the Redstone led all the officials, students, and outstanding warriors of the next generation from the Redstone, excitedly introducing, "This is the only martial saint in the universe that I have told you about." I did not lie. That was not a reasonable excuse for me to seek power. What I told was a true story that happened. This is the man who saved the entire civilization of the wilderness. He alone united the myriad races of the universe and achieved the final victory. The people of the Redstone stood in front of the sculpture, excitedly listening to him tell the story of the past 100 years. Then they went to the Museum of the Wilderness, where there was a golden body that had not decayed for 10,000 years. Everyone bowed and paid their respects. This was the body of the only martial saint in the universe. On this day, more than 4,000 civilizations visited every corner of the great wilderness, listening to all the stories that happened here. Then, more than 4,000 civilizations, facing all civilizations in the universe, issued a super reward. Whoever can find the coordinates of the Earth's Hometown Association will receive astronomical digital currency gifts from each civilization and become the richest person in the entire universe overnight. Where there is a great reward, there must be brave men. On this day, the entire universe mobilized. Countless capitalists dispatched all their spacecraft to screen the entire universe. Countless people with spacecraft began an adventure in the universe. 4,000 civilizations promised to help the people of the Earth's Hometown Association find their home. But at the same time, more. They actually want to find the coordinates of the Earth because the martial saint's spirit has returned, so it must be rising on Earth now. They also want to enter Earth to see the place where the martial saint was born. The martial saint is closely related to various civilizations and races. After all, the great wilderness of the past, who dares to say it is not oneself in the future? The demons have not been destroyed. One day they will enter other races, and if anyone can find Earth and establish coordinates there, one day they can send a spacecraft to invite the martial saint, to call upon the martial saint.
Because the demons also have a martial saint.
Of course, the martial saint of the great wilderness is admired and befriended by many civilizations. But those who have experienced the great wilderness do not care much about defense. Because only those who have experienced the great wilderness truly understand that there is only one martial saint in the universe. The combat power of the defense is only slightly stronger than that of the martial emperor, and compared to the true martial saints like Miao Chen and the demon emperor, it is not much different.
Also, the defense is a bit cowardly.
But in any case, more than 4,000 civilizations took away more than 4,000 compatriots from the great wilderness back home. At the same time, each civilization also established offices in the great wilderness, leaving countless technological devices for communication at any time. Overnight, the great wilderness was connected to the myriad races of the universe.
From then on, they officially merged into the myriad civilizations of the universe.
They are now connected to the myriad races and can go to various corners of the universe at any time.
Here, they are no longer isolated islands.
While the lonely members of the Earth's Hometown Association still live in the great wilderness, they look up at the stars every day, hoping that one day, they will also go home.
We are still here.
Lu Shan murmured to himself, the Earth's Hometown Association, 18,000 people, still stationed in the great wilderness.
3,400 martial emperors, 9,600 martial emperors, 5,000 martial kings. We also want to go home.